Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 280 to Chapter 331. Big Brother Yun, where are the golden dragons that were flying around you? Can you do it again for us to see? Ling Yan was most shocked by the 9 golden dragons circling around Tang Meng's body. They were so majestic and domineering that they left a deep impression on Tang Meng. Ling Yan could only smile bitterly. Show us again? Without the support of the Emperor Brush, Ling Yan could no longer feel a trace of immortal spiritual energy in his body. He had completely reverted to his original state. However, Ling Yan had no regrets because he had already reaped a lot of benefits. Not only was it a lot, but it could also be said that he had earned a lot of money. With the support of the Emperor Brush, Ling Yan not only annihilated the enemies that Niu Fenjiao brought, but also killed the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins Organization. Ling Yan made use of the immortal spiritual energy to cleanse the muscles and marrow of the people on his side, allowing them to truly be reborn. From then on, they would be able to cultivate smoothly. Not only did Ling Yan use his strong divine sense to find 2 stalks of yin-yang grass and a stalk of dragon saliva grass, but he also used his divine sense to explore the crater in advance. Most importantly, Ling Yan used his powerful divine sense to discover Qin Qiuyue, who had been secretly protecting him. He also injected a large amount of immortal spiritual energy into Qin Qiuyue's body, allowing the Xiantian realm Qin Qiuyue to undergo a true cleansing of her meridians. At that time, Ling Yan could easily see Qin Qiuyue's strength. Even though Ling Yan did not have a direct impression of the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm, he had a deep understanding of the division between the physique tempering and qi cultivation stages. According to Ling Yan's observations, Qin Qiuyue's strength should be between qi cultivation level 2 and level 3. If the Emperor Brush hadn't shown its power last night, Qin Qiuyue would have been able to kill all 3 members of the Assassins Organization in one move. Now, Ling Yan had a rough understanding of the Hotian realm and Xiantian realm in China. To put it simply, the path of cultivation, regardless of the world, was divided into 4 stages: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and refining emptiness into Tao. Regardless of whether it was martial arts cultivation, Taoist cultivation, or demonic cultivation, they could not escape from these 4 stages. As for the body training stage or the Hotian realm, it was just a matter of saying it differently. To put it bluntly, Ling Yan's physique tempering stage was the stage of refining energy into qi. The first, second, and third stages of physique tempering stage were purely about training the body and improving the strength of all aspects of the body. As one's physique tempering stage increased and reached the middle stage, one could begin the training of inner qi or inner force. Once Ling Yan advanced to physique tempering stage 4, he would enter the middle stages of physique tempering stage. His yin-yang harmony balance would allow his body to generate its own internal qi. By then, even without spiritual energy, he would still be able to use martial arts to fight. The middle stage of the physique tempering stage was a stage where inner qi was created from nothing. It mainly focused on the dantian and a portion of the meridians. The later stages of physique tempering were the stages where one's inner qi increased from a small amount to a large amount. As one's inner qi grew and the realm of cultivation got higher, one could use inner qi to break through to physique tempering stage 9, which was also Hotian realm level 9. As long as one used inner qi to open up the conception and governing vessels, one could enter the realm of oneness of heaven and man. To a cultivator like Ling Yan, this was actually equivalent to reaching the qi cultivation stage. To the ancient Chinese martial arts practitioners, this was what they called the Xiantian realm. In the Xiantian realm, one could breathe internally and return to one's natural state. If a Xiantian realm expert didn't use martial arts and intentionally hid their cultivation, they would look no different from an ordinary person. This was the case with Qin Qiuyue. That was why Ling Yan, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, couldn't tell that Qin Qiuyue was a Xiantian realm expert. The qi cultivation stage or the Xiantian realm was actually the second stage of cultivation, cultivating qi into spirit. Cultivators who had reached the qi refining stage or martial arts experts who had reached the innate realm already had their own divine sense. Depending on the difference in their cultivation level and the cultivation technique they practiced, the strength of their divine sense would naturally be different. For example, Qin Qiuyue was at Xiantian realm level 2. The normal range of her divine sense was about 200 meters. That was already the limit. With the support of the Emperor Brush last night, Ling Yin temporarily possessed the strength of a Qi Cultivation Stage 9. The limit of his divine sense was a radius of 9,000 meters around Xianxia Lake. It could cover the entire Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. Last night, Ling Yin's divine sense was so strong that every blade of grass and tree within the Zhuang family's territory was covered by his divine sense. That was why he discovered Qin Chuyue hiding in the forest in an instant. A mere mask naturally couldn't block Ling Yin's powerful divine sense. At that moment, he knew that it was his mother who was secretly protecting him. Even without the Emperor Brush, Qin Chuyue would still have appeared to save him. At that moment, Ling Yin also understood why Qin Chuyue was so calm and composed despite all the things he had done for his family. She didn't even have to show any signs of surprise. A master of the Xiantian realm, unless he didn't want it, was too easy for him to get it. He didn't even have to fight for it himself. Naturally, someone would give it to him with both hands. A poor family and an ordinary life were all Qin Chuyue's own choices. Ling Yin had obtained these things in a short period of time, and Qin Chuyue could easily get them. Therefore, she wasn't shocked or excited. However, why did his mother choose to live such a life? This was the question in Ling Yin's heart. He had a vague guess that his mother had something to do with the hidden family, the Qin family's huge change 18 years ago. Of course, what Ling Yin paid the most last night was also what he reaped the most. It was to further transform his sister's innate spiritual body into a pure immortal spiritual body. After absorbing so much immortal spiritual energy, Ling Yu's cultivation speed would definitely be shocking. She might even be comparable to Ling Yin's. Ling Yin used his divine ability to transplant the Shikyu herb and set up 4 large formations in his 2 mansions. He truly had no worries about the future. In the future, Mansion Number 1 would have the Shikyu herb and the spirit-gathering formation that could absorb the spiritual energy from the antique market. It would be impossible for his cultivation speed to be slow even if he wanted to. Coupled with the psychic treasure box that was engraved with spirit-gathering formations and the spatial ring that he created, what else could it be other than a bountiful harvest? Moreover, Ling Yin knew that this time, his Dantian, and the gate of heaven on top of his head had absorbed a large amount of immortal spiritual energy. This would bring him countless benefits. This was because in the middle stage of physique tempering, or even the late stage, the most important thing to train was the Dantian, cultivation, starting from physique tempering, would use immortal spiritual energy. How extravagant was that? Not to mention this world, even in the cultivation world, it was almost impossible. This time, Ling Yin had really won from the starting line. Moreover, it was a huge victory. However, Ling Yin also had some small regrets. That was, he had wasted too much time in order to transform Ling Yu's physique. Otherwise, he could have used those few hours to draw thousands of high-level talismans. Then, he would really be able to do whatever he wanted now. Seeing Ling Yin's bitter smile, the 3 beauties were all smiles and did not have any expressions of regret. Even though Ling Yin, who was surrounded by the 9 dragons, was as invincible as the golden god of war, they felt that it was unreal. They even felt an inexplicable sense of panic. This was because at that moment, they could only worship Ling Yin, as if they were facing the ruler of heaven and earth, the one and only emperor. Now, the aura of a supreme emperor had disappeared from Ling Yin's body. He had returned to his usual calm and carefree manner. This was the lover of their hearts. They did not have to worry about him suddenly disappearing. Tang Meng thought for a while and suddenly asked excitedly, "Big brother Yun, you were so powerful last night. Does that mean that you are invincible in the future? Now, we can do whatever we want, right?" Ling Yin was speechless. Do whatever we want? After what happened last night, not only did Ling Yin feel that he could not do whatever he wanted, but he also felt that he had to tuck his tail between his legs for a long time to come. Not to mention the Great Wall of China, Emperor Qin's mausoleum was just a small crater. Even Ling Yin's Qi Cultivation Stage 9 divine sense could not explore it, let alone now that he had returned to his original state. This planet was really too mysterious. There were many unimaginably powerful existences on this planet. This made Ling Yin retract his arrogance. Last night, if not for Qin Chuyue's secret protection and the support of the Emperor Brush, Ling Yin knew that he would have died for sure. Cough cough. To be honest, what happened last night was just an accident. Ling Yan's face turned red, he was embarrassed. As long as you are fine. Zhuang Meifeng looked at Ling Yan tenderly. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were as gentle as water, filled with infinite affection. After this incident, Zhuang Meifeng really did not care about anything else. Regardless of whether Ling Yan was a god or a demon, human or immortal, she was willing to be Ling Yan's woman. Surprisingly, Xiao Mimi and Chao Shanshan did not ask any questions. This time, it was Ling Yan's turn to be puzzled. He asked the five of them in shock, "None of you have any questions to ask?" Ling Yan's gaze mainly fell on Tang Meng's face. The other four had their own reasons for not asking, but Ling Yan did not believe that Tang Meng, who loved to gossip, would not ask him anything. Tang Meng chuckled, "What questions? Boss is still boss, Big Brother Yun is still Big Brother Yun, I only need to know that boss is invincible." Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and said, "Big Brother Yun, when are you going to teach me martial arts?" "I was so anxious last night," Ling Yan laughed, "I was going to teach you last night, but something happened to your sister-in-law." After saying that, he intentionally glanced at Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng's face turned red, her body trembling. She glanced at Chao Shanshan beside her and said with a trembling voice, "Nonsense, how is she sister-in-law?" Sure enough, Chao Shanshan glared at Ling Yan, her eyes filled with an expression that said, "I'll settle the score with you later." Xiao Mimi sat there and giggled, her hot body trembling as she laughed. She did not help either side. What's going on? Why do they seem to have some sort of tacit understanding? Ling Yan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Ahem. Ling Yan coughed awkwardly and gave Tai Xiaohu a look. "The sun is about to rise, I'll bring you out to practice now. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan wanted to take the opportunity to hide. He stood up and said, "Big Brother Yun, teach me too. I want to learn too." Tang Meng knew what Ling Yan was thinking. "All right. Let's go." Ling Yan and Tang Meng had a tacit understanding. Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yan was already out of the yard. Tai Xiaohu followed closely behind. Tang Meng grabbed the car keys on the coffee table and was about to run out when Zhuang Meifeng said, "Tang Meng, remember to ask your big brother Yun to come back early. If he misses breakfast, you know the consequences." Tang Meng was so scared that he shivered. He looked at the three beauties carefully and knew that he could not afford to offend any of them. He could only smile and say, "I can only try my best. You guys know that Big Brother Yun doesn't listen to me at all." After saying that, he ran out of the Hummer amidst the laughter of the three beauties. The three brothers got into the Hummer together. Ling Yan sat in the back seat and let Tang Meng start the engine. He only let out a long sigh of relief after the Hummer had sped a mile away. Troublesome, really troublesome. Ling Yan muttered to himself as he thought about the four beauties in the rental house. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu could not help but snicker. Tang Meng turned around and asked, "Big Brother Yun, where are we going now?" "To Qingxi Villa District, Mansion Number 1, Ling Yan said directly. There was no place more convenient and comfortable than Mansion Number 1 for cultivation in the future. Mansion Number 1 was located in the scenic area of Qingshui Lake, which was rich in spiritual energy. Furthermore, it was close to Qingshui Lake. Ling Yan dug up the shikyu herb and planted it in the courtyard of his villa. In addition, he set up 1,000 square meter spirit gathering formation specifically to absorb the impure spiritual energy emitted by the treasures in the antique market. The entire Mansion Number 1 was transformed into a spirit gathering formation by Ling Yun. "Tang Meng, I haven't gotten back at you yet. Tell me, were you the one who told Ling Yu about the name of the clinic we discussed yesterday?" The moment Ling Yan thought about how Ning Ling Yu made fun of him last night, he felt embarrassed and started to settle the score with Tang Meng. Tang Meng scratched his head in shock. "Big Brother Yun, that name is pretty good, but I called the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and they wouldn't register it for us." Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Alright, since you've figured it out, why didn't you tell me first?" "I was laughed at by Ling Yu. This is so embarrassing. Big Brother Yun, I just want Ling Yu to tell you so that you can accept it more easily." Ling Yan nodded and said to Tang Meng, "My mom gave the clinic a name. It's called the Ordinary People's Clinic. We'll talk about the rest later." "Alright." Tang Meng nodded his head in satisfaction. Auntie Qin and Ming Lingyu's words were indeed effective. Even after all the persuasion, Auntie Qin changed her mind with just one sentence. Ling Yan suddenly thought of something and asked Tang Meng, "Oh right, where's my Land Rover? Why didn't I see it earlier?" Tang Meng chuckled. "Big brother Yun, after you left last night, we left in a hurry. How could we care about your Land Rover? But don't worry, it's at your father-in-law's place. I guarantee that it won't get lost. Can't you just get my sister-in-law to drive it back?" Ling Yan frowned. "No, you still have to drive the Land Rover to Daoyong to complete the paperwork. When the sun rises, drive the car back for me and go to Daoyong to complete the paperwork." "All right," Tang Meng replied. Speaking of cars, Ling Yan suddenly thought of the Maserati. He immediately instructed Tang Meng, "If you're free these 2 days, make a trip to the Tianqi Pavilion in the antique market. Find a woman called Morong Feishue and complete the paperwork for the Maserati as well." "Big brother Yun, how can I be free? Don't I have to buy things for Qingshui Wharf's mansion number 9 these 2 days? Just that alone is enough to keep me busy." Ling Yan thought about it and agreed. He smiled at Tang Meng. "All right then, you can complete this first. This is serious business. Oh right, there's one more thing. I'll give you another 5 million yuan today. Buy everything for Qingxi Villa District's mansion number 1. That way, you don't have to do the same thing twice." "Big brother Yun, are you planning to move to mansion number 1? Tang Meng asked curiously. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. Now that the Shikyu herb had been transplanted, there was no longer a need to stay in the rented house. At 6:10 a.m., the sky was already bright. The Hummer had arrived at the entrance of mansion number 1. Tai Xiaohu went down to open the door, and Tang Meng drove the Hummer in. After Ling Yan got out of the car, he took another look at his masterpiece. He felt extremely refreshed as he absorbed the dense spiritual energy in the courtyard. This wasn't the spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb. The spiritual energy released by the Shikyu herb was trapped by Ling Yan's small spirit gathering formation. It was almost impossible for it to escape. This was the result of the spirit gathering formation. In a short span of an hour, it had gathered all the spiritual energy around Qingshui Lake. Of course, it was mainly from Qingshui City's antique market. In a place like this, even Tai Xiaohu, Xiao Mimi, and the rest would be able to cultivate 10 times faster than anywhere else, let alone Ling Yun, who could absorb spiritual energy at will. In such a short period of time, I've gathered so much spiritual energy. Not bad at all. Ling Yan felt extremely satisfied. Let me tell the two of you, I've set up a formation in this courtyard. One of them is a killing formation. If the two of you want to come here in the future, you can only go through the front door. If you try to climb over the wall, you'll be trapped inside. Ling Yan instructed the two people beside him. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were dumbfounded. That powerful? The two of them asked in unison. Ling Yan smiled and nodded in confirmation. Big brother Yun, the sun is about to rise. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Tai Xiaohu was stunned for a moment before he stopped thinking and started cultivating. What a cultivation maniac. Big brother Yun, Tai Xiaohu was stimulated last night. Yeah, I want to cultivate too. Tang Meng begged Ling Yun with a face full of envy and jealousy as he looked at Tai Xiaohu standing motionlessly in front of the sun. Out of all the people around Ling Yun, Tang Meng was the one with the worst physique, whether it was before or after the marrow cleansing. This brat wasn't made for cultivation. However, after Ling Yun used immortal spiritual energy to cleanse his meridians, Tang Meng was finally able to cultivate. Ling Yun quickly circulated the stellar condensation technique and patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly. Come with me. Ling Yun brought Tang Meng to the side of the Shikyu herb. Looking at the vigorous Shikyu herb, he smiled and said to Tang Meng, It's not that I want to discourage you, but your physique and your patience are really not suitable for cultivation. However, I've already cleansed your meridians last night. At least you've been reborn and can cultivate in the future. Ling Yun didn't rely on Tang Meng to fight his enemies. If he could teach him a few techniques for self-defense, it would definitely be enough. Looking at Tang Meng's troubled face, Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, Everyone is different. Everyone has their own strengths, so you don't have to worry about this. Don't worry, I have a way for you to catch up in the future. So, you don't have to rush to cultivate now. What else could he do? He could give Tang Meng all sorts of elixirs. Even though it was a little excessive, it was still better than not being able to cultivate at all. Talismans, spell formations, refining elixirs, and forging weapons. These were Ling Yun's 4 strengths in the cultivation world. Every one of them had reached the pinnacle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called a genius among geniuses. Hearing this, Tang Meng's eyes lit up. He immediately chuckled and said, "Then I won't cultivate for now. I can't stand seeing Tai Xiaohu standing there like a fool. It's not as good as the talismans you gave me. I scared that crazy lady last night, hee." Tang Meng was still feeling pleased with himself for using the ordinary fire talismans to force Priestess Heartless to retreat. Tang Meng's passion for cultivation was really short-lived. His true colors were revealed now. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly. However, he had to admit that Tang Meng's quick-wittedness was indeed worthy of Ling Yun's praise. Ling Yun took 7 steps forward and stood next to the Shikyu herb. While he was frantically using the stellar condensation technique to absorb the essence of the sun, he was also frantically absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the Shikyu herb. Needless to say, the small spirit-gathering formation that Ling Yun had set up with the spirit-gathering stones was too heaven-defying. Almost all the spiritual energy emitted by the Shikyu herb was being trapped in the small spirit-gathering formation. The density of the spiritual energy was getting higher and higher. If this continued for a day, Ling Yun felt that the spiritual energy might even turn into spiritual fog. If Ling Yun didn't absorb it, the spiritual fog would liquefy and turn into spiritual liquid as its density increased. If he were to drink 1 drop, there was only one word that could describe what Ling Yun was feeling right now. If he were to use an analogy to describe his current situation, it would be like he was in a sauna with spiritual energy. In less than 3 minutes, the spiritual energy in his body was filled to the brim. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there and circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to transfer the spiritual energy in his body to his energy center. He cultivated the stellar condensation technique and the yin-yang harmony balance at the same time. He even had the time to chat with Tang Meng. He was multitasking without affecting any of them. When you go and apply for the Land Rover license later, think of a way to teach Dao Yong a lesson. See if they will listen to you and Tai Xiaohu in the future. Tang Meng smiled to show that he understood. Also, tell me, what are you going to do about the shopping? Do you have any plans? Tang Meng had already thought about this. He said directly to Ling Yun, "Big brother Yun, I've thought about it. There's a limit to manpower. It's better to let the most professional decoration company do the job. What do you think?" Ling Yun smiled and nodded. "I knew you would have a simple solution. Alright, let's do that. That way, you will have time to do other things." Tang Meng shook his head decisively. "Big brother Yun, that won't do. The decoration company can only be responsible for the design and contacting the furniture manufacturers. As for the price, I have to discuss it personally. I can't give them the authority because there's too much profit involved." Ling Yun thought to himself. No wonder Tang Meng said that he would be very busy. He nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, we'll do as you say. Tell me what happened after I left last night." Ling Yun stared at Tang Meng and asked, "Tell me what happened after I left last night." This was the topic that Ling Yun was most concerned about. Of course, he couldn't ask these questions in front of Zhuang Meifeng and the rest. Ling Yun pulled Tang Meng out mainly to ask these questions. Tang Meng's expression turned solemn. He thought for a while and said directly, "The first person to wake up was Du Gumo. Du Gumo was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. Naturally, he was the first to wake up. After Du Gumo woke up, he looked around blankly and asked suspiciously, 'Strange, why am I here?' Obviously, Ling Yun had wiped away all of Du Gumo's memories from the Zhuang family. He even forgot how he came to the Zhuang family. Among everyone present, the only person Du Gumo recognized was Xianxia. He glanced at Xianxia and opened his mouth to ask what was going on. However, he didn't ask anything in the end and left in a flash. The next to wake up was Miao Xiao Miao. Ling Yun didn't wipe away all of her memories. He left her with the memory of when she and Ling Yun joined forces to kill Lu Deming. After Miao Xiaomiao woke up, she only took one look at Shui Mining. Then, she moved and left with little gold. Kong Ruiyong and the dozens of policemen that he brought with him didn't know how they came to be here. Tang Tianhao went over to explain the situation to him in time and cleverly covered up the matter. These policemen finally arrested the 3 seriously injured members of the Sun family and the 2 Hotian Realm Level 1 experts and brought them back to the police station. These 5 people had their memories of the past half a month wiped away by Ling Yun. They had no idea how they came to be here. They were in a completely dumbfounded state. The 3 members of the Zhuang family and all the servants in their family had their memories wiped away by Ling Yun. They even forgot that Zhuang Meifeng had been arrested. Ling Yun used his powerful divine sense of Qi cultivation level 9 to unleash the mystical dragon hell. It was terrifying. After Tang Meng explained the general situation to Ling Yun, he asked in shock, "Big brother Yun, how did you yell that forget sound so powerful? It seems like many people have forgotten about what happened that night. Also, why are we still fine?" Ling Yun chuckled. "Wouldn't it be troublesome if something happened to you guys? Alright, no one is allowed to mention what happened last night. Just pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing from the Sun family, so many experts from the Sun family, and the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization had all disappeared into thin air. Everyone who saw them had completely forgotten about them. How could the Sun family not be furious? How could the Assassins organization not be furious? "Big brother Yun, last night Chao Shanshan and Little Ning said that they would send their families to fight against the Sun family and protect you." Sigh, Little Ning was so angry that she cried last night, Tang Meng said carefully to Ling Yun. The reason why Ling Yun escaped from the rental house was to practice martial arts. The real reason was that he didn't dare to face Shui Mining. He naturally understood this. If it was just Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and Chao Shanshan, Ling Yun wouldn't be afraid at all. Alright, I'd better think of a way to coax Little Ning. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Thank you to Old Ma's Sky for the 2 rewards of 10,000 coins. Congratulations to Old Ma's Sky for becoming the first leader of the hedonistic celestial doctor. Old Ma's Sky is mighty and domineering. A 5,000-word chapter, thank you. Big brother Yun, if there's nothing else, I'll go home first. I want to go back to sleep. Tang Meng said shyly as he scratched his head. Tang Meng had spent the entire night going back and forth. Even though he had managed to take a nap on Ling Yun's sofa, he was too worried about Ling Yun to have a good night's sleep. Now, he was completely exhausted. Even though Ling Yun had used his immortal spiritual energy to cleanse Tang Meng's body, he was still an ordinary person. It was already very good that he could last until now. Actually, an 18-year-old was at the age where he was full of energy. It wasn't a big deal for him to stay up all night. Tang Meng wanted to go home mainly because he was bored. Both Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu were cultivation maniacs. Once they started cultivating, they wouldn't care about anything else. Tang Meng stood there, not knowing what to do. Ling Yun smiled at Tang Meng and said, "Alright, go back and take a nap. Oh, by the way, help me express my gratitude to Uncle Tang. Tell him that I'll visit him when I'm free." "Alright. I'll be leaving then." Tang Meng left mansion number 1 in the Hummer after getting Ling Yun's approval. Half an hour later. Once again, Ling Yun compressed all the spiritual energy in his body into his energy center and absorbed it until it was full. Only then did he stop his cultivation and come to Tai Xiaohu's side. Tai Xiaohu's progress was pretty good. After being cleansed by Ling Yun's immortal spiritual energy, all the impurities in his body had been removed. He was about to break through to the 3rd minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. Ling Yun nodded his head in satisfaction. "Alright, the sun has risen. Stop cultivating for now. Let me teach you a set of martial arts." Tai Xiaohu stopped cultivating. His eyes were as big as saucers and his face was filled with joy. Ling Yun chuckled and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Today, I'm going to teach you the famous Shaolin Dragon Claw Hand. There are a total of 36 forms. Watch carefully." Ling Yan's own martial arts, such as the Tiangang Demon Fist and the Vault of Heaven's Destruction Palm, couldn't be taught to Tai Xiaohu because his realm wasn't high enough. Ling Yan's own martial arts required him to reach Ho Tian realm level 4. Only with internal energy could he cultivate. Tai Xiaohu had just reached Ho Tian realm level 1, so it was still too early for him to learn. The reason why Ling Yun was able to use the Tiangang Demon Fist was because he had spiritual energy in his body. Without spiritual energy, he would just be a punching bag that could only rely on the stellar condensation technique to deal with his enemies. As for the Vault of Heaven's Destruction Palm, it was only because Ling Yun had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3 and was able to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. That set of skills was too ruthless, and every move consumed too much spiritual energy. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to kill his enemies instantly, Ling Yun wouldn't have dared to use it. The Shaolin Dragon's claw hand was different. It was purely a martial art that focused on the strength of the fingers. Coupled with a set of powerful footwork, it was extremely domineering. If an ordinary person were to cultivate this martial art, they would definitely have to endure the excruciating pain in their fingers. The process was incomparably painful, and it required strong willpower to master. However, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu were different. Because they cultivated the stellar condensation technique, no other martial art could compare to it. Hence, learning the Shaolin Dragon's claw hand was a piece of cake. I'll demonstrate it once. Watch carefully, then repeat after me. The essence of the Shaolin Dragon's claw hand lies in the strength of the fingers and footwork. You don't lack the strength of the fingers, so focus on the footwork. Ling Yan started to slowly demonstrate the Shaolin Dragon's claw hand based on his memory from last night. It was exactly the same as the dragon's claw hand that Priest Compassionless had used last night. What was a martial arts genius? Ling Yun was one. No matter what martial art it was, as long as he saw it once, it would become his in the blink of an eye. Otherwise, Ling Yun would not have mastered so many unique skills, and he would not have become an all-round genius in talisman, formation, alchemy, and weapon forging. Just like how Tang Meng was born to do business, Tai Xiaohu was born to learn martial arts. Ling Yun demonstrated it once, but Tai Xiaohu basically remembered it all. After another round, Tai Xiaohu could already grasp the essence of the footwork of the Shaolin Dragon's claw hand. Of course, Tai Xiaohu mainly learned the footwork and moves of the Shaolin Dragon's claw hand, so he did not have to worry about the strength of the fingers. Ling Yun watched Tai Xiaohu demonstrate the Shaolin Dragon's claw hand from slow to fast, and he became more and more familiar with it. He was very satisfied. If this kid was in the cultivation world, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. Tai Xiaohu's movements became smoother and smoother as he practiced. Ling Yan occasionally corrected him, and before he knew it, an hour had passed. That's enough, take a break. Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu, who was getting more and more excited. Tai Xiaohu responded and stopped. There was a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes were filled with excitement. How is it? How does this set of martial arts compare to the ones you learned before? Ling Yan teased Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and chuckled. Big brother Yun, this is the world-famous Shaolin Dragon's claw hand. It's the secret of Shaolin. How can the ones I learned before compare to it? Ling Yan laughed heartily and patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder. Remember, the biggest taboo in cultivation is to be impatient. You can't be greedy and advance recklessly. Even if you start off fast, there will be consequences in the future. I won't teach you rubbish martial arts. As long as you reach the required level, I have the best techniques to teach you. Tai Xiaohu nodded his head vigorously. Hee hee. This kid was so happy that he could only chuckle when he heard that he had the best techniques to learn. Tang Meng went back to catch up on his sleep a long time ago. You've been busy the whole night, so you have to sleep. Go back and have a good sleep. When you wake up, go and buy something. Ling Yan instructed Tai Xiaohu. Buy something? What do you want me to buy? Tai Xiaohu was stunned. He could not make heads or tails of what was going on. Ling Yan was angry and amused at the same time. He glared at him. Did you forget what I said to you yesterday afternoon? I'll transfer 2 million yuan to you later. Buy a house and a car. That's your task today, do you hear me? Big brother Yun, there's really no need for that. How about I stay here and look after the house for you from now on? Tai Xiaohu said emotionally. Bullsh *T. Do you think the killing formation I set up is just for show? Moreover, there are 4 big dogs over there. Are you going to feed them for nothing? I don't need you to care about me at all. Oh right, if you want to cultivate in the future, it's best to come to this yard. The spiritual energy here is abundant, so you'll get twice the results with half the effort. Ling Yan thought about it. If you have nothing to do today, go to the clinic and help your sister Ro keep an eye on her. I'm worried that her body won't be able to take it. Tai Xiaohu was moved when he thought about the woman who had been quietly sacrificing for Ling Yun. Big brother Yun, sister Ro, she really, Ling Yun smiled and nodded. I understand, don't worry. Oh, one more thing. Tell me the address of the Green Dragon headquarters. I'll pay them a visit when I have time. Ling Yun remembered that he hadn't communicated with Long Kuan yet. It was time to get back at him. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and told Ling Yun. The address. Big brother Yun, there's something I don't know if I should say, Ling Yun chuckled. We're brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. What's there that you don't dare to say to me? Just say it. Ling Yun said. Big brother Yun, as far as I know, even though big brother Kuan controls the biggest gang in Jiangnan province, he's not a bad person. Please don't, Ling Yun smiled brightly. Don't kill them all? Right? Ling Yan patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder again. You're loyal. You didn't waste your time in the underworld. Don't worry, as long as Long Kuan doesn't have the intention to kill me, I won't do anything to him. I'm just going to have some fun. Even though Ling Yun was going to Green Dragon to get back at him, he also wanted to relive the feeling of trampling on a sect. One of Ling Yan's favorite things to do in the cultivation world was to trample on the mountain gates of various sections. He would block the people from the sect and not let them out. That feeling of bullying was exhilarating. Of course, this was only limited to those sects that dared to offend him. Ling Yan wouldn't go to a sect to bully people for no reason. Ling Yan was going to Green Dragon just to have some fun. He didn't have the intention to cause a scene or destroy their place. However, as long as Ling Yan's cultivation was high enough, he would definitely seek revenge against the Sun family and the Assassins organization. He wouldn't be a gentleman if he didn't get his revenge. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of the Assassins organization assassinating him now. Knowing that he had a Xiantian realm level 2 mother secretly protecting him, Ling Yan could do whatever he wanted. At this point, Ling Yan muttered to himself, but it's really strange. I injured someone from Green Dragon, snatched you from them, and beat up Long Kuan's daughter, Long Wu. These 3 incidents have embarrassed Long Kuan, so why hasn't he made any moves? Ling Yan turned to Tai Xiaohu and asked, was Green Dragon like this before? Tai Xiaohu shook his head decisively. Definitely not, big brother Yun. If it was any other sect that injured someone from Green Dragon would have gone to them on the same day. I'm also puzzled this time. The 2 of them frowned and guessed blindly, but they couldn't figure out the reason no matter how hard they tried. Ling Yan shook his head and smiled. Alright, I'll know what Long Kuan is up to once I make a trip there. There's no point in guessing blindly now. Go back first, call me if there's anything. Tai Xiaohu left the keys to mansion number 1 with Ling Yan and left mansion number 1 in a taxi. Ling Yan opened the door to the living room and sat on the sofa in a flash. Right now, he really needed to calm down. He needed to be alone and calm down. After experiencing the life and death crisis last night, Ling Yan narrowly escaped death and obtained endless benefits. However, it also brought him more trouble. He had to think carefully. Who was it that was willing to pay such a huge price, from a normal assassin to a Xian rank assassin, then to an Earth rank assassin, to a Heaven rank assassin, just to kill him? This was something Ling Yan had to figure out. Ling Yan didn't even know who the enemy was after being assassinated time and time again. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Right now, even if he used his toes to think, he would be able to figure out that the car accident that his predecessor got into was a deliberate murder. Where did such a big enemy come from? Will they not rest until one of them is dead? Ling Yan muttered to himself. Could it be that I've become the villain again and have to become the enemy of the martial arts world? This was the second thing Ling Yan considered. Ling Yun had mercilessly killed Reverend Compassionless from the Shaolin Temple and Lu Deming from the Maoshan sect. Even though Priestess Heartless from the Tranquil sect had committed suicide, Ling Yun could still be blamed for it. There was also the mysterious Assassins organization and the idiotic Hades sect. Even though Ling Yun had erased the memories of everyone who knew about it, he was still safe for the time being. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Ling Yun had to plan ahead. Most importantly, when Ling Yun was killing Compassionless and Lu Deming, Niao Fenjiao had been calling for help. Anyone would let Ling Yun go, but not the Sun family. Ling Yun knew that after killing Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing, he and the Sun family would not rest until one of them was dead. There was no third way. However, even if Ling Yun didn't kill Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing and let them go back out of goodwill, Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing would definitely not let Ling Yun go. Moreover, they would immediately send experts to kill him once they got back. Ling Yun shook his head and put this matter aside. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the Emperor brush from his spatial ring. The Emperor brush is really awesome. In fact, the Emperor brush was definitely Ling Yun's biggest gain last night, not to mention the fact that the tip of the brush could pierce through anything. Just the huge amount of immortal spiritual energy stored within the Emperor brush was enough to shock Ling Yun. It's definitely better than an immortal weapon. This was Ling Yun's judgment. He believed that his judgment was correct. However, why is it called the Emperor brush? Is there a reason for this? Ling Yun felt that he had to find a way to investigate. Ling Yun knew that there was definitely an artifact spirit within the Emperor brush. The fact that he could use the immortal spiritual energy that the Emperor brush transmitted to him last night was already very clear to him. How could Ling Yun use immortal spiritual energy with his trashy strength at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3 and a physique that was perfected for the first level of the stellar condensation technique? If not for the protection of the 9 dragons, Ling Yun would have exploded from the impact of the surging immortal spiritual energy. How could he still use it? Not to mention a door, there wouldn't even be a window. However, who should he ask if he wanted to understand the ins and outs of the Emperor brush? Ling Yun immediately locked onto a candidate, Qin Qiuyue. That's right, I should find a chance to ask Mom what kind of magical treasure the Emperor brush is. Ling Yun thought to himself. Why are there so many toads at the bottom of the crater? Each of them is as big as a soccer ball. Ling Yun couldn't help but frown as he thought about the crater. Ling Yun needed a large amount of darking qi to advance to physique tempering stage 4, so he had to explore the crater. However, the crater was protected by the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. Ling Yun really had some doubts. Could there really be a huge dragon locked inside? Why is it locked? Whose tomb is this? Could there be some heaven-defying treasure in the crater? Ling Yun's pair of handsome eyes gradually lit up, radiating with a bright light. Sigh, I spent too much time on Ling Yu last night. Otherwise, I could have made at least 1,000 high-level talismans. Ling Yun really didn't expect Ling Yu to be able to absorb so much immortal spiritual energy. In fact, the more immortal spiritual energy was needed to transform Ling Yu's immortal spiritual body, the better. This meant that the transformation was a success. The only problem was that it took too much time. Otherwise, Ling Yun would have considered stealing from a few big banks or going to the antique market to show his respect to each antique shop. Could it be that Du Gumo is here for the crater? Or are you after my Emperor brush? Ling Yun thought of Du Gumo again. He immediately thought of Du Gumo's despondent look when he saw the Emperor brush in Ling Yun's hands last night. He was in a daze and extremely indignant. If Du Gumo was here for the crater, then there would definitely be treasures hidden in the crater. However, Ling Yun was relieved that Du Gumo didn't snatch the Emperor brush like the others last night. This was also the reason why Ling Yun was willing to perform the marrow cleansing for him. Hee, I'm sure he's overjoyed now. Ling Yun's lips curled into a bright smile. After Ling Yun performed the marrow cleansing on Du Gumo and injected a large amount of immortal spiritual energy into his body, Du Gumo could enter Hotian Realm level 9 at any time if he wanted to. He could also easily clear his conception and governing vessels and reach the Xiantian realm. Even though he didn't know how or why Du Gumo came last night, he immediately put aside his previous enmity and stood on Ling Yun's side. Even when the top 3 experts from the Assassins organization came, he resisted them with all his might. Now that Ling Yun had the upper hand, it wouldn't be right if he didn't give Du Gumo some benefits. That was what Ling Yun thought and did. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. That was Ling Yun. And Miao Xiaomiao, how would he interact with Miao Xiaomiao when school reopened after the holidays? Little Gold is quite cute. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh at the thought of that chubby golden little fellow. He also injected some immortal spiritual energy into Little Gold's body, hoping that it could successfully transform until it became the strongest celestial silkworm in the world. 9 transformations of the celestial silkworm. If a golden silkworm could successfully complete the 9th transformation, it would be comparable to a 9-tailed celestial fox. Ling Yan also erased Little Gold's and Miao Xiaomiao's memories because he knew that Little Gold was Miao Xiaomiao's life worm. If I really managed to force the heart-devouring goo insect out of Miracle Dr. Shue's body, Miao Fenghuang would definitely suffer. She might even die. That should be the reason why Miao Xiaomiao came to me. Ling Yan quickly came to a conclusion. I should think of a way to get Miao Fenghuang to remove the heart-devouring goo insect from Miracle Dr. Shue's body herself. Maybe they can. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh at this thought. He felt that his idea was very practical. At this moment, Ling Yan's phone rang. He knew it was Shui Mining when he saw the 6 nines. If I die, so be it. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and picked up the call. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Big Brother Yun, where are you? I'll come over now, okay? To Ling Yan's surprise, Shui Mining's voice was unusually calm on the other end of the phone. Something must be wrong. This time, we're in big trouble. Ling Yan muttered to himself. Ling Yan knew that there were at least 2 people who were jealous last night. He did not need to look at anything else. Just by looking at Shui Mining and Chao Shanshan's gazes, he knew that. It's all Tang Meng's fault. Ling Yan unceremoniously pushed all the blame onto Tang Meng. He had instructed Tang Meng to seek help from Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining only after he was caught. However, Tang Meng did not care about the consequences and called everyone over. Now that he was rescued and the situation was safe, how was Ling Yan going to clean up this mess? Ning you must not have had a good rest last night. You should go home and have a good rest. Ling Yan wanted to avoid meeting her. No way, I had a good sleep on your bed last night. I fell asleep at 2 o'clock. I'm not sleepy at all now. Shui Mining did not buy it. Ling Yan scratched his head. Ning I'm very busy today. I have a lot of things to settle. Alright, I'll accompany you. I still have to revise today. That's even better, I'll study with you. Big Brother Yun, where are you? Ling Yan had no choice but to say, I'm at Qingxi Villa District 4, Mansion Number 1. Do you know it? Big Brother Yun, you must wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Shui Mining lived in Qingxi Villa District 1. She was very familiar with the area. How could she not know where he was? Ling Yan instructed, Ning it rained for most of the night last night. The weather is quite cold now. You should change into something warmer. While Ling Yan was still trying to persuade Shui Mining, the busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Shui Mining had already hung up. Ling Yan could only smile bitterly and hang up the phone. Immediately, he realized that he had received a text message from Chao Shanshan. Scoundrel, I can't stop Ning She went to look for you. Ning is very angry. You have to coax her. She misses you. Ling Yan smiled bitterly. After staring at his phone for a long time, he decided to turn it off. Shui Mining did not arrive as fast as Ling Yan had expected. She only arrived at Mansion Number 1 at around 8:30 in the morning. Ling Yan had already heard the sound of the engine and was waiting in the courtyard with a bright smile on his face. The car stopped, and Shui Mining alighted from the red Ferrari. It was obvious that Shui Mining had gone home and changed into a new set of clothes. She was wearing a long-sleeved snow-white shirt and a pair of light blue skinny jeans. The hem of her shirt was tucked into the waistband of her jeans, accentuating her extraordinarily long and slender legs. Under the morning sun, Shui Mining's long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall as she strode towards Ling Yan. No matter how Shui Mining dressed, she was always able to portray a youthful, invincible, and pure look. Big Brother Ling Yan, seeing Ling Yun waiting for her in the courtyard with a radiant smile on his face and the dimple on his left cheek shining with an intoxicating luster, Shui Mining's handsome and beautiful face froze for a moment as she almost threw herself into Ling Yun's arms. There's still a chance. What a pity. Ling Yun could only sigh in his heart as he saw that his honey trap had almost succeeded but failed at the last moment. Wow, Ning Er, why are you so beautiful today? I almost couldn't recognize you, Ling Yun greeted her with a smile. His tongue was like a lotus flower as he sucked up to Shui Mining. Really? Hearing Ling Yun's compliment, Shui Mining's pair of beautiful eyes that resembled the goddess of Athena flashed with unconcealable joy. However, she quickly recovered and pouted her lips. Humph. Big brother Ling Yun, you lied to me. Ling Yun glared at her. Lied to you? Who would dare to lie to you? See if I don't beat him flat. Mining air is the prettiest. Come, take a look if you don't believe me. Ling Yun said as he gently grabbed Shui Mining's arm and dragged her to the side of the pool. He lowered his head and looked into the pool. Shui Mining tried to move her arm but she really couldn't bear to let go of Ling Yun's arm. She could only reluctantly follow Ling Yun. Ning Er, look. Her eyebrows are so long, so beautiful, her eyes so big, so charming, her nose so straight, her skin so tender and white. Aya, I've never seen such a beautiful Ning Er before. Ling Yun pointed at Shui Mining's reflection in the water and praised her seriously. He was even more serious than a scientific discussion. Which girl wouldn't like to be praised for her beauty? Shui Mining couldn't help but be overjoyed as her anger dissipated. However, she still kept a straight face and said, I'm not as pretty as you say. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi are both prettier than me. Humph, you are my boyfriend, mine. Ling Yun said in his heart, Ning Er, this is definitely a rumor. The two of them just know how to dress up. The thing I hate the most is women wearing heavy makeup. How can they be as fresh and attractive as my Ning Er? Ling Yun retorted. Ling Yun said seriously as he stared into Shui Mining's eyes. Shui Mining had definitely cried last night as her eyes were still slightly red and swollen. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Then why did you call Zhuang Meifeng? Humph. Why did you let her stay at your place? And that Xiao Mimi, she is also staying at your place. Shui Mining got angrier as she thought about it. Ling Yun cursed in his heart. Why was she crying the more he coaxed her? He quickly came up with an excuse that he had prepared beforehand as he pulled Shui Mining into the living room. Ning Er, that was just a temporary measure. You saw how bad Sun Xing was at the scene of the car accident last Saturday. Zhuang Meifeng was forced into a corner by the Sun family and her father. That was why she found me and hid at my place. Tell me, how could a kind-hearted person like me not take her in? She was just like you, using me as her shield and putting on a show with her. It was just a show. As for that Xiao Mimi, she was an assassin and was defeated by me. Tell me, a kind-hearted person like me would definitely not kill her. I could only let her stay there temporarily. Kind-hearted? Kind-hearted? Ling Yun was probably the only person who could be so calm and serious about himself. It was as if the dozen people who were killed last night were killed by someone else and had nothing to do with him at all. Humph. Xiao Mimi is a bad woman. I think she is the best at seducing men. Shui Mining got angry at the thought of Xiao Mimi. Ling Yun gave her a thumbs up and nodded his head vigorously. Ning Er is right. That's why whenever she tries to get close to me, I will hide far away from her. I won't even look at her. That's more like it. Even though Shui Mining knew that Ling Yun was just spouting nonsense to make her happy, her heart was still filled with sweetness. She glared at Ling Yun with her big eyes. Come, Ning Er, sit down. Ling Yun led Shui Mining to the living room and sat her down on the sofa. Big brother Yun, is this the new villa that you bought? Shui Mining asked Ling Yun as she swept her gaze across the empty living room. Big brother Yun, is this the new villa that you bought? Ling Yun could not wait to divert Shui Mining's attention. He immediately smiled and replied, Yes, Ning Er, what do you think of this villa? Shui Mining rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Who doesn't know that mansion number 1 in District 4 is the best and most expensive? Of course it's good. Ling Yun chuckled. However, before he could finish laughing, Shui Mining's next sentence almost made him jump. That's why I have to live here. Ling Yun was shocked. How can you do that? Shui Mining glared at Ling Yun. What's wrong with that? If Shuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi can live with you, why can't I? I'm your girlfriend. She looked at the stunned Ling Yun and continued in a domineering manner. Your villa is so big, it's so boring for you to live here alone. That place needs a fish tank and a sculpture of David. This sofa is not good, it's a gift from the developer. You have to change it to match this villa. Shui Mining no longer cared about the stunned Ling Yun. She had already started thinking about the layout of the villa. She was acting like the mistress of the house. Ling Yun was tongue-tied. He was just about to move in, but Ning Er had already taken up the space. From the looks of it, it seemed like only the two of them were allowed to live here. Ning Er, you're only in your second year of high school. You're not even 17 yet, your grandfather won't agree. Ling Yun reminded her kindly. Shui Mining pouted. I'll be 17 in 6 days, there's still 6 days left. Shui Mining emphasized that there were still 6 days left, obviously to remind Ling Yun. Yes, Ning Er's birthday is coming up, I have to prepare a big birthday present for Ning Er. Now, as long as he could make Shui Meifeng happy and stop her from mentioning Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yun would do whatever was appropriate. Big brother Ling Yun, I don't need you to prepare any birthday present for me. I'll be happy as long as you attend my birthday party. Shui Mining's eyes flashed with excitement as she thought about the fact that it was going to be her birthday soon. Oh yes, where's the rose I gave you last Sunday night? Why didn't I see it? Speaking of gifts, Shui Mining thought of something else and asked seriously. A large part of the reason why she cried last night was because she could not find the rose that Ling Yu had given to Ling Yun. However, she did not find the one that Ling Yu had given to Ling Yun. This made her feel a little better. That rose? I think I brought them all back to the villa at Qingshui Wharf. Ling Yun did not know why Shui Mining was so concerned about the bouquet of flowers that she picked randomly. In a moment of desperation, he could only lie. The rose that Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining gave him had already been thrown away by Zhuang Meifeng. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ling Yun tried hard to recall. Those roses should have been thrown away on the day that Tang Meng and Yao Rou went shopping for the rented house. Many things happened that day. That night, after sending Yao Rou back to her place, he returned to the riverside and discovered Xianxia following him. Then, he went straight to Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff to kill Xianxia and bring Xiao Mimi back home. That day, a lot of things had been added to the house, and it was very messy with people coming and going. Perhaps it was Zhuang Meifeng, or perhaps it was the person who installed the furniture. It was not surprising that those inconspicuous roses had been thrown away. When Ling Yun returned that night, the house was filled with new things. Ling Yun's mind was focused on the 50 million yuan that Xiao Mimi had given him. The next day, he was in a rush to transfer the money to buy a villa. How could he care about those few flowers? Yes, I did. I haven't seen them since. Ling Yun muttered to himself. Hearing Ling Yun mention the Qingshui Wharf villa, Shui Mining became even more unhappy. She pouted and said, Brother Yun, so many things have happened to you these past few days. Why didn't you tell me anything? I didn't know that you bought a villa. I didn't know that you were being hunted. Also, I didn't know that you were living with Zhuang Meifeng. I'm your girlfriend, but I didn't know anything. Shui Mining said anxiously. She even stood up from the sofa. Seeing that Shui Mining was about to cry again, Ling Yun sweated profusely. He quickly stood up and smiled at Shui Mining. Ning Er, aren't I fine now? I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry and affect your studies. Shui Mining stared at Ling Yun with her red eyes. Suddenly, she stood on the coffee table in the middle of the sofa and threw her soft body into Ling Yun's arms. She started crying loudly. This was going to cost Ling Yun his life. Ling Yun was not afraid of anything. What he hated the most in his life was a woman crying. Ning Er, what's wrong? Why are you crying when we were just chatting? It won't look good if your eyes are swollen. Ling Yun hugged Shui Mining even tighter and patted her back to comfort her. Sob sob. Brother Yun, Zhuang Meifeng can live with you, Xiao Mimi can live with you, and sister Xianxia. Humph, no. I won't call her sister. They are trying to snatch you away from me. Sob sob. You are my boyfriend. They know everything about you but I don't know anything. Xue Mining cried. Little demon girl was jealous. She was really jealous. Even though Xue Mining was to Yun, she didn't cry, Xue Yun's Ling Yun to say. This Ling Yun Lings. Yun's Ling Xue started crying. Ling's Yun Xing's Yun's Ling's Lan. Xue Yun Ling Mining who Mining Yun's Yun tears on. Yun said Yun's Ling, Xue Xing Xue's Yun's Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and wiped away the tears on Xue Mining's face. Who said that? I like Ning Er the most, he said gently. Then why didn't you coax me? Ling Yun asked. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled up. I was drowned just now and almost drowned. I couldn't even take care of myself. With that, he raised his hand and pointed to his shoulder. His shoulder was already wet from her tears. Pfft. Xue Mining couldn't help but laugh. Her face was blushing. Can I coax you now? Ling Yun chuckled. Sure. Little Ning, let me tell you. Ling Yun carried Xue Mining in his arms and sat on the sofa. He lowered his head and looked at Xue Mining affectionately. He looked down at Xue Mining affectionately and said, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi are living with me, but I don't live there. I practice every night and get chased by people. See, I didn't stay at home last night, right? I've been really busy recently. I have to deal with assassins, study, and open a clinic. It's all troublesome, so I don't want to affect you. Ling Yan's first sentence was half-truth, but the second sentence was the truth. He didn't lie to Xue Mining at all. Xue Mining was so embarrassed that she couldn't care less about anything else. Her heart was pounding, and her face was bright red. She didn't know what Ling Yun was talking about. It was a wonderful feeling. I'll give you flowers, as many as you want, I'll take you to eat something good. You can eat whatever you want, I'll go shopping with you and buy whatever you want, let's go? What's wrong? Ling Yun couldn't help but ask when he didn't get a response from Ning Er. Xue Mining's beautiful face was as red as the sunset. She closed her eyes tightly and lifted her delicate chin. Ling Yun didn't play dumb this time. Without hesitation, he planted his lips on Xue Mining's red lips and tasted her fragrance to his heart's content. Ah! Xue Mining felt her brain explode. Her body felt like it was struck by an electric current and the world was spinning around her. This time, it was different from the stiff kiss in front of thousands of people in school. This time, Xue Mining was asking for a kiss. Ling Yun was taking the initiative. And this position. Alright, Ling Yun didn't hesitate to use his big hands to explore gently. After Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and Chao Shanshan, Ling Yun's actions were quite professional. Xue Mining was quickly intoxicated. No, Xue Mining suddenly woke up from her intoxication and held Ling Yun's hand down. Huff, huff, big brother Yun, I. Xue Mining was panting as she looked at Ling Yun with fear in her eyes. Ling Yun didn't expect this little demon girl, who was usually bolder than anyone else, to be more shy and reserved than anyone else when it came to this kind of thing. He couldn't help but praise her in his heart. He slowly retracted his hand and said awkwardly, that, my hand was cold just now. I couldn't help but want to find a place to warm it up. Xue Mining was embarrassed. She bit her lower lip and said, Big brother Yun, it's daytime now. I'm scared. Ling Yun laughed and didn't mention it again. He nodded and said, so what are we going to do now? Kiss again? Xue Mining sat up straight and refused to get up from Ling Yun's thighs. She licked her lips lightly with her tongue and smacked her lips, as though she had not had enough. Okay, their lips touched again. However, this time, Ling Yun's hand was very obedient. He didn't bully Ning Er. Their lips parted again. Big brother Yun, can you not keep secrets from me in the future? Xue Mining's face was as red as the sunset as she said pitifully. Okay. Then when you move in, I'll live here, okay? I'm afraid your grandpa won't agree. Who said so? I already told Grandpa when I came out today. He agreed. Ah? Ling Yun was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, this old man, then it's settled. I want to stay here. Pick the biggest bedroom. Yay! Shui Mining was inexplicably excited. Big brother Yun, I'm hungry, then let's go eat. You have to accompany me for the whole day, okay? I want to go to your clinic, okay? I also want to see Auntie Qin. I miss her, this. Ling Yun muttered in his heart. He didn't know how to face Qin Qiuyue. Okay? Shui Mining hugged Ling Yun's arm and acted coquettishly. Ning Er, don't you want to learn the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot? How about I teach you the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot? Ling Yun started to put forward his ideas. He had finally made Shui Mining happy. Last night, Ling Yun had used his immortal spiritual energy to cleanse many people's meridians. He had already discovered that Shui Mining's constitution was extraordinary. Especially after her rebirth, she was definitely suitable for cultivation. In terms of constitution, besides Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu was ranked first. Next was Little White, the 9-tailed celestial fox, and Qin Qiuyue, who had reached Xiantian realm level 2. Below them were Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, Tai Xiaohu, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, and Zhuang Meifeng. As for the weakest constitution, it was Tang Meng and his son. Shui Mining's big eyes instantly lit up. She said happily, does that mean the probation period is over? Ling Yun thought to himself, what bullshit probation period? That was all made up by him. Now that he had already used immortal spiritual energy to cleanse Shui Mining's body, what was the point of keeping the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, which was the most useless to him? Ning Er, in order to use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, you need to have inner energy. You need to be at least Ho Tian realm level 4. Therefore, you need to learn martial arts first. Big brother Yun, I know. My grandpa told me about it. Shui Mining nodded her head hurriedly. Ling Yan's lips curled up. Could Miracle Dr. Shui's grandfather be a Xiantian realm expert? If that was the case, why didn't he teach Ning Er martial arts? Even Ling Yun, who was at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3, couldn't tell that Qin Qiuyue was a Xiantian realm expert. When Ling Yun first met Miracle Dr. Shui, he was only at physique tempering stage level 1. Of course, he couldn't tell the level of Miracle Dr. Shui's cultivation. While Ling Yun was pondering, Shui Mining shouted excitedly, Grandpa didn't want to teach me, so Big Brother Yun taught me. Hee, I know martial arts too. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. When Ling Yun and Shui Mining left mansion number 1, it was already past 9 in the morning. The weather was different from last night. The sun was shining brightly today. In the car, Ling Yun called the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and asked the staff to transfer 2 million yuan from his account to Tai Xiaohu's account and 5 million yuan to Tang Meng's account. Big brother Yun, how did you get so much money all of a sudden? Shui Mining was elated by Ling Yun's words. She was driving her Ferrari leisurely. Big brother Yun, how did you suddenly get so much money? You bought 2 big mansions and still have so much cash? Ling Yun chuckled and told Shui Mining how he got his money without hiding anything at all. Ling Yun showed off his power last night and killed so many people in front of Shui Mining. He did not erase Shui Mining's memory, so there was no need to hide anything. Ling Yun had to kill people last night. Moreover, he felt that with so many experts on Earth, there would be many enemies he would have to face in the future. It would be hard not to kill. If he kept hiding things from the people around him, then he would be living a useless life. That was not Ling Yun's style. He showed his true self and killed those who deserved to be killed. As for the women and friends around him, he would accept them if he could. If not, then so be it. Ling Yun did not force them. This was a reflection of his character and the heart Tao that he cultivated. He only relied on his heart to control himself and not others. However, other than the assassin Xiao Mimi and Tai Xiaohu, who dared to fight with his life on the line, the most suitable person for Ling Yun's character was Shui Mining. When the two of them were at the scene of the car accident, Shui Mining helped Ling Yun beat up Sun Xing. That was her true self. To put it bluntly, the two of them were really birds of a feather. As expected, Shui Mining slammed on the brakes after hearing Ling Yun's words. Her face was full of regret as she said to Ling Yun, **T. Ling Yun was puzzled. He turned around and asked Shui Mining, "What's wrong?" Shui Mining stomped her feet and said anxiously, "Big brother Ling Yun, why didn't you ask them for money before you killed them last night?" "Really?" Ling Yun laughed heartily as he gently stroked Shui Mining's long hair. Shaking his head, he said, "Ning it was a close shave last night. It was a close shave between life and death. Being able to turn the tables and kill them is already a blessing in disguise. How would I have the time to ask them for money? Also, I have a lot of important things to do last night, and every one of them is more important than money, understand?" Shui Mining was well aware of how stingy Ling Yun was. Hence, she looked at Ling Yun suspiciously and said in disbelief, "I can't believe it, money?" Compared to the cleansing of his own people, the 2 stalks of yin yang grass and the dragon saliva grass, the exploration of the crater, and the transformation of Ling Yu's immortal spiritual body, Ling Yun wouldn't trade those things for tens of billions of dollars. "I'll have plenty of money in the future, I won't feel bad about it." Ling Yun thought to himself, "I should be thankful that I didn't go to the bank last night. Why would I care about that little bit of money?" "Big brother Yun, why did you transfer so much money to Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng?" Shui Mining mumbled. Ling Yun smiled faintly. "They are my life and death brothers, I want to help Tai Xiaohu. As for Tang Meng, I gave him the money to renovate the mansion." Shui Mining's eyes widened. "Ah, big brother Yun, why didn't you say so earlier? Only spending 5 million to renovate such a big mansion? That's too little, I'll ask Grandpa for 20 million today. If it's not enough, I'll tell you more." Ling Yun was speechless. "That's not very nice, is it?" Ling Yun said embarrassedly after a long time. It was rare for him to be embarrassed. "Big brother Yun, you don't know, but Grandpa's complexion has been getting better and better ever since you gave him the acupuncture treatment. He's been talking about you every day, saying that you saved his life and that he feels bad for only giving you 2 sets of needles." Shui Mining giggled. Ling Yun chuckled. "Ning what do you think I should be given then?" Shui Mining's face turned red as she rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. "Give what?" "Whatever you want. Let's go, I can't be bothered to talk to you." The Ferrari started up again, and the 2 of them found a place to have breakfast. Very quickly, they finished their breakfast and went straight to the clinic. Ling Yun felt that both Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu should have woken up by now. He gave both of them a call and informed them that the money had been transferred to them. Then, he reminded Tang Meng again and was about to hang up when Shui Mining snatched the phone away from him. "Tang Meng, listen to me, I'll transfer another 20 million to you today. If it's not enough, you can tell me again. But if the renovation isn't good, I'll teach you a lesson." Without waiting for Tang Meng's reply, Shui Mining hung up the phone. Tang Meng's mouth twitched as he listened on the other end of the phone. Ning was really domineering, giving him 20 million straight away. "Alright, don't worry about the money, just do the best." Tang Meng was good at spending money anyway. The restaurant was not far from the clinic, so the 2 of them arrived in no time. Ling Yun and Shui Mining got out of the car and saw that the first floor of the clinic had been cleaned up. The windows were clean and spotless. It was a world of difference from when he first took over the clinic. There was no one on the first floor, but Ling Yun could hear the hustle and bustle of the second floor of the clinic. He could not help but smile when he heard Yao Rou's voice giving out instructions. "Big brother Yun, is this your clinic? It's so close to the villa?" Shui Mining asked as she held onto Ling Yun's arm and accompanied him into the clinic. Ling Yun nodded his head and brought her up to the second floor. As they climbed the stairs, he said, "Ro I'm here." "Who's Ro?" Shui Mining's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ling Yun. The clinic's general manager." Ling Yun casually arranged a seat for Yao Rou. Yao Rou was busy upstairs when she heard Ling Yun's voice. She rushed down the stairs in surprise and saw Shui Mining holding onto Ling Yun's arm as they walked up. She stopped in her tracks and her sexy body trembled slightly. However, she hid it carefully and bit her lower lip. "Ling Yun, you're here." Shui Mining looked at Yao Rou and could not help but be stunned. At the same time, she placed her right hand on Ling Yun's waist and gently pinched it. Alright. There's another one here. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't use the stellar condensation technique on Shui Mining. He ate Shui Mining's cucumber and smiled as he introduced, "Let me introduce you guys." After Ling Yun introduced the two of them, Yao Rou smiled gently and greeted Shui Mining politely, "Hello." Shui Mining might be unruly, but her upbringing was excellent. Seeing Yao Rou being so polite, she could only smile and say, "Hello. I'm Ling Yun's girlfriend." Shui Mining could clearly feel Yao Rou's body tremble slightly as she added this sentence. Yao Rou's beautiful face darkened instantly. "Let's fight then." Ling Yun could see clearly from the side. However, he could not be bothered with the trivial matters between these women. He looked at the busy workers and said in a clear voice, "All of you, work harder. If the work is done well, I'll pay you more." Everyone loved to hear this. The workers laughed happily when they heard this. The foreman stopped what he was doing and walked over to Ling Yun. "I heard that you're the boss here. You're so young and yet you're able to open such a big clinic. You're really young and promising." Hearing this, Yao Rou frowned in heartache. Ling Yun, however, did not seem to notice. He looked around and said to the foreman, "That's quite fast. It looks like it'll be done in 2 or 3 days, right?" The foreman was an honest man. Although he was covered in dust and wood dregs, there was a simple smile on his face. He chuckled and said, "It won't take 3 days. 2 days at most. We know that you're going to open a clinic here, so we've used the best green paint. There's no pollution. Take a sniff, there's no smell in the house." Shui Mining wrinkled her nose and took a deep sniff. She nodded lightly and said, "There's indeed no smell." Not bad, actually. With Ling Yun's 5 senses at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3, he could still detect a strong smell in the room. However, he believed that Yao Rou used the best paint, so he could only do this. After the renovation, it would be fine to let it dry for a few more days before the opening ceremony. "Have you had breakfast?" Ling Yun asked Yao Rou with concern. Yao Rou felt the deep concern in Ling Yun's words. She nodded her head gently and said, "I have." "Why are you here today?" Ling Yun replied casually, "I'm here to take a look. I'm here to check on the progress of the renovation." Ling Yun felt that he was about to be hit in the waist again, so he quickly changed his words. With Shui Mining's intelligence, she could tell that there was something going on between Ling Yun and Yao Rou. However, she could not do anything in front of so many people. Therefore, she could only urge Ling Yun, "Big brother Ling Yun, let's go. I want you to watch a movie with me." As she spoke, Shui Mining could not help but look at Yao Rou provocatively. Yao Rou turned her head away unnaturally. Seeing that the sea of vinegar was about to surge again, Ling Yun knew that it was not a good idea to stay here any longer. He nodded his head hurriedly and said, "All right, let's go." With that, he brought Shui Mining downstairs. After turning around, he secretly waved at Yao Rou. Even though Shui Mining did not recognize Yao Rou had seen her before. She knew that this slightly heroic long-legged beauty had a special relationship with Ling Yun. Therefore, she could only choose to endure it silently. In Yao Rou's eyes, she could only wait for Ling Yun to come. Because Ling Yun was accompanied by Shui Mining, Yao Rou only sent him to the corner of the stairs. Seeing Shui Mining hold Ling Yun's arm and get into the Ferrari, Yao Rou bit her lips until they turned white. "I know that this path is difficult, and I know that you are very outstanding. However, I will never let go." Back on the 2nd floor, Yao Rou stood quietly by the window and watched the Ferrari disappear into the traffic under the sun. Her heart was calm. "Are we really going to watch a movie?" Ling Yun asked little demon girl who was pouting angrily in the Ferrari as they drove towards Xianxia City's pedestrian street. "Let's buy clothes first, then watch a movie," Shui Mining said angrily as she stepped hard on the accelerator. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. What Ling Yun liked the most about Shui Mining was that she never hid her emotions. She would laugh and cry. She would never suppress her emotions. She would always show her true self. Of course, to be such a person, one had to be qualified. Shui Mining was indeed qualified, but Yao Rou was definitely not. However, what about Ling Yun? Without a doubt, Ling Yan knew how to hide himself. However, at the same time, he also showed his true self. The only thing Ling Yan wanted to hide was his biggest secret. Other than that, everything else was the truth. Ling Yan allowed Shui Mining to push the accelerator as he thought about exploring the crater as soon as possible. He had to reach physique tempering stage 4 as soon as possible. After his body was tempered by the dragon spiritual energy and immortal spiritual energy, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Even if Ling Yan tried his best to suppress it, he would not be able to do so. If there were no Yin spirits in the crater, or if there was not enough dark Yin Qi for him to break through to physique tempering stage 4, Ling Yan would rather settle for the earth Yin grass. Ling Yan knew that the Yin Yang grass appeared on Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak because of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. In the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell, Nangqi Peak represented Yang while Dragon Mountain represented Yin. Extreme Yang gave birth to Yin and Extreme Yin gave birth to Yang. That was why the two Yin Yang grass grew on the two peaks. The Yin Yang grass was split into two. The Yin Yang grass on Nangqi Peak was the Earth Yin grass, while the one on Dragon Mountain was the Heaven Yang grass. These two grasses were actually the two eyes of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. As for the Dragon Saliva grass, as the name suggested, it was formed from dragon saliva. In terms of grade, it was much higher than the Shikyu grass. The location of the Dragon Saliva grass was at the eastern end of the valley between Nangqi Peak and Dragon Mountain. It was opposite of Qingshui Lake. The dragon came out of Qingshui and was trapped by the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. That was why the Dragon Saliva grass appeared here. As long as there was a Dragon Saliva grass, there was no doubt that there would be precious dragon saliva in the crater. As long as Ling Yan entered the crater and found this place, it would be immeasurably helpful to his cultivation. F***ck, there are so many toads in the crater. It's so disgusting. Ling Yan muttered to himself. He had to concoct more fire talismans. Needles, nails, fire talismans, and healing talismans were all essential items in preparation. He couldn't draw the exorcism talisman at the moment, so he could only give up. Fortunately, Ling Yan hurriedly made a spatial ring. Even though the space inside the ring was extremely small, it was more than 1 square meter, enough for Ling Yan to carry a lot of things. It's not very safe to go down alone. Why don't we trick Dugumo? Ling Yan let out a sinister laugh. Dugumo, who was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 8, would at least be able to help Ling Yan solve many problems along the way. With the beautiful principle of not abandoning any helper, Ling Yan started to plan on using Dugumo. I hope you've broken through to Hotian Realm level 9 now. Ling Yan smiled leisurely. Since Dugumo's memory had been erased by Ling Yan, there was bound to be a battle between the two of them. However, Ling Yan had seen Dugumo's moves last night. He was able to withstand a Hotian Realm level 9 assassin without being at a disadvantage. Ling Yan really didn't want to fight him anymore. Ling Yan wouldn't do things that were looking for trouble. That was something only a lunatic would do. However, if Ling Yan were to reach physique tempering stage 4 and come out of the crater, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious if they were to fight again. Big brother Ling Yan, why are you so happy? Shui Mining had been struggling with the accelerator for a long time. She could only stop and stare at Ling Yan, who had a sinister smile on his face. Ling Yan looked at Shui Mining proudly and laughed wickedly. Accompanying little Ning to buy clothes and watch a movie, how can I not be happy? Humph, I think you want to buy clothes for that Yao Ro and watch a movie with her. Shui Mining couldn't hold back her anger. It was like a woman entering her husband's company only to find out that her husband's female secretary was not only alluring and sexy, but she was also flirting with her husband. No woman could stand it. Ling Yan knew that Shui Mining had already gotten over it. Right now, she was just throwing a normal tantrum. Therefore, he smiled calmly and said, "Little Ning, I'm opening a clinic. I need doctors and nurses who know their stuff to take care of everything. Why don't I not let her do it and you become the manager of the clinic?" Shui Mining was speechless. Ling Yan had Shui Mining's weak spot. He continued to say, "Isn't that right? You're busy with your studies and I'm busy with my college entrance exams. What do you think we should do about the clinic? It wasn't easy for your grandfather to help me get a medical qualification certificate. We need someone to take care of the clinic, right? Shui Mining bit her lips and said, but we don't lack money. Why do we have to open a clinic? Ling Yan shook his head and said, I lack money, very much. Shui Mining turned her head and looked at Ling Yan. Suddenly, she wanted to say, if you lack money, I can give it to you. However, before she could say it, she swallowed it back into her stomach. Shui Mining might be stubborn, but she knew what she should say and what she shouldn't. Ling Yan laughed and scolded in a carefree manner, but he only took the money that he felt he should take. In other words, even though Ling Yan was shameless, his shamelessness was reasonable. The green light turned green. Shui Mining stepped on the accelerator and smiled gently. Big brother Ling Yan, I understand now. What did she understand? Shui Mining understood. That clinic was Ling Yan's dream and his career. His medical skills were brilliant, and he wanted to save lives. No matter how high or low one's position was, one had to do something. Everyone had to have a dream and a career. Whether it was swindling people or killing people, it was easy to earn money, but how many people in the world were there for you to kill? Asking for women's money? Yes, based on Ling Yan's relationship with Shuang Meifeng, Shui Mining, and Chao Shanshan, he could have as much money as he wanted. However, there was a precondition. Ling Yan had to ask for it, and he had to think that it was reasonable. Therefore, Shuang Meifeng and Chao Shanshan did not dare to say that they would give Ling Yan money. If it was Shui Mining, she would not dare to say it either. Only a fool would dare to say it. Ever since Ling Yan's rise, everything he had done was to announce to the world that he was a man, a real man. If he wanted it, then he wanted it. If he didn't, then he didn't. He was showing off his perfect, pure, and strong self. Because of this, Tang Meng and Tai Xiao, who were loyal to him, and the women around him were dazzled by him. As for being handsome, to hell with it. If she wanted to find a handsome guy, there were so many handsome guys in the entertainment industry that it was easy to find them. Ling Yan smiled and stroked Shui Mining's hair again. It's good that you understand. Ning Air is growing up soon. The Ferrari arrived at the pedestrian street in no time. Shui Mining said that she was going to the mall to buy clothes, but she bought everything for Ling Yan. Ling Yan did not reject it and accepted it happily. After leaving the mall, Ling Yan stored 2 sets of new sportswear and 2 pairs of Nike sports shoes into the spatial ring when Shui Mining was not looking. Ling Yan had to admit that the spatial ring that Ling Yan made was quite useful. It brought him a lot of convenience. The only regret was that Ling Yan did not have enough time. If he had enough time, he would be able to stack 9 spatial formations on the ring, and the space inside the ring would be at least 9 meters wide. Where are we going to watch a movie? Ling Yan asked Shui Mining after getting in the car. There were 2 fun places on the pedestrian street of Qingshui City. One was Wanda Plaza, and the other was the Carnival. This was a paradise for shopping and entertainment. There were cinemas, video games, and everything that one could think of. However, Shui Mining did not want to watch a movie anymore. She smiled at Ling Yan, who had just changed into a new set of clothes. Big brother Yun, when I came out this morning, my grandpa said he wanted to see you. Can you come home with me? Before the holidays, Ling Yan had indeed promised Shui Mining that he would visit her house. Furthermore, he really wanted to see how Miracle Dr. Shui was doing. Thus, he nodded and smiled. Sure. The Ferrari started up and drove towards the first district of Qingxi Villa district. The sky was clear and blue. 200 meters in the air, under the dazzling sunlight, a golden silkworm the size of a finger flashed and disappeared. It chased after the Ferrari on the ground. It was Xiao Jin. Miao Xiao Miao was not sure if Ling Yan was the one who helped Miracle Dr. Shui suppress the goo worm. Thus, she still asked Xiao Jin to keep an eye on the 2 of them. Miao Xiao Miao really did not know who saved Ling Yan last night. According to her analysis, a mysterious expert must have appeared last night. Moreover, this expert was so powerful that she could not even imagine it. After she and Ling Yan joined forces to kill Lu Deming, she had no idea what happened after that. That was the biggest evidence. Miao Xiao Miao felt that she must have fallen into that expert's trap without anyone knowing. By the time she woke up, everything was already over. And that person was most likely Ling Yan's master. That was because Miao Xiao Miao knew that her grandmother, Miao Feng Huang, had already reached a very high realm in both martial arts and goo techniques. she could already be considered a Gu witch. In terms of strength, Miao Fenghuang's strength should be above Xiantian realm level 2. Even though Miao Fenghuang said that the person suppressing the Gu worm wasn't very strong and that Miao Xiaomiao could easily deal with him, based on the strength that Ling Yun displayed last night, it should be very difficult to suppress the Gu worm. Even though the distance was very far, that was Miao Fenghuang's Gu life, because Ling Yun's life was related to Miao Fenghuang and Shui Jingqi's lives. Miao Xiaomiao had no other choice but to let Xiao Jin follow Ling Yun. At around 11:30 a.m., the Ferrari arrived outside Miracle Dr. Shui's villa. Ling Yun had already been here twice. The first time, he entered the door. The second time, he only sent Shui Mining to the door. However, even though everything was the same this time, to Ling Yun, everything had changed. Grandpa Shui, I'm here to see you. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun is here? That's good, that's good. Hee hee. The burly miracle Dr. Shui Jingqi, came out of the villa with a smile. His face was glowing, and he was in high spirits. Shui Mining's arms were tightly wrapped around Ling Yan's arm, allowing Ling Yan's elbow to press against her breasts. She chatted happily with Ling Yun as they walked forward, not avoiding Miracle Dr. Shui at all. Miracle Dr. Shui's eyes were like lightning as he took in everything. However, he acted as if he didn't see anything as he strode over to Ling Yun. He sized him up and nodded in his heart. Miracle Dr. Shui chuckled at Ling Yun. Heroes really come from the young. Ling Yun, I heard from little Ning that you caused a ruckus at the Zhuang family last night. Did you hurt yourself? Ling Yun smiled but didn't reply. He looked at Miracle Dr. Shui carefully and said happily, You're flattering me, old master. I almost died last night. It's embarrassing to say it, so let's not mention it. I see that your voice is like a bell, but you're full of confidence this time. Your complexion is healthy and rosy, and you're in much better spirits than last time. Ling Yun observed carefully this time. Miracle Dr. Shui had silver white hair and a youthful complexion. His eyes were brimming with energy, and he looked hale and hearty. Miracle Dr. Shui was still holding 2 fitness balls in his right hand, spinning them at a strange rhythm. It seemed to have become a habit of his. However, Ling Yun still couldn't tell what level of cultivation Miracle Dr. Shui had reached. Either Miracle Dr. Shui is really an ordinary person, or he's at Mother's level. I can't tell at all. Ling Yun thought to himself, but he had a harmless smile on his face. However, Ling Yun analyzed that Miao Xiaomiao was at Hotian realm level 6 at the age of 16. She was most likely sent by Miao Fenghuang, which meant that Miao Fenghuang's realm was above the Xiantian realm. Miracle Dr. Shui didn't explain in detail, but it was impossible for him to leave Miao Fenghuang's territory 40 years ago just by scheming. Furthermore, Shui Mining had already revealed some information to Ling Yun in her excitement. Grandpa won't teach me martial arts, but Brother Yun will. I want to learn martial arts. This meant that Miracle Dr. Shui definitely knew martial arts, and Ling Yun could tell Miao Xiaomiao's strength from the first time they met. Now that he couldn't tell Miracle Dr. Shui's level, the answer was obvious. Without a doubt, the old man must be an innate expert. Ling Yan's analysis was absolutely correct. After Miracle Dr. Shui called Li Yifeng last night, he immediately left for the mansion in the western suburbs. When he arrived, even Miao Xiaomiao hadn't arrived yet. However, as soon as Miracle Dr. Shui arrived at the mansion in the western suburbs, he immediately sensed that there was another expert who was no weaker than him protecting Ling Yun. Hence, he only took a look at Little Gold from afar before returning to his own mansion. Other than Qin Qiuyue, who was hiding in the forest, no one else knew about this. Since Ling Yun didn't mention what happened last night, Miracle Dr. Shui naturally wouldn't mention it either. He chuckled and said, My body is much better now, but it's all thanks to you. Speaking of which, I've always wanted to find a time to visit your house to thank you, but I haven't been able to prepare a presentable gift, so. Alright, the two of you don't have to thank each other here. We're already a family, so there's no need to say such useless things. Really, Shui Mining pouted when she saw the two of them exchanging pleasantries in the courtyard. Oh? Yes, we're all family, let's cut the formalities. Let's go, Ling Yun, take a seat in the house. Miracle Dr. Shui glanced at his granddaughter with a smile, patted Ling Yan's shoulder lightly, and invited him into the house. Ling Yan entered the living room and walked unceremoniously towards the sofa, but Shui Mining gently pulled him in the other direction. Hee, big brother Yun, I see that you've lost a lot of weight these few days, so let's weigh you first. The two of them walked to the side, leaving Miracle Dr. Shui alone. Miracle Dr. Shui looked at his granddaughter and could only smile bitterly as he personally poured tea for Ling Yun. Ling Yun was probably the only one who could get the #1 miracle doctor of China, Xianxia, to personally pour tea for him. Shui Mining was usually very concerned about her body and weight, so she had a scale at home. She brought Ling Yun over and directly made him stand on it. Wow! Big brother Yun, you're already 90 kilograms? No wonder the clothes I bought for you today fit you so well. Shui Mining exclaimed as she looked at the number on the scale. Ling Yun frowned inwardly as Shui Mining made a big fuss. With a height of 1.8 meters and a weight of 180 kilograms, he had already lost 15 kilograms compared to his previous weight of 210 kilograms. He was losing an average of 2 kilograms a day. This would be an enviable result for an ordinary person, but it was still too slow for Ling Yun, who had the stellar condensation technique. It's getting slower and slower. Ling Yun shook his head and lightly lifted his leg off the scale as he complained. He had too many things to do these few days, and he could already use the spiritual energy in his body at any time. Therefore, he had not done any targeted physical training for the past few days. Looks like I still need more than a month. Ling Yun's weight loss target was 75 kilograms, and he had only completed half of it. As his body fat decreased, the effect of his weight loss would naturally decrease. Let me weigh myself too. Shui Mining saw Ling Yun get off the scale and immediately stood up. Ah! Shui Mining screamed, shocked Ling Yun and Miracle Dr. Shui. Ling Yun looked down and saw that the needle on the scale was pointing at the scale of 50 kilograms. Oh my god, why am I 25 kilograms heavier? Shui Mining screamed with a frown. Ling Yun laughed. Little Ning, you should be heavier. Look at your height, you're just a little shorter than me, but you're 40 kilograms lighter. Isn't that enough? Even though that was what he said, his gaze drifted towards Shui Mining's chest. He thought to himself, why am I 25 kilograms heavier? It must be because my chest has grown bigger. It's all your fault, you made me eat too much this morning, humph. Shui Mining placed all the blame on Ling Yun for her weight gain. Miracle Dr. Shui, who was sitting on the sofa a distance away, laughed as he listened. He waved his hand at Ling Yun and said, Little Ning, this girl is always so neurotic. She values weight more than anything else. Don't worry about her, come over and have some tea with me. Ling Yun nodded and walked towards the sofa. Miracle Dr. Shui then turned to Shui Mining and said, Little Ning, Ling Yun is here today. Why aren't you making a call to order some good food and have them send it over? Oh. Shui Mining made a call to order food, but her mind was still thinking about why she became fat. Grandpa Shui, there's something I want to talk to you about, Ling Yun whispered to Miracle Dr. Shui while Shui Mining was on the phone after he sat down. Oh? What's the matter? Miracle Dr. Shui asked Ling Yun cheerfully. Grandpa Shui, do you really want to force the goo out of your body? Ling Yun felt that there was no need to hide his strength in front of Miracle Dr. Shui. He used telepathy to ask Miracle Dr. Shui. Sigh. I really can't hide anything from you. To be honest, I've been thinking about this problem while enjoying the relaxation of my body. Miracle Dr. Shui sighed and frowned. He couldn't help but slap his thigh. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. Miracle Dr. Shui definitely couldn't bear to do that. As long as Ling Yun forced the goo insect out of Miracle Dr. Shui's body, Miao Feng Huang would be severely injured even if she didn't die. As the saying went, a day together as husband and wife meant a lifetime of love. It would be a wonder if Miracle Dr. Shui could be so heartless. Grandpa Shui, do you really not have any feelings for Miao? I mean, for her now? Ling Yun thought to himself. As long as you can't bear to let her go, there's still a way. Miracle Dr. Shui's face turned red with embarrassment. He replied, I'm almost 70 years old now. How can I have any feelings for such things? Little friend Ling Yun, you don't know that even if I can put down my pride, Miao Feng Huang. Miracle Dr. Shui knew better than anyone else how proud and devoted Miao Fenghuang was. The two of them had been fighting each other for nearly 40 years. How could this knot in their hearts be resolved so easily? Grandpa Shui, if you trust me, leave this matter to me. I'll be the peacemaker for you. Ling Yun chuckled. Grandpa Shui, if you trust me, leave this matter to me. I'll be the peacemaker for you. How about it? Miracle Dr. Shui sat there in silence. He didn't know if it was because Ling Yun was too direct or because he was worried about Miao Fenghuang. Ling Yun continued to add fuel to the fire. Grandpa Shui, actually, it's not appropriate for a junior like me to interfere in the affairs of the older generation. However, this era is different from 40 years ago. Moreover, she has waited for you for 40 years. You're alone now. I don't think this matter is a big deal. Miracle Dr. Shui's brows furrowed even more. Unconcealable guilt and regret flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be struggling in his heart. After a while, he asked, Ling Yun, do you really have a good idea? Ling Yun nodded solemnly. Grandpa Shui, this isn't a question of whether or not there is a solution. It's a problem that must be solved. Let me tell you, there's a girl in our class this week. Not only is she skilled in martial arts, but she also has the world's most poisonous golden silkworm goo. If I'm not wrong, she's probably here because of the heart-devouring goo. Oh? Your class? Miracle Dr. Shui didn't seem surprised when he heard Miao Xiaomiao's name, so he continued to ask. Ling Yun nodded. Grandpa Shui, which class isn't important? What's important is that the girl looks very much like Ning Er, especially her eyes and nose. Who do you think she's most likely to be? What? Miracle Dr. Shui's expression changed drastically as he stood up from his seat. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The supreme-grade golden silkworm, Little Gold, had been loitering around Miracle Dr. Shui's mansion for the past few days. Miracle Dr. Shui had naturally noticed it long ago. Since Miracle Dr. Shui was qualified to be the #1 miracle doctor in Huaxia, there was no need to elaborate on his mental abilities. Especially after seeing Xiao Jin at the Zhuang family the night before, he had already determined that Miao Fenghuang had sent someone over. Miracle Dr. Shui knew Miao Fenghuang's fiery personality very well. Therefore, when Ling Yun helped him suppress the heart-devouring goo insect, he knew that Miao Fenghuang would retaliate. Miracle Dr. Shui thought that Miao Fenghuang would come looking for him personally. Then, he would apologize in front of Miao Fenghuang and ask her to remove the goo insect from his body. After all, the two of them had been secretly competing for 40 years. Miao Fenghuang wasn't having it easy, but so was Miracle Dr. Shui. Now that Miracle Dr. Shui was in his old age and his wife had passed away, he really didn't have the mood or energy to continue wasting time with Miao Fenghuang. However, when Miracle Dr. Shui saw Little Gold, he knew that it wasn't Miao Fenghuang but someone else. This was because this supreme-grade golden silkworm could only be a person's goo insect, and Miao Fenghuang's goo insect was currently in Miracle Dr. Shui's body. Miao Fenghuang was the holy lady of Miaojiang. She was a rare goo poison prodigy that even Miracle Dr. Shui was on par with. Therefore, Miracle Dr. Shui wouldn't have paid any attention to anyone else. If Miao Xiaomiao really wanted to deal with Miracle Dr. Shui or Ling Yun, Miracle Dr. Shui would naturally do it himself. He didn't need to kill her, he just needed to restrain her and send her back. This was Miracle Dr. Shui's plan. However, when Miracle Dr. Shui heard Ling Yun say that Miao Xiaomiao looked very similar to Ning Er, his face changed. Miracle Dr. Shui stood up, his tall and sturdy body trembling uncontrollably. His eyebrows and beard, the corners of his eyes, the corners of his mouth, and the muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with unconcealable shock and regret. Could it be that Fenghuang, Grandpa, what are you two doing here? Why did you suddenly stand up and scare me? Shui Mining walked over to Miracle Dr. Shui after she finished her call to order food. She was dissatisfied with Miracle Dr. Shui's reaction. Ling Yun then realized that Miracle Dr. Shui had been using telepathy to talk to him. Gosh, it seems like the old man saw through me using voice amplification. But I didn't know that the old man used voice amplification. Miracle Dr. Shui realized that he had lost his composure. and his face was slightly embarrassed. However, he quickly regained his composure and sat back on the sofa as if nothing had happened. What delicious food did you order? Ling Yun was afraid that Grandpa Shui would not be able to handle the situation, so he opened his mouth to make a joke to attract Shui Mining's attention. There are so many dishes, they are all your favorites anyway. Shui Mining rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and very naturally sat down beside Ling Yun. Ling Yun was stunned and asked in surprise, "How do you know what I like to eat?" Shui Mining giggled and raised her delicate chin proudly. I won't tell you." Shui Mining went to Ling Yun's house on Sunday and chatted with Xianxia for a long time. Naturally, it was not surprising that she knew what Ling Yun liked to eat. "Big brother Yun, you were too busy treating Grandpa the last time you came. I didn't bring you around my house." "Let's go, I'll bring you around." Shui Mining could not sit still. She felt bored the moment she sat down, so she grabbed Ling Yun's arm and stood up. Ling Yun knew that it was time for Miracle Dr. Shui to calm down, so he left happily and began to tour her house with Shui Mining. "Big brother Yun, I'll bring you to my home theater first. The effect is even better than the cinema. You should also reserve a separate room in your villa for watching movies." Okay, you have the final say." Ling Yun followed Shui Mining around Miracle Dr. Shui's house. Of course, most of the time was spent on Shui Mining's bedroom. Shui Mining said that her room in Mansion No. 1 must be decorated according to this style. Finally, Shui Mining dragged Ling Yun to Miracle Dr. Shui's study room. Oh my god, so many medical books. Ling Yun looked at the dozens of square meters of study room. Every bookshelf was neatly filled with all kinds of Chinese and Western medical books. He could not help but gasp in amazement. This was not a study room, it was simply a small medical book gallery. See? These are the medical books and classics that my grandpa collected over the years. If you like them, you can take a look. Let me tell you, this study room is not a place that just anyone can enter. Shui Mining giggled as she looked at the surprised Ling Yun. As the saying goes, a man's study room is a woman's boudoir. How can just anyone enter? Big brother Ling Yun, don't look down on these medical books. Many of them are the only copies that exist. Even my grandpa spent a lot of effort to get his hands on them. Ling Yun nodded. He knew that Shui Mining was speaking the truth. Compendium of Materia Medica, Classic of Medicine, Huangdi's Canon of Internal Medicine, Spiritual Pivot, Plain Questions, Classic of Difficulties, Treatise on Acupuncture, Classic of Pulse. Ling Yun's eyes were like lightning. With a casual glance, he saw many of the classic Chinese medical books that were on the small bookshelf in his house. Of course, the medical books here were much better and more numerous than the ones on Ling Yun's bookshelf. In fact, some of the entire bookshelf was filled with the same book. The only difference was the packaging and style. I'll ask Grandpa later to borrow a few books to read. To be honest, Ling Yun had a lot on his plate these days. Other than cultivation, he was fighting, and he couldn't afford to miss school classes. Therefore, he hadn't read the medical books that he had gotten from his house. He didn't even pay attention to where Zhuang Meifeng had put them for him. Ling Yun knew that Chinese medicine was mysterious. Moreover, Ling Yun learned how to cultivate from a book called The Spiritual Pivot when he was in the cultivation world. Coupled with his heaven-defying physique, he slowly became a genius among geniuses in the cultivation world. However, after coming to this world, Ling Yun realized that the ancient Huaxia also had an ancient book called The Spiritual Pivot. Miracle Dr. Shui and Shui Mining also knew about the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. Could this be a coincidence? What was the connection between the two worlds? What was the answer? Why did he come to this planet after failing his tribulation? What kind of secret was hidden here? These were the biggest questions in Ling Yun's heart. He needed to slowly uncover the mysteries of this world through his own cultivation and the improvement of his realm. Big brother Yun, what are you thinking about? Shui Mining could not help but admire Ling Yun when she saw that he was deep in thought. She thought that he was shocked by the huge number of medical books, or that he was just too eager to learn to walk. She could not help but admire him in her heart. Sensitive and studious. This was indeed a character that anyone would admire. Ling Yun smiled faintly and gently stroked Shui Mining's black hair. He asked gently, "Ning Er, do you like to learn medicine?" Shui Mining's body trembled slightly at Ling Yan's gentle gesture. She replied softly, "Our family is in the field of Chinese medicine. We can save lives, of course, I like it." Ling Yan chuckled. "It's good that you like it. Then, I will teach you the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot to save lives." "Thank you, Big Brother Yun." "Oh, don't forget that you still have to teach me martial arts." Shui Mining hugged Ling Yan's arm. "Hee, that's a must. Otherwise, you won't be able to use the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot." Ling Yan smiled and said seriously, "Ning Er, do you know how difficult it is to learn the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot?" Shui Mining was stunned for a moment. "Big Brother Yun, you look so relaxed every time you perform the acupuncture. It's not that difficult, right?" Ling Yan shook his head. "Ning Er, you're wrong. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot is very difficult. It's 10,000 times more difficult than you think. I just practice makes perfect." Ling Yan is right. Miracle Dr. Shui appeared in the study room. He nodded his head and smiled. "The most difficult part of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot isn't the technique but how to find the pathology of different conditions. Then, you have to find the meridians and acupuncture points to be pierced. At the same time, you have to take into account the order of insertion and removal of the needles. There are thousands of diseases. Every disease has a different pathology. Therefore, the acupuncture points to be treated are also different. Moreover, the order of insertion and removal of the needles is different. Therefore, although there are only 9 needles, there are thousands of variations and difficulties. Ning Er, your Big Brother Yun is a medical genius. There are many things you have to learn from your Big Brother Yun in the future." Ling Yan shook his head in embarrassment and said, "Old master, you really think too highly of me. I can't afford to accept your compliment. The last time I came here, I didn't know old master's real identity. It's really embarrassing." Miracle Dr. Shui chuckled. "There's a saying that goes, the more capable one is the teacher. Ling Yun, since you know the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot and can use it so well, I can tell you that you're the best Chinese medicine doctor in China." Ling Yun didn't think much of Miracle Dr. Shui's heartfelt words. After all, even if he couldn't become the #1 miracle doctor in Huaxia with the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, with his talisman techniques, there wasn't much suspense. Moreover, once Ling Yun reached the Qi cultivation stage, he would be able to use the 5 elemental god needles and the 5 elemental vessel sealing finger. He would be able to use the 5 elemental god needles and the 5 elemental vessel sealing finger to perform medical skills based on the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements in the human body. "Big Brother Yun, is that true?" Shui Mining stared at Ling Yun with sparkling eyes after hearing Miracle Dr. Shui's words. "Old master seems to be saying that I'm a little too amazing. But I guess so," Ling Yan rubbed his nose and said proudly. Shui Mining giggled while Miracle Dr. Shui nodded his head. "All right, the dishes have been delivered. Ning Er, bring out the 2 bottles of good wine that Grandpa has kept for 30 years. Grandpa is happy today and wants to drink to his heart's content with Ling Yun. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun, take a seat. Make yourself at home. Don't stand on ceremony." Miracle Dr. Shui said to Ling Yun with a smile. The 3 of them came out of Miracle Dr. Shui's study and went to the dining table. Without waiting for him to say anything, Shui Mining immediately pulled Ling Yun to sit on the chair. She very naturally moved her chair towards Ling Yun's side before running to get the wine. "Ling Yun, what's the girl's name? How old is she?" While Shui Mining wasn't around, Miracle Dr. Shui quickly used his telepathic technique to ask about Miao Xiaomiao's situation. If Ling Yun's guess was correct, then the person sent by Miao Fenghuang was most likely Miracle Dr. Shui's granddaughter or maternal granddaughter. This wasn't love or hatred, it was family. Miracle Dr. Shui could no longer maintain his composure when he thought about this. "Her name is Miao Xiaomiao. She looks about the same age as Ning Er, but she's probably slightly older than Ning Er." Ling Yun replied. Miracle Dr. Shui's eyebrows were tightly knitted together as he muttered to himself, "There are 4 big families in Miaojiang that know Gu. They are the Miao, He, Ren, and families. Since their surnames are Miao and they look like Ning Er, was there even a need to say it? Basically, it couldn't be wrong. Miracle Dr. Xue knew that the Holy Maiden of Miaojiang, Miao Fenghuang, had reached the pinnacle of both medical skills and the art of gu poison. If Miao Fenghuang had made up her mind to get pregnant back then, the two of them would have only needed that one time to conceive a child. Ling Yun, I have a small request, I wonder if... Miracle Dr. Xue said as he stared at Ling Yun. Grandpa Xue, feel free to speak your mind. I can't afford to be so polite. Ling Yun smiled. Miracle Dr. Xue nodded and said, Ling Yun, since we have confirmed that Miao Xiaomiao was sent by Miao Fenghuang to deal with us, then she will either be looking for you or me. I know that regardless of whether it is your medical skills, martial arts, or quick-wittedness, you are a heaven-defying genius. If Miao Xiaomiao finds you to fight, this old man will have to ask you to do me a favor and show mercy. Ling Yun scratched his head in embarrassment. Old master, look at what you're saying. What kind of person do you think I am? Ling Yun asked. Grandpa Xue, don't worry. Once I confirm that Miao Xiaomiao is your descendant, I will definitely find a way to bring her to you. How about that? Miracle Dr. Xue's tensed expression finally relaxed as he nodded his head in satisfaction. That's a relief. Sigh. I owe you another huge favor. At this moment, Xue Mining walked back with 2 bottles of good wine. She looked at the two of them in surprise and asked, What's wrong with the two of you today? Why aren't you talking when I'm not around? Why are you just staring at the dishes on the table? Don't tell me you're hiding something from me? Ling Yan shook his head decisively. No, Ning Er, I was just thinking about how we'll be able to finish all the dishes you ordered. It's such a waste. No, Ning Er, I was just thinking about how we are going to finish all the dishes you ordered. It's such a waste. Xue Mining giggled. You've been trying so hard to lose weight, so I decided to give you a good meal to nourish your body. Plus, it's your first time eating at home, seeing how hard it was for you to lose weight, I decided to give you a good meal to nourish your body. Moreover, it's your first time eating at home. Ling Yan opened a bottle of wine and filled Miracle Dr. Xue's glass before filling his own. Ning Er, do you want to drink? Ling Yan asked Xue Mining as she raised the bottle of wine. Xue Mining glanced at Miracle Dr. Xue with her big, black eyes. It's Ling Yan's first time eating at home. Drink a little with him. Miracle Dr. Xue said. Hee, thank you, Grandpa. I'll pour the wine. Xue Mining's eyes flashed with excitement as she snatched the bottle from Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan was arrogant when he faced his enemies. However, when he faced people who deserved his respect, he knew when to advance. Or retreat. Ling Yan toasted Miracle Dr. Xue 3 times in a row, mainly thanking Miracle Dr. Xue for helping him apply for the physician's qualification certificate. Then, the 3 of them started drinking casually. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes. Grandpa, Big Brother Yun bought mansion number 1 in District 4 of Qingxi Villa District. I want to move to his place. Xue Mining's face turned red after 3 glasses of wine. Her face was even redder than the sky. She used the alcohol to muster up her courage to say this. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan looked at Xue Mining with a weird expression. He thought to himself, this little demon girl, did you not tell your grandpa about this? How dare you lie to me? I'll give you a spanking when we get back. Miracle Dr. Xue smiled at Ling Yun and said, Ning Er, I'm afraid it will be very inconvenient for Ling Yun if you move over to Ling Yun's place. Grandpa can't decide this. You have to get Ling Yun's approval first. Miracle Dr. Xue smiled faintly at Ling Yun. Miracle Dr. Xue easily kicked the ball to Ling Yun's court, causing Ling Yun to have a headache. Ling Yun was in a dilemma. If Xue Mining had asked for Miracle Dr. Xue's approval first, Ling Yun would have been able to agree easily. However, in front of Miracle Dr. Xue, he really couldn't agree to it directly. What this and that? Big Brother Yun, aren't you going to teach me martial arts? Aren't you going to teach me the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot? It's so convenient for us to live together. Xue Mining thought to herself. Ling Yun was still hesitating when such a delicate beauty like her came to him personally. She became anxious and her indomitable spirit came out again. Ling Yun thought to himself, it's convenient, but why don't you think about it? It's also very convenient for other things. However, Ling Yan felt Shui Mining's thumb and index finger pinching the soft flesh on his waist. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He hurriedly nodded and said, all right. Shui Mining smiled proudly and turned to Miracle Dr. Shui. Grandpa, Big Brother Yun has agreed. Miracle Dr. Shui felt as though a piece of his flesh had been torn off. However, he maintained his composure and said with a smile, since Ling Yun has agreed, then you can move over. I know mansion number 1, it's so big and there are so many rooms. Ahem, but Ning Er is still young. Ling Yun, you have to take care of her. Shui Mining's face turned even redder as she lowered her head and rolled her eyes at her grandpa. She said coquettishly, Grandpa, what are you talking about? How could Ling Yun not understand the meaning behind Miracle Dr. Shui's words? He nodded slightly and gave Miracle Dr. Shui a reassuring look. Then, he said seriously, Grandpa Shui, don't worry, there are other people staying at my place. Miracle Dr. Shui had long known that Ling Yun was not a reckless person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so assured to send his precious granddaughter to the tiger's den. Hearing this, Miracle Dr. Shui immediately nodded and smiled. However, what Ling Yan said next almost made Miracle Dr. Shui spit out the mouthful of tea in his mouth. Grandpa, Big Brother Yan's mansion is still empty, there's nothing in it. Why don't you give me 20 million yuan first and we can buy some furniture for him? 20 million yuan right off the bat? My precious granddaughter is really willing to part with her money. Does she really think that money falls from the sky? This was the time to take advantage of the situation. Of course, Ling Yan had to learn how to play dumb. He looked at the courtyard of the mansion and stared at a stalk of medicinal herb as though it was 1,000-year-old Chinese knotweed. Ahem. Alright, after dinner, I'll get your father to transfer 20 million yuan to you. Treat it. Treat it as a congratulatory gift for Ling Yan's new home. Miracle Dr. Shui thought to himself. This time, his granddaughter was completely under Ling Yan's control. She couldn't even run away. Hee, Grandpa Shui, this gift of yours is too much. How can I accept it? Ling Yan finally turned his head and smiled at Miracle Dr. Shui. This was a classic case of acting innocent after taking advantage of the situation. Ling Yan, Ning Er has put in a lot of effort for you. I hope you won't let her down. Miracle Dr. Shui didn't really care about a mere 20 million yuan. While Shui Mining wasn't paying attention, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan in a very serious manner. Ling Yan didn't reply and only nodded his head very seriously. The three of them continued drinking and chatting happily. After a while, Ling Yan suddenly thought of something. He asked Miracle Dr. Shui seriously, Grandpa Shui, I see that you've planted quite a number of rare medicinal herbs in your yard. I would like to ask for some seeds from you. Alternatively, you can tell me where I can buy some and plant them in my yard. Regardless of whether it was making talismans or refining pills in the future, Ling Yun would definitely need a large number of rare and precious medicinal herbs, especially the key ones. In order to concoct higher-level talismans, he would definitely need some special medicinal herbs. Ling Yun realized that even though there were quite a number of rare and precious medicinal herbs in Miracle Dr. Shui's yard, the spiritual energy contained within them was extremely low. It was so low that he couldn't absorb it. Thus, he had the idea of planting them himself. Mansion number 1 was currently a huge spiritual energy gathering formation. It could be said that it was absorbing the spiritual energy of Xianxia Lake Scenic Area and Xianxia City's antique market constantly. Ling Yan wanted to try growing some medicinal herbs with spiritual energy in his yard. This way, it would be much easier for him to make talismans in the future. Anyway, his garden-like mansion had a few acres of empty land. Ling Yan could open up a plot of land to plant all sorts of rare and precious herbs. Miracle Dr. Shui smiled knowingly and nodded his head. As expected of a medical genius. Every 3 sentences you speak are always about your profession. Ling Yun, you found the right person this time. I don't need the medicinal herbs in my yard anymore. Take a look and transplant those that can't be transplanted. I'll help you find some seeds for those that can't be transplanted. Ling Yun nodded his head profusely. Thank you so much, Grandpa Shui. The 3 of them drank and chatted. Unknowingly, the meal took close to 2 hours. At 2 in the afternoon, Ling Yan stood up and said his goodbyes. Big brother Yun, where are you going in the afternoon? I want to go too. Shui Mining didn't just drink 3 glasses. She was already a little tipsy. Little Ning, you've drunk quite a bit. You can't drive. Rest well at home in the afternoon. Call me when you're sober, okay? Miracle Dr. Shui and Ling Yin persuaded Shui Mining to stay at home. Then, the two of them walked out of the mansion and arrived at the entrance of the yard. Ling Yin, take down my phone number. No matter what danger you encounter in the future, you can call me directly. Miracle Dr. Shui smiled at Ling Yin, who was preparing to leave. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Miracle Dr. Shui immediately gave Ling Yin his phone number. Ling Yin's memory was impeccable, so he memorized it immediately. Ling Yin smiled and said, now I finally have a big backer. Wait, Grandpa Shui, could it be that last night, you also, Miracle Dr. Shui did not hide anything. He smiled and nodded. In just a short 7 to 8 days, you broke through the limits of an ordinary person's body and reached Ho Tian Realm Level 5. You are a genius in martial arts. Miracle Dr. Shui sighed before saying seriously, when I got there last night, I realized that there was already an expert who wasn't weaker than me hiding in the forest. Since she was there and didn't kill you, I knew that she was definitely there to protect you. You would definitely be fine, so I came back directly. Ling Yun knew that the person Miracle Dr. Shui was talking about was his mother, Qin Qiuyue. He smiled and nodded without saying much. You are a smart person, so I won't give you useless advice. Ning Er is infatuated with you because I spoiled her. You have to understand her in the future. After all, the person Miracle Dr. Shui was most worried about was his precious granddaughter, Shui Mining. Ling Yin smiled embarrassedly. Grandpa Shui, I understand. I will give in to her. However, why did you only teach Ning Er medical skills and not martial arts? This was indeed a huge question. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. Miracle Dr. Shui had been by Shui Mining's side since she was young, but he only taught her medical skills and not self-defense. Miracle Dr. Shui shook his head and smiled bitterly. After that incident with Miao Feng Huang, Ning Er's grandmother never allowed anyone in our family to learn martial arts. I think you should understand this. Ling Yin immediately understood what was going on. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I understand now. Ning Lingyu's physique was undoubtedly the best in both cultivation and martial arts. His mother, Qin Qiuyue, was a Xianxia realm expert, but she also did not impart any martial arts to Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu. Was his mother the same person from the Qin family that Xianxia mentioned? If that was true, what had happened 18 years ago that made his mother endure such humiliation and live at the bottom of the city like an ordinary person? In an instant, Ling Yun thought about his own past, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Although Ning Er didn't tell me how you managed to escape, I can see that you are a lucky man. Even if you encountered danger, you would be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Alright, I know you have a lot of things to do, so I won't keep you any longer. Call me if you need anything. Miracle Dr. Shui smiled and patted Ling Yun's shoulder. After leaving Miracle Dr. Shui's mansion, Ling Yun didn't hail a cab. Instead, he headed straight for mansion number 1. It seems like Ning Er didn't even tell her grandfather about how I killed my enemies with the Emperor Brush and the 9 Dragons' protection, Ling Yun pondered as he walked. It seemed like the few people whose memories he didn't erase had already discussed it last night. That would save him the trouble of reminding them one by one. There was Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng, Tai Xiaohu, and Tang Meng. Which one of them wasn't a dragon among men with meticulous thoughts? When they returned to Ling Yun's rented house last night, the first thing they agreed on was to keep everything that happened last night to only the few of them. This was because they knew that this concerned Ling Yun's life. It wasn't a joke. Actually, after Ling Yun had cleansed their tendons and marrow, he could have erased their memories like he did with other people. However, Ling Yun didn't do so. Other than Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining, these people had already died once with Ling Yun. Ling Yun chose to trust them unconditionally. As for Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining, they braved the rain to save him last night. Even though they didn't help much, they didn't retreat even when the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization came. Ling Yun naturally knew that. Of course, there was a deeper reason. Ling Yun wasn't afraid that this matter would be leaked. Niao Fengjiao was dead, Sun Xing was dead, and the experts that Niao Fengjiao brought were only 3 seriously injured and 2 helpers. They were all detained at the Public Security Bureau. Even though Ling Yun erased half a month's worth of memories and completely destroyed the corpses, the Sun family wasn't stupid. Ling Yun didn't need to think to know that the Sun family was in a mess now. They must have mobilized all their forces to come to Qingshui City to find these people. Niao Fengjiao and the others had disappeared, were seriously injured, and were forgotten. After a long period of fruitless investigation, the Sun family would definitely point all the spearheads at Ling Yun. One mustn't be afraid of doing things. If he dared to do something, he had to take responsibility for it. Ling Yun had never been a coward when others bullied him. Therefore, he had already thought of this outcome when he killed them. Even if he thought of it, he would still kill them. He would kill whoever dared to kill him first. This was Ling Yun's style. Moreover, Ling Yun knew that even if he took a step back and let Niao Fengjiao and Sun Xing go, the Assassins organization would still be after him. Without a doubt, Ling Yun and the Assassins organization were already at each other's throats. There was no third possibility. They are all missing anyway, and He Xingyan is a member of the Assassins organization. It seems that the Sun family doesn't know about this. Should we think of a way to let the Sun family and the Assassins organization fight each other first? That way, it would be much more fun, and I would be much more relaxed. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Ling Yun thought of Deepaw's communication device. I can use this communication device to disguise myself as a member of the Assassins organization. When the Sun family comes looking for me, I'll kill a few of them in secret and frame the Assassins organization, then you guys can fight. I'll cultivate slowly. When both sides are injured, I'll take care of you all at once. Ling Yan's plan to frame Jiangdong was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could it deplete the combat power of both sides, but it could also buy him precious time to cultivate. However, Ling Yan's plan had to be taken 1 step at a time. He needed a good opportunity. Otherwise, he could only choose to fight the Sun family and the Assassins organization alone. Something's not right. It's already past 2 in the afternoon. Why haven't I received a single call? Ling Yun suddenly slapped his forehead. *T. I turned off my phone in the morning. I haven't turned it back on even now. He hurriedly turned on his phone and was greeted by a deluge of messages and missed calls. Ling Yun looked at the messages one by one. There were 7 or 8 from Tang Meng, 2 from Tai Xiaohu, and a few from Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng, and Ning Lingyu. Big Brother Yun, the 5 million yuan has been transferred. Big Brother Yun, the paperwork for the Land Rover is done. I gave Dao Zi a nudge, and he's still very obedient. I don't think there's much of a problem on his side. Big Brother Yun, I've contacted the design company for the villa. It's the best in our city. It's the design company for the Zhuang family. Big Brother Yun, I've already discussed with the design company. We'll bring them to Qingshui Wharf first. After discussing with Auntie Qin and Lingyu, we can start work in the afternoon. Oh my god. Big Brother Yun, something big has happened. Come back quickly. Auntie Qin has become 10 years younger, and Lingyu has also become, oh my god. Big Brother Yun, why didn't you turn on your phone? Lingyu couldn't get through to you. She's worried sick. The 2 messages from Tai Xiaohu were extremely simple. One was to say that the 2 million yuan had been received, and the other was to say that the house and car had been bought. It cost a total of 1.8 million yuan. The house was a ready-made house, and they could move in immediately. The messages from Chao Shanshan and Zhuang Meifeng were all expressing their concern. They asked him to return their calls as soon as he turned on his phone. Ning Lingyu's message was the most interesting. Big brother, where are you? Why isn't your phone turned on? Come back quickly, Mummy seems to have become 10 years younger. It's not just seems, it's really 10 years younger. I think I'm also. Big brother, why didn't you turn on your phone? Tang Meng is here, big brother, call him immediately when you see this message. Ling Yan looked through the messages one by one and couldn't help but shake his head. He thought to himself, did I go overboard this time? His mother, Xianxia, was only 36 years old. However, because she had already reached the Xiantian realm, she originally looked less than 30 years old. Now that she had been cleansed with immortal spiritual energy, if what Ninglingyu said was true, then wouldn't his mother only look about 20 years old, similar to Zhuang Meifeng? As for his younger sister, Ninglingyu, Lingyan knew this very well. This was because when he was transforming Ninglingyu's immortal spiritual body, he had personally witnessed the transformation of Ninglingyu's appearance and temperament. Ninglingyu was born with the peerless temperament of an empty mountain. No matter where she was like a bright pearl in the dark night, or like an orchid in an empty valley. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had a dreamy temperament. Now that she had become a true immortal spirit body, there was no need to talk about her current beauty and temperament. When Lingyan first praised Ninglingyu, he once said that Ninglingyu was 10,000 times more beautiful than Xianxia. Even though it was a joke and was extremely exaggerated, it was now a prophecy. Now, not to mention Xianxia, even Miao Xiaomiao, Zhuang Meifeng, and Lin Menghan would feel inferior when compared to Ninglingyu. Lin Menghan was at most as beautiful as a fairy. However, Ninglingyu, who had become a mortal spiritual body, was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. That kind of dreamy temperament was not something that mortals could compare to. Of course, if Ling Yan were to refine the youth pill and beauty pill in the future, the beauties around him would undoubtedly become 10 times more beautiful and extraordinary. However, that was in the future. No matter how fast Ling Yan's cultivation was, he would have to wait until he reached the qi cultivation stage before he could start refining pills. Actually, after Ling Yan used immortal spiritual energy to cleanse their meridians, Shui Mining, Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and Miao Xiaomiao all had a certain degree of temperament change. However, the total amount of immortal spiritual energy that Ling Yan gave them could not even compare to the amount he gave to Qin Qiuyue, let alone Ninglingyu. Therefore, in terms of appearance and temperament, Ninglingyu was the first, followed by Qin Qiuyue. However, Qin Qiuyue had suddenly become 10 years younger. Oh no, Mom has suddenly become like that. She's probably going to find trouble with me, right? Ling Yan chuckled as he walked and started to return calls one by one. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan's first call was to Tang Meng. Tang Meng was in the middle of a discussion with manager Zhao of the interior design company. He picked up immediately when he saw Ling Yan's call. Big brother Yun, you finally switched on your phone. We've been trying to call you all morning, Ling Yan chuckled. I've seen all the messages you've sent me. Let's go according to what you said. Let me tell you, if there's nothing important in the future, don't tell me everything. You can make your own decisions. Tang Meng apologized to manager Zhao on the other end of the phone and walked to the side. He lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun, Big brother Yun, I'm fine here, but Auntie Qin seems to be. Ling Yun was shocked. He stopped in his tracks and asked, what happened to my mom? Tang Meng said carefully, Big brother Yun, don't worry. Auntie Qin is fine, but I feel like she's not very happy today. She looks like she's going to fly into a rage at any moment. Sigh, forget it, there's nothing I can do. You should go back and take a look yourself. But you have to be careful. If you step on a landmine, none of us can help you. Ling Yan was so shocked that he almost stumbled. It seemed like his mom was really angry this time. Big brother Yun? Big brother Yun. Alright, I got it. You go back to your work. Ling Yan hung up the phone. Go home now? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? I'm not going back. Ling Yan tilted his head and pondered for a long time. Then, he gave Tai Xiaohu a call. Where are you now? Big brother Yun, I'm at the clinic looking after the renovations. I saw that Sister Ro was too tired, so I asked her to go back to her place to rest. Ling Yan nodded with satisfaction and continued to ask with concern, where did you buy the house? Tai Xiaohu replied, Big brother Yun, the new house I bought is in the district near our clinic. It's a ready-made house. I've already moved all my stuff over. Tai Xiaohu was very thoughtful. He bought a house near the clinic for 2 reasons. Firstly, it could protect the clinic. Secondly, it was only 3 to 4 kilometers away from Ling Yan's mansion number 1. It would be very convenient for Ling Yun to look for him if anything happened. That's good. Come to mansion number 1 after you're done. We'll continue making talismans tonight. I understand, Big Brother Yun. He then gave a call to Zhuang Meifeng and Chao Shanshan to tell them that he was fine. After thinking for a while, he felt that he should give a call to Lingyu so that she wouldn't worry about him. In the end, Ning Lingyu picked up the phone after half a ring. Without waiting for her brother to speak, she asked, Big Brother, where are you now? Why is your phone always switched off? You left in a hurry last night. Is everything alright? To Ning Lingyu, nothing was more important than Ling Yun's safety. Ling Yun could feel Ning Lingyu's anxiety and concern. He smiled faintly and said, Lingyu, I'm fine. I'm at the clinic now. They're rushing the renovation work. I'm very busy, so I won't be able to return anytime soon. Ling Yun was afraid that Ning Lingyu would ask him to return immediately, so he quickly came up with an excuse. However, Ling Yun didn't expect Ning Lingyu to lower her voice and say, Big Brother, don't come back now. Mom is angry right now. She's hiding in her room alone and won't see anyone. If you come back now, you'll definitely run into trouble. Ling Yun didn't dote on his sister for nothing. Ning Lingyu was still the most caring. He hurriedly asked, Lingyu, do you know why Mom is angry? Ning Lingyu giggled. Big Brother, I don't know what happened to Mom. When she woke up today, she suddenly became 10 years younger. Moreover, that's not even mentioning it. She really became 10 years younger. Ling Yun also giggled. Mom should be very happy. Why would she be angry? Ning Lingyu's childishness was aroused. She giggled. Actually, I know that she must be very happy. However, when Tang Meng came with the people from the renovation company, Big Brother, you didn't see the look on Tang Meng's face. They were all stunned. Big Brother, did you know that Tang Meng was stunned for a full 2 minutes? He opened his mouth more than 10 times, but he still didn't know what to call Mom. Also, the female assistant who came with manager Zhao, who was not even 24 years old, held Mom's hand and called her sister. She said that the renovation of this villa would definitely be done by their company. They guaranteed that the two of us would be satisfied. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ning Lingyu couldn't help but giggle on the other end of the phone when she reached the most interesting part. Ling Yun was speechless. It had only been a night. Was there really such a drastic change in his mother? Ling Yun had injected a huge amount of immortal spiritual energy into Qin Qiuyue's body. Only a small portion of it was used to cleanse her body. The rest was sealed in Qin Qiuyue's energy center and meridians. She looked not even 25 years old. What if she used up all the immortal spiritual energy in her body as Qin Qiuyue cultivated? It was no wonder that Qin Qiuyue was embarrassed. If she was 35 or 36 years old and looked 27 or 28 years old, she would be extremely proud to be praised as a pair of sisters with her own daughter. However, if she looked only 21 or 22 years old, people would really think that she was sisters with her own daughter. That would be a huge joke. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. Mom, who was always calm, finally lost her composure. Take your time to get used to it. Cultivators are all like this was the truth. As the saying goes, there are no ugly women in the world of cultivation. There was no such thing as wrinkles appearing on one's skin as one grew older. Such a situation was closely related to a cultivator's realm. Big Brother, I don't know what's going on either. It's not just Mom, I have also become. Ning Lingyu wanted to tell Ling Yun that she had become a lot prettier. However, she felt that no one would praise themselves for being beautiful. Hence, she did not say the second half of her sentence. Ling Yun said on her behalf, Lingyu, don't say it. Let me guess. Are you even more beautiful now? Ning Lingyu blushed at her brother's words. She nodded her head discreetly and asked, Brother, did Tang Meng tell you about it? Ling Yun thought to himself, Big Brother saw it with his own eyes. However, he only chuckled and said to Ning Lingyu, Alright, Mommy has become younger and Lingyu has become prettier. These are all great things. I think Mommy will slowly get used to it. Your brother has become so handsome now. Didn't I get used to it quickly as well? Lingyu, you have to do more psychological work for Mom. You have to communicate with her more. Otherwise, Mom will get angry at me when I go back, Ming Lingyu giggled. Big brother, don't worry. I know. When Mom has accepted this reality, I will give you a call. Ling Yun and Ming Lingyu chatted on the phone. Unknowingly, they had already reached the entrance of mansion number 1. He chatted with Ning Lingyu for a while more before hanging up. Hee, I knew Mom was angry because of this. She probably wasn't angry. She was really embarrassed. Ling Yun thought to himself. The expression on his mother's face must be very interesting, Ling Yun muttered to himself as he opened the door of the mansion. He then slowly walked into mansion number 1. Even though there was only a fence separating the two, it was a completely different world inside and outside of the mansion. Because of the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy in the courtyard was full to the brim. Moreover, it was constantly absorbing all kinds of spiritual energy from all directions. The more spiritual energy it gathered, the more it gathered, tsk. Such a large amount of dense spiritual energy is enough for me to quickly cultivate to the chi cultivation stage. Ling Yun was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He looked up and directly chose a huge patch of grass. This was the southwest corner of the mansion. It was about an acre in size, and it was the most suitable place to plant spiritual medicine. I will get Tai Xiaohu to get someone to mow this lawn and start planting spiritual medicine. Ling Yun stood in the courtyard of the villa, his back straight as he looked around proudly. He felt that the courtyard of his villa was like a paradise in the cultivation world. Even though the spiritual energy was lacking and the area was too small, it was still the first cave abode he had opened after coming to this world. After a period of time, I still have to let Mom and Lingyu stay here. This place is full of spiritual energy, so much so that I can't use it all. They will cultivate much faster here. In just a short while, Ling Yun's body was full of spiritual energy from cultivating the stellar condensation technique. He walked towards the main house of the mansion with satisfaction. Today was the second day of the Qingming festival holiday. Ling Yun decided to explore the crater tomorrow night, so he needed to prepare a large number of talismans. However, at Ling Yun's current realm, he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. Even if he used the Emperor brush, he could only make fire talismans and healing talismans. Even though he could make water talismans and teleportation talismans, it was a waste of spiritual energy for Ling Yun, who had the dragonfish phantom ability. However, there was another type of talisman that Ling Yun had to make. That was the spirit gathering talisman. The spirit gathering talisman was used to gather spiritual energy. Anything could happen at the bottom of the crater. Ling Yun created a large number of spirit gathering talismans and injected spiritual energy into them to store them. That way, if any danger were to occur at the bottom of the crater, Ling Yun would have enough spiritual energy to fight or escape. The fire talisman was purely an offensive talisman, and the healing talisman was used for healing. Coupled with the spirit-gathering talisman that stored spiritual energy, Ling Yun would have enough protection in the crater. The talisman ink had to be made on the spot, so Ling Yun had to make a large number of talisman papers. Once Tai Xiaohu arrived at night, he would start drawing the talismans. This wok is a little too small. Without a cultivation furnace, Ling Yun could only use the kitchen utensils in the kitchen to make the talismans. It seemed very out of place, but Ling Yun had no choice but to make do with it. 3 hours passed. At 5:30 p.m., Ling Yun received a call from Tang Meng while he was drying the talisman papers. Big brother Yun, the fish has finally taken the bait. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun smiled and asked Tang Meng, what's going on? Tell me about it. Tang Meng chuckled. Big brother Yun, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa just called me and asked me to meet them tonight. They want to make a big bet with me. It seems like they're finally going to make a move. What did you say? Ling Yun laughed. Big brother Yun, since they dare to make a bet, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll just blackmail them and say I'll meet them tonight. Tang Meng replied excitedly. Ling Yun nodded his head and reminded Tang Meng, don't be careless at night. They haven't made a move for a few days. I think they must have received some news about me. This time, it's very likely that they came prepared. To be honest, Ling Yun didn't have much enmity towards Xie Zhenyan. After all, the two of them had never crossed paths before. However, Go Junfa was different. Not only did Ling Yun beat Go Junfa up in school, scammed him of his money, and humiliated him, but he also accidentally kicked Go Junfa's father, Go Lianqing, into a eunuch. Even though this wasn't a death grudge, it wasn't far from it. Ling Yun would never believe that Go Lianqing wouldn't be able to find out who the culprit was based on his influence in Xianxia city. If Go Junfa found out that Ling Yun was the one who injured his father, he should be looking for Ling Yun for revenge. Why would he have the time to make a bet with Tang Meng? Tang Meng, do the Xie family and Go family have anyone in Xianxia city's public security bureau? Ling Yun asked Tang Meng directly. Big brother Yun, do you still need to ask? These two families have a good relationship with the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong. Especially Go Lianqing, he and Luo Zhong call each other brothers in private. What's the relationship between that director Luo and your father? Ling Yun asked with a faint smile. One of them is in charge while the other is in charge. Of course, their relationship isn't good. Most importantly, Luo Zhong and Xie Zhenyun's father, Xie Zhenting, who is also the deputy mayor of Xianxia city, are in the same faction. My father is in the same faction as Uncle Li. The two factions are fighting openly and covertly, and there's a lot of internal strife. What kind of person was Tang Meng? With just a few words, he was able to tell Ling Yun about the power struggle in Xianxia city. Ling Yun's eyes flashed as he said faintly, "That's good. Then you shall bet with them tonight. Bet as much as you can. Now, we definitely can't hide our relationship from them. If they don't mention me, you have to learn to act dumb and not mention me. Just adapt to the situation." Ling Yun said and hung up. Although Ling Yun didn't know much about politics, there were so many sects and countries in the cultivation world. Especially in a large sect, Ling Yun had seen too many fights between the leaders of the sections. Damn, looks like they want to use me as a breakthrough point to stir up some waves in Xianxia city's officialdom, Ling Yun smiled disdainfully. He didn't care at all and continued making talismans. Capital City, Ling family, Old Master Ling's room. The number one person in the Ling family, Old Master Ling Lai, who was in his 70s, was currently pacing back and forth in his room with his hands behind his back. Beside Ling Lai's chair was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was of average height, had short hair, a square face, thick eyebrows, a straight nose, and a wide mouth. The temples on both sides of his forehead were bulging. He stood there quietly as he watched Old Master Ling pacing back and forth anxiously. However, he had no intention of saying anything. Old Master Ling paced back and forth by himself for a while. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. However, he didn't turn his head. Instead, he looked up slightly as if he was talking to himself. Cui Lao, has the Ling family really fallen to such a state? Using the power of an entire family to find a person is actually like finding a needle in a haystack? Before Cui Lao could reply, Ling Lai's eyes flashed with a hint of pain as he muttered to himself, or could it be that my ill-fated precious grandson is already, the corners of Ling Lai's eyes twitched, and his lips trembled. However, he couldn't bring himself to say that his grandson was already dead. Seeing this, Cui Lao hurriedly consoled Ling Lai. Family head, you're being too serious. I believe that third young master's son is blessed by the heavens. He's definitely still alive. You're just worrying too much right now. Ling Lai sighed deeply and suddenly waved his hand. Cui Lao, you don't have to console me. It's already been half a month, and there's still no news of him. The Ling surname isn't a common surname, but Hauer sent so many 18-year-olds named Ling Yun over, and none of them were Ling Yun. Cui Lao shook his head and smiled faintly. Family head, what if young master was picked up by someone and changed his name or surname from a young age? Wouldn't that be normal? Ling Lai suddenly turned around and sat down on a chair. Sighing once again, he said, "You're right. However, if that's the case, where can we find him in the vast sea of people? Even if Ling Hao is still young and incompetent, second brother and third brother should have some clues by now, right? Didn't they bring back no news as well?" Cui Lao smiled faintly. Family head, I think you're still too anxious. You should be very familiar with second young master and third young master's habits, right? Even if they find some clues, if they can't confirm it themselves, how would they bring it to you? Chui Lao's figure didn't move. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ling Lai and continued, family head, even if others don't put in the effort to find him, third young master will. That's his biological son. If I'm not wrong, I think there should be news within these few days. Speaking of third young master Ling Xiao, grandfather Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. He sighed deeply again. Sigh, it's been hard on third brother for the past 18 years. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 5. Chui Lao's eyes flashed with an indescribable sense of grief. He said hatefully, third young master is a genius. He reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3 before the age of 20. However, because of love, he was forced to cripple his martial arts, abandon his wife, and abandon his son. Grandfather Ling was also brought back to 18 years ago by Chui Lao's words. 2 drops of tears glistened in his eyes as he raised his hand to stop Chui Lao from continuing. Old Master Ling looked out cautiously and said with a complicated expression, Chui Lao, you don't have to say any more. This is all Xiao's fault. He only has himself to blame. Even the Long family can't protect him, let alone our Ling family. Chui Lao opened his mouth as if he wanted to say more. However, his eyes gradually turned from grief to humiliation. He sighed softly and swallowed all the words he wanted to say. Ling Lai's lips curled up as he smiled at Chui Lao. At this moment, the tears in his eyes had already disappeared. He said to Chui Lao gratefully, I know you like third brother the most and get along with him the best. You can't stand everything that happened to him, but even I can't do anything about it. Who else can help him? Now, I just want to find Xiao's son as soon as possible and bring him back. While I still have a few more years to live, I want my grandson to live a safe and happy life under my wings. This is the only thing I can do as a grandfather. A family of 3 can't all suffer. Anyway, Ling Yan's parents have taken all the blame for him. I can't let my grandson drift outside like a rootless duckweed. Cough cough. The more Ling Lai spoke, the more agitated he became. He actually coughed twice after finishing his sentence. Family head, don't worry. I believe you can definitely find your grandson. Chui Lao said excitedly. Family head, why don't you make a trip to the Long family yourself? I reckon that the Long family might be able to find him faster. Chui Lao came up with an idea. Ling Lai laughed bitterly and shook his head slowly. No, if we ask the Long family to help us find Yun Er, it will cause too much of a commotion. Even though that incident happened 18 years ago, you and I both know that there are too many people who want to kill my grandson. I'm afraid that before we can find Yun Er, he will already be killed. At this point, Ling Lai and Chui Lao looked out of the courtyard at the same time. They saw a servant rushing in from outside Grandpa Ling's courtyard. Old Mr. Ling, third young master Ling Xiao is outside. He says that he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Ling Lai heard this and said hurriedly, since third young master is coming in, why are you still reporting to him? Hurry up and let him in. The servant acknowledged and ran out hurriedly. In less than half a minute, a rare handsome man walked into the courtyard. It was Ling Lai's third son, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was only 39 years old this year. He was 183 meters tall and had a handsome and vigorous figure. He had a buzz cut, a white face, and a thin mustache. He had sharp eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. His lips were red, and his teeth were white. If Ling Xiao was 10 years younger, he would probably look 60% similar to the current Ling Yun. At the very least, their faces were very similar. However, Ling Xiao's hair had indeed been dyed with frost, and his sideburns were streaked with white, which didn't match his 39 years of age. Moreover, his eyebrows were always slightly knitted together, as though expressing the countless worries and frustrations in his heart. His handsome tiger-like eyes were no longer clear, and they looked lonely and desolate. Father. Ling Xiao entered the house slowly and greeted Ling Lai respectfully. Then, he smiled and nodded at Chui Lao. Chui Lao. Ling Lai raised his head and looked deeply into Ling Xiao's eyes. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, Xiao Er, what do you have to report? Have you found any news of my grandson? The desolation in Ling Xiao's eyes deepened. He shook his head and said, I asked Ling Hao the day before yesterday, and there's still no news of Ling Yun. Father, I'm here to report something else. Speak. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before saying, Father, a friend from the Long family told me that something big happened to the Sun family. The second wife of the Sun family, Niao Fenjiao, her son, Sun Xing, and the experts that Niao Fenjiao brought to Qingshui City in Jiangnan province disappeared overnight. Their whereabouts are still unknown. Ling Lai raised his eyebrows when he heard that. He stood up from his seat and asked, Is this true? Xiao do you know who did this? Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. I don't know. Right at this moment, the servant from before suddenly rushed in. Before entering the room, he shouted, Old Mr. Ling Hao wishes to see you. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Cui Lao looked at each other when they heard Ling Hao's request. Ling Lai slowly clenched his fists and sat down. Cui Lao's figure swayed slightly, and in a flash, he returned to where he had been standing. His expression returned to its previous expressionless state, and he didn't speak or move. Ling Zhao's handsome face twitched slightly as he pursed his lips tightly. Turning his body, he stood to the side of the door. Ling Lai nodded at the servant and said, Let him in. Ling Hao was the eldest son of the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Zhen. Ling Lai had the intention to train Ling Hao, so he handed the important task of finding Ling Yun to Ling Hao. Just as Ling Zhen had said, he had the intention to train Ling Hao. Over the past 10 days, Ling Hao had been bringing back 1 or 2 people who looked like Ling Yun to verify his identity. However, none of them were Ling Yun. This made Ling Lai, who had a fiery temper, lose his patience. Over the past 18 years, the Ling family had gradually declined and was now in complete decline. From being able to stand toe-to-toe with the Long family in the past, they were now the last of the 7 great families in the capital. They were about to be kicked out of the 7 great families in the capital. When the Ling family was at its peak, they had the head of the family, Ling Lai, who was at Xiantian Realm Level 4, 2 other experts at Xiantian Realm Level 3, Ling Xiao, who had reached the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm before the age of 20, Ling Zhen, and Cui Lao, who had just reached Hotian Realm Level 9. However, after the tragic battle 18 years ago, Ling Lai was severely injured by an expert from the demon sect. His realm had regressed to Xiantian Realm Level 1, and he hadn't made any progress since then. 2 experts at Xiantian Realm Level 3 died in battle, and Ling Zhen was severely injured. Cui Lao was severely injured. As for the person in question, Ling Xiao, he was forced to cripple his own martial arts under the coercion of experts from both the righteous and evil sections. It was a pity that Ling Zhao's entire cultivation base was crippled. Even though he had to recultivate for 18 years, he could only reach the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 5. Back then, the Ling family and the Long family controlled the most profitable industries in China, such as petroleum, electricity, telecommunications, finance, real estate, and non-ferrous metals. But in the past 18 years, the Ling family's talents had dwindled, and they were no longer able to obtain the support of the hidden sects and ancient martial arts families, regardless of whether it was in the government or in business. All the resources that the Ling family controlled were gradually eaten up by the other 6 big families. Now, they could only barely get a share of the pie from the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Water Resources, which were the 2 departments that required a lot of effort. Even these 2 departments were obtained by the Long family with great difficulty. If they lost the support of the Long family, the Ling family would completely lose their right to speak at the top of the pyramid in Beijing. Now, as long as the Ling family was mentioned by the other 6 great families, they would be treated as a laughing stock. All of this could be blamed on the culprit, Ling Lai's 3rd son, Ling Xiao. Because he fell in love with a woman he shouldn't have, and without anyone's consent, they got pregnant before marriage. This caused the Ling family and half of Huaxia to be in huge trouble. After that incident, it could be said that everything was a mess, and the ending could only be described as tragic. The woman who was in love with Ling Xiao was captured, and Ling Xiao crippled his own martial arts in front of everyone. Then, he announced that he would marry someone else in front of the woman he loved, and that he would never see his love again. All of this was to protect his love and the child that was about to be born in her womb. Ling Xiao was young and full of mettle, but because of a shocking matter, he was forced to abandon his wife and cripple his own martial arts. He couldn't even die. After the woman who was about to give birth was taken away, Ling Xiao had no choice but to fulfill his promise. Without waiting for his injuries to recover, he hurriedly married a woman he had never met before. 2 years later, they gave birth to a daughter named Ling Shui. Only then did the representatives from the various sects who were in charge of monitoring Ling Xiao's performance leave the Ling family. The Long family, who used the power of their entire family to protect the Ling family, finally had an explanation to the experts of the righteous sections. Things finally calmed down, and the humiliated Ling Xiao could only endure the humiliation and struggle at death's door. He didn't even know if his beloved and his son were alive or dead. Under the ridicule and criticism of everyone, he spent a nightmarish 18 years of torture. After 18 years, Ling Xiao gradually became numb. He originally thought that this was the end of his life, but just half a month ago, he received a letter written in blood. I protected our child. It's a boy, and according to what you said, I named him Ling Yun. You must find him. I would rather betray the heavens than betray you. Even though 18 years had passed, and even though there was no signature, the beautiful handwriting that seemed to be dripping blood and the resoluteness and arrogance in between the lines caused Ling Xiao, who had already carved his love into his bones and imprinted everything about that woman into the deepest part of his soul, to burst into tears. Ling Xiao locked himself in the secret training room and didn't eat or drink for 3 whole days. After pondering for a while, he finally made an incomparably difficult decision. No matter what, he had to find his son. He would rather betray the heavens than betray you. The talented Ling Xiao knew better than anyone else that the moment he made this decision, he would be walking on a path of no return. He would definitely cause a huge wave among the various big families, ancient families, secluded sects, and even more powerful forces in China. However, this time, Ling Xiao couldn't care less about anything else. 18 years of pain, that feeling of humiliation, that feeling of longing for the love of his life, as well as the urgent desire to see his own flesh and blood, made him choose to disregard everything else. Since they claimed to be a righteous sect and claimed to be the best in the world, if he couldn't see the love of his life, could he even let his own flesh and blood see him? With such a mentality, Ling Xiao finally chose to take a huge gamble. The stake was his life, and even the fate of his entire family. After Ling Xiao came out of the cultivation room, he immediately went to see his father, Ling Lai, and told him the news that Ling Yun might still be alive. He trembled with fear as he told his father the news. What Ling Xiao didn't expect was that when Ling Lai heard this, he flew into a rage. He was so angry that he almost kicked Ling Xiao out of his room. Find him. Even if we have to use the strength of the entire Ling family, we must find my grandson. Over the past 18 years, has my Ling family not suffered enough humiliation? This time, for my grandson, this old man will go crazy with you. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. What's wrong with the child? This old man already has 1 foot in the coffin. Now that 18 years have passed, if anyone dares to find trouble with my poor grandson, I'm willing to pay with my life. These were the words of Grandpa Ling Lai half a month ago. In just 10 minutes, Ling Lai had gathered all the core members of the Ling family. This included Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, Ling Yu, Ling Xiao, Cui Lao, and Ling Hao. In front of everyone, Ling Lai handed over the task of finding Ling Yun to Ling Hao. From Ling Lai's point of view, even though the Ling family was in decline compared to the other 6 big families in Beijing, it shouldn't be too difficult for Ling Hao to find someone in Huaxia with the power of the Ling family. Of course, Ling Lai couldn't just hand over the task to Ling Hao alone. He also secretly arranged for Ling Yu and Ling Xiao to use all their resources to find Ling Yun. Perhaps the heavens were taking pity on the Ling family. The Ling family's luck was pretty good, and Ling Yun's luck was even better. After Ling Yun was secretly abandoned, he was picked up by Qin Qiuyue. When Qin Qiuyue picked up Ling Yun, she didn't change Ling Yun's name like the rest of the world. Instead, she prepared a case for Ling Yun with the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui City. Not only did she prepare a case, but she also made sure that Ling Yun's identity was as detailed as possible. This made it much easier for Ling Hao to find Ling Yun. Within 3 days, he confirmed Ling Yun's identity. Then, Ling Hao used all sorts of methods to deceive Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and the rest. At the same time, he started a crazy hunt for Ling Yun. It could be said that Ling Hao and Chen Sen from the Chen family had achieved a complete victory in their first attempt to assassinate Ling Yun. They had indeed killed Ling Yun. However, Ling Hao and Chen Sen would never have guessed that the moment Ling Yun died, Ling Yun, who had failed his tribulation in the cultivation world, had taken over his body. Miraculously, Ling Yun appeared before everyone's eyes and began his journey of defying the heavens. Other than the time when Ling Hao and Chen Sen conspired, Ling Hao didn't know how the Assassins organization failed to assassinate Ling Yun. He only knew from the feedback from the Assassins organization that Ling Yun was extremely difficult to kill. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. The more Ling Yun couldn't die, the more afraid Ling Hao became. In the end, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Gradually, he began to walk down a dark path. He completely drilled into a dead end and used everything he had to gather in advance of $100 million to buy Ling Yun's life. Ling Hao thought that he would definitely be able to kill Ling Yun this time. At this time, Ling Zhen called Ling Hao into his patriarch's secret chamber and reprimanded him. Originally, Ling Zhen told Ling Hao that if Ling Yun didn't die last night, he would give Ling Hao another day to report to Ling Lai that Ling Yun's whereabouts had been found the next morning. However, when Ling Hao received the news that Ling Yun wasn't dead, he finally knew that there was nothing he could do. He decisively decided to give up on killing Ling Yun. He spent the better part of the day cleaning his butt before informing his father, Ling Zhen, and reporting to Ling Lai in advance. "Grandpa." Ling Hao greeted Ling Lai respectfully as he walked into Ling Lai's room. Then, he greeted Cui Lao with a smile. Finally, he said to Ling Xiao warmly, "So third uncle is here too. That's great, it saves me the trouble of looking for you." Ling Lai coughed lightly and asked Ling Hao in a low voice, "However, what brings you here today? How's the progress of finding your brother?" Ling Hao pretended to be excited. "Grandpa, great news. Third uncle, great news. After days of hard work, I've finally found brother Ling Yun's whereabouts." "Really?" Hearing this, Ling Lai's eyes flashed with an expression of extreme joy. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice trembling slightly, the corners of Cui Lao's mouth twitched violently, and Ling Zhao's face flushed with excitement. He appeared in front of Ling Hao in a flash, grabbed his shoulders, and asked in a trembling voice, "How this time, is what you said true? You're not allowed to lie to your third uncle. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Hao noticed the change in the expressions of the three people in the room. Even though he hated them in his heart, his handsome face still showed the same excited expression. He nodded his head vigorously and said, "Grandpa, third uncle, this time it's absolutely true, there's no doubt about it. However, where's your brother Yun? Did you bring him here?" Ling Zhao's face would turn a strange shade of red whenever he was agitated. He asked with a trembling voice, "However, where is brother Yun? Did you bring him here?" A look of shame appeared in Ling Hao's eyes. He lowered his head slightly and said the answer that he had already prepared in his heart. "Grandpa, third uncle, don't worry. I only found out about little brother Ling Yun's whereabouts this afternoon. I was afraid to disappoint Grandpa and third uncle again, so I followed the information provided by third uncle and compared it with the others. I only dared to report it after confirming it." Ling Lai had been observing Ling Hao's expression. After calming himself down, he sat down slowly and coughed lightly. "However, tell Grandpa, where is your brother now? How is he doing?" Ling Hao nodded and replied obediently. "Grandpa, brother Ling Yun is now in Xianxia city of Jiangnam province. He's a student in grade 12 class 6 of Xianxia city's first high school, Xianxia city of Jiangnam province." Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Cui Lao couldn't help but look at each other again when they heard Xianxia city of Jiangnam province. The older, the wiser. Ling Lai shifted his gaze away slightly and stared at Ling Hao again. "However, you haven't brought the person back for a DNA test yet. How are you so sure that it's your brother Ling Yun?" Ling Hao was prepared for these questions before he came. "Grandpa, it's different. This time. You'll understand once you take a look at brother Ling Yun's photo." Ling Hao took out his phone and showed Ling Yun's photo to Ling Lai respectfully. Ling Lai took Ling Hao's phone with trembling hands and looked at the photo of Ling Yun. Then, he raised his head slightly to look at his third son, Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he was stunned, and tears streamed down his face. Ling Xiao was naturally the most excited person at this moment. He had forgotten that the person holding the phone was his father. In a flash, he appeared beside Ling Lai and snatched the phone from his hand. One look. Just one glance was enough. Ling Yan's broad forehead, sharp eyebrows, straight nose bridge, and sharp lips were practically carved out of the same mold as Ling Xiao when he was young. Blood was thicker than water. These words were not made up. Ling Xiao only needed one look to know that the handsome youth in the photo was undoubtedly his biological son. As for that pair of eyes that naturally displayed a kind of arrogance and disdain, even though it didn't resemble Ling Zhao's, it was extremely similar to Ling Zhao's true love, Ling Yan's birth mother. The heavens do have eyes. Ling Lai, who was over 70 years old, stood up straight and let out a long cry. He didn't even bother to wipe the hot tears from his eyes. Cui Lao, who had been standing beside Ling Lai, naturally saw Ling Yan's expression. He was also moved to tears, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Family head, we don't even need a DNA test. He's practically 20 years younger than third young master. Cui Lao exclaimed. Ling Zhao's hands trembled as he held Ling Hao's phone. He stared at Ling Yan's eyes on the screen. His Adam's apple trembled uncontrollably as he choked on his words. Ling Xiao raised his hand and wiped the hot tears from his eyes with the back of his hand. He pointed at Ling Yan's photo and asked, what's your brother's name now? Ling Hao smiled and said, third uncle, my brother's name is Ling Yun. That has always been his name in the household register. Just Ling Yun? Good, good, good. Ling Xiao nodded his head in excitement. It seemed like there was nothing else he could say. Ling Lai finally wiped the tears from his face. He turned to Ling Hao and asked, you said that Ling Yun is a student at Qingshui High in Qingshui City of Jiangnam Province? Grandpa, yes. Ling Hao nodded. Ling Lai nodded his head and continued asking, then did you find out about your brother's family situation? Who adopted him? Grandpa, the reason I can confirm that this is my brother is because I've used various methods to investigate. Ling Hao answered immediately. First of all, we've already seen my brother's appearance. Secondly, my brother was indeed adopted by someone. This is all recorded by the local police. Lastly, the person who adopted my brother is a woman called Xianxia Yue. She's an ordinary doctor who runs a local clinic. She also has a biological daughter called Ning Lingyu. Ling Lai suddenly waved his hand to stop Ling Hao from continuing. He turned to look at Cui Lao, and both of them were shocked and suspicious. Ling Lai shook his head and asked Ling Hao, then, who is Ling Yan's adoptive father? Have you found out? Ling Hao was puzzled. Why would Grandpa be concerned about Ling Yan's adoptive father when he had already found out about Ling Yan's whereabouts? However, he smiled and shook his head. Grandpa, according to the information I have, this woman has never been married. As for the rest, I haven't found out. Ling Lai frowned and slowly sat back in his chair. He kept repeating in his heart, Qin. Ning. That's impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ling Lai suddenly raised his head and asked Ling Hao in a low voice, how many people know that you have found Ling Yun? Ling Hao smiled and replied confidently, Grandpa, didn't you tell me that this matter can only be carried out in secret? This matter can only be carried out in secret and cannot be leaked. Therefore, as soon as I confirmed my younger brother's identity, I immediately came to report to you. Even my father has not been informed of this matter. Ling Lai's eyes were filled with admiration. He praised Ling Hao 3 times and said, good boy, you've done a great job. You've done a great service to the Ling family. Ling Hao was secretly happy to receive Ling Lai's praise, but he didn't show it on his face. He shook his head slightly and said, Grandpa, it's my duty as the eldest grandson of the Ling family to look for my brother. I don't dare to take credit for it. Okay. Ling Lai nodded and smiled. Remember, before you bring your brother back to the family, this is a top secret of the Ling family. Do you understand, Hao? Ling Hao agreed and retreated to the side obediently. He did not say anything else. Next, Ling Lai began to make a series of arrangements. He pondered for a while, then said to the 3 people in the room, who do you think is the most suitable person to let Yun return to the clan? Ling Xiao was extremely anxious to fly to Qingshui City to fetch his son back to his family. Hence, he said without hesitation, Father, please let me go, Ling Lai shook his head slowly and said resolutely, "Third brother, I understand how you feel, but you must not go for this. There are too many people watching you. I think you know this better than me." Ling Xiao stepped forward and said anxiously, but Ling Lai waved his hand to stop Ling Xiao from continuing. Then, he said in a low voice, "As for the matter of bringing Yun heir back, not only you, but no one in the Ling family can do it." In my opinion, Ling Lai turned back to look at Cui Lao. Cui Lao and Ling Lai had been together for a long time. He smiled and nodded his head, saying to Ling Xiao, "Third young master, the patriarch is right. No one in the Ling family is suitable. How about I make this trip for you?" Cui Lao, this. Since we found Yun, it's just a small matter to bring him back and let him acknowledge his ancestors. How could we trouble you to make this trip personally? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he furrowed his brows. Indeed, Ling Yin had been living in Xianxia city of Jiangnan province for 18 years. Until now, he was safe and sound. Now that he had been found by the Ling family, all he needed to do was to acknowledge his ancestors. To the Ling family, this was really not a big deal. Cui Lao chuckled. How can it be a small matter for Ling Yin to return to the family? When I look at him, it's as if I see you in the past. I really like this child. Let me do this for you. Ling Xiao was grateful, but he could only look at Ling Lai helplessly. Ling Lai was overjoyed that he had found his precious grandson. It was his intention to let Cui Lao take action. Hence, he nodded and smiled. Third brother, I think this matter is settled. Logically speaking, I should be the one to bring my grandson back personally. However, the moment I make a move, the spies of those families will immediately find out. Hence, I'll have to trouble Cui Lao to make a trip for the Ling family. This way, we can all feel at ease. Yes, father. Father. Thinking that he would soon be able to see his own flesh and blood, Ling Xiao's heart trembled with excitement. Cui Lao smiled as he asked the beaming Ling Lai, "Family head, if you don't have any other instructions, shall I make a move now?" Ling Lai laughed and shook his head. Look at you. You're already so old, but you're even more anxious than me. You've waited for 18 years, a little longer won't make a difference. I'll ask Hao to call his father over, and we'll make a detailed plan. It won't be too late for you to make a move after that. With that, Ling Lai turned to Ling Hao. Hao, hurry up and invite your father over for a secret family meeting. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. It was 8 o'clock at night, and the lights were on everywhere. Jiangnan Province, Qingshui City, Qingxi Villa District, Mansion Number 1. Tai Xiaohu, we have to get more dog blood this time. There are still a few healing talismans left. Use them after you're done collecting the dog blood. After dinner, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu were making talisman ink in the villa. Ling Yun was going to make talismans like crazy that night. Ling Yun had been making talisman paper from the afternoon until now. At this moment, the talisman paper on the sofa in the living room was piled up like a mountain. If someone who didn't know better came in, they would think that they had come to a Taoist priest's place. Tai Xiaohu was busy collecting the dog blood while Ling Yun continued to brew the medicinal herbs. After half an hour, the talisman ink was ready. Ling Yun took out the emperor brush from his spatial ring and prepared to start drawing talismans. Tai Xiaohu, you're not needed here for now. Go practice outside the courtyard. You should be able to break through to the third minor realm of the stellar condensation technique tonight. Tai Xiaohu responded and ran to the courtyard happily. Ling Yun held his breath and took out a piece of talisman paper. He dipped the emperor brush in the ink and started drawing talismans. The entire villa was filled with spiritual energy. Ling Yun didn't care about the consumption of spiritual energy. The first thing he drew was the fire talisman. Tai Xiaohu was obsessed with martial arts and was desperate to improve his cultivation. Once he arrived at the courtyard of the villa, he forgot everything else. He first practiced the Shaolin Dragon Claw hand on the empty ground for an hour. Then, he went to the Shikyu herb and sat down cross-legged to cultivate his stellar condensation technique. In an hour, Ling Yun drew thousands of fire talismans. Whenever the spiritual energy in his body was depleted, he would absorb it back to its full state. Then, he would sit down and start drawing again. In this cycle, he had actually depleted his spiritual energy 3 times in an hour. It wasn't that Ling Yan couldn't absorb spiritual energy at the same time. The reason why he had to deplete his spiritual energy before absorbing it was because it was a way to speed up his cultivation. It was just like how he first used extreme exercise to deplete the spiritual energy in his body before absorbing the Xianxia herb's spiritual energy. It was similar in terms of cultivation effects. Using this method, not only could he expand his dantian, but he could also strengthen his meridians. Although the extent of each expansion was so small that it was almost imperceptible, it accumulated over time, and the effects would naturally become apparent. He trained his body not to lose weight, but to cultivate his energy center and meridians. Therefore, his method of reabsorbing spiritual energy was the same as normal cultivation, except for the fact that he couldn't lose weight. It seemed simple, but this was the true heaven-defying ability of Ling Yan. As long as there was spiritual energy, as long as he was willing, he could absorb all kinds of spiritual energy essence from heaven and earth to replenish his body. The effect was the same as the internal energy or true qi that he obtained through cultivation. How could such a method of cultivation not be fast? Moreover, this was only one of the problems. The other problem was that Ling Yan could control the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. If he wanted to, he could absorb it. If he didn't want to, he could choose not to. Unlike Ning Lingyu, who absorbed spiritual energy passively, he actively and consciously absorbed it. Ling Yan once again filled his body with spiritual energy, and without resting, he started drawing the spirit-gathering talisman. With the help of the Emperor brush, Ling Yan was able to draw the lowest level of the spirit-gathering talisman. The amount of spiritual energy that he could absorb now was about 1% of the maximum amount that he could store when he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. In other words, if Ling Yan were to use all 100 spirit-gathering talismans at once, he would be able to replenish all the spiritual energy in his body. Spiritual energy was Ling Yan's life. Of course, the more the better. He drew for 1.5 hours in one go. He only stopped when he ran out of talisman ink after making about 1,500 spirit-gathering talismans. After entering the crater, as long as I absorb enough darking qi, I can instantly break through to physique tempering stage 4. With these 1,500 spirit-gathering talismans, it's equivalent to having 15 more lives. This should be enough, right? Ling Yan bundled up the fire talismans and spirit-gathering talismans into his spatial ring. There were 100 talismans per bundle, a total of 25 bundles. I'll have to make a few hundred more healing talismans later. If I encounter any monsters and get injured, I can use them to heal myself. Ling Yan stood up as he spoke. Even if he had great endurance, he couldn't cook without rice. He had to make more talisman ink before he could start drawing talismans. I think I'm about to break through. Ling Yan was immersed in drawing talismans. Now that he was out of it, he could feel that the stellar condensation technique was about to break through to the first major realm. Ling Yan's body flickered as he arrived outside the villa. He lifted his head to look at the starry sky, feeling that the stars tonight were exceptionally bright and dazzling. Ling Yan first glanced at Tai Xiaohu, who was sitting cross-legged beside the Xianxia herb. He could see that Tai Xiaohu was completely immersed in his cultivation. In about an hour, he would be able to break through to the third minor realm. Ling Yan ignored him and absorbed the abundant spiritual energy in the courtyard. He used the dragonfish phantom ability and appeared beside the Xianxia herb in a flash. However, he didn't sit down. Instead, he stood there quietly and raised his head to look at the starry sky. He crazily activated the stellar condensation technique and tried to break through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. The stellar condensation technique was the supreme physique tempering technique in the cultivation world. It was divided into 7 major realms and 49 minor realms. The first 3 major realms could achieve the 3 effects of being invulnerable to knives and spears, being immune to poison, and being impervious to fire and water. Of course, this didn't mean that one would have to cultivate a specific technique at each level. Instead, they complemented each other. The effects of these 3 areas could be said to increase with every minor realm. It was just that it wasn't as obvious. This meant that when Ling Yan fought with the old man from Xianxia, the old man tried to poison Ling Yan with his fingernails, but Ling Yan wasn't injured at all. At that time, Ling Yan had already reached the fifth minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. The old man's fingernails couldn't pierce through Ling Yan's skin at all. This was one reason. The other reason was that even if he could pierce through Ling Yan's skin, he wouldn't be able to poison Ling Yan at all. If Ling Yan had reached the third minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, even the current little gold wouldn't be able to poison Ling Yan, much less the old man from Xianxia. Think about it, after reaching the seventh level of the stellar condensation technique, one's body would be comparable to the stars. Since it was comparable to the stars, what was there to be afraid of? Of course, when Ling Yan reached the tribulation stage in the cultivation world, he had only just reached the fifth level of the stellar condensation technique. If he had reached the seventh level, he would have been able to withstand the terrifying heaven's tribulation with just his physical strength alone, even though the stellar condensation technique was easy to pick up, and it was easy to cultivate the first level to the great perfection realm. The difficulty of every small realm in the second level was equivalent to the difficulty of cultivating the first major realm. It was extremely difficult to improve. Not because of anything else, but because this cultivation art was truly heaven-defying. It could cultivate the human body to an existence comparable to the stars. If it was that easy, wouldn't everyone rush to cultivate it? Ling Yan was now at the great perfection of the seventh minor realm. He was madly depleting the spiritual energy in his body to activate the stellar condensation technique in order to break through. He couldn't wait for the spiritual energy to be depleted before absorbing it. Instead, he absorbed the dense spiritual energy released by the Xianxia herb at the same time to ensure that his body was filled with spiritual energy. Even so, the Xianxia herb had been releasing spiritual energy for an entire day. Ling Yan still managed to absorb every single drop of it. At midnight, Ling Yan felt a loud boom in his body. It was as if every inch of muscle, every inch of bone, every drop of blood, and every cell had been smashed into smithereens. At that moment, Ling Yan felt an incredible sensation. Even though it was only for a moment, Ling Yan could clearly feel it. It was a very real feeling of a breakthrough. Even though he couldn't use his inner vision, he could still feel it. Ling Yan's 5 senses and 6 senses were once again raised to the next level. He could completely feel the gentle breeze brushing past the surface of his body. He could clearly sense everything within a 10-meter radius, including the growth of the tip of the grass and the sprouting of the buds. Everything was within Ling Yan's perception. Most importantly, Ling Yan felt that his energy center had expanded once again. His meridians were more than twice as thick as before, and they were even stronger than before. I've broken through. This is the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. But this time, the effects seem to be much better than the first time I cultivated the stellar condensation technique. How could the effects be bad? Ling Yan had been relying on the spiritual energy from the Xianxia herb, the psychic jade box, and Ming Lingyu's innate spiritual body. Most importantly, Ling Yan's body contained a large amount of immortal spiritual energy from the tribulation stage. Furthermore, he had received a huge amount of immortal spiritual energy from the dragon spiritual energy at Tiger Cliff. Last night, he had also received a huge amount of immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush. This is King awesome. Ling Yan smiled as he leaped out of the small spirit gathering formation near the Xianxia herb. There was no more spiritual energy for him to absorb. Now that his meridians had doubled in size, he needed to replenish a large amount of spiritual energy. Even though Ling Yan wanted to take out the jade box that he had secretly stored a large amount of immortal spiritual energy, he gritted his teeth and resisted the urge. This was the trump card that Ling Yan kept for himself in case of any accidents. He couldn't guarantee that the Emperor Brush would continue to pour immortal spiritual energy into him if his life was in danger. Ling Yan quickly absorbed all the spiritual energy in his body and couldn't help but chuckle. The second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. With this, I have a much better chance of entering the crater. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Bam. Ling Yan didn't use any techniques. Instead, he used pure strength to punch a basketball-sized granite rock on the ground. The rock was smashed into smithereens, and debris flew everywhere like rain. Ling Yan smiled as he raised his hand. He didn't feel any pain when he looked at the shiny back of his hand. The second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. If he were to use the Tiangang demon fist to fight with Priest Compassionless, he would probably be at a disadvantage. Tai Xiaohu, who had just broken through the third minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, stood beside the Shikyu herb. He was rubbing his eyes as he stared at Ling Yun. Big brother Yun. Am I seeing things? Why do I feel like there's a faint moonlight enveloping your body? It was already the 6th of April after midnight. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, and the hazy moonlight sprinkled on the ground like water. However, it was obvious that the moonlight around Ling Yun was the brightest. It was as if a superstar was performing a solo concert, and all the lights on the stage were turned off, leaving only a beam of searchlight above his head, shining all the light on him. Ling Yun had just advanced to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, which was the 8th minor realm in total. Even though the sliver of moonlight that enveloped Ling Yun's body wasn't very obvious, Tai Xiaohu could still see it with his current eyesight. Ling Yun glanced at Tai Xiaohu and nodded with a smile. You've broken through to the third minor realm? Your eyesight isn't bad. However, what you see isn't moonlight, but the essence of the moon. As long as you break through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, the essence of the moon will naturally enter your body when you circulate the technique. Actually, it wasn't just the essence of the moon. Billions of stars in the sky were also entering Ling Yun's body. It was just that Ling Yun's realm was too low. Other than himself, this phenomenon couldn't be seen by anyone else. Big brother Yun, you've broken through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique? Tai Xiaohu asked in shock. Seeing Ling Yun nod, Tai Xiaohu was even more excited than if he had broken through himself. Big brother Yun, if I also break through to the second major realm, will I be like you? Of course, that's the case. Ling Yun chuckled. However, Ling Yun didn't tell Tai Xiaohu that Ling Yun was able to break through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique in a short period of time because of his talent in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tai Xiaohu, on the other hand, had a strong physique, but he could only rely on his own cultivation to improve. He would need at least half a year to reach Ling Yun's current level. Find a rock and try it out yourself. See how much force you can exert when you punch with all your might, Ling Yun said to the excited Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu randomly picked up a stone the size of a red brick and concentrated his energy in his right palm. Then, he threw a punch at the stone. The 7 to 8 centimeters thick rock was smashed into 4 to 5 pieces by Tai Xiaohu. However, it wasn't like how Ling Yun had smashed a 20-centimeter square rock into smithereens. However, this was already very impressive. If Tai Xiaohu used his fists to hit an ordinary person, that person would definitely end up with broken tendons and broken bones. Ling Yun nodded and smiled. Let's see if your skin and flesh are broken. Does it hurt? Ling Yun asked. Tai Xiaohu nodded and raised his hand to take a look. Then, he chuckled. My skin isn't broken. It's just a little red. It hurts a little. Ling Yun chuckled. It's already very impressive to have such an effect after just breaking through to the third minor realm. If you reach the fourth minor realm, you won't feel any pain at all. Tai Xiaohu walked to Ling Yun and scratched his head in embarrassment. Big brother Yun, when are you going to teach me those martial arts? His eyes were filled with eagerness. Ling Yun smiled faintly. You can only cultivate the stellar condensation technique now. When you reach the fourth minor realm, I'll teach you an internal cultivation technique. At the same time, I'll teach you a set of qigong, a set of fist techniques, and an acupoint technique. Then, you'll be able to truly face your enemies. There's no rush now. Take it slow, there's still half of the talisman paper left. We need to make another batch of talisman ink. Tonight, we'll make all the talisman papers into talismans. Ling Yun continued. After breaking through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, Ling Yun's energy center and meridians became stronger. His body could now absorb twice as much spiritual energy as before. Now, he needed 200 spirit-gathering talismans to fill his body's needs. Therefore, he needed more spirit-gathering talismans. The crater was protected by the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. No one knew what would happen down there. Of course, the more prepared he was, the better. All right. I'll go get some dog blood then. Tai Xiaohu went back to the house to get the metal basin without hesitation. At this moment, Ling Yan's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Tang Meng. Why was Tang Meng calling at this time? Ling Yan frowned slightly and picked up immediately. Big brother Yun, I'm at the Triumph nightclub now. Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan want to see you. Tang Meng went straight to the point. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and smiled. They want to see me? Why do they want to see me? Ling Yan asked. Big brother Yun, they want to bet big. However, they don't want to bet with me this time. They want to bet with you. Tang Meng said. Ling Yan chuckled and said directly, looks like they're here to kill me? Did they say how big the bet is? Tang Meng could hear the nonchalance in Ling Yan's voice. He replied with a smile, they said that no matter how big the bet is, they'll keep you company. Ling Yan was very straightforward. Alright, tell me which room they're in. Get them to wait for me there. I'll be there soon. After that, Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu, let's not make talismans for now. Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa want to bet with me directly. Let's go to the Triumph nightclub and meet them. Tai Xiaohu walked back and asked Ling Yan with a smile, Big brother Yun, is it convenient for me to go with you? Ling Yan laughed and patted Tai Xiaohu's shoulder. Alright, they've already made it clear to us. They must have come prepared this time. They must have already investigated our relationship. There's no need to hide it anymore. Come with me. Tai Xiaohu laughed heartily. Ling Yun didn't want to hide it, and indeed, he couldn't. He had accepted Tai Xiaohu as his follower in front of everyone. Whether it was the school or the Green Dragon Gang, almost everyone knew about it. Of course, Xia Zhenyan knew about it. As for the relationship between Tang Meng and Ling Yun, with Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan's influence in Xianxia City, a little investigation would be enough to find out that there was a lice on a monk's head. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu locked the door and left mansion number 1 in Tai Xiaohu's new Audi car. Big brother Yun, does this mean that Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa are going to go against us openly? Ling Yan sat in the passenger seat and nodded slightly. He smiled faintly. It's only a matter of time before Go Junfa goes against me. It's just that we have to think about why Xia Zhenyan wants to get involved at this juncture. Tai Xiaohu furrowed his brows and thought about it. Big brother Yun, do you know that Xia Zhenyan has been courting Ling Yu ever since he entered Xianxia High? He hasn't given up on her yet. Ling Yan's face darkened. A murderous glint flashed across his usually calm eyes. I've heard about this from Tang Meng. However, he was vague about it. Ling Yu has never mentioned it to me. His precious sister, Ling Yu, had an immortal spiritual body, and Xia Zhenyan still wanted to court her? He wouldn't be able to catch up even if he had a rocket or a cruise missile, Tai Xiaohu smiled. Big brother Yun, how could Ling Yu tell you about matters between men and women in high school? Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and thought about it. Then, he smiled. Xia Zhenyan is courting death. Forget it, I'll tell him tonight so that he can give up on this idea completely. Triumph nightclub was located in the bustling business district of the city center. It was one of Go Lianqing's businesses and was not far from the pedestrian street. At around 12:30 a.m., Tai Xiaohu parked his car in front of the magnificent Triumph nightclub. Once Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu got out of the car, they saw the doorman walking towards them warmly. Tai Xiaohu told the doorman the room number and was invited in by the doorman. Ling Yan did not stand on ceremony. He looked around the Triumph nightclub and followed the staff upstairs. Soon, they arrived at the room that Tang Meng had mentioned. Ling Yan smiled faintly and pushed the door open. Tai Xiaohu followed closely behind Ling Yan into the private room. There were quite a number of people in the private room. Other than the slightly evil Go Junfa and the elegant Xia Zhenyan, there were also Lu Qingtian, Pai Heji, Huang Mao, and Li Lei, whom Ling Yan had slapped dozens of times. There was also a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting in the private room. He was slightly plump and had a rosy complexion. He was graceful and calm. One look at his eyes and one could tell that he was an extremely shrewd and experienced person. The other person was naturally Tang Meng. He was talking to the middle-aged man politely and stood up immediately when he saw Ling Yun enter. Big brother Yun, why didn't you give me a call when you arrived? I could have gone down to pick you up. Tang Meng did not hide anything and directly called Ling Yan Big Brother Yun in front of Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan. It's not like I don't know the room number. Why did you pick me up? Ling Yan asked casually. Ling Yan's gaze swept across the room. He first looked at the middle-aged man in his 40s before looking at Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan. Seeing Ling Yan enter, the middle-aged man in his 40s stood up and smiled at Ling Yan. He had no intention of taking advantage of his seniority. On the other hand, Go Junfa's eyes flashed with a trace of deep-seated hatred and resentment. However, he did not show it. Instead, he squinted his eyes and stood up. Xia Zhenyan was the calmest. He stood up gracefully and walked towards Ling Yan. He extended his right hand and said to Ling Yan warmly, "I guessed correctly. Ling Yan is indeed the most famous person in our school. Indeed, you came over with a call. Welcome, welcome. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued." Ling Yan stood there leisurely with a faint smile on his face. He chose to ignore Xia Zhenyan's pretentious outstretched right hand. Just as Xia Zhenyan was feeling extremely awkward, the smile on Ling Yan's face gradually widened. She opened her mouth and said softly, "Xia Zhenyan, don't give me that. The reason I'm here today is to tell you something." Hearing this, Xia Zhenyan, Go Junfa, Lu Qingtian, Li Lei, and the rest were stunned. Even the calm middle-aged man was slightly moved. No matter what, Xia Zhenyan was the son of the deputy mayor of Qingshui City. Moreover, in such a harmonious situation, Ling Yan actually didn't give him any face. However, what happened next shocked them to the point of vomiting blood. "Xia Zhenyan, I'm warning you. If you dare to harass my sister Ningling Yu again, I'll break one of your legs if I find out about it. Do you understand?" Ling Yan said as he took a step forward. If Xia Zhenyan dared to say no, Ling Yan would teach him a lesson on the spot. How domineering was that? How domineering was that? How arrogant and mighty was that? Even Tang Meng and Tai Xiao, who did not expect that Ling Yan would launch his most vicious attack on Xia Zhenyan the moment he appeared. Overbearing, everyone, including Go Junfa, looked at each other in dismay. They did not know what to say. The harmonious atmosphere in the room was completely destroyed by Ling Yan's words. The most awkward person was Xia Zhenyan. Under the bright lights, his face turned from white to green, from green to red, from red to purple. In the end, he could only retract his right hand and laugh at himself. He turned around and walked away, pretending that he did not hear what Ling Yan said. Needless to say, Ling Yan was really awesome. He put his awesomeness on a small cart. It was 2F** King Awesome. Over at Ling Yan's place, there was no such thing as favors. Sorry, one wouldn't slap someone who was smiling at them. The moment Ling Yan arrived, he gave Xia Zhenyan a huge show of strength. "Big Brother Yun, let me introduce you. This is the Vice President of the Antiques Association of Qingshui City, the Director of the Jewelry and Jade Association, and also the shopkeeper of the Pearl Jade Court, Boss Song." Tang Meng laughed as he walked over to Xia Zhenyan. Tang Meng brought Ling Yan to the middle-aged man in his 40s and introduced him to Ling Yan politely, not daring to be negligent. "Don't listen to this kid's nonsense, Song Xingyang." Boss Song had yet to sit down. He stood there calmly, smiling at Ling Yan as he introduced himself. "My name is Ling Yan." "Hello, Uncle Song." Ling Yan put on a harmless smile and took the initiative to extend his right hand. Ling Yan and Tang Meng had a tacit understanding of each other. Ling Yan knew that Song Xingyang was definitely a reputable figure in Qingshui City after hearing Tang Meng's introduction. Song Xingyang extended his right hand and shook Ling Yan's hand gently. "Ling Yan, I know you guys have a plan tonight. If you don't mind, I'll be your witness. What do you think?" Song Xingyang said warmly. Xia Zhenyan, who had just been tricked by Ling Yan, couldn't take it anymore. He turned his head and exchanged glances with Go Junfa, who was even more displeased. Both of them could see the resentment in each other's eyes. Song Xingyang was invited by the two of them, but he was chatting happily with Ling Yan. This made them feel extremely aggrieved. Ling Yan laughed heartily and didn't ask for Tang Meng's opinion. "With Uncle Song as a witness, I'm 100% assured." Song Xingyang was very satisfied with Ling Yan's performance. He made a pleased gesture and invited Ling Yun to take a seat. Big brother Yun, do you remember when we went to Xianxia City's antique market? I mentioned that there was a banker at Yuding Xian's stone gambling event. The banker is this boss Song in front of us. He has a strong family background and is very powerful. He is unfathomable. After everyone had sat down, Tang Meng whispered into Ling Yun's ear, reminding him of the situation. Ling Yun didn't show any expression on his face. He was still as calm as ever, but his eyes were subconsciously fixed on Song Xingyang's hands. Song Xingyang's hands were well maintained. His palms were fair and smooth like jade. His fingers were slender and strong, and all 10 of his fingernails were neatly trimmed. If it weren't for the fact that his hands were slightly larger than an ordinary adult's, one would have thought that they belonged to a woman. On the ring finger of his left hand was a ring inlaid with a green cat's eye, and on his left wrist was a bracelet made of 6 Buddhist beads. The 6 Buddhist beads were made of an unknown material, and each of them was a perfect purplish black. They were so black that they shone and reflected his figure under the light from the ceiling. How could Ling Yun underestimate Song Xingyang's status and wealth when he felt the faint spiritual energy emitted from the ring and the bracelet? However, the Buddha beads were much more valuable in Ling Yun's eyes than the cat's eye jade. The spiritual energy emitted from the bracelet was more than 10 times that of the jade ring. Is everyone from both sides here? Since everyone is here, you can start talking. Just pretend that I'm not here. Song Xingyang said with a chuckle. Xie Zhenyan cleared his throat and said politely to Song Xingyang, Uncle Song, how could we dare to pretend that you're not here since we invited you to be the notary? Ling Yun, let's not beat around the bush anymore. Since Tang Meng has started this bet, young Master Go and I would like to bet on whether you can get into Yenjing University based on your results. If you want to bet, then place a bet. We'll take the money in front of Boss Song and sign a contract. Once the college entrance examination results and the acceptance letter are out, we'll see who wins. Whoever wins will get the money from Boss Song. Isn't that fair? Xie Zhenyan recovered slightly from the blow just now. He was indeed someone who was determined to work in the government. He acted as if nothing had happened even though he was only 18 years old. As for what he was thinking in his heart, only he himself would know. Ling Yan turned his head slightly and glanced at Go Junfa, only to see that Go Junfa was also looking at him. His once arrogant face now had a stiff smile on it. This kind of fake calmness was very unsightly. Among Go Junfa's people, Ling Yan only knew 4 of them. They were Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, Pai Heji, and Li Lei, who had been slapped by Ling Yun dozens of times in grade 12 class 6. As for Lu Qingtian and Huang Mao, Ling Yun didn't know them at all. It's indeed fair. How much are we betting? Ling Yun went straight to the point since he had decided to bet. Xie Zhenyan smiled elegantly again. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery that was difficult to hide. He looked down at the 3 of them and said, we have money. As long as you can afford it, we can bet as much as you want. Now was the time to compete with money and power. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were both rich and powerful. Facing Ling Yun's side, other than Tang Meng, who was considered a spoiled brat, the other 2 losers, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu, were naturally arrogant. Ling Yun looked at Xie Zhenyan in surprise, then smiled calmly and said, then how much money can you take out to bet now? Xie Zhenyan looked at Song Xingyang proudly before turning to look at Ling Yun's group. Not much, just a little bit of money. I'll take out 20 million and young Master Go will take out 20 million. That's a total of 40 million. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He chuckled and said, so this is the big gamble you were talking about? Only 40 million? Then what are you so proud of? What a joke. Ugh. Huh, the smile on Xie Zhenyan's face froze. At that moment, he felt as though his brain wasn't enough to process everything. Xie Zhenyan would never have thought that the 30 million they had agreed on would be able to completely suppress Ling Yun's side. In the end, just in case, they brought an additional 10 million. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to suppress Ling Yun, they were even looked down upon by him. Go Junfa was even more stunned because the 40 million yuan belonged to him. It could be said that he had been with Xie Zhenyan for the past 3 days and had obtained a lot of information about Ling Yan from Xie Zhenyan. Even though it was not very comprehensive, he had a general understanding of some of the things that Ling Yan had done and the current situation. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa might be super nouveau riches, but they weren't idiots who squandered their family fortune. Go Junfa had already confirmed through his connections with Luo Zhong, the director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, that it was Ling Yan who turned his father into a eunuch. This new enmity was enough to make Go Junfa and Ling Yan irreconcilable. Furthermore, Go Junfa and Ling Yan already had an old grudge. It could be said that Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan had already come up with a comprehensive plan to deal with Ling Yan after a few days of discussion and planning. Every step of the plan was intricately linked. Participating in this gamble was only the first step of their plan. Otherwise, why would Go Junfa act as if nothing had happened and he was oblivious to everything that had happened? Ling Yan getting into Yanjing University. Getting the acceptance letter? According to Go Junfa's plan, even if Ling Yan could get into Yanjing University, he would be dead many times over before he could get the acceptance letter. How could a dead person take the college entrance exam? How could a dead person get the acceptance letter? Therefore, they had nothing to fear now. With Go Lianqing's approval, Go Junfa asked for 50 million from his father in advance to deal with Ling Yan. However, he didn't expect to be despised by Ling Yan at the first step of his plan. Song Jingyang sat calmly with his eyes narrowed. It was as though he wasn't looking at anyone, but at the same time, it was as though he was looking at everyone. He had already removed the Buddha beads from his left wrist and was twirling it in his right hand. Obviously, this was his habit. After mocking Xie Zhenyan, Ling Yan pointed at Tang Meng with his thumb and smiled proudly at Xie Zhenyan. Tang Meng only has my 33 million yuan with him. I have more than 10 million yuan with me, and this is just the cash I have with me. You guys are only betting 40 million yuan. Aren't you being a little too stingy? How boring. Ling Yan wasn't lying. He had given Tang Meng 13 million, Shui Mining 20 million, and Ling Yan still had the 10 million that Lin Menghan had given him. He hadn't touched a single cent. Xie Zhenyan was extremely embarrassed. He exchanged glances with Go Junfa and saw Go Junfa nod slightly. How much do you want to bet? Xie Zhenyan asked Ling Yan. Ling Yan raised a finger and grinned. I won't bully you too much on account of your difficulties. Let's make it 100 million. If you want to bet, come up with 100 million immediately. Otherwise, we're leaving. We don't have time to play house with you guys. Song Jingyang's right hand stopped moving. He lifted his eyelids slightly and stared at Ling Yan with a faint smile. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Everyone was shocked by Ling Yan's words. Xie Zhenyan, who had been pretending to be calm, suddenly changed his expression. It was several times uglier than when Ling Yan had threatened him. He felt as if he had eaten 3 pounds of chili peppers in one go. His internal organs, skin, and hair were all burning hot. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, drenching his clothes. Go Junfa's face was as white as a sheet. He couldn't help but open his mouth wider and wider. His entire body was like a wooden stake stuck in the sofa, unable to move an inch. As for Lu Qingtian, Pai Heji, Huang Mao, and Li Lei, the 4 of them, it was even worse. They felt a shiver run down their spines. Their faces turned pale, and they almost ran away. Even Tang Meng and Tai Xiao who were dumbfounded when they heard Ling Yan's 100 million. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Make a huge bet? This was really too big of a gamble, and it was going to blow up the heavens. 100 million. What did that mean? The registered population of Huaxiao was close to 1.5 billion. According to the latest statistics, there were less than 70,000 people with more than 100 million in personal wealth. At the end of the day, other than Song Jingyang, who was in his 40s, the rest of them were just high school students. Who could afford to bet 100 million yuan on a whim? Who could afford to lose or win? In today's society, everyone knew that officials were rich. It seemed that the higher the official, the easier it was to earn money. However, there was also a bottom line for them to earn money. It was commonly known as the unspoken rule of the officialdom. You could only earn as much as you wanted based on your rank. It wasn't that you couldn't earn money if you crossed this red line. However, if the country wanted to make an example out of you, then sorry, you might very well become the fat chicken. Xianxia's family had 3 members. Were they rich? Of course they were. However, even if he took out all of his family's assets, he would only be able to top it off with 200 or 300 million. This was already the limit. If he took out any more than that, as long as his opponents in the officialdom had something on him, his family would also suffer a calamity. Why? Because you don't have the authority to have that much. If you get too much, others will be jealous and they will think about you. The more you get, the more you can't suppress it, and the faster you will die. As for Tang Meng's family, Tang Tianhao was originally a criminal police officer. How much could a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau possibly make? Furthermore, Old Master Tang's family rules forbade Tang Tianhao from making money, and Tang Tianhao himself had no intention of doing so. His entire family's assets added up to less than 70 million, and this was mainly earned by Tang Meng's uncle, Tang Tianzong, who helped Tang Meng's mother invest in stocks. As for Go Junfa, there was no doubt that his family was the wealthiest. Go Lianqing's total assets were at least a few billion. However, one thing to note was that this was total assets, not cash or savings. The market value of all of Go Lianqing's companies, land, real estate, hotels, and all of his other assets combined only amounted to this much. Furthermore, he still had loans in the bank. Now that the country had started to strictly control property prices, the lives of real estate developers were no longer as good as before. Go Lianqing's massive capital chain was on the verge of collapse. At this juncture, it was already a stretch for him to take out 50 million to deal with Ling Yun. 100 million? He might as well let Ling Yun kick his crotch a few more times. Only Song Xingyang looked at Ling Yun thoughtfully with a smile on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking. What? Are you all scared? Didn't you say you wanted to bet big? 100 million and you're all scared to this extent? You. Ling Yun pointed at the sweating Xie Zhenyan and sneered. Xie Zhenyan, didn't you claim to be the son of the deputy mayor of Xianxia City? You're not even worth a fart in my eyes. Remember, don't be so full of yourself if you can't afford to gamble. Bragging may not be taxed, but where am I going to find beef if you can boast about all the cows in Xianxia City? After scolding Xie Zhenyan, Ling Yun pointed at the dumbfounded Go Junfa's nose and scolded, and you? Just because you have some money from your family, you dare to strut around in school and commit all sorts of evil deeds. Look at yourself in the mirror and see how cowardly you are. You want to bet with me? Do you think you're worthy? Ling Yan cursed to his heart's content. He retracted his finger, stood up, and smiled respectfully at Song Xingyang. Uncle Song, it seems like you've made a wasted trip tonight. If you're not tired, let's go somewhere else. It's my treat. Ling Yan waved his hand at the two of them. I'm leaving. Tang Meng, you too. You wasted my time by calling me over without clarifying the situation. Ling Yun was about to leave when Go Junfa interrupted him. Ling Yun, isn't it just 100 million? How do you know we can't afford it? But let me ask you something first. You had such a good time scolding us, but can you take out 100 million? If you can't, then you're just bragging. After bragging for a long time, he looked at Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu, who were glaring at him fiercely, and did not dare to say it out loud. Ling Yan's original intention was to provoke Go Junfa. He stopped in his tracks upon hearing Go Junfa's words. He turned around and smirked at the parched Go Junfa. I say, little doggy. This time, Ling Yun didn't even bother calling him Little Hook. He purposely dragged out his voice and continued, since I'm here to gamble, I've naturally prepared the money. If you want to gamble, then let's gamble. If you don't dare to gamble, then hurry up and admit defeat. I don't have the time to waste with you two cowards here. Ling Yan had only been on the rise for less than 10 days, yet the two most powerful and wealthy hedonistic sons in Qingshui Hai were now nothing more than good-for-nothings in his mouth. Go Junfa wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He clenched his teeth again and again as he encouraged himself. Then, he stood up abruptly. Let's do it. Ling Yan clapped his hands and said to Song Xingyang, Uncle Song, listen carefully. He said he wants to gamble. Song Xingyang didn't say anything. He only smiled and nodded. Ling Yan admired his calmness. Tang Meng, Go Junfa, and Xie Zhenyan knew that they had no choice but to take the bet. Go Junfa had agreed to the bet. Song Jingyang would definitely find a way to get 100 million yuan from his family if he went back on his word. Playing with Song Jingyang? He wouldn't even know how he died. Ling Yin sat down comfortably and leaned against the sofa leisurely. Then what are we waiting for? Come up with the money and sign the contract in front of Uncle Song. Xie Zhenyan finally turned his head with difficulty and swallowed his saliva. Ling Yin, how did you become so rich all of a sudden? Ling Yin snorted coldly. Xie Zhenyan, why are you so dumb all of a sudden? Xie Zhenyan was instantly speechless. His pale face alternated between red and white, and he was extremely embarrassed. He had been snubbed and could only keep his mouth shut. Ever since Ling Yin came, he had been suppressed by Ling Yin. Now, he had lost all his face. Was he angry? It wasn't that Xie Zhenyan wasn't angry, but he knew that even if he and Li Lei teamed up, they wouldn't be able to defeat Tai Xiaohu, let alone Ling Yin. Go Junfa's brain seemed to be working a little better after he agreed to the bet. He blinked for a long time before smiling foolishly at Song Jingyang. Uncle Song, please wait here for a while. I'll go out and make a call. Go Junfa said. Song Jingyang nodded with a smile. His attitude was clear. He wouldn't help either side and would only be a witness. Go Junfa stood up and gave Xie Zhenyan a look. Then, he walked out of the room mechanically with trembling legs. Xie Zhenyan got up as well and chased after Go Junfa with an awkward smile. After Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan left the room, the two of them took a few steps away. Go Junfa whispered to Xie Zhenyan, what do we do now? You agreed too quickly. Ling Yin was obviously provoking you just now. We have no choice but to make the bet now. We invited Song Jingyang to be a witness to reassure Tang Meng. I believe you know his temper better than I do. Xie Zhenyan replied bitterly. Brother Xia, I can only take out 80 million yuan at most. Can you help me out first? Take out 20 million yuan, and we can use it to pay for the bet. Since Ling Yin is going to die anyway, we can split the 100 million yuan in half. How about that? Go Junfa had taken care of Go Lianqing for a few days and planned with him. He had a rough idea of how much money his father had. Now that he had 50 million yuan, he could probably fork out another 30 million if he tightened his belt. Xie Zhenyan's face immediately darkened. He remained silent, but his mind was spinning with countless thoughts. Xie Zhenyan was different from Go Junfa. He didn't have any deep hatred for Ling Yin. He wanted to get involved with Go Junfa so that he could get Ning Lingyu easily after Ling Yin fell. Big brother Xia, don't be fooled by Ling Yin's arrogance just now. I think he's just bullying us because we can't touch him. I don't believe he can fork out 100 million yuan. Go Junfa knew very well that Song Jingyang wouldn't let Ling Yin off if they managed to gather 100 million yuan and Ling Yin couldn't afford it. Xie Zhenyan was still hesitant. Big brother Xia, don't forget that we invited Song Jingyang together today. We are in the same boat. If we lose tonight. Didn't you see how Ling Yin treated you just now? Go Junfa said anxiously. Xie Zhenyan could only nod his head helplessly and agree to Go Junfa's request. They wouldn't be able to proceed to the next step if they couldn't gather 100 million yuan tonight. Not only would they be laughed at by Ling Yin, but even Song Jingyang wouldn't do anything to them. I promise you, but have you ever thought about what happens if Ling Yin wins? Xie Zhenyan asked in a low voice. He can win? He'll be crippled even if he doesn't die. He'll even go to jail. He won't be able to get into a university. Don't worry. If he wins, I'll pay for all your losses. Go Junfa replied with a sinister smile. All right. You can call your father now. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. In the private room, Ling Yin stretched out his finger and hooked it at Lu Qingtian, who had been silent all this while. You. Come here. Lu Qingtian did not know what was going on, but he had seen Go Junfa beaten up by Ling Yin. What? What is it? Ling Yin chuckled. Rascal, how much money have you extorted from me over the past 3 years with Go Junfa? Hurry up and calculate it and return it to me immediately. Lu Qingtian suddenly panicked. He could not help but curse at Go Junfa in his heart. Now that the two of you have escaped, this devil is coming for me again. Lu Qingtian could not care less about his pride. He scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Ling, how could I possibly remember? Ling Yun didn't even know who Lu Qingtian was. He was just bluffing. Now that he knew, he turned hostile. He raised his eyebrows and glared at Lu Qingtian angrily. You can't remember? You have to calculate it even if you can't. Hurry up, if you can't calculate it before they return, I'll throw you out of here. Then, he pointed at Blondie and Pai Heji and said coldly, and the two of you, since both of you are here today, let's settle our old scores. Oh right, there's also the matter of you guys beating me up in the past, medical fees, mental damage, youth growth fees. Tang Meng, what other fees are there? Ling Yin could not come up with any fees, so he could only turn back to ask Tang Meng. Tang Meng was still worrying about Ling Yun's 100 million yuan. He was well aware of Ling Yun's wealth. He indeed had 33 million yuan with him. Just now, Ling Yun said that he still had more than 10 million yuan. Even if he added the 10 million yuan that he had transferred to Ninglingyu, it would only add up to about 50 million yuan. Where would the remaining 40 million yuan come from? Even though Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan had been cornered by Ling Yun, Tang Meng knew that if the two of them were to get desperate, they would definitely be able to get 100 million yuan. If that were to happen, the ones who would be embarrassed would not be them but Tang Meng himself. Huh? What? Tang Meng did not hear it clearly when Ling Yun turned his head to ask him a question. Ling Yun looked at the absent-minded Tang Meng in confusion. He was speechless and said helplessly, I say, they beat me up in the past. Now I'm settling the score with them. I should make them pay for the damages. Huh? Tang Meng was stunned. Wasn't boss a little too weird? You were just venting your anger and feeling good, but now you're in a desperate situation. How can you care about Lu Qingtian and the other small fries, fees? Even if we pay you 1 million yuan, it won't help. Do you really think that Uncle Song will let us do whatever we want? Song Jingyang looked at Ling Yun curiously when he heard that Ling Yun had been bullied by Go Junfa and his gang for 3 years. He couldn't imagine that the strong Ling Yun would be bullied by this group of people for so long and even get injured. How did Ling Yun manage to turn this situation around? Forget it, it's useless for me to ask you. Tai Xiaohu, tell me, what other fees are there? Ling Yun looked at Tai Xiaohu again. Big brother Yun, there's still the fees for delaying your studies. That's the most important. Tai Xiaohu said irresponsibly. Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction and smiled at Lu Qingtian and the blonde. Did you hear that? If it weren't for you guys bullying me and delaying my studies, how could I be the last in my exams? Why would I bet with you guys about getting into Yanjing University? You guys clearly know that I won't be able to get in. Aren't you trying to extort 100 million yuan from me? Alright, the awesome big brother Yun's words made it seem like they were trying to extort money from him. This was the most shameless act in history. Ling Yun. Why you said that you've been the last in your exams? Song Jingyang couldn't help but ask Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought to himself, Uncle Song, you finally couldn't hold it in anymore. It's really hard to get you to take the initiative to speak. He pretended to be aggrieved. Isn't that so? Uncle Song, you don't know that I've been bullied by them for 3 whole years. They beat me, scolded me, and humiliated me. They even asked me for protection fees every day. As the saying goes, a man fights for his dignity. How could I not be anxious after being bullied for so long? Even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious, don't you think so? Ling Yun made it sound as if he wasn't the one who had scolded Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa to the point where they didn't dare to retort. Tang Meng couldn't be bothered to think about what to do with the remaining 40 million yuan. He was trying his best not to laugh out loud. It was so uncomfortable that he almost farted. However, what Ling Yun said was the truth. Everyone in Qingshui knew about it. They couldn't find any fault with it. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other and raised their thumbs at the same time. They were in awe of Ling Yun's acting skills. Song Jingyang frowned slightly. He felt that something was amiss, but this wasn't the time to ask about it. He could only glance at Lu Qingtian and ask softly, is what Ling Yun said true? Lu Qingtian, Huang Mao, and the rest felt a chill down their spines when they were stared at by Song Jingyang. They nodded their heads repeatedly. This was exactly what the saying went: you have to pay for what you've done. If the three of them were given another chance to choose whether or not they would come tonight, they would rather be beaten to death than to support Go Junfa. Song Jingyang knew that Ling Yun wasn't lying when he saw their expressions. His face darkened and his eyelids drooped again, but he still didn't say anything. To Song Jingyang, this was enough to explain a lot of things. Ling Yun chuckled. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and recall. Tell me the total after you're done. Can't you see that I'm in need of money? Lu Qingtian and the other two had no choice but to go to the side and discuss quietly. They weren't really thinking about how much protection fees they had received from Ling Yun, but they were discussing Ling Yun's bottom line. Li Lei was the only one who had not been found by Ling Yun. However, he had already lost to Ling Yun twice. Furthermore, he had been slapped more than 10 times by Ling Yun. He was still afraid of Ling Yun and did not dare to interrupt. Lu Qingtian led the way back after a minute of discussion. He whispered to Ling Yun, "Big brother Ling, we thought about it and think that we should compensate you 50,000 yuan?" Lu Qingtian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. He had no confidence at all. Ling Yan's glare scared Lu Qingtian into changing his words. "No, it's 100,000 yuan?" 200,000 yuan? Ling Yan smiled and nodded. "Yes, 200,000 yuan. Even though it's far from enough to compensate for the harm you've done to me, who asked me to be magnanimous? Who asked me to be soft-hearted? Forget it, I won't hold it against you guys for beating me up. Hurry up and give me the money." Lu Qingtian was in a dilemma. He took out his wallet and took out all the money he had. Just as he was about to count it, he heard Ling Yun say, "All right, stop counting. It won't be enough no matter how you count it. Tai Xiaohu, bring them out and find an ATM to withdraw money. Come back when you've withdrawn enough." "All right, big brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu agreed with a chuckle. He turned to Lu Qingtian and the other two and smiled coldly. "Don't just stand there, follow me." Lu Qingtian knew that he couldn't escape. He was the son of the director of the Ministry of Education. He had at least 200,000 yuan in his card. He could only follow Tai Xiaohu out of the room. The four of them walked out of the room and bumped into Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. Go Junfa was stunned when he saw Xie Zhenyan leaving with Lu Qingtian and the other two. "Lu Qingtian, what's going on? Where are you guys going?" Lu Qingtian wasn't in the mood to chat with Go Junfa. He sighed and walked past Go Junfa with his head lowered. Evil people will be tormented by evil people, and a phoenix without feathers is not as good as a chicken. Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan had thrown themselves into the Pacific Ocean. Seeing Lu Qingtian's dejected look, Go Junfa knew that he must have been trampled on by Ling Yun as well. However, he had more important matters to attend to, so he did not probe further and returned to his seat. "Uncle Song, there's 50 million yuan in this card, 20 million yuan in this card, and 30 million yuan in this card. Someone will send it over soon. Please hold on to these 3 cards. We'll personally visit you tomorrow after the bank opens to transfer the money to your account." It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was also the Qingming festival. Song Jingyang didn't say anything and only nodded. After Go Junfa had finished speaking, his face finally showed a hint of pride. He raised his eyes and glanced at Ling Yun valiantly. "Ling Yun, we've become friends after a fight. Now that we've gathered our money, shouldn't you show your money to Uncle Song?" Go Junfa chuckled. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a smile as he squinted his eyes and stared at the two of them. Then, he said coldly, "Go Junfa, who do you think you are? How dare you say that we didn't get to know each other after a fight?" After scolding Go Junfa, Ling Yan's gaze landed on the 2 bank cards on the table. Chuckling, he said, "If 100 million isn't enough, 200 million. What? Huh?" Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan were stunned. They were completely dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be 100 million? How did it become 200 million in the blink of an eye? "Uncle Song, look at Ling Yun." Xie Zhenyan turned to Song Jingyang for help. Song Jingyang was slightly surprised as well. He looked at Ling Yun suspiciously. There was even a hint of anger in his eyes. Ling Yan said 100 million. No matter what, they had already gathered all the money. Song Xingyang couldn't help but feel annoyed when Ling Yan changed it to 200 million without even seeing a single cent. Uncle Song, don't be angry. They agreed to bet 200 million with me. Since I'm betting 100 million, they naturally have to bet 100 million each. Isn't that fair? Ling Yan said calmly. Song Xingyang realized that this was indeed the case. There was no such thing as a father and son in a casino. Since it was two people who were betting, it wasn't a good idea to make things unclear. He then turned his gaze to Go Junfa. Uncle Song, it's not like that. The two of us are in the same group. We'll add our bets to Ling Yan's. Can't we do that? Song Xingyang nodded and looked at Ling Yan again. Sure, Song Xingyang said and looked at Ling Yan again. Ling Yan's eyes shone brightly as he glared daggers at Xia Zhenyan. Xia, are you sure you want to add the stakes to the bet? It's not too late to regret it now. I'm warning you, I'm only giving you this one chance. Don't regret it in the future. Ling Yan didn't have any enmity with Xia Zhenyan. He couldn't be bothered with Xia Zhenyan. Now that Xia Zhenyan was courting death, he couldn't help but give him a reminder. Xia Zhenyan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that he might have made a huge mistake. However, there was no turning back now. That's right, we'll add our bets together. Hand over the money. All right. You asked for it. Ling Yan stared at Xia Zhenyan as though he was looking at a corpse. He clapped his hands lightly before lying down on the sofa. I don't have any money. What? Huh. Big brother Yun. Tang Meng stood up immediately. His forehead was already covered in sweat. Ling Yun, what do you mean by this? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much by doing this? Song Xingyang couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up abruptly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa couldn't help but look at each other when they heard that Ling Yan had no money. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Ling Yan really couldn't fork out 100 million, the two of them fiercely spat out the stuffy breath they had been holding in their chests. They stood up at the same time agitatedly, their eyes red. What did Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa have to be afraid with Song Xingyang taking the lead? Especially Go Junfa. He laughed dryly and pointed at Ling Yan's nose. Ling Yan, you were the one who forced us to bet, weren't you? You were the one who said that we would bet 100 million, weren't you? You were the one who mocked us for not being able to fork out 100 million. Now that we have 100 million, you say that you don't have any money? Let's not talk about your character first. The witness tonight is Uncle Song. I don't think you have any respect for Uncle Song at all. Go Junfa had an undisguised smirk and disdain on his face. He directly pulled Song Xingyang to his side and started to criticize Ling Yan. Tang Meng's face was filled with embarrassment. Ling Yan had been suppressing Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan ever since he arrived. However, Ling Yan said that he didn't have any money now that the bet was in place. Tang Meng wanted to refute, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. He could only think of a way to explain to Song Xingyang. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan was good at fighting, but this was a bet. It wouldn't be a glorious thing even if he won and left. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Just when Tang Meng was about to explain to Song Xingyang, Ling Yan suddenly spoke. Ling Yan sat there calmly as if he was watching a circus. He couldn't help but laugh at Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan's excited and arrogant behavior. What a bunch of idiots. I say, can't you two just sit there and be quiet? I haven't even finished speaking. Why are you guys making a fuss? Ling Yan turned to Song Xingyang and smiled. Uncle Song, don't be angry. They haven't collected the 100 million yet, right? Please sit down first. Since I'm here to gamble, I promise I won't make things difficult for you. Song Xingyang couldn't figure out what Ling Yan was up to when he saw how calm and composed Ling Yan was. However, he felt that Ling Yan wasn't someone without a plan. Hence, he nodded slightly and sat down again. Ling Yan gave Song Xingyang a reassuring smile and said to Tang Meng, give me your jacket. I'm going out to get something. Not to mention Song Jingyang, even Tang Meng didn't know how Ling Yun was going to get the 100 million. He took off his jacket and passed it to Ling Yun out of trust. "Excuse me, Uncle Song, please excuse me." Ling Yun got up with a smile and walked out of the room. Go Junfa shouted from behind Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, don't tell me that you can't fork out 100 million yuan? Are you trying to escape now?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ling Yun suddenly turned around and said with a faint smile, "Little dog, I think you've forgotten the pain now that your wounds have healed. Are you itching for a beating again? Do you really think I won't dare to hit you?" Go Junfa's laughter was stuck in his throat. His smile froze on his face. Not bothering with Go Junfa any longer, Ling Yun quickly arrived at the exit of the private room. Taking a few quick steps, he arrived at a secluded area and covered Tang Meng's jacket with his left hand. With a single thought, the psychic jade box appeared in his hand. Although the psychic jade box was covered by Tang Meng's black jacket, it still shone with a bright green light as it came out of the spatial ring. Everything around it was shimmering with a beautiful green light. This psychic jade box was about 24 centimeters long, 18 centimeters wide, and 12 centimeters tall. It was the size of 2 red bricks stacked together. It looked like a huge seal if it wasn't opened. It was very heavy to hold in one's hand. Ling Yun smiled as he used Tang Meng's black jacket to wrap the psychic jade box tightly in 3 layers. Grabbing it with one hand, he returned to the private room. This was the psychic jade box. A few days ago, Ling Yun almost found a place to sell this jade box for money. Now that this psychic jade box had 49 spirit-gathering formations carved on it and contained a large amount of immortal spiritual energy, it was a priceless treasure to Ling Yun. Of course, he wouldn't sell it. Ling Yun wanted to let Song Jingyang appraise it today since he was the vice president of the Antiques Association and the director of the Jewelry and Jade Association. At the same time, Ling Yun wanted to test Song Jingyang's judgment. He would be worthy of Ling Yun's respect if he could see the uniqueness of the jade box. If Song Jingyang couldn't, then Ling Yun didn't have the time to wait on him patiently. "Oh, you're back so soon? Did you get the money?" Go Junfa couldn't help but jeer when he saw Ling Yun return in less than a minute. Ling Yun strode back to his seat and placed the psychic jade box gently on the table before pushing it in front of Song Jingyang. "Uncle Song, please open it and give us an estimate." Ling Yun's lips curled into a harmless smile as he ignored Go Junfa and the rest of the gang. Song Jingyang's expression suddenly turned serious, and his sharp eyes gleamed with excitement. "What is this object?" Song Jingyang asked Ling Yun as he rubbed his hands together like he was washing his hands. He didn't unwrap the psychic jade box first. "Uncle Song, why don't you open it and you'll know?" Ling Yun laughed and said to Song Jingyang. Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan were curious as well. They wanted to know what Ling Yun had brought back, and why he was acting so secretive and wrapped it up so tightly. Let Song Jingyang estimate its value? Even if you really brought back 2 gold bars from the outside, they wouldn't be worth 100 million. The two of them were fearless and waited quietly for Ling Yun to make a fool of himself. Song Jingyang rubbed his hands until they were slightly warm before he began to open Tang Meng's jacket. Song Jingyang's hands trembled when he saw a glimmer of green light seeping out from the bottom of the clothes. He was shocked as the psychic jade box was shrouded in green light. Finally, Song Jingyang pinched a corner of the jacket and lifted it completely, revealing the psychic jade box in front of everyone. The green light shone brightly. The entire jade box was sparkling and translucent. Under the dazzling and bright light, it was extremely beautiful. It was a perfect, gorgeous green, so green that it could enchant one's heart. Song Jingyang was completely dumbfounded. He had been in the jewelry and jade business for nearly 30 years. How could he not see that this jade box was the king of all jade? It was the real imperial green jade. Song Jingyang had seen the king's green before, but he had never seen such a big piece of king's green before. The imperial green jadeite was bright green in color, as transparent as glass, emitting endless emerald green. It was such a big piece. "Uncle Song, how much do you think this piece of jade is worth?" Ling Yun knew that he had a chance when he saw Song Jingyang's Adam's apple trembling uncontrollably. However, he still pretended to be uneasy and asked. "This?" Song Jingyang held the psychic jade box with both hands and looked at it carefully. He didn't have the time to answer Ling Yun's question. Go Junfa and Xia were also shocked by the jade box. However, when they saw that Ling Yun had brought back a valuable item, which was obviously meant to replace the 100 million yuan bet, Go Junfa was afraid that his efforts would go to waste. He immediately said disdainfully, "Humph, isn't it just a piece of jade? It can't be worth 100 million no matter how valuable it is." "Shut up." Song Jingyang interrupted Go Junfa's ignorant words coldly with an unfriendly expression. Song Jingyang flipped the jade box over and over again for a full minute before putting it back on the table reluctantly. "Ling Yun, take this back with you. If you can't fork out the 100 million now, I can help you pay for it," Song Jingyang said to Ling Yun slowly. "What? This? Ah? What? How can this be?" Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa were dumbfounded by Song Jingyang's words. What kind of jade was this? Song Jingyang dared to give Ling Yun 100 million yuan just to show it to him without even needing to use it as collateral. Song Jingyang knew that Go Junfa and Xia Zhenfa were dissatisfied. He cleared his throat and said, "You don't understand. This jade box is the king of all jade in terms of material and color. It's even better than the imperial green jade I know. However, the best jade I've seen is the imperial green jade. You are all knowledgeable people, and I believe you should know that if it is such a big piece of imperial green jade, it is already priceless, or even priceless. Simply put, no one will sell it. Furthermore, based on my observations just now, this jade box has been engraved with very repetitive patterns. The patterns are fine and dense, but they are all traceable. Such carving skill is simply rare." Ling Yun knew that the patterns Song Jingyang was talking about were the 49 small spirit-gathering formations that he carved with the human emperor brush. How can such a rare treasure be used as collateral for a mere 100 million? I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I wouldn't be able to sleep for 24 hours if Ling Yun put this treasure in my hands for 100 million. Therefore, since I'm a witness and Ling Yun has proved that he has the financial resources to place the bet, I can only help him fork out the 100 million. Song Jingyang's eyes were glued to the psychic jade box. He didn't blink at all, as though missing a glance was akin to missing out on a few million. But. Go Junfa stood there with all his might. He felt that something was amiss, but he could not find a reason for it. "Why? Don't tell me you don't trust me?" Song Jingyang was engrossed in admiring the jade. His face darkened after hearing Go Junfa's words. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Xia Zhenyan tugged at Go Junfa and smiled at Song Jingyang. "Uncle Song, how could we not trust you? Young Master Go is just worried for you. Wouldn't we be putting you in a difficult position if we really won?" Song Jingyang smiled faintly at Xia Zhenyan and didn't respond. Tang Meng, on the other hand, was displeased. He stood up abruptly and said, "Xia, what are you talking about? Uncle Song is only paying for Big Brother Yun. It's not like we can't afford the 100 million. Even if we really lose, we don't need Uncle Song to pay for us. Why are you acting so hypocritical?" Ling Yan leaned forward on the sofa and smiled at Song Jingyang. "Uncle Song, I don't need you to pay for me. I'm only taking out this jade box to prove that I have the right to bet 100 million. They won't be able to get their money tonight, right? I'll transfer the 100 million to your account as long as we make the bet tonight." Song Jingyang was very perceptive. He might not be able to tell that the jade box was a psychic jade, but he knew that it was a priceless item. That was enough to satisfy Ling Yun. The most important thing was that Song Jingyang was very eloquent. He was willing to pay the 100 million for Ling Yun without hesitation after seeing that Ling Yun had enough money. He didn't even need Ling Yun to pawn the jade box. He was obviously helping Ling Yun. Song Jingyang finally shifted his gaze away from the psychic jade box and smiled at Ling Yun. "We'll talk about this tomorrow." Then, he looked at both parties, coughed lightly, and said solemnly, "Now that both parties have proven that they have the ability to pay the 100 million bet, if there are no other problems, let's sign the bet now. The bet will take effect immediately. When the college entrance examination ends and the admission notice comes, I will transfer all the 200 million bet to the account of the winning party. Are you all clear?" Since what was done could not be undone, Go Junfa knew that it was pointless for him to say anything more. Without further ado, he took out the 2 copies of the contract that he had prepared earlier. Tang Meng took one of the contracts and looked through it carefully. Then, he passed it back to Ling Yun and assured him that there was no problem. Both parties signed the contract and handed it over to Song Xingyang. Song Xingyang checked it carefully, nodded slightly, and signed his name at the witness section of both contracts. From now on, your bet is established. Song Xingyang put away the 2 contracts with a smile and looked at Go Junfa's side before turning to Ling Yun. I, Song Xingyang, have been the dealer for more than 20 years. It's not like I haven't seen hundreds of millions of bets, but it's the first time I've seen a few high school students dare to bet so much. What's that saying again? In the Yangtze River, the waves behind push the waves in front, and the waves in front slap each other to death on the beach. Heroes come from youth. I'm old. Song Xingyang's words were directed at everyone in the room, but his gaze was fixed on Ling Yun. His eyes were full of praise and anticipation. Uncle Song, you flatter me. Others might not know, but how can we not know? When it comes to gambling, not to mention our small Xianxia city, even in the whole of Huaxia, who is better than you? In any case, the matter was finally settled. Xie Zhenyan regained his usual elegant demeanor and put a big hat on Song Xingyang's head with a simple sentence. Song Xingyang looked deeply at Xie Zhenyan and smiled. I really didn't flatter you, young noble Xia. Who dares to call themselves number 1 in the gambling industry? Song Xingyang was humble, but there was a kind of confidence in his eyes. He didn't deny Xie Zhenyan's compliment even though he didn't accept it. Ling Yun, this is my name card. You can look for me at the Pearl Jade Court in Xianxia City's antique market if you have time. Song Xingyang took out a golden name card and handed it to Ling Yun. Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, and even Tang Meng couldn't hide the envy in their eyes when they saw Song Xingyang passing his name card to Ling Yun. Ling Yun bent down slightly and took Song Xingyang's name card with both hands. He was secretly delighted to find that the name card was made of pure gold. He looked at it carefully before putting it in his pocket. Song Xingyang's name card was made of pure gold, but the information on it was very simple. There was only Song Xingyang's name and his phone number. The rest was blank. Song Xingyang's name card was a living signboard. There was no need to add any title on it. Uncle Song, I will definitely pay you a visit. I haven't given you the money yet, have I? I'll have to ask you for advice then. Ling Yun smiled at Song Xingyang as he kept the name card. Would Ling Yun really take out 100 million for the bet? Of course not. He never did business without capital. Why would he take out 100 million and leave it with Song Xingyang for 3 months? Mold it? It was even more impossible to leave the psychic jade box with Song Xingyang as collateral. The psychic jade box was filled with immortal spiritual energy and engraved with 49 spirit-gathering formations. It was Ling Yun's trump card. Not to mention that Song Xingyang wouldn't dare to accept it, Ling Yun wouldn't let him take it even if he really wanted it. Ling Yun still had 2 mansions worth close to 90 million yuan and a clinic worth more than 10 million yuan. That would add up to 100 million yuan. Ling Yun could put the deeds to these 3 properties with Song Xingyang. That would be enough to cover the 100 million yuan. Ling Yun, as the saying goes, don't flaunt your wealth. How can you leave such a treasure outside so casually? Hurry up and put it away. Keep it carefully when you get back. Song Xingyang's original plan was to leave immediately after settling his business. However, the psychic jade box on the table was glowing brightly. How could a jade lover like him move away? Song Xingyang couldn't help but remind Ling Yun when he saw Ling Yun's nonchalant attitude towards the psychic jade box. He didn't know that Ling Yun had a spatial ring. It's all right. Since Uncle Song likes it, I can take it back and play with it for a few days. Ling Yun knew that Song Xingyang wouldn't take it away. Sigh, there's no need to take it back. However, if you're not in a hurry to put it away, cough, let me look at it a few more times. This is the real best imperial green jade. Song Xingyang didn't dare to keep it. He carefully picked up the psychic jade box and caressed it with his extraordinarily large hands. He was even more excited than when he caressed his first love. Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan knew that they had shot themselves in the foot, but there was nothing they could do about it. Song Jingyang, who had been completely infuriated by Ling Yun, was now behaving so sweetly with Ling Yun. Even though Ling Yun didn't look at the psychic jade box, his heart was in turmoil. He was shocked and touched. There was a saying that went, "Buy the casket and return the pearls." The 9 golden needles that miracle Dr. Shui gave to Ling Yun were merely needles made of gold other than their different shapes and sizes. Their value was definitely incomparable to the psychic jade box. Miracle Dr. Shui might not know that this jade box was a psychic item, but he definitely knew that it was a priceless piece of jade. Miracle Dr. Shui gave the 9 golden needles to Ling Yun, along with the psychic jade box and the sandalwood box. Even though Miracle Dr. Shui and Shui Mining never mentioned this matter again, Ling Yun now knew the value of the jade box. How could he not be shocked by Miracle Dr. Shui's generosity? Moreover, there was Ning Er's deep love, Miao Feng Huang, Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yun decided that he would help Miracle Dr. Shui settle this matter no matter what price he had to pay, even if he had to suffer a little. Just as Ling Yun was thinking about Song Jingyang's treasured jade box, Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan awkwardly accompanied him. The door opened. Tai Xiaohu came in with Lu Qingtian and the rest. "Big brother Yun, it's done. Here's 200,000. Tai Xiaohu said with a smile as he placed a black bag in front of Ling Yun. "All right." Ling Yun nodded in satisfaction and looked up at the crestfallen Lu Qingtian and the rest. "All right, on account of your sincerity, I'll write off all our past debts." With that, Ling Yun stood up and pointed at Go Junfa's nose. "Little doggy, I was just going to teach you a lesson since we are classmates. However, you won't let it go. Don't blame me for being rude to you since you keep coming at me." Ling Yun said coldly as he pointed at Go Junfa's nose. "And you, Xia Zhenyan, we don't have much enmity between us, but since you insist on getting involved with him, don't blame me for not considering our friendship as classmates. Before I leave, let me remind you again that you're not allowed to have any ideas about my sister, Ning Lingyu. You're not worthy, understand?" Ling Yan turned to Song Jingyang and smiled. "Uncle Song, I don't want to stay here any longer. If you really like this jade box, I'll give you a ride. Let's talk on the way." Song Jingyang stood up with the jade box and smiled brightly. "I've never seen such a good treasure. Of course, Uncle Song likes it. But since you're leaving, I can't just hold on to it. Here you go." Song Jingyang handed the jade box to Ling Yun. Ling Yun accepted it without hesitation and passed it to Tang Meng. "Uncle Song, shall we go together, or?" Ling Yun asked. Song Jingyang asked Ling Yun to wait for a moment. He turned to the dejected Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa. "Gentlemen, I'm only here to be a witness tonight because I know you're elders. Don't worry, I'll give all the money to the winner regardless of who wins or loses." Song Jingyang told Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa. "It's already 1 in the morning. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow. I'll go back first." Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa stood up hurriedly. "Uncle Song, thank you for your help. We'll send you off." "No need, I'll go with Ling Yun and the rest." Song Jingyang waved his hand. Although Song Jingyang didn't make his stance clear before the bet was made, his last sentence made it clear that he was completely on Ling Yun's side. "Let's go." Song Jingyang put his arm around Ling Yun's shoulder and walked out of the room. "Hee, just wait to lose 100 million yuan. Tang Meng said smugly to Go Junfa and the rest before leaving the room. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Humph. Tang Meng, don't get ahead of yourself. Based on Ling Yun's current results, it's hard to say who will win." Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan knew that Ling Yun didn't play by the rules. That was why they were instinctively afraid of Ling Yun. However, it was different with Tang Meng. Tang Meng laughed heartily as he raised his chin and said disdainfully, "Let's wait and see then." With that, he swung his long hair and left the room, slamming the door. While waiting for the elevator, Song Jingyang smiled at Ling Yun. "Ling Yun, I've always been a fair person because I was a witness in the private room just now. I hope you don't mind some things, Uncle Song. You've already helped me a lot by not asking me to take out 100 million in cash. I can't even thank you enough. Why would I mind?" Ling Yun replied with a smile. Song Jingyang smiled and nodded. He and Ling Yan walked in side by side as the elevator doors opened. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu followed behind them with the psychic jade box and 200,000 in cash. Ling Yan took the bag of cash from Tai Xiaohu's hands and handed it to Song Jingyang. Uncle Song, I didn't have time to prepare anything since it's my first time meeting you. I should have treated you to a nice meal, but it's too late. This isn't much, just take it as a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Ling Yan took the bag of cash from Tai Xiaohu and handed it to Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang pushed Ling Yan's hand away gently and shook his head. Ling Yan, I won't hide it from you. Your Uncle Song isn't short of money. Take this money back if you think highly of me. Of course, Ling Yan knew that Song Jingyang wouldn't take the money. He didn't argue and threw the bag to Tai Xiaohu. Alright, Uncle Song, I'll send Tang Meng to your place tomorrow to deliver the money. Tai Xiaohu smiled brightly and said, Alright, Uncle Song. Song Jingyang waved his hand and smiled. Ling Yan, I was just about to talk to you about this. You don't have to worry about the bet. I don't have much use for 100 million yuan. You should focus on your studies and get into Yanjing University. You have to win the bet. Ling Yan was secretly delighted, but he said anxiously, How can I do that? Based on your performance tonight, I think you will definitely win. I don't care who's right or wrong between the two of you, but if you lose the bet, I'll still ask you for the 100 million. Song Jingyang said half-jokingly with a smile on his face. Of course, Ling Yan didn't expect Song Jingyang, a witness that he had only met once, to pay for him if he lost. Moreover, he knew that he wouldn't lose. Song Jingyang had saved Ling Yan a lot of trouble by saying that he didn't need to prepare 100 million yuan. When the elevator reached the first floor, the four people exited the elevator and soon arrived at the entrance of Triumph nightclub. Ling Yan, it's the Qingming festival holiday now, and tomorrow is Sunday. There will be an exciting stone gambling event at Yudingxian in Qingshui City's antique market. Are you interested in going? Song Jingyang had his own car, so he didn't need Ling Yan to send him. Before they parted, he stared at the psychic jade box in Tang Meng's hands and invited Ling Yan. Big brother Yun. Tang Meng couldn't help but say to Ling Yan, Big brother Yun. Ling Yan really wanted to enjoy the stone gambling. Ling Yan really wanted to appreciate the stone gambling. Even though he didn't know how to appraise jade, with his unparalleled talent, as long as there was spiritual energy in the stone, he would definitely be able to identify it easily. Wouldn't he make a killing if he got a few pieces? However, Song Jingyang's invitation came at a bad time. Ling Yan had to prepare for the mysterious crater tomorrow, and he had to prepare for it. He also had to conserve his energy for physique tempering stage 4. Have you forgotten about tomorrow's business? Ling Yan glared at Tang Meng. Tang Meng only remembered that Ling Yan still had 2 mansions waiting for him to decorate. That was a big deal. He stuck out his tongue and kept quiet. Ling Yan turned to Song Jingyang and said, Uncle Song, I'm really sorry. I really have something to do these few days. I'll definitely pay you a visit after I'm done with these matters. Song Jingyang knew that the 3 of them were high school students, so he didn't force them. Alright, business is more important. Call me when you're free, Song Jingyang chuckled. Alright, business is more important. Go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll introduce you to some friends in Qingshui City's antique industry. You have to show them such a priceless treasure. It'll make your Uncle Song proud too. At the end of the day, Song Jingyang was most concerned about the psychic jade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Ling Yan the green light. Song Jingyang wasn't a saint. How could he be a law-abiding person who dared to gamble in Qingshui City's antique market in front of all the collectors in Huaxia? Don't worry, Uncle Song, this is a small matter. There won't be a problem. Ling Yan laughed. Song Jingyang patted Ling Yan's shoulder and left after saying that he would wait for his call. Back to mansion number 1. Ling Yan got into the Land Rover after Song Jingyang left. Tang Meng drove while Tai Xiaohu followed in his own Audi. The 2 cars headed to mansion number 1. Big brother Yun, let me tell you, Song Jingyang has given us a lot of face today. He gave you his name card personally, and we didn't even have to pay 100 million. Hee, Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan have shot themselves in the foot this time. In the Land Rover, Tang Meng did not wait for Ling Yan to say anything. He was beaming with joy and excitement. Do you really think Song Xingyang is so kind-hearted and righteous? Isn't it because of my jade box? Ling Yan had already put the psychic jade box into his spatial ring. Who exactly is this Song Xingyang? Why do I feel that Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan are afraid of him? Big brother Yun, Song Xingyang has been in Qingshui City for 20 years, but he's not from Qingshui City. When he came to Qingshui City, he opened a pearl jade hall in the antique market, specializing in stone gambling. He also collects jewelry and jades. In the first few years, the underworld and the underworld of Qingshui City were looking for trouble with him, but he settled them easily. Rumor has it that he has a military background. He's very powerful. Xie Zhenyan is right. Not only is Song Xingyang highly accomplished in stone gambling, but his gambling skills are even better. Moreover, he runs some other mysterious businesses. Basically all the famous people in Qingshui City have dealings with him. Tang Meng said seriously. What mysterious businesses? Ling Yan's interest was piqued at the mention of mysterious businesses. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. Even though there were only 2 people in the car, Tang Meng still lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I've heard my dad talk about it before. I think it's an arms and weapons trade, but I don't know anything else. Ling Yan knew about the smuggling of firearms, but he had never heard of open weapons. He asked curiously, what kind of trade is open weapons? Tang Meng chuckled and explained to Ling Yan, weapons of the dead are the burial objects that ancient people brought into the ground when they were buried. It's the grave robbers who dig up graves. The funerary objects of the dead can't see the light of day. Things that couldn't see the light of day were called weapons of the dead. Ling Yan thought about the crater that he was about to go to. Wasn't it just a big tomb? If he could get some weapons of the dead from the crater, he would let Song Xingyang deal with them. Wouldn't he be rich? Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh at that thought. He had completely forgotten about the great danger waiting for him at the bottom of the crater. My dad was a special forces scout in the army. After he retired from the army, he worked as a criminal investigator for so many years. He had seen many strange things, but they were all things that he didn't dare to announce to the public. He told me this since I was young, don't be afraid of the things in the light, but be afraid of the things in the dark. Take this Song Xingyang for example. No one knows where he came from. People like him can't be provoked. It's fine for Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan to flaunt their power in our school. However, if they continue to be so arrogant in society, they might end up kicking a metal plate one day and bring disaster to themselves and their families. As soon as Tang Meng finished his sentence, he could not help but glance at the smiling Ling Yan through the rearview mirror. Coincidentally, Ling Yan caught sight of him. Chuckling, he said, Are you trying to remind me? Don't beat around the bush, just tell me directly. Tang Meng scratched his head. Big brother Yun, I'm not trying to remind you. What I mean is, didn't Go Junfa kick a metal plate this time? To be honest, you're the most mysterious person in my eyes. Ling Yan said seriously. Tang Meng, we're sworn brothers. Don't think of me as mysterious. We'll live as we should. You don't have to feel burdened. Ling Yan knew that his invisibility and the appearance of the 9 dragons had a huge impact on Tang Meng and the others. He didn't want to explain too much, so he could only comfort Tang Meng. Tang Meng nodded. Big brother Yun, I understand. However, I want to tell you something. I remember the most powerful assassin said that the pen in your hand was called the Emperor Brush, right? That's right. Ling Yan laughed. Big brother Yun, do you know who the Emperor is? Tang Meng asked with uncontrollable excitement. Ling Yan really didn't have the time to understand this. This was the most important thing for Ling Yun. Since the assassin said that he was the successor of the human emperor, it would be a huge joke if he didn't even know who the human emperor was. Who is the emperor? Ling Yan asked. Tang Meng chuckled. Big brother Yun, don't you watch the internet? The emperor is Fuxi, the leader of the 3 emperors in ancient China. The Fuxi who created the 8 trigrams according to the river diagram and the book of the Luo. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Fuxi was the head of the 3 emperors, a mythological figure in ancient China. He and Yuhua were the ancestors of the Chinese people. He invented the 8 trigrams according to the changes in the world. This was the earliest form of numeric writing in China and the beginning of ancient Chinese writing. The 8 trigrams were later used by astrologers for divination. He created the calendar, taught the people how to fish and hunt, domesticated livestock, cooked food, held wedding ceremonies, created books, invented the ocarina, musical instruments, and appointed officials. He created the unified totem of the Chinese people, the dragon. This was how the descendants of the dragon came to be. Fuxi was the grandfather of the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. He was also the brother and husband of Nuwa. In Chinese mythology, he had the body of a dragon and the head of a human, just like Nuwa. Legend has it that Fuxi sat on a square altar and listened to the qi of the 8 winds, creating the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams gave rise to the Book of Changes and the Chinese civilization. The head of the 3 emperors, the Book of the River Diagram, the Book of the Luo, the 8 trigrams. It sounds awesome, but it's really awesome. Ling Yan did not reply to Tang Meng. He was deep in thought. The cultivation world had the 8 trigrams. Not only did it exist, but the Taoist sects had also developed the 8 trigrams to the pinnacle. Whether it was a spell formation or divination, it was almost immortal. However, even in the vast cultivation world, no cultivator knew who the creator of the 8 trigrams was. They only knew that it was used for cultivation, but not the origin. Now, Ling Yan knew that it was Fuxi. At least according to Tang Meng, it was Fuxi. Thinking about the boundless immortal spiritual energy in the Emperor Brush and the protection of the 9 dragons and the power of the human emperor, Ling Yan was even more sure that it was true. Did the human emperor Fuxi go to the cultivation world? Then what about the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot? Ling Yan thought about the Yellow Emperor's internal canon of the spiritual pivot. This was the foundation of his path as a doctor. Both worlds had the 8 trigrams, but Fuxi did not leave his name in the cultivation world. The status of the 8 trigrams in this world seemed to be trash, incomparable to the cultivation world. Ling Yan thought about the simple 5 trigrams formation his mother had set up in mansion number 9. The 2 worlds were definitely connected. Ling Yan felt that he had to study the ancient legends of Huaxia. Of Huaxia. Could the heavenly tribulation be premeditated? This thought flashed through Ling Yan's mind, but he immediately rejected it because if it was true, it would be too shocking. Big Brother Yun, if what the assassin said is true, then the emperor brush in your hand might really be the brush that Fuxi used to draw the 8 trigrams. Then you're invincible. Tang Meng was so excited that he was swinging his head left and right. Tang Meng, where can I find these things that you were talking about? Ling Yan had a headache thinking about it. This was related to his past and present lives, so he had to take it seriously. Tang Meng casually replied, there are so many of these things on the internet. Big Brother Yun, you just have to search the internet and you'll know everything. Ling Yan nodded silently, his expression solemn. In this life, he still had to cultivate and face the heavenly tribulation. His future was actually very uncertain, so he had to be careful. There was no traffic at night. Tang Meng sped up the Land Rover and arrived at mansion number 1 in no time. Big Brother Yun, it's already 1:30 in the morning. What are you doing here? Tang Meng asked Ling Yan curiously. He didn't care about cultivation, so he selectively forgot about it. In his opinion, Ling Yan should be going to the rental house or back to mansion number 9 in Qingshui Wharf. I'm teaching Tai Xiaohu martial arts. Do you want to learn as well? Ling Yan asked with a smile. Tang Meng felt a headache coming on. That. Big Brother Yun, I still have to do some decorations tomorrow. It was too noisy last night. I need to go back and have a good sleep. Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng wasn't interested. He nodded and smiled. Then you should hurry back. Oh right, have the paperwork for this car been completed? Didn't Shuang Meifeng's family ask anything when you asked for the car? Tang Meng chuckled. Don't mention it. My dad called me to drive this Land Rover back from the Public Security Bureau. The paperwork has been completed. Public Security Bureau? Ling Yan was surprised. Tang Meng smiled. That's right, the Public Security Bureau. Shuang Tianda found a Land Rover in his house this morning. He asked everyone in the family, but they didn't know what happened. He could only ask someone to send the car to the Public Security Bureau. Ling Yan knew that he had used his Qi Cultivation Stage 9 divine sense to cast the mystical dragon hell. That hell had covered the entire Zhuang family and made most of the unrelated people forget what had happened. That was why Zhuang Tianda was like that. Ling Yan did that to protect himself and the people around him. This way, he could at least delay the time that the Sun family and the Assassins organization needed to find him. Once he reached physique tempering stage 4, Ling Yan would be able to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. His energy center would be able to generate internal qi and he would be able to use the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. He would be able to fight and escape whenever he wanted. He would no longer need to rely on spiritual energy. Naturally, he would have the upper hand. Get me a driver's license as soon as possible. I don't want to drive without a license. Ling Yan instructed Tang Meng. That's easy, I'll just let my dad know. The captain of the traffic department is his old subordinate. Tang Meng chuckled. After that, Tang Meng drove off and Ling Yan and Tai Xiaohu returned to the villa. Only then did Ling Yan give Zhuang Meifeng a call to tell her not to wait for him tonight. Then, he focused on making talismans. After helping Ling Yan with the talisman ink, Tai Xiaohu saw that there was nothing else he could help with. Thus, he went to the courtyard to practice his stellar condensation technique. Ling Yan worked from 2 in the morning to 5 in the morning. He made another 1,500 spirit-gathering talismans and 1,000 fire talismans. He then used the remaining few hundred talisman papers to make healing talismans. 2,000 fire talismans, 3,000 spirit-gathering talismans, and a few bundles of healing talismans. I don't believe that I can't break through the yin-yang dragon lock spell. Why did Ling Yan make 3,000 spirit-gathering talismans? That was because 3,000 spirit-gathering talismans were equivalent to Ling Yan absorbing all the spiritual energy in his body 15 times. If he was in an environment where there was no spiritual energy to be absorbed, it was equivalent to having 15 extra lives. The fire talismans could help him attack enemies and clear obstacles. The healing talismans could heal his wounds. However, to Ling Yan, who had reached the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, they were merely supplementary. Ling Yan still believed in himself and his own abilities. To him, everything else was secondary. Spiritual energy was his number one priority. Ling Yan stored all the talismans into his spatial ring. Then, he walked out of the courtyard and replenished his depleted spiritual energy. He felt refreshed. Now that I'm at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, as long as I can capture a yin spirit and absorb its darking qi, I can break through to physique tempering stage 4 or even physique tempering stage 5. Now that Ling Yan was ready, he only needed one thing. He didn't disturb Tai Xiaohu, who was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Instead, he made use of the darkness before dawn to leave the villa and head straight for Dragon Mountain. It had to be said that mansion number 1 was really too close to Dragon Mountain. In the middle, there was only half of Xianxia Lake, just like the back mountain of Ling Yan's house. Because there were already people who woke up early for their morning exercises, Ling Yan didn't climb Dragon Mountain from the front. Instead, he took a detour to the back of Dragon Mountain. This was a deserted area. Ling Yan used the 1,000 miles godly steps and quickly traversed through the dense forest. Soon, he arrived at the peak of Dragon Mountain. Once he reached the peak, Ling Yan looked directly at the pitch-black crater. F***ck, someone actually went down there. Even though it was pitch black, Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning. He could clearly see that there were a few climbing ropes hanging from the side of the crater. He even found a few people standing guard in the dense forest beside the crater. Ling Yan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, but he quickly relaxed. His lips curled into a smile. That's good too. The more people who go down, the better. Help me scout the path first. Just the football-sized toads at the bottom of the crater would be enough to give these people a hard time. Ling Yan stood on the peak of Dragon Mountain for close to 20 minutes. When the sky started to brighten, the few people standing guard took back their ropes and left. Only then did he descend the mountain and return to his villa. Because the Qingxi Villa district was within the scenic area of Xianxia Lake, all the owners of the Qingxi Villa district could visit Xianxia Lake for free every day. This was something that everyone in Xianxia City knew. It was a benefit for the rich. Ling Yun didn't want to affect the ordinary people in the city. He cultivated the stellar condensation technique and walked along the side of Xianxia Lake. He admired the beautiful scenery of Xianxia Lake in the morning as he walked back leisurely. Today was the last day of the Qingming festival holiday. Ling Yun's mission was to conserve his energy and prepare for the night of the crater. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry at all. When he returned to the villa, it was already close to 7 in the morning. Tai Xiaohu was still sitting cross-legged beside the shikyu herb. He didn't say anything or move. He was cultivating crazily as if he was possessed. Ling Yun frowned as he walked into the courtyard. He had to remind Tai Xiaohu that cultivating like this would cause problems sooner or later. The path of cultivation was originally a path that defied the heavens. One had to know when to relax and when to relax. The stronger the foundation, the better. Even though Tai Xiaohu's crazy cultivation speed was indeed fast, it was inevitable that he would go berserk in the end. Cough cough. Ling Yun coughed lightly, waking Tai Xiaohu up from his cultivation. Big brother Yun, are you done making the talismans? The sky is already bright. Tai Xiaohu opened his eyes and said blankly. Ling Yun looked at Tai Xiaohu calmly. He realized that this brat had only used half a night to solidify the foundation of the third minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. While he was happy for him, he couldn't help but worry secretly. Let's go, stop cultivating. Let's go for breakfast. Ling Yun said to Tai Xiaohu on the way to breakfast. Tai Xiaohu, I know you're eager to increase your strength, but you can't cultivate like this. The stellar condensation technique that I taught you is a supreme cultivation technique. You just have to take it step by step. You can't be so crazy. If you continue to cultivate like this without rest, the higher your realm, the higher the possibility of you going berserk. Even the gods won't be able to save you then. Ling Yun purposely made it sound scary in order to make Tai Xiaohu realize the seriousness of the problem. Actually, if Ling Yun's realm was high enough, he could still cure a normal berserk. Indeed, Ling Yun's words scared Tai Xiaohu so much that he broke out in cold sweat. I understand, big brother Yun. I'll be careful in the future. That's good. Let's go for breakfast. At around 8 o'clock, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu finished their breakfast. Then, they found a hardware store and bought a large number of large needles and long iron nails. They bought out all the stocks in the hardware store. Ling Yun had used up almost all of his iron nails and large needles to deal with the experts from the Sun family the night before. He was going to the crater tonight, so he naturally had to be prepared. Ling Yun didn't want to deal with those toads with his bare hands. It was too disgusting. Using fire talismans on them was a waste, so he bought a lot of iron nails and large needles and stored them all in his spatial ring. It was very convenient. Let's go to the City 9th hospital. We've been treating him for a week now. Let's see how Li Yunxiang's injuries are doing. Rather than saying that Ling Yun was the benefactor of Lu Li's family, it was more accurate to say that Lu Li's family was Ling Yun's benefactor. If Lu Li hadn't given him the emperor brush, Ling Yun wouldn't have received so many benefits. Ling Yun was the kind of person who would repay a drop of kindness with a fountain of water. Moreover, he was desperate to know the origin of the emperor brush. He had to find out. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. 8 o'clock in the morning was the peak hour of Qingshui City's traffic flow. Tai Xiaohu drove his new Audi through the traffic at a snail's pace. Fortunately, Ling Yun had nothing to do today. It was close to 9 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at the Municipal 9th People's Hospital. The two of them had been here once and were familiar with the route. They went straight to the neurology ward on the 7th floor after parking the car. However, they only found out that Li Yunxiang's bed had been changed when they arrived. Tai Xiaohu stopped a nurse and asked about Li Yunxiang. The nurse said that Li Yunxiang had been discharged 3 days ago. After being in a coma for a month, Li Yunxiang suddenly woke up and was able to walk the next day. 2 days later, he was alive and kicking as he went through the discharge procedures. Now, the Municipal 9th Hospital had established him as a classic case of successful treatment of severe brain injuries. He was a big celebrity in the Municipal 9th Hospital and almost everyone knew about him. It was Ling Yan's credit that Li Yunxiang was cured. However, the municipal Ninth People's Hospital promoted it as a miracle and used it as a living advertisement. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The medical skills of this hospital weren't that great, but their shamelessness was comparable to the walls of the city. However, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to argue with the hospital. He and Tai Xiaohu left the hospital. Ling Yun gave Luli a call and asked for her address. Half an hour later, Ling Yun followed the route that Luli had told him and arrived at her house. From afar, he saw Li Yunxiang and Luli, as well as their mother, standing at the door, waiting for him. Ling Yun glanced at the low-rise bungalow that Li Yunxiang had rented. He felt that the living environment here was worse than his mother's clinic. He could not help but frown and ask Li Yunxiang, "Is the 200,000 yuan from last night still in the car? Song Jingyan didn't want it, so I left it in the trunk. I haven't touched it since." Tai Xiaohu smiled. "Take it out when you get out of the car," Ling Yun instructed casually. The Audi slowly stopped in front of Li Yunxiang's house. Before Ling Yun got out of the car, Luli welcomed him with her big belly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. "Big sister Lu, why did you come all the way here to welcome me when your body is so weak?" Ling Yun got out of the car and smiled at Luli. Although they had not seen each other for 5 to 6 days, they had already met several times. Ling Yun was very friendly and casual when he spoke. Naturally, Luli felt the same way. She was even closer to Ling Yun than to her own brother. She pursed her lips and said, "It's only 5 months, how inconvenient can it be? Come on, follow me into the house. Let's talk at home." Ling Yun greeted Li Yunxiang and motherly with a smile before following Luli into her dilapidated courtyard. Li Du's mother was the first to arrive at the small bungalow. She wiped down the bench that had been prepared beforehand before inviting Ling Yun to sit down. Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony and sat down immediately. Before he could say anything, he heard motherly say to Li Yunxiang, "Yunxiang, your savior is here. He's our family's benefactor. Hurry up and kowtow to him." This shocked Ling Yun so much that he stood up immediately. Before Li Yunxiang could kneel down in front of him, Ling Yun rushed over and stopped him. "Auntie, what are you doing? Treating Big Brother Li is a piece of cake for me. There's really no need for all this." Mother Li's face was already full of tears, but they were tears of gratitude and joy. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and said, "Ling Yun, before you came, I told Xianxia that he must kowtow for you. There were too many people outside just now, so I invited you into the house first. You saved our family." At this point, the old lady was already sobbing uncontrollably. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. This was true. The gratitude of the 3 members of the Li family towards Ling Yun came from the bottom of their hearts. There was no pretense in it. This was something that Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu could see. However, Ling Yun didn't come here to make the entire family feel grateful. He and Tai Xiaohu tried their best to stop old madam from making Li Yunxiang kowtow after a long time of persuasion and persuasion. "Ling Yun, you guys sit down and talk. I'll go buy some groceries before the morning market ends. I must have lunch at home." The old lady's enthusiasm was indescribable. "Auntie, I'm just here to see how Big Brother Yunxiang is recovering. As long as he recovers well, I'll be at ease. There's no need for lunch, right?" Ling Yun rejected her politely. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to reject her again, Motherly put on a straight face and pretended to be unhappy. "Child, you are our family's benefactor. If I don't let you kowtow to me, how am I going to face myself in the future if I don't even eat lunch?" Ling Yun had no choice but to turn to Luli for help. Luli giggled like a spring flower. She shook her head and said, "Little brother, I know you're busy. But since you're here, why don't you stay for a meal? Otherwise, our family will feel bad." It seemed like he had no choice but to eat. Ling Yun could only nod with a bitter smile. Motherly was overjoyed. She pushed Ling Yun back to his seat and went out happily. "Big Brotherly, how are you feeling now?" Ling Yun realized that Li Yunxiang was a man of few words. He was very quiet. Even though he was in his own house, he rarely spoke. "Brother, thank you. I'm completely fine now," Li Yunxiang said as he scratched his head. Ling Yan's sharp eyes had long noticed the terrifying 20-centimeter scar on Li Yunxiang's head. He thought for a moment before standing up. Big brother Li, where's your bedroom? Bring me there. Li Yunxiang stood up immediately and brought Ling Yan to the bedroom on the west side of the narrow living room. After getting Li Yunxiang to stand properly, Ling Yan walked behind him and took out a healing talisman from his spatial ring. He gently tossed it at Li Yunxiang's head and then shouted appear in his heart. The confused Li Yunxiang only felt a cooling sensation on his scalp. He didn't know what happened. He was about to ask Ling Yan when he saw that Ling Yan had already walked out of the bedroom. Where are you going? Why are you being so mysterious? Luli asked curiously as she looked at Ling Yan who was walking out. However, when she saw Li Yunxiang walking out from behind Ling Yan, she was stunned. Li Yunxiang's bandage had just been removed, so his hair hadn't fully grown out yet. Therefore, Luli could clearly see that the terrifying scar on Li Yunxiang's head had completely disappeared. It was exactly the same as before the injury. This? Luli was stunned for a moment. She suddenly stood up from her seat and pointed at Li Yunxiang's head. Yunxiang, your head. Only then did Li Yunxiang subconsciously touch the stitched wound on his head. He was also completely stunned. Li Yunxiang had survived the ordeal, Luli had saved the fetus, and Ling Yan had even given her family 40,000 yuan. This was already enough to make them extremely grateful to Ling Yan. The only flaw, which was also Luli's only regret, was the horrifying scar on Li Yunxiang's head. Even though he was disfigured, in the blink of an eye, it had miraculously healed. How could the two of them not be shocked? Why are you still standing there like a fool? Go and look at yourself in the mirror. Luli was extremely agitated as she urged her man to look in the mirror. She turned her head to look at Ling Yan. Little brother, what kind of spell did you use this time? This is too. Luli was incoherent. Ling Yan chuckled. Alright, big sister Lu, I already said that this was a small matter. Don't get too agitated, lest you hurt the fetus in your stomach. Ling Yan didn't want to explain too much since he had been cured. Luli was an understanding person. She knew that Ling Yan didn't want to talk about it. She didn't ask further, but when she looked at Ling Yan again, her gaze was even more different. When Li Yunxiang was done looking at himself in the mirror, Ling Yan gave Tai Xiaohu a look. Tai Xiaohu gently placed the bag in front of Li Yunxiang. Big brother Li, I came in a hurry today. Take this money and rent a better place to stay. I'll arrange for someone to buy you a house in the city, then you can move in. Even though Ling Yan was closest to Luli, he was the head of the family now that Li Yunxiang had recovered. Therefore, he was mainly talking to Li Yunxiang. Ah? Luli wondered if she had heard wrongly. Li Yunxiang was even more dumbfounded. Even though he was a man of few words, he wasn't stupid. However, ever since Ling Yan appeared and healed him, he felt that all these miraculous encounters were like a dream. The sudden turn of events today made him wonder if he was still in a coma and hadn't woken up at all. Was it all a hallucination? After a full minute, Luli finally recovered from the shock. She didn't even look at the bag of cash. She decisively shook her head and said, Little brother, you've done enough for our family. Yunxiang and I will never be able to repay your kindness even if we do anything for the rest of our lives. We definitely won't accept this money and house. Li Yunxiang also reacted. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, Brother Ling Yun, this. He wasn't as eloquent as Luli. He was so emotional that he couldn't say anything. Ling Yun knew that they wouldn't accept it, but he had already prepared an excuse. He smiled and said, Big sister Lu, you have to accept this. Big sister Lu, do you still remember the brush you gave me? After I went back, I realized that the brush was very useful. It was much better than ordinary brushes. Therefore, I asked a friend who specializes in collecting brushes. Ling Yun made up a lie and told Luli and her husband that the brush was actually a valuable collectible. If it was sold to an expert, it could fetch at most 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. After saying that, Ling Yan smiled and said, Big sister Lu, look at how you gave me such a good thing. Now that I know its value, how can I pretend that I don't know anything? Therefore, what I'm giving you is what you deserve. Therefore, you can accept it calmly. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Finally, Ling Yun said to the dumbfounded Li Yunxiang and Luli. Little brother Ling Yun, you really are a good person. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. In today's society, even helping an elderly person up could be extorted. Good deeds had become a legend. The emperor brush was personally given to Ling Yun by Luli. She knew the ins and outs of the matter better than anyone else. If Ling Yun didn't accept it, Luli would have followed her mother-in-law's instructions and thrown the brush away. Hence, she quickly forgot about it after giving it to Ling Yun. Or rather, she didn't take it seriously at all. An item that was about to be thrown away, and it was tainted with evil energy, was given to the benefactor of her family as a thank you gift. Actually, Luli felt very guilty. In the end, not only did Ling Yun not despise it, he even accepted it solemnly. After figuring out the value of the brush, he specially came to clarify the matter and offered to double the compensation. If this wasn't a good person, what was? The housing prices in Xianxia city were at least 20,000 yuan per square meter. A house would cost more than 2 million yuan. Luli knew that Ling Yun didn't have to say that. He only used this as an excuse to get them to accept his money. As for whether the brush was really worth 800,000 yuan, that was still uncertain. Li Yunxiang was stunned. That's not right. Brother Ling Yun, I once took that brush and wandered around the antique market for a month. I asked so many people, but no one wanted it. Brother Li, maybe you didn't find the right person. When it comes to collecting, the value is secondary. The main thing is whether you like it or not. If I like something, I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer me. If I don't like something, I might not even want it if you give it to me. Ling Yun smiled. To be honest, I know a few real collectors. This friend of mine is a collector of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The moment he saw this brush, he said it was a good item and was willing to buy it at a high price. He even asked me to find out more about the origin of this brush. How would I know? That's why I came to ask you. Ling Yun gradually changed the topic to the origin of the brush. He hoped to get some useful information from Li Yunxiang and his wife. Luli was put in a difficult position. She had once told Ling Yun that this brush was a family heirloom, but she couldn't possibly say that it was looted from a tomb, could she? Li Yunxiang, on the other hand, did not have that many scruples. He thought for a while and said, Brother Yun, I'm not afraid to say it out loud. My ancestors were in the business of selling goods from the ground. Tumbling? This was a new term for Ling Yun, so he couldn't help but ask. Li Yunxiang blushed and nodded, yes, to put it bluntly, it's grave robbing. It's said that this brush was found by my grandfather's grandfather in a large tomb. Ling Yun understood immediately. So his emperor brush was a Ming weapon. Tang Meng had just explained it to him last night. Oh, so that's how it is. Then, do you know which tomb this thing was taken from? Ling Yun pretended to be enlightened and asked casually, but his heart was in his throat. This was his main purpose for coming here. As long as he knew which tomb this emperor brush was taken from, he would definitely pay a visit to see if there were any other treasures. When Luli saw that her brother was not angry after hearing that the brush was buried with him, she felt much more at ease. Opening her mouth, she answered on behalf of Li Yunxiang, little brother, let me tell you about this. It turned out that Li Yunxiang's family of 3, including Luli, were all from Huaiyang, Henan province. Henan was located in the central plains of Huaxia. Since ancient times, countless emperors and generals had been buried there. 100 years ago, at the end of the Qing dynasty, Huaxia suffered a huge catastrophe. After years of chaos and war, the people had no way of making a living. Many of them turned to grave robbing to fill their stomachs. Li Yunxiang's ancestor was one of the best in the profession of tomb raiding officers. This brush was something he had casually found in a large tomb. He never expected to sell it no matter how hard he tried, so it was passed down from generation to generation. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Ling Yun had memorized the geography and history of his high school. The moment he heard that Li Yunxiang was from Henan, he immediately sketched out the map and location of Henan. Everything else wasn't important. What was important was that there were 2 places that Ling Yun had highlighted in his geography textbook. One was naturally the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song, and the other was the eastern section of the Qinling Mountains. The Qinling Mountains and the Huaihe River were the dividing line between the north and the south of Huaxia. From Lingyan's perspective, this was one of the largest dragon veins in Huaxia. If ancient nobles were to be buried after their deaths, the Qinling Mountains would undoubtedly be the best place to do so. Lingyan's heart was shaken. He waited for Luli to finish before asking casually, "Big Sister Lu, does that mean that this brush came from a large tomb in Huayang, Henan province?" Luli giggled and shook her head. That might not be the case. At that time, grave robbers would dig up ancient tombs whenever they found one. Who knows where this brush came from? But one thing is for sure, it definitely came from a tomb in Henan province. Luli suddenly looked at Lingyan seriously and said carefully, "Little brother, why are you so concerned about this? Don't tell me you want to. I'm only telling you because I treat you like my own brother. This isn't a good thing, it's illegal." Lingyan shook his head like a rattle drum and said firmly, "Big Sister Lu, what are you thinking about? I'm still in high school now. How could I go and rob a tomb? Besides, that place is filled with yin energy. Even if I wanted to go, I wouldn't dare," Lingyan said firmly. Luli rolled her eyes at Lingyan. "You still don't dare? Big sister can see that you're very capable." Lingyan could tell that there was a hidden meaning in Luli's words. He didn't dare to continue the conversation. Instead, he giggled and said, "Big Sister Lu, Xiaohu and I are just curious," afraid that Luli wouldn't believe him. Lingyan continued, "Actually, I just want to confirm where this brush came from. I want to narrow down the area so that I can reply to my friend and ask him to look for treasures nearby. Who knows, he might even be able to gather a set of ink, paper, and inkstone." Lingyan's words were reasonable, so Luli wasn't worried anymore. She smiled and said, "Then I'm relieved. Actually, I heard all of this from my mother-in-law. When I first married Brother Li, she loved to tell me these stories. It's scary. If you want to hear it, wait for my mother-in-law to come back and let her tell you." Seeing that he couldn't get any more information, Lingyan could only start chatting with Luli and her husband. He also tried to persuade her to accept the 200,000 yuan. However, Luli and Li Yunxiang refused to accept it. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Motherly returned from grocery shopping. Of course, Motherly was most concerned about Li Yunxiang, who had just recovered from a serious illness. She was shocked to find that the scar on her son's head had completely disappeared. Naturally, she was filled with gratitude towards Ling Yun. After Motherly had calmed down, Luli told her mother-in-law about the deadlock. Motherly shook her head and said to Ling Yun, "Child, Auntie's family is poor. Child, Auntie's family is poor, but with your help, Auntie really can't accept this kindness. You'd better keep the money and be obedient." Ling Yun smiled. "Auntie, Big Sister Lu only told you one thing, not the other." Ling Yun quickly told Motherly that the Emperor brush was worth close to 1,000,000 yuan and insisted that the Li family accept the 200,000 yuan first. However, Motherly laughed. "That won't do. This brush is worth close to 1,000,000 yuan. Even if it's worth tens of millions, it's only worth that much in your hands. It has been passed down in our family for so many years. We can't even sell it. When I gave it to you, it was worthless. Since I asked Luli to give it to you, it's yours. No matter how valuable it is now, it's still your money." Ling Yun and Tai Xiao, who didn't expect Motherly to be so understanding. They looked at each other and were a little stunned. They were just ordinary people. Even though they were poor, they were simple and reasonable. This made Ling Yun very emotional. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't be stumped by this question. It was rare for a stingy person like him to be generous. If he couldn't even give them money, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? Ling Yun stood up silently and walked out with Tai Xiaohu. Luli panicked and quickly stood up to stop them. "Little brother, what are you doing? Why are you leaving without saying anything?" Motherly and Li Yunxiang were anxious as well. They went forward to stop them from leaving. "Auntie, Big Sister Lu, I'll be honest with you. The main reason I came here is to give you this money. If you don't accept it, how am I supposed to eat here?" Ling Yun said seriously. "I don't need money now. If I did, I wouldn't have it even if you wanted it." This money is just sitting there. Big Brother Li has just recovered from his illness, and you're pregnant. You can't possibly let the child be born here, can you? I don't want to say anything more. If you treat me as family, don't treat me like an outsider. Accept this money. Otherwise, Xiaohu and I will leave right now. Luli was extremely touched by Ling Yan's words. She turned to look at her mother-in-law. Alright, I don't know how Yunxiang got his good fortune. Our Li family has met a benefactor. Accept it, Mother Li sighed and held Ling Yan's hand as they returned to their seats. Child, our family will never be able to repay your kindness. Mother Li looked at Ling Yan as if he was her own son. Compared to the Emperor Brush, Ling Yan couldn't be any nicer to the Li family. Furthermore, he felt the same way. Therefore, he smiled and said, Auntie, what are you saying? This is just the beginning. I'm not bragging. I will ensure Big Brother Li's prosperity in the future. Ling Yan's voice was calm and composed, but anyone who heard it could hear the determination in his words. Mother Li looked at Ling Yan for a long time. Finally, she smiled and called Luli over to prepare the meal. The dilapidated courtyard was filled with joy and peace. Ling Yan liked this kind of atmosphere very much. He suddenly realized that doing good deeds was of great help to his own opportunities and cultivation of the heart Tao. The few of them chatted as they worked. Luli quickly returned to the topic of the Emperor Brush's origins. Lulilan was a smart girl. Of course, she would ask on behalf of Ling Yan. Mother Li thought for a while and returned to her bedroom. After a while, she came out with an old book. Mother Li passed the old book to Ling Yan and said with a smile. Child, this is for you. A book recommended to a friend, book number 270-5777, title, The Genius of the Medical World, Introduction, a super cool doctor's novel, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote at Jidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued, Auntie, what's this? Ling Yan asked curiously. Tai Xiaohu, Li Yunxiang, and Luli couldn't contain their curiosity when they saw Mother Li take out such an old book. Based on Li Yunxiang and Luli's expressions, it was obvious that this was their first time seeing this book. Just as Ling Yun was about to open it, old Madame Li smiled and said, Child, this book is for you. Don't read it here. Open it when you get home. Seeing old Madame Li's mysterious expression, Ling Yun nodded and said, I'll accept it then. Then, he kept the book close to his body. Since old Madame Li took out the book when they were talking about the origin of Emperor Brush, there was no doubt that this book had something to do with it even if it didn't mention the origin of Emperor Brush. After Mother Li handed the book to Ling Yun, she pretended as if nothing had happened. She started to prepare lunch and even asked her daughter-in-law to make dumplings with chive stuffing. To Ling Yan's surprise, Mother Li and Lu Li's culinary skills were pretty good. The two of them made a table full of dishes. Even though it was a home-cooked meal, every dish looked, smelled, and tasted delicious. After lunch, Ling Yan felt that he had gotten closer to the Li family. Their interactions were more intimate and natural, just like a family. At 1 in the afternoon, Ling Yan was still thinking about the book that old Madame Li gave him. Coincidentally, Zhuang Meifeng gave him a call at this time. Thus, he said his goodbyes. Li Yunxiang's family also knew that Ling Yan had many things to do, so they didn't try to keep him. The family of 3 sent them to the door and watched as they left. Only when the black Audi was out of sight did Mother Li retract her gaze and say, Ling Yan is a god. Our Li family is really lucky. Lu Li's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. No one knew what she was thinking. Tai Xiaohu was focused on driving in front. Ling Yan took out the tattered book from the back seat and started reading it. This was a thread-bound book. Because of its age, many threads had fallen off, and it looked like it would fall apart at any time. The paper of the book was also completely yellowed, and the edges of the pages were worn out. Ling Yan carefully opened the book and was surprised to find that the book was read vertically from the right, which was very much in line with the reading habits of the cultivation world. Moreover, the font of this book was all traditional Chinese characters. There were many words that Ling Yan did not recognize at all. Fortunately, he was talented enough to understand some of them. Ling Yan flipped through the book roughly and knew that it was a handwritten copy. It was divided into 3 parts. The first part was the Book of Burial, which was written by Guopu of the Eastern Jin dynasty. The second part was the Book of Tombs, which mainly recorded the specific burial locations of ancient officials of rank 5 and above. The third part was impressively the author's records of the excavation process of some important tombs. Without a doubt, the author of this book was Li Yunxiang's ancestor. Naturally, Ling Yun was most concerned about which tomb the Emperor brush was taken from. Unfortunately, he could not find anything even after flipping through the third part of the book. It was obvious that the Emperor brush was brought out of the tomb by Li Yunxiang's ancestors. Later on, they realized that it wasn't worth much and couldn't be sold. Hence, they didn't take it seriously and didn't record it down. However, Li Yunxiang's ancestor was a very meticulous person. When he sorted out his memories of the tombs, not only did he record the excavation process in detail, but he also recorded the exact location of each tomb. This gave Ling Yun a little more hope. When the time is right, I'll take a look one by one. Ling Yun instantly had a plan in mind. Since he didn't know which tomb the Emperor brush was taken from, Ling Yun could only carry out a carpet search. Because there were many traditional Chinese characters in the book that Ling Yun couldn't even guess, he was too lazy to study them. He directly put the book into his spatial ring and prepared to study the traditional Chinese characters. Anyway, his memory was so strong that he only needed to read the book once to learn the traditional Chinese characters. It was very easy. This was an amazing book that would be of great help to Ling Yun in the future. Therefore, he definitely had to study it seriously. Big brother Yun, where are we going now? Tai Xiaohu asked Ling Yun after the Audi reached the east outer ring. Let's find a supermarket to buy some things before returning to the rental office, Ling Yun replied. The two of them arrived at the Hualien supermarket. Ling Yun bought some food and mineral water and placed them in a large plastic bag. After paying the bill, he put them all into his spatial ring. Of course, this was to prepare for the trip to the crater tonight. Ling Yun originally wanted to find a place to buy 2 daggers as weapons, but he gave up after some thought. No weapon was better than his Emperor brush. At 2:30 p.m., Ling Yun returned to the rental office. He didn't let Tai Xiaohu get out of the car. Instead, he sent him back to rest. Tai Xiaohu hadn't slept well for 2 consecutive nights. The moment Ling Yun entered the door, he saw Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi rushing out of the house. Zhuang Meifeng threw herself into Ling Yun's arms and wrapped her sexy body tightly around Ling Yun's. She said in a sobbing tone, "Really, we went out yesterday morning and only came back this afternoon. I was so worried." Ling Yun knew that he was in the wrong. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He carried Zhuang Meifeng's alluring body horizontally and strode into the house. "Put me down, big sister Xiao is watching." Zhuang Meifeng reminded Ling Yun with a blushing face. "It's okay, I didn't see anything." Xiao Mimi gave Ling Yun a flirtatious look and giggled as she followed Ling Yun into the house. Judging from their tone and expressions, Ling Yun knew that after the battle of life and death 2 nights ago, the estrangement between them had been completely resolved. Their relationship was more than 100 times better than before. Ling Yun entered the house and sat on the sofa with Zhuang Meifeng in his arms. He wanted to take the opportunity to place his hands on Zhuang Meifeng's perky breasts, but she pushed him away shyly. He could only give up for now. "Where's Little White?" Ling Yun asked curiously as he looked around and realized that Little White wasn't home. Ling Yun wouldn't bring anyone else into the crater tonight, but he would definitely bring Little White along. This was because the tree hole that Little White lived in was beside the crater. Little White was very familiar with the environment there. If Ling Yun encountered any danger, Little White would definitely warn him. Zhuang Meifeng hoped that Ling Yun's big hands would land on her perky breasts and caress them. However, Xiao Mimi was sitting right in front of her. She could only forcefully suppress the desire in her heart as she twisted her slim waist and sat up from Ling Yun's lap. Zhuang Meifeng blushed as she moved her round and perky butt off Ling Yun's lap and sat on the sofa beside Ling Yun. She gently tidied up her messy hair before rolling her eyes at Ling Yun. She said coquettishly, "Little White? Are you talking about the white fox that suddenly grew an extra tail?" "Ling Yun, you haven't told us why that white fox suddenly grew an extra tail." Ling Yun's 9 dragons protection phenomenon had already been seen by the two of them. There was no need to hide it from these 2 women who were willing to die for him. Therefore, he revealed the fact that Little White was a super spiritual beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox. What did you say? Little White has 9 tails? Then isn't it? Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were shocked at the same time. Even though Ling Yan said that Little White was a spiritual beast, to put it simply, Little White was a demon. Yes, it's a fox spirit. Moreover, it's the most powerful kind of fox spirit. Ling Yan felt that it was very amusing to see them so scared that their faces turned pale. He deliberately teased them with a childish heart. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi did not expect that they had been living with a fox spirit for the past few days. They immediately looked at each other with lingering fear. Xiao Mimi was a little braver, but Zhuang Meifeng was so scared that her face turned pale. She mumbled, then does it eat humans? As Zhuang Meifeng spoke, she was already so scared that her fiery body had already burrowed into Ling Yan's arms. Ling Yan could feel her shivering. Seeing Zhuang Meifeng so scared, Ling Yan could not bear to see Zhuang Meifeng in such a state. He lightly scratched Zhuang Meifeng's nose and smiled. Think about it. If it ate humans, you would have been eaten by it long ago. Do you think you would still be alive now? When I found Little White, it was already very intelligent. It had the same level of intelligence as an adult. Now that it has an extra tail, its intelligence has far surpassed that of an ordinary person. It will not eat humans. After a period of time, when Little White's third tail grows out, it will be able to transform into a human. It will be able to speak and behave like a human. Zhuang Meifeng did not care about being scared anymore. She seemed to have thought of something as her face suddenly turned red. She sat up straight in Ling Yan's arms and asked in shock, can it really transform into a human? Is it a man or a woman? Ling Yan chuckled and said, have you ever seen a male fox spirit? Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful face froze. The image of Daji, the fox spirit who caused the downfall of King Zhou of Shang and the investiture of the gods, flashed across her mind. She realized that there really was no male fox spirit. Damn, he had to guard against it day and night. Now that he had brought back a fox spirit, what was there to guard against? Ling Yan was telling Zhuang Meifeng all this so that she would be mentally prepared. This was to prevent Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and the rest from being unable to accept the fact that Little White had grown its third tail and transformed into a human. Zhuang Meifeng fell into a huge shock. Her heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. They entangled together and once again attacked and overturned her worldview. Xiao Mimi, on the other hand, could accept it more easily. That was because she had returned with Little White the night before to save Ling Yan. At that time, the feeling that Little White gave her was that of a beautiful fox spirit. Other than that, Little White had already behaved like a real human. I really want to know what Little White will look like after it transforms into a human, Xiao Mimi sighed faintly as her charming eyes glanced at Ling Yan. Obviously, these words were meant for Ling Yan to hear. Ling Yan laughed and said casually, what else can it look like? I think the two of you are the most beautiful vixens in the world. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Stop it. How can you compliment someone like that? Zhuang Meifeng glared at Ling Yan coquettishly. Pinching the soft flesh of Ling Yan's waist with her thumb and index finger, she gently pinched it and expressed her dissatisfaction. Zhuang Meifeng was known as the flower of Qingshui. Her face was beautiful and cold. Now that she was angry, it was extremely charming. It hurts. I admit my mistake, I surrender. Ling Yan smiled at Zhuang Meifeng and raised his hands cooperatively. Xiao Mimi giggled and almost blinded Ling Yan. Humph. You didn't even cry out in pain 2 nights ago. Why are you crying out in pain now? Zhuang Meifeng seemed to recall the danger 2 nights ago. Her beautiful eyes were filled with love. It was this big boy who always had an evil grin on his face and an indescribable calmness in his clear eyes. When she was completely disheartened, a divine soldier descended from the sky and single-handedly fought against many experts to save her from the tiger's mouth. Ling Yan saw Zhuang Meifeng's eyes turn red and knew that she was recalling the incident 2 nights ago. He smiled gently and hugged her shoulder. He comforted her and said, that's wife snatching. How can you be afraid of getting hurt? Alright, it's all in the past. Let's not think about it anymore. Hmm. Zhuang Meifeng was overjoyed to hear Ling Yin talk about wife snatching. However, she blushed and punched Ling Yin twice. These words could only be whispered in bed. How could he say it in front of a third person? It was so embarrassing. Ling Yin came back today to recharge his energy. He did not want to be entangled with these two women. He took the opportunity to change the topic. After talking for so long, you still haven't told me where Little White went. You're really pissing me off. The two of us are right in front of you. Why don't you ask us how we've been doing for the past 2 days? Why do you have to ask about that vixen? It was taken away by your good Ning Er early in the morning. After a full day's rest, Zhuang Meifeng seemed to have recovered. After recovering from the shock, the biggest knot in her heart was actually Shui Mining and Chao Shanshan's ambiguous relationship with Ling Yun. Without a doubt, she was extremely jealous. Of course, Ling Yun could hear the jealousy in Zhuang Meifeng's words. However, this was not the time to dwell on this issue. He asked curiously, taken away by Ning Er? Isn't she afraid? Xiao Mimi seemed to be in a good mood. She smiled and said, that little girl is not afraid at all. She likes Little White very much. From the looks of it, she wants to treat Little White as her pet. Ah? Ling Yun was a little confused at that moment. I didn't even say that I would raise the 9-tailed celestial fox as a pet, but little Ning Er actually took Little White as a pet. However, this was just right. Little Demon Girl and Little Demon Fox were a match made in heaven. This way, it would save Ling Yun a lot of trouble. When he was about to leave at night, all he had to do was give Shui Mining a call and ask her to release Little White. Do you have hot water? I want to take a shower. The weather yesterday and today had been relatively hot. The temperature had reached 30 degrees Celsius. Ling Yun had not bathed for 2 days. Even though his body was special and did not have any odors, he still felt a little uncomfortable. I have already heated up the water for you. Zhuang Meifeng's body trembled slightly when she heard that Ling Yun suddenly wanted to take a shower. Her face was as red as a big apple. She lowered her head and said softly. She had misunderstood Ling Yun's intentions. In fact, Ling Yun only wanted to take a shower to refresh himself. He had no other intentions. Alright, then I'll go take a shower. Oh right, are the two of you free this afternoon? Ling Yun stood up and asked Zhuang Meifeng. What else could there be? You. What do you want to do? Zhuang Meifeng thought to herself. Ling Yun wouldn't ask the two of them to accompany him to take a shower, right? That would be so embarrassing. Xiao Mimi's eyes were also filled with excitement. Even though she did not deliberately show it, anyone who saw it would be able to tell that her alluring eyes were filled with anticipation. Ling Yun was slightly stunned. He instantly understood what the two of them were thinking. He could not help but grin and say, how about, the two of you accompany me to take a shower? You're so naughty. Zhuang Meifeng saw that she had guessed correctly. Her beautiful face instantly turned red. She grabbed a pillow from the sofa and threw it at Ling Yun's legs. Xiao Mimi's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She immediately remembered how Ling Yun had bullied her the other day. She could not help but clamp her thighs together. Ling Yun could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction as he looked at the two beauties' reactions. None of them objected? What kind of agreement did the two of them come to? Of course, he did not have such thoughts today. Even if the two of them were willing, he would not dare to try it. He could not even handle one Zhuang Meifeng. If he were to add the extremely charming Xiao Mimi to the mix, how many times would he have to recite the clear heart mantra? Moreover, even if he recited the clear heart mantra, he might not be able to handle it. Thus, Ling Yun changed the topic and said, I'm just joking. What I mean is, if the two of you are free in the afternoon, go to Qingshui Wharf's mansion number 9 now and help Tang Meng. That kid is currently renovating mansion number 9. I'm afraid he might not be able to handle it. Zhuang Meifeng was the daughter of the richest man in Qingshui City. In terms of style and taste, there were very few people who could compare to her. Now that Qin Xiuyue had become a big boss and was hiding in her house, it was perfect for her to help out. When Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi saw that Ling Yun did not really want them to accompany him to take a shower, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, they did not know why they felt an indescribable sense of loss in their hearts. However, Zhuang Meifeng's special emotion did not last long. She immediately exclaimed. What? Go to mansion number 9? Ling Yan thought to himself, I'm just asking you to help out. Is there a need for such a big reaction? He nodded his head and said, yes, why? Haven't the two of you been there before? When he bought the 2 mansions, Ling Yan brought the 2 of them with him. We know the address, but, didn't you say that your mother has already moved in? Zhuang Meifeng's pretty face flashed with a trace of obvious nervousness and apprehension. Ling Yan replied in surprise, yes, it's because my mother and sister have moved in. The mansion is so big, we can't just let them stay in an empty house, right? However, he quickly understood why Zhuang Meifeng was nervous. He chuckled and said, it's all right, a handsome daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws eventually. After seeing them for the first time, it'll be fine after getting used to it. My mother will definitely like the 2 of you. Are we really going? Zhuang Meifeng's heart was filled with nervousness and inexplicable happiness. Ling Yan taking the initiative to ask her to meet his mother meant that he had indirectly acknowledged her status. However, when she thought about how she was about to meet Ling Yan's mother, her heart started beating like a drum. What if her future mother-in-law did not like her? From Ling Yan's usual behavior, Zhuang Meifeng could tell that nothing was more important than Ling Yan's family. Ling Yan's love for his mother and sister was incomparable to anyone else's. Little did Zhuang Meifeng know that Qin Qiuyue had already seen her and knew the whole story. Let me tell you, Ning Er will definitely be there to help out. It's up to you to decide whether to go or not, hehe. Ling Yan knew that Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were timid when he saw how nervous they were. Hence, he used Ning Er to provoke them. I'm going to take a shower, you two can slowly discuss, hehe. After saying that, Ling Yan gave the 2 of them a mesmerizing smile and disappeared into the bathroom. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi could not be bothered with Ling Yan anymore. They sat facing each other and stared at each other. They could see the nervousness and urgency in each other's eyes. I'm going. Zhuang Meifeng said resolutely as she stood up and said, I'm going to change my clothes. How could she not go? Ling Yan's newly bought mansion was going to be renovated. This was a big deal, moreover, it was for her future mother-in-law. If she did not perform well now, when would she? Not only did she have to go, she had to wear her best and most beautiful clothes. Ling Yan took 15 minutes to take a very comfortable hot shower. He felt refreshed and walked out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around him. Then, he was shocked by the 2 beauties who had just finished changing. Zhuang Meifeng wore a watery pink blouse and a light yellow muslin skirt that reached her knees. She wore a pair of white high-heeled sandals on her dainty feet and did not have a single piece of jewelry on her. However, this simple attire perfectly accentuated her elegant and refined temperament. Compared to Zhuang Meifeng's elegance, Xiao Mimi wore a pink shirt and a pair of tight-fitting jeans. The bottom of the shirt was tucked into the waistband of her pants, accentuating her sexy figure. The jeans wrapped around her long legs and her black hair fell to her waist. She had light makeup on, which made her look charming yet dignified. Wow. There's no need for the 2 of you to dress up so nicely, right? We're going to work, not a beauty pageant. Ling Yan mumbled to himself as he stared at the 2 of them in bewilderment. F***CKU. Zhuang Meifeng glared at Ling Yan shyly. Of course we know that we're going to work. That's why we didn't wear our gowns. Alright, you can dress however you want. However, let me give you a suggestion. It's best if you bring more clothes. Ling Yan thought to himself, you guys can dress up to your heart's content. Just don't be devastated by my mother and sister when you go. Even though Zhuang Meifeng was the prettiest girl in the world and Xiao Mimi was the most charming girl in the world, they would definitely be outshined if they were to be compared to Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. Why do you need to bring clothes? Zhuang Meifeng asked curiously. Oh, I'm afraid that my mother will like the 2 of you very much. That's why I asked you to stay with her for a few more days. Ling Yan came up with a random excuse. Actually, he sent the 2 of them to his mother's place so that Qin Qiuyue could protect them. If the Sun family or the Assassins organization came looking for them while he was away, the 2 of them would definitely not be able to escape. Really? That's great. Hearing this, the two women happily returned to their respective rooms and took a few changes of clothes. Then, they bade farewell to Ling Yun and left in a taxi. Ling Yun watched them leave in the car before returning to his bedroom and turning on his computer. In the remaining time, he was going to cram on the ancient myths and legends of Xianxia. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ling Yun first gave Tang Meng a call and told him the reason and purpose of sending the two girls over. He then instructed him to act according to the circumstances and ensure that they stayed in mansion number 9 for a period of time. Ling Yan also gave Xue Mining a call and instructed her to release Little White before 10 o'clock at night. After hanging up, Ling Yan switched off his phone to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Then, he started surfing the internet. Ling Yan already had experience surfing the internet once, so he was completely familiar with it. His goal this time around was very clear. He wanted to understand the ancient myths and legends of Xianxia. In ancient myths and legends, be it the creation of heaven and earth, moving mountains and filling seas, casting beings to transform into soldiers, transformation, clairvoyance, etc., they were all inseparable from one thing, and that was magical power. This might not have any practical significance to ordinary people. At most, they would be curious about it. After understanding it, it would become a topic of conversation. However, it was completely different for Ling Yun. This was because once he reached the foundation establishment stage, or rather, the qi cultivation stage, it would be equivalent to possessing magical power. In other words, once Ling Yun reached the qi cultivation stage, all sorts of unimaginable abilities would begin to be displayed. He would be no different from those people in the ancient myths and legends. Ling Yun used Baidu to search and understand them one by one. Soon, he was immersed in them and gradually lost track of time. For a whole 4 hours, Ling Yun learned about Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, Nuwa's creation of mankind, Hui shooting down the sun, Jingwei filling up the sea, the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Yu the Great controlling the flood. Then, he went to the investiture of the gods, journey to the west, and even the relevant links on the web. He even browsed through the classic of mountains and seas and strange stories from a Chinese studio. Apart from the creation of the world and the creation of mankind by Nuwa, which the people of the world of cultivation couldn't do, there are people in the world of cultivation who can do everything else. At 7:30 in the evening, Ling Yun finally stood up from his seat in front of the computer. He had more or less understood what he needed to understand. Even though the amount of information on the internet was as vast as the sea, and some of the myths and legends were even contradictory, Ling Yun had already grasped the main line and sorted out the context. His memory was very strong and he had a photographic memory. As long as he had seen something, he would remember it all. This world should have lost a great era. Either the people of that era disappeared due to some unstoppable force, or some almighty beings covered up some of the truth. Although myths and legends were illusory, Ling Yun knew that it was all because of the unknown, or to put it bluntly, because of ignorance. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. Since those myths and legends could be passed down through the ages, there must be a reason for it. Otherwise, why was there no legend that the sun was triangular? The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a smile. If his judgment was correct, he wouldn't be lonely in this lifetime of cultivation. However, after understanding all of this, Ling Yun completely understood the importance of keeping a low profile. If those legendary people really disappeared due to some kind of force majeure, and the world was what he saw, then it didn't matter how high profile Ling Yun was. Compared to the ordinary people in the city, he was close to a god. Anything he did was close to a miracle. However, that wasn't the case. Chao Shanshan had also said that Ling Yun had seen it with his own eyes. There were Xiantian realm masters, dragons, 9-tailed celestial foxes, and even almighty beings who could use the terrain to set up the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. There was also the existence of the Emperor Brush. The Emperor Brush was something that all the experts in the cultivation world would fight over. Even though it was unknown why it had remained dormant until now, it contained a huge amount of immortal spiritual energy. Only immortal weapons could contain immortal spiritual energy. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't go down on an empty stomach in a few hours. He closed the door and left home. He found a random restaurant to fill his stomach before returning to surf the internet. This time, Ling Yan wasn't researching ancient myths and legends anymore. Instead, he entered a website that could exchange traditional and simplified Chinese characters. The book that Li Yunxiang's mother gave him was all written in traditional Chinese characters. Therefore, Ling Yan used the remaining few hours to learn traditional Chinese characters. At this time, Ling Yan's terrifying memory played a huge role. There were only about 3,000 commonly used Chinese characters. Using the traditional character converter, Ling Yan only needed to look at the traditional form of each simplified Chinese character to memorize it. It was very easy. It's about time. Those rare characters are rarely used. There's no need to learn them. At 11:30 at night, Ling Yan turned off his computer and checked the things he had prepared. He took 2 sets of sportswear and 2 pairs of sports shoes and put them into his spatial ring. Then, he locked the door and left. The weather was good that night. Even though it was close to midnight, the temperature in Xianxia city was still above 20 degrees Celsius. The crescent moon hung in the sky and the stars filled the sky. Ling Yan deliberately used the stellar condensation technique and brought Little White through the streets and alleys, heading straight for the Qingxi Villa district. Back at Villa number 1, Ling Yan absorbed the spiritual energy until it was full. Then, he smiled and walked away. After leaving the villa, Ling Yan went straight to Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff. 3 days had passed. Tonight was the day of the battle between Ling Yan and Du Gumo. After entering Dragon Mountain Park, Ling Yan used his movement technique and headed straight for the peak. His figure traversed through the night at lightning speed. Du Gumo didn't come? When Ling Yan reached the peak, he realized that there wasn't a single person there. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Ling Yan wondered if he had accidentally erased too much of Du Gumo's memory. Otherwise, based on that brat's arrogance, he should have been waiting for him here. Ling Yan thought about it again and felt that it was impossible. This was because he remembered very clearly that Du Gumo's memory had only been erased for 2 hours. At that time, Ling Yan's strength was at Qi Cultivation Stage 9. It was impossible for there to be any deviation. Ling Yan's control of the mystical dragon hell was impeccable. It was targeted at everyone present. Not only did he protect the memories of ordinary people like Tang Meng, he also preserved the memory of his mother, Qin Qiuyue. It was impossible for there to be a problem with Du Gumo alone. Ling Yan walked around the peak of Dragon Mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked carefully. Then, he suddenly noticed Du Gumo's handwriting on the guardrail at the edge of Tiger Cliff. Ling Yan, I waited for you for half an hour. I really have something urgent to attend to tonight. Let's fight another day. At the bottom, there was only the word Du Gumo. The handwriting was carved with the tip of a sword on the 2-centimeter diameter guardrail. Although it was small, it was written in a flamboyant style. It was just a little sloppy. Ling Yan thought to himself that Du Gumo had indeed been here for a long time. In a flash, he arrived in front of the guardrail with the words on it. Pinching the guardrail with 2 fingers, he exerted a little force and pulled it down. The circular guardrail was squeezed into a 4-centimeter wide metal bar by Ling Yan's 2 fingers. The handwriting on it disappeared. Then, Ling Yan stretched out his finger and carved 3 words on the 4-centimeter wide metal bar. Got it. Ling Yan still needed to conserve spiritual energy for the crater. Now that Du Gumo was not around, there was naturally no need to fight. However, this also made Ling Yan's plan to have Du Gumo accompany him down the crater. Ling Yan smiled and stood up. He looked at the pitch-black crater. In the night, it looked like a monster with its mouth wide open. I wonder how many people have gone down these few days. It must be fun down there, right? Little White, let's go. Ling Yan brought Little White down from the other side of the Dragon Mountain. There were no mountain paths on this side, and it was very steep. The mountain rocks were jagged, and the vegetation was overgrown. However, this problem was not a problem for the man and fox. Very quickly, they entered the dense forest and ran towards the valley between the Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. Once again, Ling Yan and Little White arrived at the dense forest and stopped in front of the old tree. This place was less than 200 meters away from the edge of the crater. To Ling Yan, it would take him less than 10 seconds to reach it. Little White, we are going to explore the crater now. Is this hole of yours connected to the bottom of the crater? Little White could completely understand Ling Yan's words. It blinked its long and narrow eyes and shook its head at first. However, very quickly, it nodded. Ling Yan did not understand what Little White meant, but this was not a big problem. He smiled casually and said, "All right, I can't enter this hole of yours anyway, so I can only go down from there. Let's meet at the bottom of the crater, how about that?" Little White stared at Ling Yan for a long time. Then, with a flash of white, it disappeared into the hole. Seeing that Little White had gone down first, Ling Yan was not in a hurry. He looked left and right to make sure that there was no one around before rushing towards the crater. Coming to the edge of the crater, Ling Yan stopped in his tracks and stuck his head out to look at the bottom of the crater for a while. Because Ling Yan had used his divine sense to explore it once, he roughly knew what the shape of the crater was. The entire crater looked like a bucket that had been dug out and turned upside down. The crater had a large bottom and a small mouth. The diameter at the top was about 300 meters, but the bottom was at least 400 meters. If a rock were to be pushed down from the side of the crater, it was guaranteed that the rock would fall to the bottom without hitting anything along the way. The entire crater was pitch black, not a single ray of light could penetrate it. Even with the eyesight of a physique tempering stage level 3, he could only see roughly 30 meters below the crater. He could not see anything further down. However, in this quiet night, the sound of the underground river at the bottom of the crater rumbled like the galloping of 10,000 horses. Since he had decided to explore, Ling Yan was naturally not afraid. He observed carefully and found a good foothold 8 meters down. With a light leap, he jumped down. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. In the darkness of the night, Ling Yan's tall figure descended 8 meters in the blink of an eye. The walls of the sinkhole were slanted the deeper one went. Even though it wasn't obvious, after falling 8 meters straight, the landing spot he had his eye on was already half a meter away from his body. Fortunately, Ling Yan was skilled and daring. He waited until his shoulder was parallel to the rock protruding from the precipice before he silently activated the stellar condensation technique. His right hand shot out at lightning speed, and his index and middle fingers pierced into the rock, instantly stopping his falling figure. Ling Yan's body hung on the cliff 400 meters deep. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that he had overestimated himself. I didn't expect the rocks here to be so hard. Ling Yan thought to himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yan's stellar condensation technique had reached the second major realm, Ling Yan wouldn't have even been able to explore the crater. Even with Ling Yan's current physical strength, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of falling from a height of 400 meters. Otherwise, he would have jumped down long ago. Ling Yan hung on the cliff for a while and looked down at the precipice below. He couldn't find a suitable landing spot. He reached out his left hand and placed it on the cliff. With a light push of his palm, his body flew into the air and landed firmly on the cliff. The rock protruding from the cliff was only the size of a wash basin. It was only big enough for one person to stand on. Moreover, because the cliff was extremely steep, Ling Yan had to bend his body slightly and stick his body tightly to the cliff to barely stand. At a depth of 8 meters, the moonlight couldn't reach this position. He was completely surrounded by darkness. If an ordinary person was in the same situation, they would probably have lost control of their bowels and pee. However, Ling Yan was calm and composed. Once again, he stuck 2 fingers into the broken rock. Even though he felt that he could use all his strength to stick it in, it was too exhausting. If he were to reach the bottom of the crater like this, he would have used up more than half of his spiritual energy. After reaching the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, Ling Yan's body was as tough as iron and stone. However, that was only referring to the toughness and defense of his body. It didn't mean that his fingers could cut through iron as though it was mud. It didn't mean that he could insert his fingers into a hard rock like it was tofu. This was like having a steel nail and using it to hammer into a rock. Although the steel nail was hard and sharp enough, if one did not have enough strength to hammer it, it would not be able to be hammered in. Even if it was bent, it would not be able to be hammered in. Ling Yan took out the emperor brush without hesitation and tried using it. Sure enough, the tip of the emperor brush was invincible. He inserted the emperor brush into the hard rock effortlessly. Ling Yan grabbed the emperor brush with one hand and tested his body in the air again. He only started to climb down after confirming that there were no problems. With Ling Yan's skills, it was easy for him to climb the cliff as long as there was a place for him to borrow strength from. Ling Yan didn't dare to be careless anymore. He started to descend at a close distance. He would insert the emperor brush into the rock every 2 meters and stop to observe carefully before continuing down. Just like that, a few minutes later, Ling Yan finally found a new foothold about 50 meters deep in the crater. This time, the foothold had a radius of more than 1 meter. Ling Yan sat down and began to observe the surroundings. So many caves, Ling Yan activated his eyesight and looked around. He realized that at this depth, caves began to appear on the cliffs of the giant sinkhole, especially on the opposite and 2 sides of Ling Yan. There were all kinds of grotesque shapes, and the caves were extremely irregular. In the darkness, they looked like the mouths of monsters. Ling Yan knew that 50 meters deep would be the best choice if the rich and powerful of the ancient times were to be buried. In the entire Xianxia city, the place with the best feng shui and the most abundant spiritual energy was the Xianxia Lake Scenic Area. Within the scenic area, the best feng shui was the valley between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. If the tomb owners were to choose a place, they would definitely choose this place. There's more than one tomb. So many people are buried here, Ling Yan analyzed carefully. Some of these caves were naturally formed, but there were also many that weren't. There were obvious traces of man-made excavation. Without a doubt, these were definitely ancient tombs. However, Ling Yan didn't come here to rob tombs. He had more important things to do. Hence, he decided to continue down. Bang! Just as Ling Yan was about to get up again, he suddenly heard a muffled gunshot coming from one of the caves. Very quickly, there were a few more random gunshots. Flap, flap, flap. Dozens of large birds that were frightened by the gunshots flew out of some caves. However, they didn't fly high but circled rapidly within the crater. F***ck, there really are tomb robbers. Are they fighting because of an uneven distribution of loot, or did they encounter zombies? Ling Yan waited on the mountain rock for a while. After confirming that there were no more movements, he started to descend again. Zombies and Yin spirits weren't the same thing. The Yin spirits that Ling Yan was looking for would only appear within the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. They wouldn't be in these tombs. As he descended another 10 meters, the number of caves on Ling Yan's side gradually increased. This undoubtedly made his climb much easier. That was because every cave was the best foothold. Some of these caves extended straight into the mountain, some slanted upwards, and some went downwards. Who knew where they led to? However, Ling Yan didn't have a desire to explore. He quickly descended another 40 meters. After passing through this dense area of caves, the number of caves started to decrease. Furthermore, they were all natural caves. Ling Yan had already descended more than 100 meters, which was a quarter of the depth of the crater. Looking up from here, it already felt like he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The deeper he went, the darker it got. From here, the crater seemed strangely bright. From here, the cliff was more than 100 meters straight, and there were many protruding footholds. Ling Yan held the emperor brush in his hand in case of emergencies. He used the same method as before. In the pitch-black darkness, Ling Yan jumped down the vertical cliff. Sometimes, he jumped 8 meters, and sometimes, he jumped 15 meters. Every time he fell, he would reach his target steadily. In less than a minute, he had descended another 100 meters. As he descended, Ling Yan could clearly feel the temperature rising. He was now in the middle of the crater. He felt that the air was very humid, and the temperature was almost as high as it was during the day. The crater was foggy, and visibility was even lower. Ling Yan's eyesight was at its limits, but he could only see a distance of 10 meters. The rocks on the cliff had also started to drip with water. Every foothold was slippery, and he might slip if he wasn't careful. There are still 200 meters left, and it's getting so steep. Ling Yan could only vaguely see about 10 meters down. He realized that the cliff below was getting abnormally steep, and he was almost parallel to the ground. Since that was the case, there wasn't much difference between Ling Yan crawling forward or backward. If he crawled forward, it was just that his head was lower and his feet were higher. However, it was faster this way. Ling Yan's left hand stabbed the emperor brush deeply into the rock, and his right hand had no choice but to use the stellar condensation technique. With every step, he would dig his fingers deep into the rock like a lizard crawling down a wall. Even though the distance was only 50 meters, the reason why the sinkhole had a large bottom and a small mouth was mainly because of this stretch. Even though Ling Yun was agile, it still took him more than 10 minutes to crawl over. After these 50 meters, the cliff became less steep. After descending another 40 meters, it finally became vertical again. Ling Yun sat down on a rock to rest. He was drenched, not from perspiration, but from the water dripping from the rocks. Even though Ling Yun was on top of a cliff, it was as if he was in the middle of a huge mountain. His surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see the entrance of the pit even though it was 300 meters above him. Visibility was less than 10 meters. At this moment, Ling Yun heard 2 more gunshots. Then, he heard a scream that was worse than a pig being slaughtered. It drowned out the sound of the underground river. With a woo sound, a figure fell straight to the bottom of the pit. Pa! Another 2 to 3 seconds later, the sound of that person landing on the ground reached Ling Yun's ears. Falling like that, even if he wasn't shot to death, he would be smashed into meat paste. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Ling Yun sneered coldly with a hint of mockery. Ling Yun stood up and started jumping along the vertical cliff. This time, it was much easier for him. He was only 100 meters away from the bottom of the crater. Based on his physical strength and excellent movement techniques, he wouldn't be afraid even if he lost his footing and fell. As he got closer to the bottom of the crater, Ling Yun's expression became extremely relaxed. He descended another 50 meters with 7 or 8 leaps and fixed himself on a huge protruding rock. Even though he couldn't see, Ling Yun knew that he would face countless toads once he reached the bottom of the crater. He had to think of a plan before continuing. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Ling Yun felt a strong gust of wind behind him. It was heading straight for the back of his head. He didn't have time to turn back. He activated the stellar condensation technique and the dragonfish phantom ability at the same time. His body moved more than 3 meters away from his original position, and he took out a handful of nails from his spatial ring. With a flick of his hand, he used the shower of flowers technique. From the moment Ling Yun sensed it to the moment he dodged, the entire process was completed in a second. Ling Yun didn't even have time to see what was attacking him. Chi-chi! More than a dozen iron nails wrapped in a strong wind hit the body of the black shadow. At this time, Ling Yun had also seen clearly what was attacking him. It was a python as thick as a bull. You're courting death. Ling Yun blamed himself for being too nervous after seeing that it was a python. He snorted coldly and rushed forward with the emperor brush. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. The python was hit by more than a dozen iron nails. Although its body was covered with coarse scales, Ling Yan's hands were strong and he had used all his strength in a moment of desperation. Most of the iron nails that flew out had pierced through the python's body. Only a few were left in its body. Even though the python's body was bleeding profusely, the steel nails couldn't do much damage to it. The intense pain only made the python more ferocious. It coiled its thick body on the rock and stood upright. It was even taller than Ling Yun. The eyes of the python glowed with a faint green light in the absolute darkness. It opened its mouth and stuck out its long tongue. It lowered its triangular head and stared at Ling Yun, who was rushing over. The snake's neck constantly twisted and adjusted its direction, maintaining an attacking posture. It seemed that as long as Ling Yun rushed over, it would entangle Ling Yun and directly strangle him to death. The protruding rock was about 3 meters in diameter. It was wet and slippery from the constant dripping of water from the cliff. Ling Yun didn't want to fight with this python at an altitude of 50 meters. He wanted to end the battle quickly, so he didn't hold back at all. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun appeared in front of the python. The python didn't expect Ling Yun to charge at it. It was startled, and its body flew up a meter higher than Ling Yun. At the same time, it twisted its neck and dodged Ling Yun's right hand that was holding the emperor brush. It stuck its head behind Ling Yun and bit at the back of Ling Yun's head. "You're courting death." Ling Yun didn't move an inch. He didn't even turn his head. He listened to the wind and waited for the python's head to close in on him. Then, he raised the emperor brush in his right hand above his head and stabbed it behind him. Then, with a twist of his wrist, he sliced it lightly. The emperor brush in Ling Yun's hand accurately pierced into the python's vital point. With a twist of his wrist, the python's neck was sliced in half. Stinky snake blood spurted out, almost staining the surface of the rock red. The python was severely injured and let out a shrill cry. Even though its head was not separated from its body, it was already drooping as if it knew that it was going to die. The python's thick and long body coiled around Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Yun didn't want to be sprayed by the stinky blood of the snake. Therefore, when he made his move, his body was already in the air, nimbly dodging the wound of the python. However, before he could land, the thick body of the python had already wrapped around him tightly. Such great strength! Ling Yun snorted and attacked mercilessly. He used the emperor brush in his right hand to slice the python's wound lightly. The huge python's head was chopped off and fell onto the hard rock. However, the python's body didn't die. Instead, it coiled around Ling Yun even tighter. Ling Yun landed steadily on the ground with 1,000 kilograms fall. At the same time, he reached out with his left hand and grabbed the headless python's body. With a light tug, he pulled the python's body off his body. It was as easy as removing a hemp rope from his body. Bam! Ling Yun threw the struggling body of the snake against the cliff. He smiled coldly at the body of the snake and said, "I have killed a giant python that was 100 times longer than you. Do you think you can eat me?" This valley was more than 200 meters above the surface of Xianxia Lake. Ling Yun had now arrived at a depth of 350 meters. In fact, his current position was already more than 100 meters below the surface. The temperature here was about 10 degrees higher than the surface, so it wouldn't be surprising if he encountered any monsters. He was already mentally prepared. However, coming to this place alone gave Ling Yun the same feeling he had when he was in the cultivation world. It was a feeling he was most familiar with. 50 meters above Ling Yun, the extremely steep cliff was like a huge pot lid covering his head. It blocked all the light that shone down from the crater. It was absolute darkness. Coupled with the thick fog, Ling Yun's visibility was less than 10 meters. He was so focused on observing the bottom of the crater that he didn't notice that there was a deep hole with a diameter of half a meter on the cliff. Obviously, the python had crawled out from this deep hole. Snakes were the natural enemies of toads. Since there were so many toads at the bottom of the crater, Ling Yun didn't find it strange that a python would appear here. Ling Yun came to the front of the deep hole and observed it for a while. He realized that it was just an ordinary natural cave. The deeper he went, the smaller it got. It was impossible for a human to pass through. He lost interest in exploring it. Am I a little too nervous? Ling Yun couldn't help but mock himself when he thought about his reaction just now. He carefully studied the current environment again. Ling Yun's keen senses noticed that even though there were water droplets dripping down from the nearby cliff, the rocks that formed the cliff weren't formed by the collapse of the crater. Instead, they had a very natural roughness to them, giving off a very ancient vibe. Ling Yun raised his head to look at the black pot lid. He instantly understood one of the reasons for the crater's appearance. Before the crater appeared, this huge crater had already existed at least 50 meters above here. Ling Yun instantly made a judgment. At the same time, he became even more careful. Ling Yun definitely didn't believe that the crater's appearance was caused by the unprecedented rainstorm in Xianxia City that day. The rainstorm could at most be considered an extremely small external force. How could a collapse of rocks with a radius of more than 300 meters and a thickness of at least 100 meters be caused by such a small amount of rainwater? However, if this crater had existed since ancient times, then Ling Yun had to be extra careful. This was because in such an enclosed, humid, and stuffy space, it had already formed its own independent ecosystem after a long time. He hadn't even reached the bottom of the crater when he encountered such a huge python. Who knew what other man-eating beasts were hiding in the rocks and caves below? It wasn't a good idea to hang in the air like this. It was better to get to the bottom of the crater as soon as possible. Ling Yan glanced at the two halves of the python's corpse on the rock before leaping lightly and landing lightly on a smaller rock. With every step Ling Yan took, he had to observe his surroundings carefully. That was because the underground river at the bottom of the crater, which was 100 meters wide, was surging violently. The sound of the water was like thousands of galloping horses, echoing in the empty crater and covering all other sounds. If an animal were to launch a sneak attack on Ling Yan, he might not be able to dodge it. The sound of the surging river drowned out all other sounds. Ling Yan didn't dare to be careless. He could only hold the emperor brush in his right hand and a handful of nails in his left hand as he approached the bottom of the crater bit by bit. Just like that, he advanced another 20 meters without any mishaps. When he was less than 20 meters away from the bottom of the crater, Ling Yan found two more pythons. These two pythons were entwined on a huge rock. They were much larger than the one Ling Yan had just killed. Ling Yan's goal was to enter the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell as soon as possible. He had no intention of provoking these two pythons. His eyes landed on a huge rock on the other side. Stretching out his body, he lightly jumped onto it. Even though he was still about 20 meters away from the bottom of the crater, Ling Yan felt that he had already reached the bottom of the crater. If he wanted to go down, he only needed to leap lightly. The area at the bottom of the crater was much larger than it looked from the mouth of the crater. It was about a radius of 500 meters. The underground river that was 100 meters wide flowed in the middle of the crater. The water flowed rapidly from west to east. Ling Yan didn't know where all the water came from or where it flowed to. Ling Yan's movements were very cautious. He carefully observed a rock 5 meters below him. When he realized that there weren't any pythons entwined on it, he leaped onto it without making any sound. Actually, even if there was sound, it would be completely covered by the sound of the raging river. He couldn't hear other sounds, and naturally, other animals wouldn't be able to hear him either. The place where Ling Yan was at hadn't been destroyed by the collapse of the mountain. Everything was still in its original state. After Ling Yan came down, he identified his direction and headed towards the center of the crater. Due to the influence of the darkness, Ling Yan didn't dare to use his movement technique to its fullest. He used the 1,000 miles godly steps to cover a distance of 3 to 4 meters with each step. He only chose protruding rocks that he could see clearly to avoid alerting any living creatures. After traveling more than 30 meters towards the center of the crater, Ling Yan finally reached the bottom of the crater. He looked around and realized that there were indeed many toads. Most of them were about the size of a soccer ball. They lay quietly on the rocks in the dark, motionless. Those pythons didn't seem to live at the bottom of the crater. They seemed to have finished a collective foraging session. The closer Ling Yan got to the center of the crater, the more toads he saw. In the end, there was no place for him to land at the bottom of the crater. As Ling Yan walked out of the pot-lid cliff, he could already see a glimmer of light from the mouth of the crater. His vision also became clearer. After about 100 meters, Ling Yan completely walked out of the pot-lid cliff. His vision instantly returned to normal, and his movements became smooth and smooth. There were no longer any obstacles. Ling Yan finally let out a breath of turbid air and started to climb higher. Just like what he had sensed with his divine sense, huge slanted rocks and toppled trees were piled up in a rough and messy manner. Only the weeds in the original valley were still flourishing after falling to the bottom of the crater. To these tiny weeds, they only fell 400 meters straight. As long as they weren't smashed by the falling rocks, it was equivalent to them not being affected at all. Ling Yan came to a slightly higher boulder and carefully observed his surroundings. He then raised his head to look at the mouth of the crater before flying towards the side of Dragon Mountain. Ling Yan searched around the rocks but still couldn't find the corpses of Xianxia and Deepa. He thought that even if they weren't eaten by those toads, they should have been swallowed by those giant pythons. Suddenly, Ling Yan found a lot of messy footprints on the ground on this side of Dragon Mountain. He couldn't help but frown. There really are people at the bottom of the crater, and from the looks of it, there are quite a lot of them. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly saw a white shadow leaping quickly from the east side of the crater. It was fighting with a tall black shadow. It's Little White. Seeing that Little White was in danger, Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and used the 1,000 miles godly steps to rush towards Little White. When he came closer to take a look, he realized that it was a giant python that was as thick as a water bucket. That giant python was at least 20 meters long and the scales on its body were the size of a palm. Its head was as big as a wheel and its two eyes were like two light bulbs in the dark night. Such a giant python could be said to be Little White's natural enemy. It had lived in this crater for a long time. Of course, when it saw a spiritual creature like Little White, it would definitely eat it. Now that Little White had two tails, it had the strength of a physique tempering stage 6. However, when it faced this giant python, it could only dodge and escape. It was extremely thrilling. Fortunately, it was as fast as lightning and nimbly weaved between the snake's body. Otherwise, the python would have already swallowed it in one bite. When the giant python saw Ling Yun, it was stunned for a moment. Then, it flew into a rage. It abandoned Little White and swept its huge body towards Ling Yun. Courting death. Seeing that the giant python was actually rushing towards him, Ling Yun took out a handful of fire talismans without hesitation and smashed them at the giant python's head. He shouted, "Appear!" Then, with a light leap, he jumped onto a boulder and dodged the python's sweeping body. The giant python's scales were harder than armor. Even a gun couldn't penetrate them. Naturally, it didn't take Ling Yun's fire talismans seriously and allowed them to hit its head. However, when Ling Yun said the word appear, the giant python's huge head immediately started burning. The terrifying heat caused its skin to sizzle. It was in so much pain that it couldn't care less about Ling Yun. Its huge head swayed wildly and smashed in all directions as if it wanted to escape from this terrifying flame. However, that was a flame formed by the fire talismans. How could it escape from it? Ling Yun hugged Little White, who had flown over, and dodged the huge rocks that the giant python had thrown at them. He said lovingly, "Are you scared? I'll give you the snake's heart and gallbladder later." Even though Little White was a nine-tailed celestial fox, she was still a little scared when she saw such a huge giant python and how she was almost swallowed by it. "You can't use your magic to fight now. You'll be fine after you grow your third tail and transform," Ling Yun said to Little White with a smile. Half a minute later, the effect of the fire talismans wore off. The giant python's head was burnt to a crisp. Its bulb-sized eyes were almost blind, but it didn't die. Under the intense pain, the giant python raised its horrifying head and twisted 5 meters in the air. Then, it suddenly lowered its head and stared fiercely at Ling Yun and Little White. "Your skin and flesh are really tough. Let me send you on your way." Ling Yun smiled indifferently. He already had 4 iron nails in his hands. He raised one hand and the iron nails shot towards the giant python's eyes at lightning speed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. This giant python had suffered a great loss because it underestimated Ling Yun. This time, when it saw Ling Yun throw something out, it immediately became more careful. It turned its head quickly, and the 4 iron nails all hit the scales on its head. However, it was as if they had hit an iron wall, making a few crisp clanking sounds as they all fell to the ground. Seeing that Ling Yun did not hurt it this time, the giant python seemed to have become a lot bolder. It turned its head again and saw Ling Yun throwing another iron nail. With just a shake of its head, it swept all the iron nails to the ground. At the same time, it aimed its bucket-like body at the place where Ling Yun and Little White were standing and swung fiercely. Ling Yun estimated that it would be hard for him to withstand the force. Ling Yun carried Little White and jumped away again. He let Little White hide far away first, then stood up and looked at the giant python provocatively. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. With the help of the blazing light emitted by the fire talisman, Ling Yun had already grasped the general situation in the crater in an instant. He also clearly saw the situation of the giant python. He realized that this giant python had been injured. Not only were there gunshot wounds, but there were also sword wounds. Ling Yun thought to himself, "No wonder this giant python abandoned Little White when it saw me." It turned out that it had been beaten up badly. Seeing that Ling Yun was agile and fast, the giant python no longer stood upright in the air. Instead, it aimed at the place where Ling Yun was standing and smashed it fiercely. Ling Yun shouted, "Good move." His body gently moved sideways and did not hide far away. He only came to a meter away and waited for the giant python's body to hit the ground. When the gravel was flying, he lightly jumped onto the giant python's body and rode on it without hesitation. F***ck, my status has fallen so far. Back then, I rode a dragon in the clouds. Today, I'm riding a little snake on the ground. I'm already giving you enough face. Ling Yan laughed at himself. He let the giant python's body twist and turn crazily, but he was like a tamed wild horse, firmly riding on the giant python's body. It was as thrilling as riding a small boat in the middle of a storm in the middle of the ocean. Since you're not satisfied, I'll take your heart and gallbladder while you're still alive. No one here will say that I'm abusing animals, right? Ling Yan silently measured the size of this gigantic python and calculated the distance between its heart and gallbladder. He slid to the middle of the snake's body and circled the snake with the emperor brush. He easily pierced through the hard scales and flicked the emperor brush, sending a basketball-sized piece of snake meat flying. When had the giant python ever suffered such a serious injury? It was in so much pain that it wanted to go crazy. Its body flew around wildly, trying to throw Ling Yan off its body. The stench of snake blood gushed out. Just as Ling Yan was about to reach in, he was shocked to see that there was a human corpse in the python's body. He immediately frowned and cursed his bad luck. Ling Yan naturally wouldn't let Little White eat such a snake's heart and gallbladder, much less himself. I don't know how many lives you've swallowed. I'll do a good deed this time and avenge them. Ling Yan muttered to himself as he stabbed the emperor brush into the giant python's body. After a few strokes, he arrived at the vital spot of the giant python. The vital spot of a snake was 7 inches away from its head, but it wasn't 7 inches away from the snake's head. This was based on the size of the snake. However, there was a fatal spot in the snake's vital spot. No matter how big the snake was, it couldn't protect itself because its head couldn't reach it. At this time, the giant python's thick body had already stood up and was madly slamming into a huge rock in the air. It wanted to smash Ling Yan to death on the rock, however, how could Ling Yan let it have its way? He had already turned to the other side of the giant python's body and used the emperor brush to stab the python's vital spot. The giant python held miserably, but no matter how hard it struggled, it simply couldn't shake Ling Yan off. It was only when its heart was completely shattered and its 7 inches of flesh and blood had become a sieve by Ling Yan that it lost all its strength. Its bucket-like body fell heavily onto the mountain rocks. Ling Yan's body was also covered in the snake's smelly and sticky blood. He turned to Little White and said, "Let's go, follow me to wash our clothes, then we'll leave this place." Little White stared at the 2 parts of the snake's body that Ling Yan had just pierced. It seemed reluctant to move. Ling Yan said awkwardly, Little White, you can't eat this python's heart and gallbladder, understand? Little White raised its seductive head and looked at Ling Yan with a pair of black fox eyes. It was obvious that she was wondering why the snake's gallbladder and heart couldn't be eaten. Seeing this, Ling Yan snorted heavily and said in a low voice, "This python ate a human, so we can only kill it. We can't eat anything from its body." Even though Little White was still a fox now, it would be able to transform very soon. No matter how big Ling Yan's heart was, he wouldn't allow it to eat such a thing. If this python had the chance to transform into a jiaolong in the future, Ling Yan could dig out the jiaolong pill from its head. That would be beneficial to both of their cultivation. However, Ling Yan could tell with one look that this giant python was far from becoming a jiaolong. Seeing Ling Yan's darkened face, Little White tilted its head and thought about it timidly. It seemed to have understood something and decisively gave up its greed for the snake's heart and gallbladder. It rushed towards the river with Ling Yan. Ling Yan's body was covered in snake blood, so he didn't care about the toads in front of him at all. He walked straight towards the river bank. The toads smelled the scent on his body and fled in all directions. That was more useful than any weapon. The pitch-black river surged violently. The water was very rapid, and the sound was like thunder. Arriving at the river bank, Ling Yan lifted his leg and kicked a huge rock that weighed more than 100 kilograms into the river. Before the rock could sink, it spun and was washed away by the river water, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Ling Yan's brows furrowed. He directly took out a fire talisman and casually slapped it on a fallen tree. With a shout, he ignited it and used the dazzling light to observe his surroundings. All the rocks piled up by the riverbank are broken. These rocks are no more than 20 meters above the river water, which means, in other words, if a 100-meter thick mountain rock had fallen, the bottom of the pit would have sunk at least 80 meters, then how deep was the river? Moreover, such a large amount of rock had fallen, yet it didn't block the underground river? Did the riverbed beneath the river sink as well? Or were such a large amount of rock swept away by the river water? Ling Yan thought about it and felt that it was definitely the former. The riverbed must have sunk as well. Otherwise, no matter how fast the river current was, it definitely wouldn't have been able to wash away a 100-meter thick mountain rock. Even though Ling Yan was considered a research enthusiast, he didn't have the time to delve into this. He had to hurry to the source of the spiritual energy of the earthing grass, the place where the darking qi gathered. Ling Yan didn't think that there was only one of such a huge python here. After killing the python, the danger didn't just disappear, it increased greatly. What he needed the most now was darking qi. After reaching physique tempering stage 4 and mastering the yin-yang harmony balance, he would have the time to explore this when he had the opportunity. Ling Yan took off all his sportswear and held it in his hands. Then, he leaped to the side of the river and placed his clothes in the water to wash them. However, just as he placed his clothes in the water, he realized that the river water had quickly overflowed the black rock. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached his ankles. *CK, the tide is actually rising at this time? Ling Yan complained. Then, he realized that something was wrong. It wasn't the tide that was rising, but the rock that he was standing on was collapsing. This wasn't *King rock. Just as Ling Yan reacted and was about to use the momentum to fly up, he saw the black rock that he was standing on sink rapidly. Half of Ling Yan's body was instantly submerged in the water. Being swept by the crazy current, he was already more than 10 meters away. The current was too fast. However, the black thing in the water was even faster. With a loud crash, a huge wave surged, and a huge mouth full of sharp fangs bit towards Ling Yan in the water. What the hell is this? The current was rapid and the bottom could not be seen under his feet. In the darkness, he could only see a huge mouth open. Just by looking at that mouth, he knew that even if that giant python came down, it would be bitten in half by that mouth, not to mention his weight of 170 kilograms. This kind of darkness didn't affect Little White. It had already seen clearly that Ling Yan was in danger in the water. It hurriedly chased after Ling Yan. At this time, Ling Yan was already more than 3 meters away from the shore. At this time, he finally regretted not bringing a bigger weapon with him. The emperor brush was incomparably sharp and indestructible. However, against such a huge monster in the water, even if Ling Yan could injure it, it would only be a small injury. To it, it wouldn't hurt at all. Careless, seeing that the huge mouth was about to bite him, Ling Yan had an idea. His body sank into the water, and he dove into the bottom of the water. Ling Yan didn't close his eyes after entering the water. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and stared at the water monster, ignoring the pain from the rushing water. Ling Yan thought to himself, how did this thing grow so big? Just the part that he could see was already as big as the front of a car. Ling Yan and the water monster were both following the current. Obviously, the speed of the water monster was as fast as lightning. Since it didn't manage to bite Ling Yan, it immediately sank into the water. With a light wave of its tail, it came in front of Ling Yan again. The water monster opened its huge mouth and bit towards Ling Yan again. *CK your grandpa. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? This time, Ling Yan was really anxious. He cursed in his heart and kept the emperor brush. At the same time, he circulated the stellar condensation technique to the maximum. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and dived into the huge mouth of the water monster. Want to eat me? Grandpa will tear you apart alive today. Ling Yan didn't wait for the huge mouth to close. He used one hand to push against the top of the water monster's chest and the other to support the bottom. Both of his hands pushed outwards. There's still one more chapter tonight. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. If they were on land, Ling Yan had plenty of ways to deal with the enemy. However, they were in a turbulent river. Not only was the current rapid, but it was also bottomless. Ling Yan had no leverage, and he couldn't use any of his abilities, therefore, he could only come up with an idea at the last minute. which was to dive into the monster's mouth and ensure that he wouldn't be bitten. Fortunately, Ling Yan's ability to hold his breath was superb. With his current cultivation at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, holding his breath underwater for 2 to 3 minutes was not a problem. Otherwise, he would have suffocated to death. Ling Yan's arms had the strength of at least 500 kilograms, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't tear the monster's mouth apart. Fortunately, the water monster didn't manage to bite down. Ling Yan managed to hold on, and the man and the beast were evenly matched. F***CKU, curse at your neighbor. Ling Yan's carelessness almost made him drown in the fish's stomach. He hated this huge monster to the core. With a thought, he took out the emperor brush from his spatial ring. At this point, Ling Yan didn't know how far he had been washed away by the current. After holding the emperor brush in his hand, he lifted his leg and did the same thing that Xianxia did in the past. He used his leg instead of his hand and pressed against the top of the monster's chest. It had to be said that Ling Yan's current action really had the momentum of blowing up a bunker. Humph. I'll practice calligraphy. Ling Yan cursed in his heart as he used the emperor brush to write the word mouth in the monster's mouth. It had to be said that the monster's mouth was really too thick. Ling Yan followed the first stroke and wrote 3 times before he finally pierced through the top of the monster's chest. Fortunately, Ling Yan brought the emperor brush. If it was an ordinary dagger, he probably wouldn't have been able to pierce through this fellow's thick skin. Ling Yan could feel that this monster's skin was even harder than that of the giant python. Feeling that it was about time, Ling Yan exerted force on his leg and kicked away the water monster's 1 meter wide, half-meter thick upper chamber. He directly opened a 1 meter wide hole in its upper chamber. Ling Yan thought to himself, I'm a genius. I can't believe I came up with a convertible sports car. It's even cooler than little Ning's Ferrari. However, this was not the time for him to be smug, because the strange fish had already begun to crazily thrash about under the water due to the pain. It did not care about the direction it was heading, and at this moment, it had already changed to swimming against the current. Without half of its mouth, the water monster posed no threat to Ling Yan at all. He stood up straight, held on to the sunroof that he had just opened, and leaped out of the monster's mouth with all his might. He didn't even wait for the surface of the water before swimming towards the riverbank with all his might. Flap, flap, walla, walla, Ling Yan heard the waves behind him. As he swam frantically, he looked back and saw that the water monster had already emerged from the water. There were a few more unknown water monsters surrounding its body, and they were frantically tearing and devouring the water monster. Damn, what a waste of my convertible running fish. Even though Ling Yan was shocked, he knew that he was temporarily safe. Those water monsters were busy snatching food, so they definitely wouldn't attack him. At this moment, he was already 30 meters away from the riverbank. Ling Yan used all his might to swim horizontally, and he was washed another 300 meters away before finally reaching the riverbank. Because this place was already an unknown distance away from the sinkhole, there were no piles of rocks, and the riverbank was considered level with the water. Ling Yan easily climbed up to the riverbank. Even though it sounded simple, Ling Yan knew that the situation just now was extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, even if he escaped from the first water monster, he would still have been eaten in the middle of the river. What are those things? Sharks? Or crocodiles? They don't seem like them. Ling Yan used his hand to wipe the water off his face, and he stared at the dark water surface as he muttered to himself. However, his feet didn't stop moving. In a flash, he retreated 10 meters away. This was because this underground river didn't have a riverbank or a river center. The riverbank was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Ling Yan didn't want another thing to come out and pull him into the river. Ling Yan felt a cold breeze on his body, and only then did he realize that he was naked. He was only wearing a pair of underwear and a pair of wet sneakers. In Tang Meng's words, he was running naked. Damn, luckily the spatial ring helped me a lot this time. It can be considered as saving my life. Otherwise, dying in the stomach of a fish like this would be too cowardly. I wouldn't even be able to tell the king of hell about it. Ling Yan was right. It was indeed his spatial ring that helped him. If it wasn't for the emperor brush, Ling Yan wouldn't have been able to deal with the water monster. Thinking about it, Ling Yan had to take off all his clothes to wash his clothes in such a turbulent current. Naturally, he wouldn't have been able to hold the emperor brush in his hands. If he had been in the same situation, he would have died a glorious death. Ling Yun's sportswear was already in the water, so he didn't have to wash it anymore. After drying his body slightly, he took out a new set of sportswear and sneakers from his spatial ring and changed into them. Hee, if I can make a bigger spatial ring in the future, I'll put my Land Rover in it as well. When the time comes, I'll take it out and race with Ning Er and Mei Feng in the crater. Ling Yun was a little too excited. After putting on his clothes, he took out a fire talisman and threw it into the air. Then, he shouted, "Appear." This thing was even more useful than a flare. Ling Yun could immediately see his surroundings clearly. He was about 700 meters away from the crater. The underground river was slightly narrower. It was only about 80 meters wide, but the current was even more rapid. Above Ling Yun's head was a jagged rock wall about 20 meters high. Occasionally, he could see some inverted stalactites. They were probably formed when the river was full. On both sides of the underground river, the riverbank was about 30 meters wide. From the perspective of the sinkhole, it looked like a huge tunnel. Of course, if the underground river was a highway, it would be a tunnel. Little White followed the fire and came to Ling Yun's side. She raised her head and looked at Ling Yun. Her coquettish fox face was filled with worry. Ling Yun looked at her lovingly. "I'm fine. I killed that guy." Ling Yun chuckled and brought Little White back to the crater. Ling Yun brought Little White to the center of the crater. He tried hard to remember the location of the earthing grass on Nangqui Peak. Then, he pointed to the southeast and said to Little White, "Let's go there and take a look." Ling Yun had planned to enter the crater from the south bank of the underground river. Even though the yin-yang grass was a yin and yang plant, Ling Yun only needed the dark yin qi to complete the yin-yang harmony balance and reach physique tempering stage 4. That was why he went in the direction of the earthing grass. That way, he could avoid the trouble of crossing the river. Now that it had been proven, crossing the river in the water was purely suicidal. The yin-yang dragon lock spell had 2 eyes. The yin eye was on the north side of Nangqui Peak. That was why the earthing grass grew on the north side of Nangqui Peak. To the north of the mountain and the south of the river was Yin. The almighty being who had set up the yin-yang dragon lock spell clearly knew that there was an underground river here. The valley could also hide wind, so this was a rare place to hide wind and gather water. Ling Yun came to the southeast corner of the crater and walked directly to the bottom of the 100-meter cliff. He pondered as he looked at the 9 caves on the cliff. After entering the caves, he would enter the range of the yin-yang dragon lock spell in less than 50 meters. At the same time, it was equivalent to entering the belly of Nangqui Peak. "Little White, where did you come from?" Ling Yun lowered his head and asked Little White. Little White raised its head and looked at Ling Yun. Its white fox shadow flashed, and it rushed towards the cave in the middle. "Wait." Ling Yun used the dragon fish phantom ability to block Little White. He shook his head slightly and said, "Let's go south, the 3rd cave." Ling Yun was a master of spell formations. Since Little White came out from the cave in the middle, it could only mean that it was safe. Moreover, it led directly to the cave that Little White lived in. It was impossible to find any dark yin qi there. "Follow me." Ling Yun smiled slightly. He held a bunch of nails in his left hand and the emperor brush tightly in his right. He led the way and went directly into the 3rd cave. Entering the cave was equivalent to entering absolute darkness. However, there was no fog here, so Ling Yun could still clearly see more than 10 meters away. It wouldn't affect his movements too much. The cave was very big, but it was incomparably humid. Water was dripping everywhere. Ling Yun walked about 100 meters with his back slightly bent. After entering the range of the yin-yang dragon lock spell, he began to feel some dark yin qi. "We're going the right way." Ling Yun smiled confidently and increased his speed with Little White. At the same time, he carefully observed his surroundings. Within the range of the yin-yang dragon lock spell, Ling Yun's Qi Cultivation Stage 9 Divine Sense couldn't detect anything. Who knew what kind of monsters the dark yin qi would give birth to? The two of them walked deeper and deeper into the darkness. Gradually, they couldn't hear the surging sound of the underground river anymore. The cave was dead silent. There was only the sound of water dripping and Ling Yun's and Little White's footsteps. The cave became wider and wider. Ling Yan silently calculated the distance and felt that they were almost there. At this moment, Ling Yan saw two new caves on the stone walls of the cave. The darking qi was very heavy. It had reached the level that Ling Yan's body could absorb. In fact, Ling Yan could advance here, but it would be slower. However, Ling Yan wasn't satisfied. The darking qi wasn't as pure as the darking qi emitted by the earthing grass. If Ling Yan wanted to use this darking qi to advance, he might as well go directly to the earthing grass and save himself the trouble. Ling Yan ignored the darking qi. He didn't even have the desire to absorb it. He just silently decided which cave to enter. There were 3 caves. This one obviously couldn't be taken because Ling Yan knew that if he went any further, he would be far away from the location of the earthing grass. These 2 caves were obviously man-made. In terms of the layout of the spell, they were called the Life Gate and the Death Gate. Ling Yan calculated in his heart and raised his hand to point at the one on the right with the Emperor brush. This is the Death Gate. Let's enter this cave. With that, Ling Yan's mouth curled into a bright smile and went straight into the Death Gate. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. As soon as Ling Yan entered the Death Gate, he immediately stopped in his tracks. He did not continue to walk forward. Unlike the previous cave that was wide enough for trains to run in, this cave was only big enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Based on Ling Yan's height, he had to bend his back slightly to enter. A wave of darking qi that was many times thicker than before enveloped Ling Yan's entire body. It was bone-chilling, and it sent chills down his spine. The amount of darking qi was definitely sufficient, and it could be considered pure. However, it was still a far cry from the purest darking qi that Ling Yan had anticipated. Xiaobai was a 9-tailed celestial fox. It also immediately felt this especially thick evil energy. All the white fur on its body suddenly stood up, its body suddenly shrank, its 2 fox eyes vigilantly looked ahead, as if there was something dangerous in the depths of the cave. Little White pressed her soft body against Ling Yan's leg and used her teeth to tug at the corner of his shirt, trying to persuade him to back off. Don't be afraid. Since we're here, we have to take a risk even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Ling Yan said to Little White with a smile as he resisted the urge to absorb the darking qi. Flap, flap, flap. As soon as Ling Yan finished his sentence, he heard the sound of an unknown bird flapping its wings in the darkness in front of the cave. It seemed to have circled in the air for a while before landing somewhere unknown. Let's go. Ling Yan's left hand was full of nails, and his right hand held the Emperor brush tightly. He bent his back slightly and began to walk in the absolute darkness. His pace was neither fast nor slow. It was just the walking speed of a normal person. Ling Yan met a giant python as thick as a water bucket and a water monster as big as a car the moment he entered the crater. Now that he was in the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell, and his destination was the eye of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. If he didn't know how to be cautious, he wouldn't be here to cultivate, but to seek death. They walked for about 30 meters before reaching the end of the cave. A wide cave appeared in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan silently judged the direction and calculated the distance before choosing to go right with Little White. The temperature dropped by 10 degrees, and the darking qi became even thicker. Ling Yan could clearly feel that within this thick darking qi, there was a deep murderous intent. This was purely his keen intuition, but Ling Yan trusted his intuition the most in the cultivation world. Follow closely behind me, be careful. Ling Yan finally began to use telepathy to communicate with Little White. Foxes were one of the most vigilant creatures in the first place. Little White didn't need to be reminded to stick close to Ling Yan. Fortunately, Ling Yan's eyes had already adapted to the absolute darkness. He could see within 7 to 8 meters, but beyond 10 meters, it was a blur. At this point, although the temperature had dropped to less than 10 degrees Celsius, the cave was not humid at all. The air was cold and dry, and the silence made one's hair stand on end. In the silent darkness, Ling Yan and Little White walked forward cautiously. The cave became wider and wider, and the ceiling got higher and higher. Soon, it was beyond Ling Yan's line of sight. When he looked up, he could no longer see the ceiling clearly. Slurp. A black shadow passed through the cave from 10 meters away. Ling Yin used his eyesight and vaguely felt that it was a large rat. However, just as the black shadow reached the center of the cave, Ling Yin noticed more than 10 black shadows swooping down at lightning speed. They directly pounced on the large rat and devoured it. The faint smell of blood entered Ling Yin's nose. He frowned slightly and stuck close to the rock wall in a flash. He beckoned to Little White, and it immediately followed him. "There's something at the top of the cave. Follow me closely, we'll quickly pass through here," Ling Yin said to Little White telepathy. Right now, he only wanted to find the Eye of the Yin formation. He didn't want to provoke the nameless creature here. After saying that, Ling Yin used the 1,000 miles godly steps and leaped 10 meters in one leap. After a few consecutive leaps, he had advanced more than 10 meters. Little White's body turned into a white lightning bolt and kept chasing after him. In a trance, Ling Yin seemed to see the white bones on the ground of the cave. Most of them were the corpses of various animals. Fortunately, he didn't find any human corpses. After running more than 10 meters, Ling Yin didn't receive any attacks. He thought that the birds wouldn't attack them, so he stopped for a while to see the situation in front of him clearly. However, at this moment, he heard the sound of countless flapping wings around the cave. Ling Yin's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly called for Little White to run. As soon as Ling Yin stood up, he saw a black shadow falling towards him like a sharp arrow. He raised his hand and shot out a metal nail, causing the thing to fall to the ground. In his haste to take a look, he realized that it was actually a dark brown bat. This dark brown bat lay on the ground with its wings spread open. Its body was actually the size of a palm leaf fan. Ling Yin recognized this thing. He knew that it was a vampire bat. This type of bat liked to live in groups in dark caves. Their mouths were long and sharp teeth. Not only did they suck blood, but they also ate meat. They liked to hunt in groups, and the scene of a black mass covering the sky was definitely shocking and terrifying. Damn, I was afraid of meeting such a thing, and I really did. Ling Yan's biggest worry had finally come true. He saw a swarm of bats swooping down from the sky. In the darkness, it was like a huge black curtain. He casually threw a metal nail upwards. At the same time, he didn't care about the depletion of his spiritual energy. He directly used the dragon fish phantom ability and rushed forward 20 meters in a flash. This kind of thing was easy to kill, but the problem was that there were too many of them. There were tens of thousands of them in one go. In such a cave, who knew how many of them there were? Once Ling Yin was trapped by them, he wouldn't be able to kill them all even if he exhausted his spiritual energy. In the end, he would only end up dying a horrible death. "Little White, follow me closely," Ling Yin shouted. He didn't use the metal nail anymore. Instead, he directly took out a handful of fire talismans and threw them in front of him. At the same time, his feet didn't stop moving forward. Flocks of vampire bats circled in the air, forming a dense black net that almost filled the entire cave. Wave after wave, they swarmed toward Ling Yin and Little White. At this time, the fire talismans that Ling Yin made were really put to use. Every time he swung his hand, he would throw 7 or 8 fire talismans. They simultaneously turned into flames the size of a basketball and hit the bodies of the vampire bats in the air. Their skin and flesh sizzled as they burned. However, there were too many vampire bats. Ling Yan's figure was hindered. He threw hundreds of fire talismans, but he only advanced a distance of 200 meters. Tsk tisk. Ling Yin waved his hand and used the emperor brush in his hand to sweep a few vampire bats off Little White's body. Then, he continued forward. However, the strong light from the burning fire talismans allowed Ling Yin to instantly see the situation in the cave. He realized that the cave was more than 30 meters high. It was the size of 2 football fields combined. It was like a basketball that was cut open from the middle. The walls of the cave were densely packed with countless black bats. Coincidentally, they were now in the middle of the cave. Ling Yin knew that he and Little White were very close to the Eye of the Yin formation. He threw more than 10 fire talismans to force back the vampire bats in front of him. At the same time, he looked up with the help of the strong light. "Charge into that stone door." Ling Yin raised his hand and pointed to a black stone door in the distance. He carried Little White with his left hand and waved the emperor brush in his right hand as he rushed towards the black stone door. This was a real path of blood. Even though it was less than 200 meters, Ling Yin didn't know how many vampire bats he had killed. The current situation was that Ling Yin was crashing into a wall of flesh made of bats. He waved the emperor brush impenetrably, and the bat corpses behind him piled up. It was a tragic sight. Ling Yin used 5 minutes to kill his way to the stone door. He lifted his leg and kicked the stone door, but it didn't budge at all. Ling Yin had no choice but to put Little White down. He turned around and slammed his body against the stone door, crushing all the bats behind him. Then, he threw out a handful of fire talismans. More than 10 balls of fire burst out and burned a large group of bats to death. Ling Yin took this opportunity to look around. Unfortunately, the 2 sides of the stone door were filled with vampire bats. Ling Yin couldn't find the mechanism at all. Little White's 2 thick tails were also swinging wildly, sweeping away the bats that were flying towards them. However, there were simply too many of them. The bat corpses in front of them were already piled up like a mountain, but they still rushed forward in a group. Ling Yin waved the emperor brush impenetrably. At the same time, he took out a few more fire talismans with his left hand and hit the 2 sides of the stone door. Very quickly, the 2 sides were cleared. Ling Yin's eyes were like lightning, and he immediately saw a stone button. "Get ready to enter." Ling Yin's body swayed, and at the same time, he slammed his palm heavily on the stone button. There was a series of creaking sounds, and the stone door indeed opened. At this time, he had to enter even if there was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire behind the stone door. It was better than being exhausted to death by these bats. "Little White, go in." Ling Yin raised his hand to sweep away a bunch of bats that wanted to rush into the stone door. After Little White rushed in, he also rushed into the stone door in a flash. He looked up and found another button inside the door. At this time, there were already more than 100 bats flying in. He quickly pressed the stone button inside the door, and the stone door began to close slowly. Ling Yin once again took out a handful of fire talismans and used the shower of flowers technique to hit the bats in the air. With the help of the strong light, he used the iron nails and flying needles to shoot down all the other bats. After killing all the bats that rushed in, Ling Yin then used a fire talisman to observe the environment in the stone room while checking his own body. So King disgusting. Ling Yin was practically a bloody man now, and his body was covered in sticky and smelly bat blood. Fortunately, he had the protection of the stellar condensation technique. Other than the torn sportswear that he had just changed into, his body was unharmed. Ling Yin used the fastest speed to remove all the blood-stained clothes and even his blood-stained shoes. He took out a few bottles of mineral water from his spatial ring and gave himself a quick rinse. Then, he took out the sportswear that he had prepared and changed into it. Ling Yin secretly regretted that he had forgotten to make some clear water talismans because he was so focused on the underground river. Ling Yin asked Little White if it was injured. Seeing Little White shake its head in the dark, he was relieved to know that it was fine. Ling Yin had used up most of the spiritual energy in his body after the battle just now. He took out 2 bundles of spirit-gathering talismans and used them to replenish his spiritual energy. After that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the center of the stone room. There was a huge coffin there. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. This stone chamber was carved out of the rock wall. It was squarish, about 9 meters in length and width, about 80 square meters. It was cold and mysterious. There was nothing else in the stone chamber other than this huge coffin. The coffin was made of bronze. It was 6 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 2 meters tall. It was placed in the middle of the stone chamber. Little White seemed to have seen too many coffins in the valley. It didn't seem to care at all. It wagged its head and wagged its tail as it followed Ling Yin to the side of the coffin. To place a bronze coffin in such a gloomy place, could there be zombies inside? Ling Yin thought to himself as he hesitated to open the coffin. He was already very close to the Eye of the Yin formation. Ling Yin had observed from the outside just now. Other than a few caves, there was only one stone door in the cave. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. If he were to rush into the cave again, he might lose his life immediately, not to mention escaping the violent attacks of the vampire bats. Therefore, He chose to rush into the stone chamber to replenish his spiritual energy before making any further plans. However, his heart began to itch when he saw the huge coffin. According to his personality, he would definitely feel sorry for himself if he didn't open the coffin. How can I return empty-handed from a treasure trove? That's not my style. Ling Yan smiled and apologized in his heart. He then raised his hand and prepared to open the door. Ling Yan had seen many corpses. Now that he had the emperor brush, there was no zombie that he couldn't kill. As long as it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Yan didn't really care. Ling Yan grabbed the coffin with one hand and lifted it. He realized that the bronze coffin was too heavy. He couldn't move it at all with just one hand. F***ck, why is it so heavy? Ling Yan frowned slightly. He used both hands to grab one side of the coffin and lifted it again. However, the coffin didn't move an inch. Of course it was heavy. The coffin was 24 square meters and more than 10 centimeters thick. It was made of bronze and weighed at least a few tons. With Ling Yan's cultivation at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3, it was impossible for him to lift it. Phew. Ling Yan let out a long breath and adjusted his breathing. Then, he pressed on the edge of the coffin and used all his strength to push it to the side. Sure enough, he pushed open a small gap in the incomparably heavy coffin. In an instant, endless brilliance shone out from that gap. It was very dazzling. Damn, there really is a treasure. Ling Yan was overjoyed. In his excitement, he used all the strength in his hands and pushed the coffin half a meter away. In the cold stone chamber, a bright light shone. Hee, luminous pearls, so many luminous pearls. Even though Ling Yan had experienced absolute darkness just now, he had used quite a number of fire talismans. Even though the sudden burst of light was blinding, he wasn't affected at all. He could clearly see the situation inside the coffin. To be exact, this huge bronze coffin could not be called a coffin. It could only be considered a coffin. In this bronze coffin, the first thing that Ling Yan noticed were the close to 100 luminous pearls. More than half of them were embedded in the top of the coffin while the rest were simply placed at the bottom of the coffin. Every pearl was the same size, about the size of a longan. They emitted endless brilliance and were very eye-catching. Indeed, I didn't suffer for nothing. Just these luminous pearls alone are worth it. Ling Yan laughed proudly. Only then did he look at the other parts of the coffin. In the middle of the coffin, there was a real coffin. It was also made of bronze. The coffin was 2 meters long and more than a meter wide and tall. There were all kinds of flowers, birds, fishes, and insects carved on it. The carvings were very lifelike. Under the light of the luminous pearls, they looked very lifelike. On both sides of the coffin, there was a square wooden box that was more than a meter long. Ling Yan could clearly feel traces of spiritual energy coming from the box. Feeling the spiritual energy, Ling Yan was really excited. Once again, he used all his strength and pushed the thick coffin half a meter to one side. Then, he leaped into the coffin. Ignoring the luminous pearls that filled his eyes, Ling Yan lifted both wooden boxes in front of him. He first opened the wooden box on the right side of the coffin and found a knife inside. Ling Yan was unusually happy. He raised his hand and grabbed the scabbard. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. This knife was actually about 70 to 80 kilograms. He looked left and right and found a lifelike black dragon carved on the scabbard. It was as if the dragon was really coiled around the entire scabbard, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was breathtaking. Ling Yan nodded his head in satisfaction. He grabbed the handle of the knife and pulled it out. This knife was less than a meter long, but the widest part of the blade was as wide as an adult's palm. The tip of the knife was abnormally sharp. The whole body was smooth, and the design was simple yet elegant. Moreover, this knife was impressively a black knife. The handle of the knife was simple yet beautiful. The patterns on the handle were as exquisite as dragon scales. The blade was pitch black, and the blood grooves on the body of the knife were ripple-like. It looked cold and austere, giving off a cool sense of beauty. It also exuded traces of murderous intent. Ling Yan was overjoyed when he saw it. I'm just missing a good knife. At this time, Ling Yan couldn't care less about the other wooden box. He grabbed the black knife and flew out of the coffin. In a flash, he arrived at the wall of the stone room and swung the knife at the stone wall. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The black knife effortlessly cut through the hard stone wall. It was even easier than cutting tofu. In an instant, the whole knife was embedded in the wall. Haha, cutting through iron like mud. It's indeed a treasure knife. It's mine now. Since there are dragon scales on the handle, I'll call you Dragon Scale Treasure Knife. Ling Yan laughed heartily. He directly sheathed the knife and stored it in his spatial ring without hesitation. What could be in that wooden box? It can't be a sword, right? If that's the case, I'll have everything. Ling Yan laughed proudly and jumped into the coffin once again. As Ling Yan expected, there was indeed a sword in the other wooden box. The sword was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. The handle of the sword was engraved with fine and exquisite dragon patterns. It was different from the black knife from before. The whole sword was dazzling under the light. With a single look, one could tell that it was unusually sharp. The only pity was that this sword didn't have a scabbard. Ling Yan held the sword in his hand and realized that it was extremely light. Moreover, the body of the sword was naturally curved into a small arc. The tip of the sword trembled slightly. F*CK, this is a soft sword. It suits my formless sword technique perfectly. Ling Yan was so excited that his heart trembled. He waved the soft sword casually, and the sword in his hand danced like a silver dragon. Not bad. I'll give you a name too. I'll call you Dragon Scale Sword. Ling Yan thought to himself that this trip was really worth it. The Emperor Brush could finally rest for a while. The Emperor Brush was only a foot long. Even though it was one of the sharpest weapons in the world, it was too eye-catching. Moreover, it wasn't convenient for Ling Yan to use. Those vampire bats are probably going to suffer this time, right? With the Dragon Scale Knife and Dragon Scale Sword, I guarantee that you won't even be able to get close to my body. Ling Yan made up his mind. He raised his eyes and started thinking about the night luminescent pearls. These were treasures, and it was a waste to leave them in such a dark place. Ling Yan felt that it wasn't worth it. No matter who you are, I won't touch your body on account of the treasured sword and saber that you gave me. However, these night luminescent pearls are really useless here, so I'll take them with me. Ling Yan felt that there wasn't any spiritual energy leaking out of the coffin, so he thought for a moment and said, no matter who you are, I won't touch your body on account of the treasured sword and saber that you gave me. Ling Yan didn't stand on ceremony after he finished talking to the corpse in the coffin. He stored all 99 night luminescent pearls in the coffin into his spatial ring, leaving only one in his hand for illumination. Then, he jumped out of the coffin. There were no zombies that jumped out to cause trouble for Ling Yan. He had obtained the dragon scale blade and the dragon vein sword without any danger. He had even obtained 99 night luminescent pearls. He was so happy that he couldn't put it into words. After jumping out of the coffin, Ling Yan very kindly pushed the heavy coffin back to its original position. After that, Ling Yan dragged the night luminescent pearl around the stone room. He carefully observed the surrounding stone walls and only gave up when he realized that there were no more secret doors. It seemed like this was a sealed stone room. Ling Yan didn't know how the owner of the tomb found this place to bury himself. However, to be able to possess these two weapons, he was at least a Xianxia realm expert. Ling Yan didn't find it strange that he could dig a tomb here. Little White, it seems like we can only kill our way out. Do you still remember the cave next to this stone room? We're going there this time. Little White could feel Ling Yan's happiness. It nodded its head quickly and wagged its 2 tails. There was actually a trace of a smile on its seductive fox face. Ling Yan chuckled. This time, those vampire bats won't be able to escape unscathed. Watch how I kill them until they piss in their pants. After saying that, Ling Yan placed the night luminescent pearl in his shirt pocket and used it as a close-range illumination. Then, he flipped his left hand, and the dragon scale knife and dragon vein sword appeared in his hands. He transferred the dragon vein sword to his right hand and smiled at Little White. You just have to follow me closely. We'll kill our way out and teach those stinky bats a lesson. Now that he had a suitable weapon, Ling Yan's frustration from being chased by the bats was completely gone. He raised his hand and was about to press the stone button. However, at this moment, Ling Yan suddenly heard a scream from outside the stone room. Then, there was a scream. Then, there was the sound of concentrated gunfire. Da-da-da-da, someone actually came down here. Ling Yan's face instantly darkened, and he stopped what he was doing. The footsteps outside were messy, crazy, and messy. Occasionally, they were accompanied by shrill screams. The gunshots were intense, and as soon as they stopped, an extremely shrill scream would immediately ring out. They'll probably all die. Ling Yan shook his head silently. He had no intention of going out to save them. This was the crater. Since they dared to come down and take advantage of the situation, they had to be prepared to disregard their own lives. Ling Yan had no obligation to protect them. In less than 5 minutes, everything outside returned to silence. There was no longer any sound. Humph. Ling Yan snorted coldly and pressed the stone button to open the stone door. He then rushed out of the stone room with Little White. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan was the first to rush out of the stone door. He stood at the entrance like a deity, multitasking. The dragon vein sword and dragon scale knife in his hands danced in an impenetrable manner. The vampiric bats that were charging at him were cut down like vegetables. Soon, a black mountain of flesh was formed in front of him. Not to mention the vampiric bats, not even a mosquito could fly in with Ling Yan's sword and saber in hand. The night luminescent pearl in Ling Yan's chest pocket glowed faintly, allowing him to see his surroundings clearly. In the distance, there were 5 or 6 corpses lying on the cold rocks. However, their bodies were crawling with vampiric bats. In just a short while, they had been eaten to the bone. Ling Yan shook his head and sighed inwardly. When Little White followed him out, he lifted his leg and kicked backwards. His left leg seemed to have eyes of its own, hitting the stone button and closing the stone door once again. The cave beside the stone room was less than 20 meters away from Ling Yan. Waving his sword and saber, he strolled towards the cave. Along the way, flesh and blood of the vampiric bats flew everywhere. Soon, he arrived at the cave. The vampiric bats were hot on his heels, but Ling Yan did not go easy on them. He continued to kill as he walked. At the same time, he carefully observed the situation within the cave. The entrance to the cave was huge, but Ling Yan realized that the further he walked, the narrower it became. The darking qi had also reached a very high level. After walking for 100 steps, the vampiric bats stopped following him. They all retreated. Ling Yan stopped and looked back. He knew that he was very close to the Eye of the Yin formation. Even the bats that lived in the dark did not dare to come close. He raised the dragon scale knife and dragon vein sword to his eyes. The blade was still black, and the sword was still bright. There was not even a trace of blood on them. He was even more satisfied. Killing without staining blood. Ling Yan chuckled and kept the dragon vein sword. He held the dragon scale knife in one hand and continued towards the Eye of the Yin formation. There were no more forks on either side of the cave. Other than the darking qi that was getting thicker and thicker, Ling Yan did not encounter any danger. The cave was sloping downwards, and it was getting steeper. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Ling Yan felt that he had descended another 50 to 60 meters. Fortunately, he had a night luminescent pearl to illuminate the way. His eyes could see very far, so it did not affect his judgment and actions. That's not right. If my calculations are correct, the earthing grass should be growing right above us. But why isn't this the Eye of the Yin formation? Ling Yan stood in the cave, frowning as he pondered. Even though the darking qi here was sufficient and relatively pure, Ling Yan still didn't want to cultivate here because this wasn't the real Eye of the formation. Let's go down and see. Ling Yan put away the dragon scale blade and took out the emperor brush. The cave ahead was too narrow for him to wield his blade. Ling Yan continued walking down with Little White. Soon, he heard a deafening rumble that shook the entire cave. It's that underground river. So it flowed here. Ling Yan quickened his pace. As the sound of the flowing water grew louder, the darking qi became sparser. The temperature in the cave began to rise again. Another 50 meters down, the cave began to become damp again, dripping with water. This is really strange. Do I really have to go back and cultivate there? I can't accept this. Ling Yan was slightly angry, but since he had already come down, he decided to walk to the end. After another half an hour, the cave was no longer steep. However, the entire cave had become extremely narrow. Ling Yan couldn't move forward even if he bent over. He could only crawl forward on the damp rocks. Ling Yan was the kind of person who wouldn't stop until he reached his goal. He didn't believe that his judgment was wrong. It was impossible for the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell to not have a real eye of the formation. However, as long as there was one, he had to find it. A man and a fox crawled with difficulty in the narrow cave. The majestic sound of water became louder and louder. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he increased his speed. Fortunately, the deeper he went into the cave, the more spacious it became. Finally, he could stand up and walk forward. He didn't hold back anymore. In less than a minute, he had reached the end of the cave. This was the longest part of the journey. It took Ling Yan more than an hour to get here from the stone room. Hey! I knew it. Ling Yan came to the end of the cave and saw that there was a bottomless stream outside. The underground river poured down 100 meters above the cave, forming a huge waterfall that was 100 meters wide. The sound of the rushing water was several times louder than when they were at the bottom of the crater. We've come down at least another 100 meters. Ling Yan looked up. He knew that this was the true belly of Nanqui Peak. He didn't expect there to be an even bigger crater here. Ling Yan picked up a palm-sized rock and wrapped a fire talisman around it. He shouted, "Come," and threw it down. So it's only 30 meters deep. I knew it. If it was really bottomless, how could those water monsters come up? Ling Yan smiled. He held the emperor brush in his right hand and carried Little White in his left. With a light leap, he landed on a protruding rock 10 meters below. He did this 3 times before reaching the bottom. This was a huge lake. It could also be said to be a huge pool. After years of being hit by the huge waterfall, who knew how deep it was? I see. Ling Yan scanned the surroundings of the mountain stream and immediately discovered that there was a natural cave behind the huge waterfall. If he was right, the eye of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell should be in that cave. Ling Yan smiled and carried Little White again. He didn't dare to be careless. He held the emperor brush in his hand and flew up the slippery cliff. He stabbed the emperor brush into the cliff repeatedly and quickly arrived at the cave behind the waterfall. It's so *King cold. The inside of the cave was a completely different world. It was still unusually hot and stuffy outside. The moment Ling Yan entered the cave, he actually felt a bone-chilling cold. Without a doubt, this was caused by the darking qi emitted by the eye of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. Ling Yan couldn't help but admire the master who created the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. This cave was 20 meters above the huge pool. After Ling Yan entered, he didn't cherish his fire talisman anymore. Instead, he used it as a flare. The cave was large enough for 2 trucks to travel side by side. It was also slanted upwards, so he didn't know how deep it was. Ling Yan wondered if there would be any Yin spirits here. He took out the dragon scale knife again and held the emperor brush in his right hand in case of an emergency. He took out a few night luminescent pearls and stuffed them into his pocket. With the help of the night luminescent pearls, he sped towards the depths of the cave. The eye of the Yin formation was vertical. Ling Yan had to return to the place where the darking qi was the densest. He knew that was the eye of the Yin formation. Seeing that he would be able to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance and break through to physique tempering stage 4 in an instant, Ling Yan's heart began to fill with excitement. His eyes shone brightly as his footsteps became faster and faster. In the end, he was practically as fast as lightning. About 10 minutes later, the darking qi in front of them was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. The temperature was also abnormally low, at least -10 degrees Celsius. Ling Yan didn't think much of it, but Little White couldn't take it anymore. Ling Yan stopped and smiled at Little White. This place is beneficial for our cultivation. You can take the opportunity to cultivate your techniques to resist the cold. Xiaobai nodded her head and started to circulate her own cultivation technique. Indeed, she did not feel that cold anymore. Ling Yan still didn't absorb the darking qi. He knew that the eye of the yin-yang formation was 50 meters ahead. Ling Yan slowed down and gripped the dragon scale blade and emperor brush tightly as he walked forward step by step. After another 10 meters or so, his eyes widened as he walked into a huge cavern that was shaped like a pot lid. The temperature dropped drastically, and the darking energy surged at the same time. It was incomparably pure. Ling Yan completely opened up all the pores on his body and finally started to circulate the yin-yang harmony balance to absorb this incomparably pure darking energy. Unfortunately, he didn't find any yin spirits. However, it didn't matter to Ling Yun now. This was the eye of the yin-yang dragon lock spell. The yin-yang formation was much better than the yin chi of a yin spirit. Ling Yan used the dragon fish phantom ability and instantly arrived at the center of the vast cave. There was a deep, dark pool that was the size of a well. All the dark yin chi came from this deep pool. Ling Yan told Little White not to go near it and to wait for him at a distance. Then, he sat down cross-legged beside the pool. Ling Yan silently circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and started to absorb the pure dark yin chi around him. He started to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. The violent and pure dark yin chi surged into Ling Yan's body and gathered in his energy center through his 12 standard meridians. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, after a full 9 hours, Ling Yan felt that the dark yin chi was almost fully absorbed. It was at the same level as the yang chi in his body. Ling Yan started to circulate the spiritual energy in his energy center. Initially, the yang chi and yin chi in Ling Yan's energy center were clearly separated. However, under the effect of the yin-yang harmony balance, they intertwined and eventually turned into a chaotic mess. There was no time to lose. Ling Yan circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to make the yin chi and yang chi in his energy center revolve. Rapidly, the two opposing auras gradually turned into a cyclone that spun faster and faster. It's almost done. Ling Yan was overjoyed. Just as he was about to complete the last step, Ling Yan felt the immortal spiritual energy in his energy center start to riot again. Black and white immortal spiritual energy surged out of Ling Yan's energy center and started to devour the yin-yang chi in his body. F***ck, I'm in big trouble now. Ling Yan was shocked. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. It was impossible for Ling Yan not to be shocked. He was in deep trouble this time. The immortal spiritual energy in his body was completely out of his control. If the immortal spiritual energy from his energy center devoured all of his yin and yang chi before disappearing, how could Ling Yan cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance? Although he knew that the immortal spiritual energy was definitely hidden in his energy center, what use was there if he couldn't use it? It was equivalent to wasting all his previous efforts. Damn it, it didn't come out earlier or later, but at such a critical juncture. Isn't it toying with me? Ling Yan cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. This was because the activity of the immortal spiritual energy was beyond his control. He couldn't even guide it. The main reason why Ling Yan was depressed was that he was at the most critical juncture of his cultivation. He was breaking through to physique tempering stage 4 from the peak of physique tempering stage 3. This wasn't as simple as just stepping into a new level. This was an advancement from the initial stage to the middle stage of physique tempering. If Ling Yan had reached physique tempering stage 4, for example, he wouldn't be afraid of the immortal spiritual energy wreaking havoc in his body. This was because he knew better than anyone that even though the immortal spiritual energy wasn't under his control, it definitely wouldn't harm him. However, he was currently cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. The yin and yang chi in his body were equal and balanced. This was the only way to achieve the balance of yin and yang in his energy center and achieve the true yin-yang harmony balance. However, if he was swallowed by the immortal spiritual energy, everything would be out of his control. This was an unprecedented situation. Ling Yan could only firmly believe that the immortal spiritual energy wouldn't harm him. He forced himself to calm down and deal with this sudden situation. Ling Yan made a prompt decision. He ignored the immortal spiritual energy's actions and continued to cultivate his yin-yang harmony balance according to his original steps. The speed at which the black and white immortal spiritual energy devoured the yin and yang chi was getting faster and faster. In the end, it was extremely terrifying. Ling Yan could clearly feel that the yin and yang chi in his energy center was getting thinner. However, Ling Yun was slightly relieved that the immortal spiritual energy absorbed the yin and yang qi at the same rate. The amount of yin and yang qi in his body decreased correspondingly, maintaining a strange balance. However, as the yin and yang qi in his energy center decreased to a certain extent, the dark yin qi emitted from the eye of the yin formation finally lost control and surged into Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun laughed bitterly. He had spent so much effort to find the eye of the yin formation. He had plenty of dark yin qi now. However, what he lacked now was the yang qi. The dark yin qi entered Ling Yun's body once again. It flowed along the 12 major meridians and gathered in Ling Yun's energy center, instantly breaking the balance of yin and yang in his energy center. Ling Yun was to spiritual energy. If Ling Yun could, it, Yun, he, would, he, yang qi, he, yang for it, of yang, would be. Yang Ling Yang and Yun's yang, Ling Yang was, and Ling Yang spiritual energy was. Yun too, of the yin. To yang energy was to was. Very quickly, Ling Yun went from having more yang than yin to having more yin than yang. Within his energy center, the yin qi was increasing rapidly, but the yang qi was getting thinner and thinner. The balance was completely broken. F*ck, let's go all out. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and took out a bundle of spirit-gathering talismans from his spatial ring. He crushed them all and the spiritual energy entered his body. Under the conversion of Ling Yun's yin-yang harmony balance, it instantly turned into yang energy and gathered in his energy center. As expected, the white immortal spiritual energy began to devour it again. Let's see how much you can store in the Dantiana physique tempering stage level 3. Whenever the yang qi in his energy center became sparse, he would crush a bundle of spirit-gathering talismans and turn them all into yang qi to replenish his energy center. Before Ling Yun went down to the crater, he had made ample preparations. He had made a total of 3,000 spirit-gathering talismans. After reaching the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, his energy center and meridians were twice as strong as before. These 3,000 spirit-gathering talismans were originally enough for him to fill his body with spiritual energy 15 times. However, he had already used 2 bundles in the stone chamber of the Bat Cave, leaving him with 28 bundles. Ling Yun thought that the yang qi from the 28 bundles of spirit-gathering talismans would definitely be enough for the immortal spiritual energy to devour. However, Ling Yun was soon dumbfounded. This was because he was at the eye of the yin formation. The dark yin qi was endless. The spirit-gathering talismans that he had made were pitifully small compared to the dark yin qi. What should I do? What should I do? After using the last bundle of spirit-gathering talismans, Ling Yun could feel the immortal spiritual energy in his energy center continuing to devour endlessly. His heart was burning with anxiety. Ling Yun looked up and saw that there was a huge cave in the middle of the cave that led to the north. Ling Yun knew that he would definitely reach the eye of the yang formation if he followed this cave all the way to the north. There was definitely enough yang qi there for him to use, but he couldn't go there. If Ling Yun had mastered the yin-yang harmony balance, he would be able to absorb as much yin qi as he wanted. This was because no matter if there was too much yin qi or too much yang qi, the yin-yang harmony balance would automatically convert the excess qi into the opposing side, forever maintaining the balance of yin and yang in Ling Yun's body. However, the problem was that he hadn't mastered it yet. If he cultivated at the eye of the yang formation, Ling Yun would still encounter the same situation. At that time, there would be more yang qi than yin qi, and he wouldn't have enough yin qi to replenish himself. At least he still had a pure yang body. At the eye of the yin formation, he could at least hold on for a while. Feeling the yang qi in his energy center thinning again, Ling Yun couldn't take out any more spirit-gathering talismans to use. With a bitter smile on his face, he gritted his teeth and took out the psychic jade box from his spatial ring. This psychic jade box contained the immortal spiritual energy of the Emperor brush that Ling Yun had stolen. After he carved 49 small spirit-gathering formations, it was all filled up. This was Ling Yun's biggest trump card. This was because only the immortal spiritual energy inside could be used by Ling Yun. Holding the psychic jade box in his left hand, Ling Yun waited for the yang qi in his energy center to be depleted before shouting, "Absorb!" For the yin-yang harmony balance, Ling Yun didn't care about anything else and used all his trump cards. as expected, the immortal spiritual energy in the jade box surged towards Ling Yan's energy center and turned into endless yang qi, instantly suppressing the black immortal spiritual energy in his energy center. The white immortal spiritual energy instantly gained the upper hand. Ling Yan could almost see with his naked eye that the dark yin qi in the eye of the yin formation suddenly surged out, almost forming a huge whirlpool around Ling Yan's body. With Ling Yan's energy center as the center, it didn't need to go through his meridians, but directly into his energy center to fight against the pure yang qi formed by the immortal spiritual energy. Ling Yan was taking a huge risk this time. This was a battle between yin and yang. If he couldn't fuse them, Ling Yan would explode and die. The dark yin qi in the eye of the yin formation was actually a yin vein in the depths of Nangqi Peak. Coincidentally, there was a yang vein in the depths of Dragon Mountain, and the Almighty who set up this yin-yang dragon lock spell discovered the power of heaven and earth. That was why he used these two yin-yang earth veins to set up this dragon lock spell. Even a dragon couldn't escape, which showed the abundance of yin qi in the earth veins. When there was more water, he added more noodles. When there was more noodles, he added more water. It could be said that Ling Yan was playing with fire. He was betting on the fact that the immortal spiritual energy in his body would eventually stop devouring. The premise was that it had to happen before Ling Yan used up all the usable spiritual energy. Of course, if Ling Yan's gamble succeeded, the benefits he would reap would be unimaginably huge. At the very least, his energy center had expanded to 10 times its original size. For example, if Ling Yan's energy center was originally the size of a sesame seed, it was now the size of a watermelon seed. It wasn't just his energy center. Even Ling Yan's meridians had expanded many times. This meant that once he reached physique tempering stage 4, his cultivation speed would be many times faster than before. Heaven knew how much immortal spiritual energy was contained in the psychic jade box that Ling Yan carved with the 49 spirit gathering formations. The moment Ling Yan started to absorb it, he immediately supported the absorption of the white immortal spiritual energy. No matter how much dark yin qi flowed into Ling Yan's energy center, the yang qi in Ling Yan's energy center still had the upper hand. This made Ling Yan feel more at ease. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance would consume so much yin-yang qi and take such a long time. Ling Yan focused on his cultivation. Gradually, he lost track of time. After an unknown amount of time, the immortal spiritual energy in the psychic jade box started to thin. Is it still not enough? Do you really want to kill me in one go? Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. The scene in the huge cave was incomparably clear. Even though Ling Yan hadn't mastered the yin-yang harmony balance, his strength was improving by leaps and bounds. The yin qi in his energy center had the upper hand again. Ling Yan shook his head slowly and put away the psychic jade box. This time, he took out the emperor brush directly. There was no more spiritual energy to convert into yang qi. Ling Yan could only try his best. He was the owner of the emperor brush now. Ling Yan didn't believe that the emperor brush would remain indifferent. In Ling Yan's energy center, the white immortal spiritual energy was getting weaker and weaker. The black immortal spiritual energy was getting stronger and stronger, but Ling Yan had no other way to solve this situation. He could only wait for the miracle of the emperor brush. He waited for the emperor brush's immortal spiritual energy to reverse. The yang qi in Ling Yan's energy center had been completely absorbed by the white immortal spiritual energy, but there was still no reaction from the emperor brush. It's over, Ling Yan shook his head sadly. He could only accept the fact that his cultivation had failed. It wasn't too late to stop now. If he couldn't master the yin-yang harmony balance, he could go to the eye of the yang formation to cultivate the pure yang cultivation technique. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly felt the immortal spiritual energy between his eyebrows move. The pale golden immortal spiritual energy rushed out of Ling Yan's sea of consciousness and rushed into Ling Yan's energy center almost instantaneously. At this moment, the emperor brush finally responded positively. Ling Yan felt a large amount of immortal spiritual energy rush into his hands from the emperor brush. This is dragon spiritual energy. Ling Yan's judgment was right. The immortal spiritual energy that rushed out of the emperor brush wasn't the immortal spiritual energy, but the dragon spiritual energy that it had absorbed crazily from the top of Dragon Mountain, golden dragon spiritual energy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The pale golden immortal spiritual energy rushed into his energy center. At the same time, the golden dragon spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush also reached his energy center. F***CK, what's going on? Ling Yan had already used all his trump cards and persevered until this moment. His heart was already like dead ashes, but now, he was overjoyed and shocked. Although he was a peerless genius from the cultivation world, he had never seen or heard of such a situation before. The pale golden immortal spiritual energy and the golden dragon spiritual energy entered Ling Yan's energy center and immediately helped the white immortal spiritual energy launch a fierce counterattack. The black immortal spiritual energy that had almost occupied Ling Yan's energy center was immediately defeated. It only stopped when it had shrunk to half the size of his energy center. At that moment, the golden dragon spiritual energy and the pale golden immortal spiritual energy merged into one, forming a dragon-shaped curve that emitted thousands of rays of golden light. It firmly occupied the center of Ling Yan's energy center and separated the black and white immortal spiritual energy. All of Ling Yan's stress and gloom were swept away, and excitement flashed across his handsome eyes. He didn't care about anything else as he focused on cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. The dark yin qi was still entering Ling Yan's energy center, but the black immortal spiritual energy was no longer being absorbed. It was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, the white immortal spiritual energy was also shrinking rapidly. Very quickly, the black and white immortal spiritual energy turned into two small black and white dots. Each of them was on one side of the golden dragon-shaped curve in Ling Yan's energy center. Like a small nebula, they spun rapidly. At that moment, the Emperor Brush had stopped infusing dragon spiritual energy into Ling Yan's body and started infusing immortal spiritual energy. The surging immortal spiritual energy didn't flow through the 12 main meridians this time. Instead, it flowed along Ling Yan's governing meridian, also known as the Yang meridian, and rushed into Ling Yan's energy center. It instantly squeezed out the dark yin qi from the black dot and occupied half of Ling Yan's energy center. Of course, the dark yin qi that was squeezed out all went to the white dot formed by the white immortal spiritual energy. The new influx of dark yin qi was also attracted there, not daring to take another step forward. Just like that, the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy surrounded the black dot and the dark yin qi surrounded the white. Yin embraces yang, yang defends yin, yin and yang oppose each other. This time, the Emperor Brush's dragon spiritual energy and immortal spiritual energy flowed into Ling Yan's body quickly. It stopped immediately after everything was done. With the protection of the dragon-shaped curve, Ling Yan could finally let go of the dark yin qi and complete the last step of the yin-yang harmony balance. After the dark yin qi entered Ling Yan's body, under his guidance, it flowed through the Ren meridian, also known as the Yin meridian, into Ling Yan's energy center, gradually becoming thicker and stronger. Ling Yan used the yin-yang harmony balance to convert the immortal spiritual energy in his energy center into pure yang qi while absorbing the dark yin qi. He was multitasking without any delay. Now, the black celestial spiritual energy was surrounded by yang qi, while the white celestial spiritual energy was surrounded by yin qi. In the middle, there was the golden dragon spiritual energy and celestial spiritual energy. Now that he couldn't devour either of them, Ling Yan no longer had any worries. After an unknown period of time, Ling Yan finally converted all the celestial spiritual energy in his energy center into pure yang qi. He controlled it well, and the dark yin qi and pure yang qi that he absorbed coincidentally reached a balance again. The moment the balance was achieved, Ling Yan entered a state of no desire and calmness. He continued to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance, waiting for the moment he mastered it. Everything that happened after that was a matter of course. Ling Yan only felt a loud bang, and the pure yang qi and dark yin qi in his energy center started to circulate at the same time. It was like two fish, one black and one white, chasing each other's tails and playing with each other. Ling Yan's energy center was like a rapidly rotating yin-yang tai chi diagram. While the yin-yang qi circulated in Ling Yan's energy center, it also started to flow into Ling Yan's 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Yin-yang harmony balance, success. Almost at the same time, Ling Yan directly entered the realm of physique tempering stage 4. In an instant, he felt a huge increase in his strength. There was a faint smile on Ling Yan's handsome face. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like lightning, shining brightly. He was full of confidence. After this arduous cultivation, Ling Yan's energy center, be it in size or strength, had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3 by more than 20 times. Of course, the same went for the meridians in his body. Ling Yan's energy center had already become the size of a ping-pong ball. This time, the black and white celestial spiritual energy in his energy center didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into a black and white nebula the size of a sesame seed. Even though Ling Yan couldn't see it, he could completely feel the magical changes in his energy center. This was a strange and mysterious energy center, but it was also a strong energy center. Extreme yin gives birth to yang, and extreme yang gives birth to yin. The yin-yang qi can circulate within the energy center, and it can forever maintain a balance. So this is the real yin-yang harmony balance. Ling Yan was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, his hands rubbing his stiff and numb legs as he smiled and muttered to himself. To Ling Yan, this was the most perfect advancement that he could have imagined. The middle stage of physique tempering, Ling Yan was so immersed in his cultivation that he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. He didn't even know how much time had passed. Ling Yan wanted to take out his phone from his spatial ring to check the time, but he realized that his phone had already run out of battery. He could only smile bitterly as he stood up. Ling Yan lightly moved his stiff body, and a series of crackling sounds could be heard from his joints. It was so comfortable that he almost cried out. I have to find a place to eat first. Ling Yan couldn't care about anything else now. Once he stood up, he felt like his stomach was going to flatten. He glanced at Xiao Bai, who was standing in the distance, shivering in the cold and looking at him. He felt very apologetic, and his figure flashed as he leaped over. You've been protecting me? Are you freezing? Ever since Ling Yan started his cultivation, Little White had only been circulating its cultivation technique to resist the cold. It hadn't left the place at all. However, Ling Yan was here to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of the dark yin qi. Little White, on the other hand, wasn't strong enough. Even though it tried its best to resist the cold, it was still freezing. Ling Yan hugged Little White in his arms and threw a handful of fire talismans around him. With a shout, more than 10 balls of fire started burning. Little White obediently snuggled into Ling Yan's arms, allowing him to hug it tightly. It didn't move an inch. It was very obedient and pitiful. Ling Yan threw another handful of fire talismans to warm Little White up. When Little White's body was almost recovered, Ling Yan patted its body lightly and said, "Let's leave this place and find a place to eat." With that, Ling Yan carried Little White and used the 1,000 miles godly steps. With a light leap, he traveled more than 30 meters and arrived at the cave leading to the Yang Formation. Ling Yan's body didn't have any spiritual energy left. However, he had reached physique tempering stage 4 and successfully cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. His internal energy could be generated on its own, so it was no longer restricted by spiritual energy. In Ling Yan's words, he could go anywhere in the world. Having reached physique tempering stage 4, Ling Yan's eyesight had improved by a few folds. With the help of the night luminescent pearls on his chest, he could already see his surroundings within a 50-meter radius. Even without the night luminescent pearls, Ling Yan could still see up to 30 meters in absolute darkness. With the dragon scale knife in his left hand and Little White in his right, he walked north along the cave for about 10 minutes. After passing through a huge cave in an east-west direction, he finally entered the range of the Yang Formation. Once he entered the range of the Yang Formation, the temperature immediately rose to more than 30 degrees. Ling Yan looked at the dry walls of the cave and called Little White to start eating. Ling Yan took out half of the food and mineral water he had bought from the supermarket from his spatial ring. Like Little White, he ate and drank to his heart's content. Let's go take a look at the Yang Formation. If there aren't any treasures there, we'll go and get the dragon's saliva. Ling Yun and Little White were currently at the bottom of the valley between Nangqui Peak and Dragon Mountain. The cave in the east-west direction that they had just passed was actually under the underground river. If they followed that cave all the way to the east, they would reach the place where the dragon's saliva grass was formed. That was also the heart of the yin-yang dragon lock spell. It was no longer cold and Little White was full. It had completely recovered and nodded its head at Ling Yun happily. After Ling Yun reached physique tempering stage 4, both the Eye of the Yang formation and the Yin formation had the same effect on his yin-yang harmony balance. Even though there was no spiritual energy, he wasn't afraid. He was like a bird that had escaped from its cage. He liked the feeling of freedom and being able to roam freely in the world. Ling Yin wanted to test out his current strength. He used the 1,000 miles godly steps to its limit and sped north in a spacious cave. His speed was twice as fast as before. Hee, this feels great, as Ling Yin sped, he opened up all the pores on his body and absorbed as much yang energy as he could. He circulated the yin-yang harmony balance with all his might, trying his best to consolidate his realm. Little White, have you been here before? Ling Yin asked Little White, who was beside him, as they sped along. Little White shook her head, indicating that she hadn't been here before. Ling Yin was relieved. If even Little White hadn't been here before, then it would definitely be difficult for others to reach this place. They were still 100 meters below the underground river. Even though there were some ups and downs in the terrain, it was definitely not too far away. This was the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. It was definitely not a place that ordinary people could enter. The reason why Ling Yin could come down so easily was because he was a formation grandmaster. He was too familiar with formations, so he could head straight for his target. Ling Yin didn't slow down. He could only feel the temperature rising. When he neared the Eye of the Yang formation, the temperature had already reached a terrifying 40 degrees Celsius. There must be magma beneath this Yang formation, Ling Yin thought to himself. He began to slow down his pace, carrying the dragon scale knife as he advanced cautiously. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. As he approached the Eye of the Yang formation, Ling Yin could clearly feel the pure Yang qi around him getting stronger. Even though the temperature was high, he only felt warm and comfortable. This was the great benefit of cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. This was one of the best techniques Ling Yin knew in the cultivation world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid such a huge price to cultivate it. Little White's cultivation technique seemed to be very suitable for this kind of pure yang qi, unlike at the Eye of the Yin formation where Little White didn't feel any discomfort. Ling Yin walked silently in the dark. He listened carefully, but other than his and Little White's breathing, he didn't hear anything else. Ling Yin nodded at Little White and began to move forward. After walking for more than 60 meters, Ling Yin arrived at the Eye of the Yang formation. Unlike the huge cave at the Eye of the Yin formation, the cave at the Eye of the Yang formation was many times smaller. However, it was still 30 meters wide and only 6 to 7 meters high. The space was very narrow. There's a temple here. As soon as Ling Yin entered, he realized that there was a temple made of stone in this narrow space. This temple was extremely simple, but even so, Ling Yin could tell that it was a temple because there was no door. There was a monk sitting cross-legged inside. This made Ling Yin extremely shocked. Heavens, this is... Because he was only 20 meters away, Ling Yin could see everything clearly. He could tell that the monk had already passed away. In a flash, he appeared in front of the temple and looked at the monk with his piercing eyes. This is the highest realm of Buddhist cultivation, the legendary diamond-glazed body. Ling Yin was so shocked that his jaw dropped, and he stood rooted to the ground. The monk was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat carved out of stone. His hands were forming seals, and under the illumination of Ling Yin's luminous pearl, his entire body was glowing with a golden light. He was smiling at Ling Yin kindly. How long has he been sitting cross-legged? Ling Yan's heart trembled. After a moment of shock, he had no choice but to put his palms together and bow to this high monk. Even with his knowledge in the cultivation world, Ling Yin couldn't tell what realm this high monk had reached before he passed away. However, he could clearly feel that this high monk was emitting a pure Buddhist power that could reform one's soul. Ma. And I. Pad. Me. Ling Yin even thought that he had heard the 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, as if it was some kind of baptism for his soul. Ling Yin stood in front of the old monk with a solemn expression. His handsome eyes flashed with a hint of confusion, but he quickly regained his composure. Determination flashed in his eyes as he cut off this baptism in an instant. Ling Yan's eyes regained their clarity, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Senior, even though we are separated by time and space, we are still able to meet 500 meters underground. Even though we are fated, I have my own path, and I can't accept yours. Ling Yan tried his best to shake his head. When he turned back, he saw that Little White had already gone to the eye of the Yang formation and started cultivating on its own. Ling Yan had successfully cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. He didn't need to sit cross-legged to absorb the pure yang qi here, so he didn't go over. Ling Yan turned back and entered the simple temple in a flash. He only felt that this small temple was actually filled with surging Buddhist power. The 6-syllable mantra of Buddhism drilled into his ears, and he had to use his strong intellect to barely resist it. Ling Yan knew that he couldn't stay here for long. Otherwise, he could forget about cultivating his own path, and he would probably become a monk the moment he got out. Ling Yan quickly sized up the small temple. He only found a monk's staff, a string of Buddhist beads, an alms bowl, a green lamp, and a broken gourd. Ling Yan pondered for a moment before putting the green lamp and the broken gourd into his spatial ring. Then, he prepared to leave immediately. However, just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly realized that the monk's palms were clasped together. There was a bead the size of a walnut between them. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He reached out with 2 fingers and picked up the bead, placing it in front of his eyes for a closer look. This bead didn't shimmer or gather any Buddhist power. Its color was dull and ordinary, and it was about the size of a walnut. What is this? There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Ling Yan mumbled to himself as he turned the bead around and fixed his eyes on it. After a closer look, his face revealed a look of shock. This dull and ordinary bead had natural patterns on it, and those patterns were connected together to form a compassionate Buddha. The Buddha was formed by nature. It was completely formed by the intersection of natural patterns, but it seemed to have been meticulously carved on it. The dull Buddha image was simple and natural, and it faintly exuded an inexplicable Buddhist charm. Ling Yan held it in his hand and felt the surrounding Buddhist power surging. The Buddhist chants were like a huge bell that went straight into his mind. Ling Yan could only look at the Buddha beads on the stone table. He compared them and realized that even though the color of this bead was similar, it was definitely not the same thing. That's amazing. Forget it, I'll take it back and study it. Ling Yan didn't want to take the Buddha beads at first, but after seeing this bead, he immediately put it into his spatial ring. After Ling Yan put away the gourd, the green lamp, the Buddha beads, and this unknown bead, the Buddhist chants in the small temple decreased significantly. Ling Yan once again stared at the old monk with a faint smile on his face before leaving the temple in a flash. The real diamond-glazed body, an existence that can kill an earth immortal with a flick of a finger, Earth, the mysterious Earth, definitely not simple. Ling Yan's heart trembled. He quickly circled the cave and didn't find anything else. He sent a telepathic message to Little White, telling it to stop cultivating and leave this place immediately. Ling Yun could guarantee that he wouldn't be affected by the surging Buddhist power and Buddhist chants, but if Little White stayed here for too long, there would definitely be problems. Let's go. Ling Yan couldn't care less about absorbing the pure yang qi here. He said to Little White and lifted his feet to leave. Little White got up in a daze, its black fox eyes staring blankly at the old monk sitting in the temple. However, it didn't move. Oh no. Seeing this, Ling Yan reached out and carried Little White. He used the dragonfish phantom ability to leap 50 meters in one leap and directly rushed into the cave from which he came. Without stopping, Ling Yan pushed his movement technique to the limit. His figure flashed like lightning and only stopped in front of the huge cave that ran from east to west. Little White. Little White? Ling Yan placed Little White back on the ground and called it twice before Little White raised its head to look at him. The confusion in Little White's eyes gradually disappeared, and it returned to normal. However, it couldn't speak and couldn't express anything. It was useless for Ling Yan to ask. How strange. I don't know if this old monk really passed away or if this is just his Dharma body. Ling Yan muttered in his heart. Ling Yan muttered in his heart and simply shook his head, as if he wanted to completely forget everything that had just happened. However, the image of the old monk sitting cross-legged in nirvana with a benevolent smile on his face and a solemn appearance was deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. Ling Yan thought about the ancient myths and legends that he had just studied. Who could it be? No wonder my divine sense couldn't detect it even with my Qi cultivation stage 9 divine sense. Go to the heart of the spell. Ling Yan started to head east with Little White. He was starting to feel the power of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. The bronze coffin in the cave of the vampire bats was nothing compared to this mysterious and powerful senior monk who had passed away in meditation. Ling Yan had already explored the 2 eyes of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. Now, Ling Yan was going to retrieve the dragon's saliva. Once he got it, he planned to leave this place immediately. The Yin-Yang formation and the Yang formation were only supplementary formations. Ling Yan knew that the main formation of this spell was the Dragon Lock spell. Its purpose was to trap the dragon that was about to rush out of Qingshui Lake. This spell had been set up for who knew how many years. Even though Ling Yan might not be able to see the real dragon, he knew that he would at least be able to obtain some dragon saliva. This was because dragon saliva grass could only grow on the surface where there was dragon saliva underground. The further east he went, the more Ling Yan could feel the aura of a certain Tao. He started to be extremely careful because the heart of the spell was right in front of him. Ling Yan didn't want to be chained here with the old monk if it could even trap a dragon. Where is that dragon? Could it be in that underground river? Ling Yan pondered as he walked. Or did it successfully escape with the help of the torrential rain that day? Could it be that this huge crater was caused by it breaking through the spell? Ling Yan thought as he walked. Very soon, he was far away from the cave that connected the 2 eyes of the spell. If he calculated from the surface, he was almost out of the valley between Nangqui Peak and Dragon Mountain. Ling Yan started to feel a strong spiritual energy. He knew that it was the spiritual energy emitted by the dragon saliva. Dragons were hard to find, and dragon saliva was even rarer. The spiritual energy contained in the dragon saliva was much stronger than the spiritual energy emitted by the dragon itself. Ling Yan naturally started to absorb it. I hope that old monk didn't snatch my dragon saliva. Ling Yan was burning with anxiety. He started to walk faster. He didn't know how long that old monk had lived in this spell. Based on his terrifying cultivation, Ling Yan wouldn't believe that he didn't know about the dragon saliva. The cave started to get taller and bigger. It was so spacious that even Ling Yan felt small. God! What is that? Ling Yan walked forward. Just when he felt the spiritual energy of the dragon saliva, he suddenly saw a wall in the spacious cave, a black wall. The wall wasn't scary. What shocked Ling Yan was that the wall was actually moving slowly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan was shocked to see this moving black wall, and Little White was even more afraid. It bit the corner of Ling Yan's clothes and refused to let him go any further. Could it really be a dragon? It didn't manage to escape? Ling Yan's heart trembled, and he immediately thought of escaping. If it really was a dragon, even if he used his butt to think, he would know that he had just reached physique tempering stage 4. His current strength would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the dragon's teeth. Don't be afraid, let me take a look first. Ling Yan used telepathy to whisper to Little White, not daring to make a single sound. He knowingly stored all of the luminous pearls into his spatial ring before leaping into the air and looking forward with extreme eyesight. Ling Yan landed after just one look, and the shock in his heart lessened. This was indeed a huge snake-like creature, but it was already bigger than a giant python. It wasn't a dragon because it didn't have 4 limbs. To be exact, it should be a giant dragon. As for whether this giant dragon had horns on its head, Ling Yan couldn't see clearly because its body was too long, and it had already exceeded the range of Ling Yan's eyesight. Not to mention the length of the giant dragon, just its body alone was as tall as Ling Yan. The scales on its body were as big as a wash basin, and they were shiny black. Ling Yan naturally knew that any place where spiritual creatures grew would definitely be guarded by spiritual creatures. However, he really didn't expect that the guardian of the dragon's saliva was actually a giant dragon. Ling Yan stood in the dark cave with the dragon's scale knife in his hand, slightly troubled. This was the first time he was in a dilemma. Snatch the dragon's saliva from the mouth of the dragon? Or quickly leave this place while the giant dragon hadn't discovered them? Ling Yan knew that it was impossible for him to kill this giant dragon with his current strength of physique tempering stage 4, not even the Emperor Brush. So what if the Emperor Brush could pierce through the scales of the giant dragon? To this giant dragon, there wasn't much difference between a person being bitten by a mosquito. Ling Yan gritted his teeth and wanted to give up. He could only come back when he was strong enough. However, the problem was that he wasn't here just for the dragon's saliva. This was the heart of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. Without a doubt, if there were treasures in this crater, this would be the place with the most treasures. Ling Yan would be lying if he said he didn't want to take them. Little White, why don't we give it a try? Although the space here is very large, this giant flood dragon will certainly have difficulty moving around. Let's try our best not to disturb it, and then go in to search for treasures before leaving. What do you think? Ling Yan really couldn't give up on the treasures in front of him. Even if he couldn't get it, he had to rush in and take a look. At the very least, he would know what was inside and save it for later. Little White raised its head and looked at Ling Yan's expectant gaze. It suppressed its fear and nodded. How about this, you retreat to a safe place and wait for me. I'll rush in myself. To see what's inside. If I can take it, I'll take it. If not, I'll come back to find you. Little White shook its head resolutely when it saw that Ling Yan wanted it to leave. Its pair of seductive fox eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Seeing this, Ling Yan smiled confidently and said telepathically, I've already said that even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we have to give it a try. If we're not even afraid of a dragon's pool, how can we be afraid of such a giant dragon? Let's go. Just as he said that, Ling Yan heard a few people in the heart of the spell in front of him. The shouts were continuous. Then, he saw the giant body of the giant dragon start to swim. F***ck, what a bunch of idiots. Ling Yan cursed angrily. Then, he rushed forward with Little White. If no one had shouted, Ling Yan could have easily explored the heart of the spell with his physique tempering stage 4 strength and movement techniques. Then, he could have easily left. Now that he was frightened by the people who had accidentally barged in and alerted the giant dragon, he might not even be able to survive, let alone find the treasure. However, Ling Yan had already reached physique tempering stage 4. With the support of the strong spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva, Ling Yan definitely wouldn't run out of spiritual energy. He decided to take advantage of the chaos and give it a try. Without a doubt, given the size of this place, Ling Yan wasn't the only one who had reached the heart of the spell. The others must have come from other caves. Ling Yan's figure rushed forward. At the same time, he heard the sound of metal clashing. Then, he heard someone shout, "This giant python is too sturdy, I can't cut it." This angered Ling Yan. It would be weird if you could use a normal weapon to cut such a giant dragon. My dragon scale knife might be able to do it. However, Ling Yan knew that those who could reach the heart of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell were definitely people with special abilities. Their martial arts realms were at least not weaker than his. Even though they couldn't kill the giant dragon, they could at least hold on for a while. While the giant dragon wasn't enraged, Ling Yan rushed out of the tunnel and into the heart of the spell in a flash. Little White, follow me closely. Ling Yan wasn't stupid enough to provoke the giant dragon. He looked towards the place where the spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva was the strongest. He saw that there was indeed a stone pool with a milky white liquid in it. It was the dragon's saliva. The giant dragon's huge body circled around the dragon's saliva a few times. Its upper body had already stood up. Just its upper body alone was more than 10 meters tall. Its 2 eyes were the size of 2 basketballs. They were like 2 huge light bulbs staring at the people on the ground. It was obvious that it was angry. Ling Yan rushed out from the giant dragon's tail. He didn't jump very high and landed quickly. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant dragon wasn't paying attention to him, he quickly scanned the surroundings of the huge cave. There were a total of 8 or 9 people there. Ling Yan was pleasantly surprised to see that Du Gumo was among them. At this moment, he was raising his sword to defend against the giant dragon's attack. His face was full of shock as he looked at Ling Yan, who had rushed out. Someone else is coming down. He must be here for the Earth Emperor's book. Seeing Ling Yun and Little White rushing out, one of them shouted loudly. Ling Yun thought to himself, what the hell are you shouting for? He didn't bother about the shocked Du Gumo. Instead, he immediately looked at the 3 stone doors on the wall of the cave. Ling Yun had already seen the cave clearly. In the cave, other than the dragon's saliva, it was incomparably spacious. There was basically nothing else. If there were any treasures, they would definitely be within the 3 stone doors. What? Earth Emperor's book? After hearing that person's shout, Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. He had the Emperor brush. Now that he heard that these experts were here for the Earth Emperor's book, he knew that there was definitely a treasure that was comparable to the Emperor brush. Thus, he decisively gave up on the idea of obtaining the dragon's saliva first. At this moment, the giant dragon finally couldn't take it anymore. With a light swing of its huge tail, it swept towards Du Gumo and the others. The 9 of them were indeed experts at Hotian realm level 8 and above. They all leaped to avoid the attack and weren't hurt by the giant dragon. The giant dragon finally began to rage after missing its attack. It swung its tail again, and when everyone leaped to avoid it, it opened its huge bloody mouth and bit down on one of them. That person's cultivation had already reached Hotian realm level 9. Seeing the giant dragon biting down on him, he actually didn't panic. With a light breath, he elegantly shifted horizontally in the air and dodged the giant dragon's bloody mouth in an instant. So powerful. Ling Yun knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to pull off such a beautiful move, so he couldn't help but secretly praise it. However, the giant dragon wasn't careless either. It didn't wait for that expert to land on the ground. Instead, it swung its head fiercely towards that person. If that person was hit, even if he didn't die, he would only be left with half a life. However, that person wasn't afraid in the face of danger. With a light stab at the giant dragon's head with the sword in his right hand, he used the recoil force to move another 10 meters away from the giant dragon's attack range. Ling Yun only needed one look to understand that these experts all had unique skills. If these experts didn't risk their lives against the giant dragon wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Du Gumo dodged the giant dragon's 2 attacks and appeared in front of Ling Yun. With a relaxed smile, he said, Ling Yun, I didn't think we would meet here. Ling Yun chuckled. That's right, this is called being fated to meet. As Ling Yun spoke, he lightly leaped towards the side of the cave with Little White, directly escaping from the giant dragon's attack range. Du Gumo naturally flew over as well. Du Gumo looked at Ling Yun and said in surprise, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your realm has actually increased again? What kind of martial arts are you practicing? How can it be so fast? Ling Yun also looked at Du Gumo and laughed. Don't talk about me. Didn't you also increase your realm? How is it, have you reached Hotian realm level 9? Du Gumo said in surprise, how do you know that I have reached Hotian realm level 9? Could it be that you can see through my realm? Ling Yun chuckled in his heart, but he didn't reply. Instead, he pouted his lips at the people who were being attacked by the giant dragon and said indifferently, are these people with you guys? Du Gumo shook his head decisively and said, I'm alone. They were all people from the ancient martial arts families and hidden sects that I met after I came down, Ling Yun said indifferently, just now, I heard someone shouting about the Earth Emperor's book. What is the Earth Emperor's book? Could it be that the Earth Emperor's book is here? Du Gumo frowned slightly and said, Ling Yun, you don't know, but there has always been a legend in Xianxia that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book will appear in Xianxia. Now that the Emperor Brush has appeared, and a mysterious crater has appeared here, many people believe that the Earth Emperor's book will definitely appear at the bottom of the crater. Ling Yun raised his hand and used his knife to sweep away a piece of flying gravel. He asked even though he already knew the answer, the Emperor Brush has appeared? Why haven't I heard of it before? No. One has seen that thing before, so how can you say that the Emperor Brush has appeared? I think someone is spreading rumors, right? Du Gumo's expression was grave as he shook his head solemnly and said, the news of the Emperor Brush appearing is absolutely true. Although no one has seen it before, but, Du Gumo suddenly stopped talking. Du Gumo didn't finish his sentence, but Ling Yun was extremely shocked when he heard it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan quickly analyzed a few key details through his short and concise conversation with Du Gumo. Firstly, the ancient martial arts families and secret sects had already found out about the birth of the Emperor Brush through certain channels or special secret techniques. They even knew that the Emperor Brush had appeared in Xianxia city. Secondly, since the Huaxiao legend said that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book would appear in Xianxia city, and the Emperor Brush had indeed appeared in Xianxia city and was now in Ling Yan's spatial ring, the legend of the Earth Emperor's book appearing in Xianxia city was very likely true. Lastly, the waterspout, the torrential rain, and the mysterious crater all happened within a day of the Emperor Brush acknowledging Ling Yan as its owner. This meant that the greatest treasure in the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell was most likely the Earth Emperor's book. If the human emperor was Fuxi, then who was the Earth Emperor? According to Ling Yan's research on ancient legends, even though there were different versions of the Heaven Emperor, Earth Emperor, and the Human Emperor, most people believed that the Earth Emperor was Shenong. Could it be that the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell, which contained the aura of the Great Tao, was set up by Shenong? The Emperor Brush was the sharpest weapon in the world, and there was nothing it couldn't break. Then, what kind of unimaginable power did the Earth Emperor's book have? Countless thoughts flashed through Ling Yan's mind, but his face remained expressionless. His lips curled up slightly as he shook his head nonchalantly. That's just a legend. How could you take it seriously? What a joke. In the darkness, Du Gumo's body was straight and handsome. He held his sword in his hand, guarding against the sudden attack of the giant dragon. He smiled slightly, pointed his chin at the giant dragon in the distance, and said seriously, "Legend? Huaxiao's legends might be myths in the eyes of ordinary people, but look at this giant python. Have you ever seen such a huge python? It looks even bigger than the dragons in the legends. How do you explain this?" Ling Yan laughed in his heart. He looked at the majestic giant Jiao Jiao that stood upright like a pillar that supported the heavens. He thought to himself, how is this a giant python? This is simply a giant Jiao Jiao. However, after observing it for so long, Ling Yan could tell that it couldn't be considered a real Jiao dragon. Even though its body had reached the standard of a Jiao dragon, it didn't have horns on its head. Ling Yan keenly noticed the two protrusions on the head of the giant Jiao dragon, but they were only protrusions. Not even a single sharp horn was revealed. It was probably coiled around the dragon's saliva because it was at the most critical moment of transforming into a Jiao dragon. It was waiting for the right time to swallow the dragon's saliva and successfully transform into a Jiao dragon. What a pity, with so many experts here, this giant dragon probably won't get what it wants. Ling Yan secretly felt sorry for it. At the same time, Ling Yan realized a shocking fact. The spiritual energy in the dragon's saliva was so dense that he had been absorbing it ever since he felt it. However, after such a long time, his body was still not full. After reaching physique tempering stage 4, how much stronger have my energy center and meridians become? By right, it should only be twice as much as it was at physique tempering stage 3. Even if I reached the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, it should only be twice as much. Why am I still not full after absorbing so much spiritual energy? In fact, Ling Yan's current body wasn't just absorbing more spiritual energy. It was absorbing at a fast pace. It was many times faster than when he was at the peak of physique tempering stage 3. What exactly happened to my body? It's a pity I can't use my inner vision. If I could, I would know what changes have happened to me. Of course, Ling Yan didn't know that the spiritual energy in his body had already been divided into 5 different colors. The immortal spiritual energy at the top of his head was green, the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows was pale gold, and the immortal spiritual energy in his energy center was black and white. There was also the pale gold immortal spiritual energy and the golden dragon spiritual energy that formed a dragon-shaped curve, using the immortal spiritual energy from the tribulation stage, the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy, the dark yin chi from the Eye of the Yin formation, and the dragon spiritual energy to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. How heaven-defying was this? Therefore, even though they were both at physique tempering stage 4, Ling Yan's current strength was many times stronger than when he was at the same level in the cultivation world. There's actually a two-tailed fox, and it's white. What a beautiful fox. At this moment, Du Gumo stared at Little White, who was beside Ling Yan, as if he had discovered a new continent. Little White glanced at Du Gumo coldly and hid behind Ling Yan in a flash. Ling Yan twitched his mouth in disdain and ignored Dugumo. He continued to stare at the changes in the field, thinking about how to take advantage of the chaos to get his hands on the dragon's saliva. Although the giant flood dragon was powerful beyond compare, its upper body and tail were sweeping and slamming violently. Its huge body, which was more than 20 meters long, was firmly entrenched around the dragon's saliva stone pool, not moving an inch. This naturally greatly restricted the movement of the giant flood dragon. The qigong of the 7 or 8 experts was not bad. Although they were swaying in the wind and rain under the fierce attacks of the giant flood dragon, it was incomparably thrilling. However, the giant flood dragon could not touch their bodies. The scales on the giant dragon's body were also better than armor forged from refined iron. The weapons of the experts could not even cut through it. For a moment, both sides were unable to do anything to each other. As expected, it doesn't have any spiritual power. As long as it doesn't dare to move, it won't be a threat to me, Ling Yan was not boasting. If they were to compare movement skills and speed, he was undoubtedly the first among the people present. Even Little White was not as fast as him. You're actually holding a black knife in your hand? This seems to be. Dugumo was given the cold shoulder by Little White, so he shifted his attention to Ling Yan's dragon scale knife. Ling Yan's dragon scale knife was completely black. It was even darker than the absolute darkness in this huge cave. If Dugumo had not been so close to Ling Yan, he would have thought that Ling Yan was empty-handed. Ling Yan rolled his eyes at Dugumo and said nonchalantly, "Can you not be so surprised?" "Why? Do you recognize this knife?" Dugumo took a step closer to Ling Yan and bent down to examine the dragon scale knife in Ling Yan's hand for a long time. Suddenly, he was so shocked that he retreated continuously. After 5 steps, he raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yan's black knife. With a frightened expression, he said, This seems to be the legendary Devil's Underworld Essence knife. God, how did it appear in your hands? Ling Yan, you're actually from the Devil sect? Devil's Underworld Essence knife? Ling Yan thought that this name was really awesome. He casually picked up the black knife and waved it in front of his eyes. Then, he looked at Dugumo and said disdainfully, Bullsh*T, why do you make everything sound like a legend? Even though Dugumo had broken through to Hotian Realm Level 9, Ling Yan's body, ability, and speed were worlds apart from before after he broke through to Physique Tempering Stage 4. Moreover, he could use his inner chi to execute new martial arts. Ling Yan expected that Dugumo would not be able to win against him, so he was very impolite to him. On the night he rescued Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yan had reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9 with the help of the Emperor Brush. At that time, there was Priestess Heartless, who was at Hotian Realm Level 8, He Xingyan, Dugumo, assassins from Hotian Realm Level 9, and Qin Qiuyue, who was at Xiantian Realm Level 2. In an instant, Ling Yan had a clear understanding of the strength of each level. Ling Yan, are you the young master of the Devil sect? But, that can't be right. I heard that the Devil's Blade has been missing for at least 1,000 years. Could I be mistaken? Dugumo was still muttering to himself, as if he was repeatedly deliberating. With a light leap, he dodged a large rock that was swept by the giant dragon. Then, he asked Ling Yan, does this blade have a scabbard? If there's a black dragon circling on the scabbard, then it must be the Devil's Blade. I've seen it in an ancient book at home. Ling Yan's heart shook violently when he heard this. Wasn't there a lifelike black dragon carved on the scabbard of the black blade in his hand? Ling Yan, if you're not from the Devil sect, I advise you to quickly throw this blade away. Legend has it that this blade is extremely evil. Not only can it suck blood, but it can also steal one's mind, causing the person who uses it to gradually lose their humanity and fall into the path of the devil. Ling Yan didn't think much of it. He casually ridiculed, Bullsh*T, this blade is my family heirloom. I dyed it black because I thought it was eye-catching. How is it some Bullsh*T Devil's Blade? Ling Yan was very depressed. He definitely couldn't take out the Emperor Brush in front of these people. Now that Dugumo had taken a look at his black blade, he confidently said that it was the Devil's Blade and belonged to the Devil sect. Wouldn't he have to hide it again? He didn't want to be treated as a member of the Devil sect. That would be hated by everyone. Just as Dugumo was about to speak, he heard one of the people being attacked by the giant dragon shouting, Hey, are the two of you done? Can't you see that we're struggling to resist the giant python? You actually have the mood to chat? Another young man followed up and shouted, "That's right, Dugumo, didn't we agree? Even if we're all here for the Earth Emperor's book, we have to find it first. Let's think of a way to kill this giant dragon first." Ling Yan almost cursed them out loud. They couldn't even break the giant dragon's defense with the weapons in their hands, let alone kill it. It was simply a fool's dream. Dugumo did indeed have an agreement with these people. After listening to them, he told Ling Yun and flew into the battle to help fight against the giant dragon and share the burden. Ling Yun didn't have the mood to do that. He took advantage of the fact that everyone was fighting the giant dragon and quietly rushed towards the 3 stone doors. F***ck, that kid is trying to take advantage of us. Quick, go and stop him. Someone saw Ling Yun heading towards the stone doors and immediately shouted. Indeed, as soon as the shout was heard, 2 people immediately dodged the giant dragon's attack and flew towards Ling Yun, blocking his path. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Shiman family, Shiman gang. Nangong family, Nangong Jian. The 2 of them flew in front of Ling Yun and blocked his way. They raised their heads and proudly announced their names. I heard from Dugumo that you're called Ling Yun, right? Seeing that you're Dugumo's friend, we won't make things difficult for you. However, as you can see, we're dealing with that giant python now. You're here to look for treasures. Don't you know the rules? Shiman Gang was dressed in a long white robe and held a half-meter-long fan in his hand. After he landed on the ground, he unfolded the fan in a carefree manner and fanned himself as he spoke while shaking his head. Nangong Jian was dressed in a green robe and held an extremely narrow and sharp sword in his hand. He stood in front of Ling Yan expressionlessly and didn't say a word. Ling Yan's eyebrows were already furrowed. Now that he heard Shiman Gang's words, he was instantly amused. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said amusedly, "If you guys are willing to deal with the giant python, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? As the saying goes, everyone should go their own way and mind their own business. How about that?" Although Ling Yun wasn't afraid of these people, he didn't want to go against them either. Therefore, he was kind enough to discuss with Shiman Gang and Nangong Jian. Shiman Gang smiled evilly and closed his fan. Then, he said coldly, "Kid, we're only advising you nicely because of Dugumo. Don't be so ungrateful. Do you know who are the people here today?" After saying that, he raised his hand and looked at the people who were fighting with the giant fled dragon in the arena like rabbits leaping and falcons descending, like sparrows flying in the air. Ling Yan asked seriously, "Oh? Tell me, who are they?" Shiman Gang pointed at the scene and looked at Ling Yan with disdain. Then, he said, "Do you see that one who uses a knife? That's Dongfang Ting from the Dongfang family. That one is bare-handed, that's Tai Jingping from the Divine Fist sect. That one is using the hook of separation. That's Shang Guanju. That one is using the spear, Lei Wenxing. I don't mind telling you that we're all above Hotian realm level 8. Kid, since you're Dugumo's friend, we'll let you join us on his account. If you don't know what's good for you," Ling Yan smiled faintly. "So what?" Shiman Gang frowned as he looked at Nangong Jian. Then, he looked at Ling Yun as if he was looking at a monster and said, "If you don't know what's good for you, let's not talk about what will happen after we leave this place. Do you think you can defeat any of us with your skills? Ling Yun, these people are all from ancient martial arts families and secret sections. If you want to explore the stone door now, you'll definitely become the target of everyone, and I won't be able to protect you." Dugumo sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Even though Dugumo's memory of Ling Yun was still maintained at the moment when the 2 of them had walked out of the ballroom for a duel, he didn't know why, but when he saw Ling Yun just now, he felt a sense of closeness and naturally spoke so much to him. Ling Yun could use his Qi Cultivation Stage 9 Divine Sense to erase a portion of Dugumo's memories, but he couldn't erase his feelings. Memory and feelings were 2 different things. For example, after a person lost his memory, he would still feel a sense of closeness to his family and friends. This was a feeling that had nothing to do with memory. Dugumo and Ling Yun had fought side by side before, and it could be said that they appreciated each other. Ling Yin was grateful for his help and even injected a strand of immortal spiritual energy into Du Guomo's body to help him break through. Even though Du Guomo had forgotten about this, the sense of familiarity with Ling Yin was still there. Ling Yin smiled as he replied to Du Guomo. He also used telepathy to say, "It's alright, let me see exactly what he's capable of." Ling Yin had just broken through to physique tempering stage 4, and he could feel his own strength. Now that he was itching to test his skills, Shiman Gang and Nangong Jian took the initiative to come and feed him his blade. He couldn't have asked for more. Anyway, there was an endless supply of dragon spiritual energy here, and Ling Yin just needed to rely on his movement techniques to be invincible. Hence, he laughed and said, "What's the point of saying so much? Whether I can defeat him or not, won't we find out after a duel?" Ling Yin raised his eyebrows, and the corner of his mouth curled into a strong and confident smile. He waved his hand for Little White to stick close to the rock wall, and the black blade in his right hand vibrated. He extended his left index finger and hooked it at Shiman Gang. Shiman Gang's face darkened, and he laughed sinisterly. "Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for not holding back." With that, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Yun. With a wave of the folding fan in his hand, it slashed towards Ling Yun's head at lightning speed. Ling Yun saw the speed of his movement techniques and knew that his strength couldn't even be compared to Du Guomo, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 8. He couldn't even be bothered to use any techniques, and he casually raised the black blade to block it. Shwa! The blade of the black blade collided with Shiman Gang's folding fan. There wasn't even a single sound, and Shiman Gang's folding fan was directly cut in half. Shiman Gang felt his hand instantly become lighter, and the fan in his hand was only left in half. He was shocked and distressed at the same time. He hurriedly jumped away and pointed at Ling Yun's black blade. F***CK. What kind of blade is that? The ribs of Shiman Gang's fan were made of black gold, and the surface of the fan was woven with golden threads. Even bullets couldn't penetrate it, but it was easily cut in half by Ling Yun's blade. How could he not be shocked? Ling Yun was also secretly surprised that he succeeded in one move. He thought to himself, how can this devil's underworld essence blade be so sharp? It's not much worse than the Emperor brush. However, now wasn't the time to study the blade. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter what kind of blade it is. On account of Du Guomo, I'm only teaching you a lesson this time. If you dare to block me again, be careful, or I'll chop off your leg." Shiman Gang didn't say anything. His narrow and sharp eyes stared fixedly at the black blade in Ling Yun's hand, and his expression gradually became one of horror. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as he shouted towards the battlefield, "Stop fighting, everyone! This brat is holding the legendary Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. This brat is from the Devil Sect." Du Guomo was afraid that Ling Yun would be at a disadvantage. He had been paying attention to Ling Yun's situation, and naturally saw the scene of Shiman Gang's fan being cut in half by Ling Yun's blade. His heart trembled, and he was even more certain that the blade in Ling Yun's hand was the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. Ling Yun, this brat. However, Ling Yun was extremely depressed. Didn't Du Guomo say that this blade hadn't been seen for thousands of years? Why did it seem like everyone recognized it? Was the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade really that famous? It was a pity that Ling Yun didn't recognize it from the start. If he had known that it was the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade, he would have rushed out with the Dragon Vein Sword. Huff. 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 Before Shiman Gang could finish his sentence, a series of wind-breaking sounds could be heard in the cave. Everyone jumped out of the giant python's attack range and came to Ling Yun's side, surrounding him. What? The Devil's Underworld Essence Blade? Shiman Gang, you can't be mistaken, right? The Devil's Underworld Essence Blade hasn't been seen for thousands of years. How could it be in his hands? Brat, show us the blade. Some were shocked, some were excited, some were greedy, and some were fearful. In the darkness, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Ling Yun could see them clearly in the darkness. The situation had become complicated in an instant. Du Guomo was the last to walk over. As he walked in the darkness, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. Brat, I just said that this blade of yours is the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade and told you to throw it away as soon as possible. Now, you're in trouble. The way these people do things is different from me. They all boast about themselves as righteous sects and ancient martial arts families. They take it upon themselves to exterminate demons and devils. Since ancient times, good and evil have been irreconcilable. Now that you have the devil's underworld essence blade in your hands, no matter how you explain it, it's useless. Ling Yun had long known that Du Guemo didn't have any sense of good or evil in his heart. Thus, he also sent a telepathic message to Du Guemo, who said, "I wanted to explain? We're 500 meters underground. It's not worth it for me to explain to them. You just have to watch the show." Dongfang Ting, who was about 29 years old, held a long, shiny blade in his right hand. He looked rather mature. He took a step forward and looked closely at the black blade in Ling Yun's hands. His expression became more and more solemn. Members of the Dongfang family were adept at using blades. They had meticulously researched all kinds of blades and techniques. Dongfang Ting stared at the black blade in Ling Yun's hands for a long time. Then, he nodded his head solemnly. "Shiman is right. Even though I haven't seen this scabbard, I'm sure that it's the sacred object of the devil sect that has been missing for 1200 years, the devil's underworld essence blade." Dongfang Ting said slowly, "Legend has it that this is a demonic blade that came from hell. It was refined from the blood essence of a black dragon king of hell. It's the head of the devil sect's 9 great sacred objects. It sucks blood upon contact and is indestructible. Most importantly, it can steal one's soul. Not only does it have a miraculous effect on the enemy, but it's also effective on the wielder. The wielder doesn't realize it at first, but as time passes, they'll gradually become a slave of the demonic blade." Ling Yan laughed coldly when he heard this. He waved his hand lightly to interrupt Dongfang Ting. Then, he retorted sarcastically, "Bullsh *T, I think all of you like to treat legends as facts. You see that my treasured blade can cut through metal like mud and say that it's a demonic blade. I'm afraid all of you want to take it for yourself." Dongfang Ting shook his head and laughed. "Little brother, you're wrong. Even though I like blades and know that this devil's underworld essence blade is a peerless treasured blade, I definitely won't covet it. Putting aside the fact that good and evil can't coexist, I personally don't want to become a slave to a demonic blade right now. Little brother, I don't think you're a member of the devil sect. Why don't you throw this blade away as soon as possible? Otherwise, you'll become a demon in the future and won't be able to explain yourself in front of the heroes of the world." His words were open and aboveboard. Ling Yan saw that there was only shock in his eyes and no greed. He nodded his head silently and didn't plan to make things difficult for Dongfang Ting. "Du Gumo, since your friend is a member of the devil sect, what do you say?" Shiman Gang's folding fan had been broken by Ling Yun. His heart was filled with resentment and he directly pinned the label of a member of the devil sect on Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at Shiman Gang indifferently. He wasn't angry and only smiled slightly. Du Gumo shook his head with a resolute expression. "Shiman, you're a member of the Shiman family after all. You mustn't speak nonsense. I don't care what blade this is, but I can guarantee with my life that Ling Yun is definitely not a member of the devil sect." Du Gumo's words were resolute and resolute. He directly choked Shiman Gang, causing his face to change between red and white. However, no one could see it clearly in the darkness. Ling Yan had already confirmed that the black blade he had obtained was the real devil's underworld essence blade. However, he was determined not to believe that this blade could corrode his mind. He had a strong soul in the tribulation stage. If it weren't for that overly terrifying heaven's tribulation, he would have long been an earth immortal in the Desheng stage. How could he be controlled by a demonic blade? Moreover, in that temple just now, the powerful and pure Buddhist influence of that enlightened monk had been cut off by Ling Yun. Why would he care about the influence of this blade? Anyway, this blade has already been confirmed to be the devil's underworld essence blade. Since it's a sacred object of the devil sect, then no matter what, it must be handed over to the righteous sects to deal with. Ling Yun, as long as you obediently hand over the devil's underworld essence blade, we'll let you leave. How about that? Ling Yun smiled faintly. Alright, since you insist that it's the devil's underworld essence blade, then so be it. However, I definitely won't hand it over. If anyone wants to use the name of a righteous sect as a banner, then feel free to take it with your own abilities. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. If they didn't agree with each other, it would be a waste of words. In the end, wasn't it all about strength? Ling Yan wasn't in the mood to waste time with these people. He was decisive and prepared to start fighting. Shangguanju from the Shangguan clan suddenly spoke. He held a pair of hooks in his hands and had a sinister look on his face. He chuckled and said, Ling Yan, since you say that you're not from the demon sect, then which sect are you from? Who is your master? As long as you tell us, we can put this matter aside for now. It won't be too late to settle this matter after we leave this place. Ling Yan thought to himself, which sect am I from? Isn't this purely looking for trouble? However, he casually made up a story. I'm from the Immortal Physician sect. As for my master's name, there's no need for me to tell you. Immortal Physician sect? His words caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. They could all see the doubt in each other's eyes. Obviously, they had never heard of this sect before. Tai Jingping from the Divine Fist sect scratched his head and said, I've heard of the Miracle Physician Valley and the Five Poison sect. However, I've never heard of the Immortal Physician sect. Shangguanju's sinister eyes stared at Ling Yan intently. He seemed to be trying to discern whether Ling Yan was speaking the truth or not. After a while, he said, We've never heard of the Immortal Physician sect. Can you be more specific? Ling Yan had already answered one of his questions. Seeing that Shangguanju was still trying to get to the bottom of the matter, he finally started to get impatient. He said coldly, Don't you think you're asking too many questions? Ling Yan's body was still frantically absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the dragon's saliva. He felt as if his body had become a bottomless pit. After absorbing for so long, there was no sign of it being full. The powerful spiritual energy that entered his body no longer remained dormant. Instead, it surged directly into Ling Yan's major meridians. With Ling Yan's energy center as the center, it circulated endlessly. Ling Yan silently circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and raised the pitch-black devil's blade. He lightly pointed at Shangguanju and Shimen Gang, who were in front of him, and smiled faintly. I'll say it one last time. If you guys want to fight, then fight. If not, then get out of the way and let me pass. I don't care what you guys are doing here. Ling Yan was already being very courteous. If it wasn't for Dugumo, he would have made a move long ago. Why would he waste his time talking nonsense with these people? After Ling Yan finished speaking, he lifted his foot lightly and walked forward directly. He had decided to kill anyone who stood in his way. Shangguanju, Nangongjian, and the rest looked at each other. A vicious glint flashed in their eyes at the same time. Just as Ling Yan walked past him, Shangguanju silently raised his parting hook and slashed at Ling Yan's right arm. Courting death. Ling Yan was already prepared. Without turning his head, he swung the 40-kilogram Devil's Underworld Essence blade at Shangguanju's hook of separation with a whooshing sound. Shangguanju knew how powerful the Devil's blade was. He didn't dare to clash head-on with Ling Yan's Devil's blade. He hurriedly retracted his parting hook and shouted to the crowd at the same time, This person's background is unknown, and he doesn't differentiate between good and evil. He has the Devil's blade in his hand. Why aren't you guys attacking him? Nangongjian had already rushed forward at this time. Seeing that Ling Yan hadn't retracted his blade, he saw an opportunity. He raised the long sword in his hand and stabbed it at Ling Yan's throat. Ling Yan laughed coldly. His left hand stretched out at lightning speed. Aiming at the tip of Nangongjian's sword, he used the stellar condensation technique to protect himself. Using his index and middle fingers, he easily caught the sword. Nangongjian, your sword is too slow. Ling Yan snorted coldly. His left hand firmly caught the tip of Nangongjian's sword and didn't let go. He raised his blade with his right hand and gently slashed at Nangongjian's sword. With a schwa sound, only the sword hilt was left in Nangongjian's hand. Ling Yan smiled slightly. The Devil's blade in his hand pushed the boat with the current, and the tip of the blade pierced straight at Nangongjian's right arm. Nangongjian was so frightened that his body swayed, and he directly retreated 5 meters away. At this moment, Shangguanju's double hook was once again aimed at Ling Yan's legs. Ling Yan frowned slightly. He used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability and appeared beside Shangguanju in a flash. he slashed with the devil's blade again. Shang Guanju didn't expect Ling Yun to be so fast. At this moment, he wanted to retract his double hook, but it was too late. With a schwa sound, the two parting hooks were simultaneously cut into two by Ling Yun. Shang Guanju was so frightened that he jumped out of the battle immediately. Ling Yun held the devil's blade in his hand and stood upright in the darkness. He shouted domineeringly, "See, isn't it so easy to solve the problem? Is there anyone who still dares to stop me now?" In less than 5 moves, Shang Guanju and Namgong Jian's weapons had all been broken by Ling Yun. This was also because Ling Yun had been merciful. He had only used his movement technique and speed to break the opponent's weapons with his blade. He didn't have any intention of harming them. After experiencing so much in the crater, Ling Yun had already understood the mysteriousness and strength of Earth. Before he reached the Qi cultivation stage, he didn't want to make too many strong enemies. Du Guimo had reminded him that these people were all from ancient martial arts families and secret sections. Regardless of whether they were from the true righteous path or self-proclaimed righteous path, Ling Yun didn't want to kill them all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. He would just have to deal with these enemies all day. Shimen Gang's weapon had long been broken by Ling Yun, and Dongfang Ting and Tai Jingping from the Divine Fist sect didn't have any intention of attacking from the start. Lei Wenqing hesitated for a moment, but after seeing Ling Yun's power, he could only put down the spear in his hand. Of course, Du Guimo wouldn't attack Ling Yun. However, he was truly shocked. It was no wonder that Ling Yun dared to accept his challenge. Just based on the speed, accuracy, and courage that he had used 2 fingers to clamp the tip of Namgong Jian's sword, very few people could achieve that. If it was my sword, would Ling Yun be able to clamp it with his fingers? This youth Ling Yun was unfathomable. This was the consensus that everyone had reached. What no one noticed was that 40 meters away, the giant dragon that had been guarding the dragon's saliva stood upright. Its 2 eyes, which were the size of basketballs, were staring straight at Ling Yun. Or rather, it was staring straight at the devil's underworld essence blade in Ling Yun's hands. Its eyes revealed fear and respect. Just now, everyone had jumped out of its attack range and surrounded Ling Yun. Naturally, the giant dragon also turned its head to look at Ling Yun. Once it saw the devil's underworld essence blade in Ling Yun's hands, it was a little dazed. Then, it was filled with endless fear and respect. This was the reason why it didn't continue to attack. Many years had passed, but there was once a small python that had been slashed by a black blade. That blade had almost sucked the little blood in its body dry. It was only because the owner of the blade had shown mercy that it was able to preserve its life. After that, the owner of the blade became the owner of the small python. The small python followed the owner of the blade and lived in the belly of this huge mountain for an unknown number of years. It was still alive even after the owner of the blade had died. It was unknown what the owner of the small python had fed it, but it was able to survive for a long time after the owner's death. Initially, it was still able to wander around in all the caves in the belly of the mountain. However, as it grew bigger and bigger, it couldn't go to some places anymore. It could only stay here and in that huge underground river. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The little python that had grown up with the owner of the demonic saber was, of course, the giant dragon that was desperately protecting the dragon's saliva. Ling Yun's judgment was not wrong at all. This giant Jiao dragon could not be considered a real Jiao dragon because it had just grown 2 small protrusions on its head. It could only rely on the spiritual energy of the dragon's saliva to ensure that it could grow horns and complete its most important transformation. At that time, Du Guimo and his group had suddenly emerged from the cave, giving the giant dragon a shock. After such a long time, it was the first time it had seen a human like its owner. Because it had followed the owner of the demonic saber for such a long time, the giant dragon did not have any hostility towards humans. However, when Shang Guanju came out of the cave and saw such a huge python, his first instinct was to use the separation hook in his hand to slash at the giant dragon. Ling Yun heard that the giant dragon's scales were too tough and that he could not slash at it. It was Shang Guanju. Even though Du Guimo's group of people were all highly skilled in martial arts, they were worlds apart from Ling Yun when it came to the study of spell formations. They were worlds apart from each other. Some of these people from the ancient martial arts families and secret sects came in groups, such as Ximen Gang and Nangong Jian. Some came alone, such as Du Gumo and Dongfang Ting. Of course, they had entered the crater at different times, but the difference between them was no more than 2 days. Because the caves and tombs were really complicated, they had to fight their own battles after entering the crater, like headless flies. It was only when they met each other and met Du Gumo, who was the last to enter the crater, that they finally got together. Du Gumo could be said to be a rare genius in the Dugu family. Other than his swordsmanship and realm, he had advanced by leaps and bounds among his peers in the Dugu family. He had also reached a higher level in the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and Chimen Dun Jia. Therefore, when he stood on the top of Nangqui Peak and looked at the terrain, he could tell that this was a Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. Initially, Duguimo didn't want to team up with these people. However, after he came down, he realized that this crater wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Not only were there many traps, but there were also all kinds of ferocious beasts. Exploring this place alone was extremely taxing for him, and he didn't even have time to rest. After weighing the pros and cons, Duguimo decided to explore the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell with these people so that they could take care of each other. In that case, why didn't he encounter any traps other than some beasts? Of course, this was because Ling Yan's understanding of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell had reached an extremely high level. He understood the layout of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell too well. Ling Yan chose to enter the 3rd cave at the bottom of the crater. Then, he entered the range of the Yin formation and decisively chose to enter the Death Gate. After passing through the Vampire Bat Cave, he arrived at a spot 100 meters above the eye of the Yin formation. Based on the purity of the dark Yin energy, he could tell that it wasn't the real eye of the Yin formation. Then, he decisively chose to continue downwards and successfully reached the eye of the Yin formation. Ling Yan walked all the way through the life gate of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. Of course, he was unobstructed and didn't encounter any traps. Just when Ling Yan reached the eye of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell and started to cultivate the Yin Yang harmony balance, Duguimo and the others who had come down earlier had just met up, under the lead of Duguimo, who was a dabbler in the field of array formations, Ximen Gang, Shangguanju, and the rest of the people went through many hardships, killing monsters and breaking arrays. Along the way, 6 or 7 experts even died. After 3 days and 3 nights of treacherous journey, they finally arrived at the heart of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell. When they arrived at the real heart of the spell, they didn't even have time to heave a sigh of relief when they realized that there was actually such a huge python entrenched here. It would be weird if they didn't scream and attack. Once Shangguanju attacked, almost everyone followed suit. Seeing that these people attacked it with all their might as soon as they appeared, the giant dragon naturally retaliated in rage. At this moment, Ling Yan rushed in with Little White. Ling Yan didn't know that he was holding the Devil's Underworld Essence blade at that time, nor did he know if his dragon scale blade could cause any damage to this giant dragon. Thus, he didn't take the initiative to attack the giant dragon, nor did he steal the dragon's saliva. Instead, he directly hid to the side with Little White. To a supergiant python that had a diameter of nearly 2 meters, Ling Yan was only the size of a piece of tenderloin in its eyes. In its rage, it only focused on attacking Shangguanju and the others, so it didn't notice Ling Yan at all. It was only when everyone heard Ximen Gang's loud roar that they all jumped out of its attack range and came to Ling Yan's side that the giant dragon subconsciously turned its huge head. After such a long time, the giant dragon had even forgotten the appearance of the owner of the Devil's Blade. However, it still recognized the Devil's Underworld Essence blade in Ling Yan's hand. Strength was the hard truth. After Ling Yan broke the weapons of the 3 people, no one dared to stop him anymore. He held the Devil's Underworld Essence blade in his right hand and secretly held a metal nail in his left hand as he walked towards the stone door step by step. Shangguanju and Ximen Gang's mouths twitched unwillingly. They could only step aside and let Ling Yan walk straight through. Ling Yan had only broken their weapons just now. If Ling Yan had really wanted to hurt them, they might not have been able to avoid it. After Ling Yan walked out of their encirclement, these people immediately followed him secretly. However, they were now divided into 3 groups, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Ximen Gang, Nangong Jian, and Shangguanju formed one group. Tai Jingping and Lei Wenxing formed another group. Dongfang Ting formed the last group. Obviously, when Shang Guanju had called for everyone to attack Ling Yun, no one had responded. Actually, from this point onwards, they had already started to split up. They didn't come down together in the first place. They had only formed a temporary group to take care of each other. They were basically a pile of loose sand. Now that they had arrived at the heart of the array and knew that the treasure was right in front of them, their unity instantly collapsed. They had started to plot their own little schemes. Ling Yun could clearly sense the situation behind him. He knew that these people wanted to wait for him to break the stone door before they started to swarm him to snatch the treasure behind the stone door. However, he didn't care. After a small test just now, Ling Yun had already tested out the capabilities of these people. They were still lacking if they wanted to snatch the treasure under Ling Yun's nose. Ling Yun quickly arrived in front of the stone door on the left. He observed it carefully but didn't find any mechanism or button. He used his hand to push it lightly, but the stone door didn't budge at all. Ling Yun silently circulated his yin-yang harmony balance and used all his strength to push the stone door again, but the stone door still didn't budge. He furrowed his brows. Did he have to use a knife to break the door? Du Gumo's figure flashed twice and came to Ling Yun's side. He also observed the stone door for a long time and even stomped on the ground forcefully. However, he still didn't find anything. That's strange. Since there's a door, why can't I find any mechanism? This doesn't make sense. The three groups of people at the back waited for a long time, but they couldn't help but feel disappointed when they saw that Ling Yun couldn't open the stone door at all. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. They didn't wait passively anymore and rushed to the other two stone doors to study them. Hey, Ling Yun, are you pretending that you can't open it? Let me tell you, if you're afraid of them snatching the treasure, there's still me. Don't worry, after you open the door, just go in and take the treasure. I'll block the door and guarantee that none of them will be able to enter. Du Guimo secretly transmitted a message to Ling Yun. He thought that since Ling Yun could barge in here alone and seemed to have arrived earlier than them, Ling Yun's understanding of spell formations and mechanisms would definitely be above his. Ling Yun secretly laughed bitterly. He wouldn't put those people in his eyes. As long as he could break the stone door and be the first to barge in, he would be able to use his dragonfish phantom ability to its limit. He only needed to turn one round and he would be able to put all the treasures into his spatial ring. I didn't fake it. This stone door is perfectly fused with the stone walls of the cave, and there aren't any traps in the surroundings. It's impossible to open the door normally. Ling Yun said faintly. Du Guimo was a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but say, if it really doesn't work, you can just use the magic blade in your hand to hack the door open. Ling Yun rolled his eyes at Du Guimo and sent him a telepathic message in disdain. I really don't know how you people managed to come down here. Breaking the stone door at the heart of the yin-yang dragon lock spell? Is your brain filled with paste? Du Guimo and the rest couldn't feel it, but Ling Yun could clearly feel it. Other than the spiritual energy of the dragon's saliva, there was an indescribable aura of the great Tao in the heart of the array. No matter who it was, as long as they used brute force to break through the door, it was very likely that they would really trigger the killing array of this great array. The trapping array would become a killing array, and at that time, none of them would be able to leave this place alive. Just think about it, this yin-yang dragon lock spell was originally meant to trap a dragon. If it could even trap a dragon, then there was no need to mention Ling Yun and the others. The reason why they were safe and sound here was because of this formation. Then what should we do? After 3 days and 3 nights, we went through so much trouble to come here. It can't be just to take a look at this giant python, right? Du Guimo gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. What did you say? You guys took 3 days and 3 nights to come down? What date did you come down? Ling Yun suddenly turned his head and asked Du Guimo. It was the night of our arranged battle. Let me tell you, it's not that I didn't keep my promise, but I was really waiting for you at Tiger Cliff. However, I saw a few groups of people coming down, and you didn't come after so long. I got anxious and came down directly. I know, I saw the message you left for me on the metal railing. Ling Yun smiled faintly. After you came down, did you meet a huge python that was as thick as a water bucket? Du Guimo rubbed his head and tried hard to recall. You mean the one at the bottom of the crater? I did meet it, and I even slashed it twice. Duguimo had encountered too many pythons in the past few days. There were pythons that were even bigger than the one that was as thick as a water bucket, but he didn't expect to see the biggest one in the heart of the spell. F***ck, you ran away after slashing it twice, but it vented its anger on me. So, today is already the night of April 9th. Ling Yan came down on the night of April 6th. Now that 3 days had passed, it should naturally be the 9th. Ling Yan didn't expect to use 3 days and 3 nights to break through to physique tempering stage 4. He couldn't help but look at Little White beside him, wondering how it managed to persevere. Duguimo shook his head. You're wrong, I even wandered around the crater for a day. It should be the night of April 10th now. Bang! A deafening sound could be heard. Ling Yun and Duguimo were so focused on their conversation that they didn't notice Xianxia and the other two raising their palms at the same time. They used all their strength to hit the stone door in the middle. F***ck. What are you guys doing? Ling Yun was shocked and shouted angrily. Before Ling Yun could finish his sentence, a deafening ka-la-la sound traveled into everyone's ears. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. This sentence wasn't false at all. Xianxia, Nangongjian, and Shangguanju were so eager to open the stone door that they actually used such a stupid move, what was called a stupid C***nt. This was a stupid C***nt. The most stupid thing was that when Xianxia and the other two heard the sound of the killing array being activated, they revealed excited and joyful smiles. They thought that they had accidentally broken through the stone door. Ling Yun gritted his teeth in hatred. He shouldn't have shown mercy to these idiots just now. If he had killed them with a single slash, he definitely wouldn't have met with such a huge problem. However, it was too late to say anything now. Taking advantage of the ear-piercing crack sound that hadn't ended, he bent over and used his left hand to carry Little White. Then, he shouted to Duguimo, quickly, follow me. At the moment of life and death, Ling Yun used the dragonfish phantom ability to its limit. His body suddenly leaped up and rushed with all his might towards the place where he had landed when he first rushed into the cave. There were a total of 6 smaller caves that led to the heart of the array. However, these 6 caves were very far from the stone door. Ling Yun knew that if he wanted to rush into the caves now, he definitely wouldn't make it in time. Therefore, he chose the place where he had landed when he first entered the heart of the array. As an array formation grandmaster, Ling Yun didn't choose a random place to land. He had carefully calculated the safety of the place, which could at least guarantee his safety for the time being. In terms of array formations, other than Ling Yun, Duguimo was the next best. Once he heard the sound, he knew that something was wrong. Seeing Ling Yun's reaction, he didn't hesitate to fly towards the place where Ling Yun had landed. F***ck, what kind of qinggong is that? How can you be so fast? After Duguimo arrived beside Ling Yun, he calmed down and asked Ling Yun in shock. In that instant, the movement and speed that Ling Yun had displayed left Duguimo dumbfounded. This was because even though Ling Yun had reminded him to leave quickly before they left the stone door, it was only after Ling Yun had landed that the sound seemed to have reached Duguimo's ears. Thinking about the afterimage that Ling Yun had left at the stone door, Duguimo could only think of one word to describe this phenomenon: teleportation. Ling Yun didn't reply. He hugged Little White tightly with his left hand and wielded the devil's blade with his right. His body was tightly pressed against the stone wall behind him. Then, he pursed his lips and said to Duguimo, stick close to the stone wall and hold on to my shirt. Prepare to defend. He didn't know why, but after seeing Ling Yun's nervous expression, Duguimo subconsciously grabbed onto Ling Yun's shirt. At the same time, he raised his sword in front of his chest and prepared to defend himself. However, he muttered, why should I grab onto you? I'm not. F***ck, what's going on? Before Duguimo could finish his sentence, he was shocked to discover that a thick stone wall had appeared out of thin air in front of him. Following that, a vast white fog emerged. It was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed at all. In the next moment, he couldn't see anything at all. Even though they were in absolute darkness just now, they were all experts at Ho Tian realm level 8 and above. Their eyesight was excellent, and they had stayed in this cave for a few days and nights. Their eyes had long adapted to this kind of darkness. Because Ling Yan cultivated the stellar condensation technique, his eyesight was better than Dugumo's. In the absolute darkness, he could see further and clearer than Dugumo. This was because the cultivation of the stellar condensation technique couldn't be separated from the sun, moon, and stars. These were all objects that could emit light. Therefore, every time Ling Yan's stellar condensation technique advanced to the next level, his eyesight would improve. Of course, experts like Dugumo couldn't compare to him. The white fog was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. In the blink of an eye, Dugumo couldn't even see the stone wall that had just appeared in front of him. He felt as if he had cataracts, and his eyes were blinded. As such, he naturally had to hold on to Ling Yan's clothes tightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Ling Yan's voice. "Don't speak. Focus on the sound to determine the position. Don't think about the surrounding stone wall. If anything flies over, just slash it with your sword." Dugumo hadn't seen it before, but Ling Yan was very clear in his heart. The stone wall was an illusion, and the white fog was a maze. The stone wall seemed to appear close to one's body, and the white fog completely blocked one's vision. This was equivalent to a huge restriction on one's senses and movements. At this time, the only thing that could be used was one's own hearing and a firm belief. Ling Yan had already closed his eyes lightly. Regardless of whether it was the stone wall or the white fog, he didn't see them. He held his breath and focused, only using his heart to sense. What's going on? Why are there so many stone walls around me? Ah, such a thick white fog, I can't see anything. Shimin, Nangong, where are you guys? Why are these stone walls moving? They're about to crush me to death. The three main culprits were now completely dumbfounded. The excited expressions on their faces had long turned into extreme fear. This was because the three of them were now standing together at the entrance of the stone door in the middle, but none of them could see or touch anyone else. They could only see a thick, solid white fog. Within the white fog, the four stone walls began to crush their bodies, and it was getting tighter and tighter. Chi. This rock cave had a circumference of more than 200 meters, and the highest point was 70 to 80 meters high. It was like a huge cauldron that covered everyone's heads. Now that everyone couldn't move, they could only see countless stone swords shooting out from the stone walls above their heads. They were as dense as rain, and in an instant they shot into the rocks below everyone's feet, leaving no gaps at all. Ling Yan was already prepared. He heard it very clearly and knew that the killing spell had finally begun. He immediately waved the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade Impenetrable, protecting himself and Dugumo's heads. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Dugumo heard it too, but when he wanted to wave his sword to protect himself, he realized that before he could swing it, it had already hit the stone wall in front of him. He couldn't swing it at all. Ah! 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 4 screams rang out at the same time. Shimin Gang, Nangong Jian, and Shangguanju were killed on the spot by the stone swords that shot down from above. Lei Wenqing tried his best to raise his spear to block a few attacks, but he couldn't escape the fate of a tragic death. However, Dongfang Ting from the Dongfang family and Tai Jingping from the Divine Fist sect were actually able to mimic Ling Yan's actions and were completely unharmed. However, the one who suffered the most was the giant dragon that was guarding the dragon's saliva. Even though it had scales that were harder than iron and stone, these stone swords seemed to be exceptionally effective against its body. Its body was incomparably huge, and it was unknown how many stone swords had pierced through its body. They directly sank into the rocks underground, leaving no traces behind. Blood spurted out from the countless wounds, and the giant dragon roared in pain. However, it was to no avail. This was because it was firmly suppressed, and it couldn't move at all. It could be said that this giant dragon was in the dragon lock spell and was being punished on behalf of the dragon. It had suffered an undeserved calamity. Ling Yan was clear-minded, so he naturally heard the giant dragoness screams. He couldn't bear it, but he could only let it go. This was because he still had little White in his arms, and Dugumo was beside him. He had to protect them first. After the wave of stone swords had passed, Ling Yan immediately sent a telepathic message to Dugumo, who was beside him. "We can't stay here anymore. Change places with me." At this moment, Dugumo was almost suffocated by the surrounding stone walls. He was struggling to hold on, so of course, he couldn't use telepathic techniques. Thus, he frantically shouted, "I can't move at all." Ling Yan couldn't explain so much to him now, so he immediately said, "You don't have to worry about anything. Just grab onto my clothes tightly." After saying that, Ling Yan once again used the dragon fish phantom ability. His figure swayed, and he was 30 feet away from the stone walls. Then, he asked Dugumo, "Can you still feel the stone walls now?" "Can I feel the stone walls?" Dugumo had never experienced such a moment before. He grabbed onto Ling Yan's clothes tightly, and only felt that his body had smashed through countless stone walls in an instant. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and had already suffered internal injuries. "That's an illusion. There aren't any stone walls at all. Don't think about those stone walls." Ling Yan raised his power to the limit and used his mystical dragon hell. Dugumo only felt his heart tremble, and his mind became clear. He immediately felt the pressure around his body disappear. What happened just now? Since there aren't any stone walls, how did I get injured and vomit blood? Actually, this state was similar to a person vomiting blood out of extreme anger. It was just that it was more complicated and mysterious, and it was all psychological factors. There were also people who could be scared to death by certain atmospheres and scenes that they had imagined in their hearts. This was more or less the same logic. Ling Yan didn't explain. He only said in a low voice, "This time, protect both of our bodies. Remember?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless stone swords shot out from the stone walls above and all around them. They shot out from all directions, interweaving into a huge net of stone swords that covered the sky and covered the earth. This time, Ling Yan and Dugumo wielded their swords at the same time, forming an impenetrable protection around both of their bodies. Together, they blocked the densely packed stone swords that were shooting towards them. The giant dragon suffered even more serious injuries this time. At first, it was still roaring, but very quickly, it didn't even have the strength to roar. It could only lie limply on the ground. This time, Tai Jingping from the Divine Fist sect didn't escape misfortune. He only managed to block a few attacks with his fists with difficulty before he was riddled with holes by the stone swords and died with a tragic cry. Dongfang Ting didn't know what kind of mental cultivation technique he was practicing, but he wasn't affected by the stone walls at all. He was still able to wield his sword to protect himself. However, the stone swords were too densely packed, and they came from all directions. His back and legs were also pierced by the stone swords that flew from behind, and he was seriously injured. After the second wave of stone swords, Ling Yan heard Dongfang Ting groan and the sound of him kneeling on the ground. He used the mystical dragon hell and shouted, "Brother Dongfang, where are you? Can you still move?" Even though Dongfang Ting had recognized that the blade in Ling Yan's hand was the demonic blade Hell's Blood, he didn't have the slightest intention of snatching it. He even openly advised Ling Yan to throw it away. Ling Yan had a good impression of this person. "Little brother Ling Yan, I'm at the stone door on the right. I can't move anymore." Dongfang Ting shouted in pain. Ling Yan listened attentively. Based on the location in his memory, he used the dragon fish phantom ability with Dugumo and quickly arrived near Dongfang Ting. Ling Yan followed the sound of Dongfang Ting's breathing and came to his side. Hurriedly, he asked, "Where are your injuries? If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote at starting point. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Yan quickly placed Little White on the ground and took out a handful of healing talismans from his spatial ring. "Brother Dongfang, tell me where you're injured, I'll heal you." "Little brother Ling Yan, thank you, but it's useless. My back and both my legs have been pierced by the stone swords. I can't move at all now." Ling Yan didn't listen to Dongfang Ting's nonsense. He used the healing talisman to lightly pat the injured area and silently shouted, "Activate." Dongfang Ting didn't know what Ling Yan did to his body. He only felt a strange coolness at the injured area. Then, all the wounds disappeared miraculously. He was surprised and delighted. "Little brother Ling Yan, this." Dongfang Ting was extremely grateful as he shouted in shock. Ling Yan laughed. "Don't say anything now. The three of us have to lean against the stone wall. If I'm not wrong, the next wave of stone swords will come out from underground. With that, Ling Yan carried Little White and flew to the side of the stone wall with Duguimo and Dongfang Ting. Then, he said calmly, the next wave is the last wave of the killing spell. As long as we can withstand it, this spell should disappear on its own. Duguimo was shocked. But this time, the stone swords will come out from underground. How are we going to dodge them? Ling Yan gritted his teeth. We have no choice but to protect our vital parts. Duguimo was so frightened that he quickly covered his penis. Then, thinking that something was wrong, he immediately covered his buttocks. Ling Yan could hear his series of movements and laughed. It's useless to cover them. We can only use weapons to block them. Duguimo said whimsically, don't you have a magic knife? Just dig a hole in the stone wall and we'll be fine after that. Ling Yan laughed. Why don't you think about where those stone swords come from? If we use a knife to cut the stone wall now, we'll definitely trigger an even more powerful spell. Ling Yan already knew that this spell was called the Boundless Inversion Sword spell. Moreover, it was superimposed with an illusion spell and a maze spell. Compared to the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell, what they triggered was only an extremely small spell. Hold your breath and focus. Forget about everything else and protect yourselves. The third wave is coming. Ling Yan had just finished instructing the two of them when they heard the sound of stone swords shooting. As expected, this time, all the stone swords drilled out from the ground, making it impossible to defend against them. Using the stellar condensation technique, Ling Yan hugged Little White, who had curled up into a ball, tightly to his chest. His body leaned back to the ground at an exaggerated angle. Then, he swung his blade behind him, cutting down the stone sword that shot out from the ground. But even so, he could only protect the area above his knees. His calves and feet were pierced by the stone swords, causing blood to gush out. Duguimo and Dongfang Ting, who were by Ling Yan's side, were groaning in pain. It was obvious that they had also suffered serious injuries. Ling Yan couldn't care less about this. He displayed his strong willpower and gritted his teeth to endure the excruciating pain. He endured it all the way until the wave of stone swords was over before falling to the ground with a thud. With two thuds, Duguimo and Dongfang Ting fell to the ground at almost the same time. Other than Little White, who was protected by Ling Yan, who was unharmed, the area below the knees of the three of them had become sieves. As for the giant dragon, it was already lying motionless on the ground. It didn't even let out a single sound. After the third wave of stone swords was over, the stone wall disappeared into thin air. The thick white fog also disappeared in an instant. The cave immediately returned to absolute darkness. If it weren't for the dead and injured people lying on the ground, it would have been as if nothing had happened. After a while, after confirming that there were no more problems, Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes. He carefully placed Little White at the side and sat up. Ling Yan first used the healing talismans to heal all his injuries. Then, he stood up and walked to Duguimo and Dongfang Ting. Now that he could see clearly, he threw the healing talismans at their wounds and quickly healed their injuries. Duguimo and Dongfang Ting had smiles and excitement on their faces. They jumped up at the same time. Duguimo asked Ling Yan, you used Maoshan's talismans, right? This thing is indeed as the legends say. It's too magical. Ling Yan smiled faintly. What Maoshan's talismans? This is the medical skills of our immortal physician sect, alright? Dongfang Ting cupped his fists and bowed deeply. His eyes were filled with sincere gratitude as he said, thank you, little brother Ling Yan, for saving our lives. I can't thank you enough. If you need my help in the future, I won't hesitate to go through fire and water. Ling Yan laughed heartily and waved his hand. It's just a small matter. Alright, as long as brother Dongfang doesn't think that I'm from the devil sect, I'll be eternally grateful. Haha, Duguimo wasn't as polite as Dongfang Ting. He circled around Ling Yan excitedly and asked, you're really from the immortal physician sect? I say, what's that talisman of yours? Can you give me some? This thing is simply too useful. Ling Yan ignored him and swept his gaze across the stone door. He saw that the 5 corpses of Sheng Wanju and the rest had all fallen to the ground. Each of their bodies had turned into sieves and fresh blood was still gushing out. Their deaths were incomparably tragic. 3 idiots. they almost got us all killed here. Ling Yin snorted coldly. Dong Fangting also frowned and shook his head. Du Gumo's figure flew swiftly. He touched the stone wall and then the hard ground. He asked suspiciously, "Are these stone swords real or fake?" Ling Yin smiled. "These stone swords are naturally fake. This is all the effect of the spell. The stone wall pressing down, the white fog spreading, and the flying stone swords are all fake." Du Gumo asked again, "But these stone walls and stone swords really hurt us. How do you explain this?" Ling Yin frowned. "The stone wall pressing down is the effect of the illusion spell. It affects your mind and you'll think that the stone wall is really hitting you. Then, you'll use all your strength to resist it. Of course, you'll suffer internal injuries. What about the stone swords?" Du Gumo wanted to get to the bottom of it. Ling Yin explained patiently, "It's not the stone swords that hurt you. After the spell was activated, the spell's power transformed into the shape and effect of the stone swords. It's the spell's power that hurt you. The stone swords are fake, but the power is real." "Genius, how do you know all this? Does the immortal physician sect even teach spells?" "Cut the crap." Ling Yin couldn't stand Du Gumo's nagging anymore. He snorted coldly and turned to look at the giant dragon surrounding the dragon's saliva. He lifted the devil's underworld essence blade and leaped lightly, arriving in front of the giant dragon. Now, anyone could see that this giant dragon had completely lost its threat. Even if it wasn't dead, it had already lost the ability to attack. Its huge body was already riddled with thousands of holes. There were sword wounds everywhere, and it was covered in blood. Ling Yin took a closer look. After confirming that the giant dragon wasn't dead, he started to take out the healing talismans. "I say, don't tell me you're trying to save it?" Du Gumo asked in shock. Ling Yin laughed. "You've said it before, this is a rare spiritual creature. It's suffering an undeserved disaster, so why can't I save it?" Dong Fangting smiled in admiration. He cupped his hands in front of his chest and said, "I didn't expect little brother Ling Yin to have such a compassionate heart. I, Dong Fangting, am completely convinced." Ling Yin laughed nonchalantly. "It's injured so badly, so it's not certain if I can save it. I can only do my best. The rest is up to it." After Ling Yin finished speaking, he started to place the healing talismans on the giant dragon's vitals. This giant dragon was simply too big. There were 3 waves of stone swords, and every stab from the stone swords was penetrating. Ling Yin's hundreds of healing talismans weren't enough, so he could only treat the giant dragon's vitals first. The vitals of the python were actually its head and 7 inches below its head. A few hundred healing talismans were more than enough to treat these 2 areas. Ling Yin took the healing talismans and placed them one by one into the giant dragon's body. Every time he placed a talisman in, he would shout, "Come." This giant dragon was so big that Ling Yin wouldn't be able to do anything if he merely placed the healing talismans on its scales. Therefore, he didn't mind the stench of the giant dragon's blood. He placed every healing talisman on the parts of the giant dragon that he deemed to be the most important before using them on it. However, this giant dragon was already on its last breath. There were countless sword wounds on its body, and the flesh on its heart had been pierced into a pulp. Ling Yin was treating a dead dragon as if it were alive. Du Guimo and Dong Fangting couldn't help but look at each other when they saw how Ling Yin was treating a giant dragon so diligently. They revealed expressions of shock and admiration at the same time. "Ling Yin, let us help you." Ling Yin smiled and shook his head. He said calmly, "Its body is already in a pulp. You guys don't know where to place these healing talismans in its body to be most effective, so let me do it." After 3 whole hours, Ling Yin had used up almost all of his healing talismans. He only kept 7 or 8 of them to protect his life, and the rest were all used on the giant dragon. Du Guimo and Dong Fangting saw that Ling Yin only needed to use 1 bundle of healing talismans to produce a new one with a flip of his hand. It was even more magical than magic. They were shocked, but they knew better than to ask any questions. Ling Yin's performance was simply too heaven-defying. He had the devil's underworld essence blade in his hand the moment he appeared, and his qigong was even better than theirs. He was able to lead them through this terrifying killing formation. All of this made them feel deeply shocked. After Ling Yin was done, he didn't care that his body was covered in blood. His figure flickered, and he arrived at the pool of milky white dragon saliva. Ling Yan turned his head and said to Duguimo and Dongfang Ting, "With our current strength, we won't be able to open those 3 stone doors. Let's not think about that Earth Emperor's book that you guys were talking about. However, you guys can drink some of this. It will be extremely beneficial for your martial arts cultivation." "What is this?" Duguimo and Dongfang Ting asked curiously at the same time. Actually, they had already seen this pool of dragon saliva when they entered, and they knew that it was definitely something good. However, at that time all they could think about was the Earth Emperor's book. Moreover, this place was guarded by this giant serpent, so they naturally didn't dare to covet it. But now, because Ling Yun had saved their lives, Ling Yun was naturally their savior. Even though the two of them had different temperaments, they were truly magnanimous and upright people. Therefore, they had been waiting for Ling Yun's arrangements. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, "We are now in the heart of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. I think this should be dragon saliva. Frankly speaking, I came here for this, dragon saliva. No wonder this giant serpent has been guarding it so tightly and didn't let us get close. So it wants to rely on this to transform into a dragon," Duguimo said thoughtfully. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. Transforming into a serpent was more like it. It was still worlds apart from transforming into a dragon. "But, we didn't bring any utensils down here. How are we going to drink it?" Duguimo said gloomily as he thought of another problem. Regardless of whether or not they could defeat Ling Yun, at least he and Dongfang Ting were in the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9. If these two experts were to pout and drink the dragon saliva in front of Ling Yun, they would probably be laughed at by Ling Yun. Ling Yun laughed and took out a large bottle of mineral water as if he was performing a magic trick. The 3 of them helped each other to wash their hands. Then, he took out 3 smaller bottles and gave one to each of them. "We've been down here for so long. You probably haven't had a sip of good water, right? Drink the water in the bottle and pour the dragon saliva yourself." Ling Yun laughed mischievously. Because he had the spatial ring, he had an absolute sense of superiority and pride in front of the 2 of them. There was no need for Ling Yun to say anything. Seeing that Ling Yun actually took out such a large bottle of mineral water to wash their hands, they were already extremely thirsty. Of course, they didn't stand on ceremony now. They opened the cap, raised their heads, and gulped down the water. Duguimo and the others were using the water droplets from the damp rock walls to quench their thirst. They hadn't rehydrated for at least 24 hours. No matter how strong an expert was, when they were extremely thirsty, even the dragon saliva couldn't compare to the bottle of mineral water that Ling Yun took out. "Don't drink too much. You have to leave your stomach for the dragon saliva later." Ling Yun smiled and kindly reminded them. Duguimo drank the mineral water in one go. He stomped his feet regretfully and said, "F***ck, if I had known that you would come down here, I would have waited for you directly on Tiger Cliff." "Damn it, you reap what you sow," Ling Yun loved to add fuel to the fire. He laughed and teased, "Hee, actually, I originally wanted to come down with you. Who knew that you would be so impatient and actually came down first?" Hearing this, Dugumo's intestines turned green with regret, and his face was full of remorse. "Alright, hurry up and drink the dragon saliva. Once you're done, you can directly cultivate here. I'll protect you. But don't take too long." Even though there was only one pool of dragon saliva, it couldn't even be stored in Ling Yun's spatial ring. Even if the 3 of them drank here for half a month, they wouldn't be able to finish it. Thus, Ling Yun didn't feel the pinch at all. Hearing this, Duguimo and Dongfang Ting were overjoyed. They immediately went over and each poured a bottle of dragon saliva before raising their heads and drinking it. After the 2 of them finished drinking, they nodded at Ling Yun at the same time. They each found a place nearby and quietly sat cross-legged to cultivate. They knew that this was equivalent to putting their lives in the hands of Ling Yun. However, both of their lives were saved by Ling Yun, so they gave Ling Yun the greatest trust. After they started cultivating, Ling Yun smiled and raised his hand to take out the psychic jade box. "To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued." Ling Yun had carved 49 spirit-gathering formations on the psychic jade box. Ling Yan had already used up all the immortal spiritual energy in the psychic jade box when he was cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. He took it out now to absorb the huge amount of spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva. Ling Yan placed the psychic jade box at the edge of the dragon's saliva stone pond and allowed it to absorb the spiritual energy. He grabbed the psychic jade box and felt its absorption speed. He was very satisfied. Ling Yan felt that he could finally heave a sigh of relief. His expression was extremely relaxed. With a bright smile on his face, he waved at Little White. This is dragon saliva. It's very beneficial for your cultivation. You should drink some too. Little White only glanced at the dragon saliva in the stone pool and didn't move forward. She only looked at Ling Yan with a pair of foxy eyes. Okay. Ling Yan had no choice but to use his own mineral water bottle to fill it up and feed it to Little White personally. Little White then started to drink. Her eyes were full of joy and satisfaction. She drank half the bottle in one go and wanted to continue drinking, but Ling Yan took the mineral water bottle away. Your realm isn't high enough. It's not good for your cultivation if you drink too much. You have to take it slowly. Ling Yan smiled at Little White. Ling Yan could see that Little White's cultivation had increased by a large margin after going against the dark yin qi in the eye of the yin formation. Now that she had drunk the dragon's saliva, she would be able to grow a third tail after cultivating in Mansion No. 1 for a period of time. When that time came, he would find a place to undergo the heaven's tribulation. Little White would be able to transform into a human as long as they passed the heaven's tribulation safely. Little White looked at Ling Yan with dissatisfaction, but there was a sly smile in her eyes. She was very foxy. Then, she walked to the side to cultivate. Little White had never come into contact with humans before. Ever since she met Ling Yan, she spent almost all her time with Shuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, and the others. Her behavior and feelings were no different from humans. Of course, Ling Yan didn't need to drink the dragon saliva. The purpose of drinking the dragon saliva was to absorb the strong spiritual energy contained in it. Ling Yan's body could naturally absorb it, so it was no different from drinking it into his stomach. The giant Jiao dragon was in a deep slumber due to its severe injuries. It was still uncertain whether it could come back to life. Ling Yan stared at it for a while and thought about it seriously. He got up and poured a bottle of dragon saliva into its mouth as he walked up to the giant Jiao dragon. After pouring out 3 bottles, Ling Yan threw away the mineral water bottle and said, "Perhaps this is your fate. Whether you can pull through or not depends on yourself. I've tried my best." Ling Yan muttered to himself as he began to search along the stone wall. He didn't believe that there was no way to open that stone door. There must be a mechanism. Ling Yan was unwilling to give up. He circled around the stone wall and even went into the 6 caves to check. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Ling Yan silently channeled the yin-yang harmony balance and pushed his qigong to its limit. He leaped up to a height of more than 20 meters and looked up at the ceiling of the cave. The ceiling of the cave was the same as the surrounding stone walls. It was still made of bare rock, and there were no mechanisms or buttons. Is there really no way to enter? This doesn't make sense. I'm a spell formation genius. Ling Yan searched around again and again. He really couldn't bear to give up. He had indeed come down to the crater to cultivate the yin-yang harmony balance. Moreover, his cultivation was successful. His energy center and meridians were many times stronger than before. He had successfully reached physique tempering stage 4, obtained the Devil's Blade, Dragon Vein Sword, and some magical treasures from that enlightened monk. That old monk had passed away in meditation for an unknown period of time. However, the items that accompanied him were still in perfect condition despite being tens of degrees Celsius. If they weren't magical treasures, what could they be? Other than that, Ling Yan had also obtained 99 night luminescent pearls. It could be said that he had gained a lot from this trip. He had earned a lot and should have been satisfied. However, he had heard about the Earth Emperor's book. The Emperor Brush was already in his hands. He knew better than anyone else how powerful the Emperor Brush was. Therefore, Ling Yan was full of anticipation for the Earth Emperor's book. The Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book should be magical treasures of the same level. If I take them out, they might be able to sense each other, Ling Yan thought to himself. However, he quickly rejected this idea. That was because the Emperor Brush had imbued him with immortal spiritual energy and dragon spiritual energy when he was in the eye of the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. If magical treasures of this level could sense each other, the scene would definitely be earth-shattering. Ling Yin would have noticed it long ago. In the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell, Ling Yin held the Emperor Brush. There wasn't much difference between being in the eye of the spell and being in the heart of the spell. That's right, where did that dragon go? Could it have escaped long ago? Could it have taken the Earth Emperor's book with it? Ling Yin's mind raced as he thought about it repeatedly. However, every thought was immediately overturned by him. As he pondered, he subconsciously walked in front of the 3 stone doors. Boundless chaotic sword formation. What a powerful spell formation. What a strong aura of the great Tao. Ling Yin could feel that these 3 stone doors were extraordinary. It wasn't just because of the spell formation. There was also a strong aura of the great Tao emanating from within. It seemed to be even stronger than that of the old monk in the eye of the Yang Dragon Lock spell. It was obvious that the old monk who passed away in a seated posture came in later. First, there was the Yin-Yang Dragon Lock spell. Then, at some point in time, that enlightened monk moved in and occupied the eye of the Yang Dragon Lock spell. It was only after he passed away that the owner of the bronze coffin came in. There wasn't a dragon here. Did the dragon leave before the old monk moved in or after? How long has this formation been set up here? 3,000 years? 5,000 years? Ling Yin muttered to himself. He was amazed by the power of the person who set up the spell formation. Could it really be an immortal? Ling Yin thought about it for a very long time. However, he couldn't solve this mystery no matter what he did. His current realm was too low. He could only try again when his realm was higher. Finally, I can feel the spiritual energy in my body filling up. How long have I been absorbing it? At least 7 or 8 hours, right? God. The dragon's saliva is so dense, and I'm absorbing it so quickly. How can it take me so long to fill up? How strong must my elixir field be? Everything that happened during Ling Yan's advancement was beyond his knowledge in the cultivation world. Whether it was his cultivation technique or his strength, it was much stronger than his peers. It was also much more bizarre. This made him feel both happy and at a loss. However, Ling Yun knew that this was definitely a good thing for him. He would only be able to understand everything after he reached the Qi cultivation stage and gained divine sense. Little White was the first to finish its cultivation. It came to Ling Yan's side immediately after it woke up. Its 2 snow-white tails swept around Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan looked down at Little White. He knew that it had improved a lot this time. He couldn't help but nod and smile at it. Seeing Ling Yan smile, Little White's 2 front legs left the ground and pounced towards Ling Yan. Ling Yan knew that Little White wanted him to hug it. Ling Yan hugged Little White in his arms. He stroked its smooth fur and walked all the way to the side of the stone pool. The giant dragon was still asleep. Ling Yan poured another 3 bottles of dragon's saliva into its huge mouth. He didn't dare to drink more. The dragon's saliva was too strong. He couldn't eat as much as he wanted. Too much was as bad as not enough. The first to finish his cultivation was Dongfang Ting. He stood up immediately after he woke up. He was full of energy and vigor. He slightly stretched his muscles and immediately cupped his fists towards Ling Yun. He said with sincerity, "Ling Yun, I, Dongfang Ting, will remember your kindness in saving my life, giving me the dragon's saliva, and protecting me. I will definitely repay you generously in the future." Ling Yun didn't act pretentious. Didn't Xianxia say that the ancient martial arts families were very powerful? Now that he had befriended 2 families, he wouldn't be afraid even if the Sun family and the Assassins organization came looking for trouble with him. Ling Yun smiled slightly. "Brother Dongfang, what realm are you in now?" Dongfang Ting smiled shamefully. "I was in the early stages of Hotian realm level 9 before I went down to the crater. Now, I'm in the middle stages of Hotian realm level 9. However, the effects of the dragon's saliva are too strong. I can't see any effects at all. Maybe it's because my aptitude is too poor." Ling Yan laughed. "Brother Dongfang is too humble. If I'm not wrong, you should be able to break through to the Xiantian realm in 2 months, right?" Dongfang Ting scratched his head in embarrassment. Little brother Ling Yun, you have sharp eyes. I can't hide anything from you. With the dragon's saliva that I drank, I can indeed break through to the Xiantian realm in 2 months. Ling Yun chuckled. Congratulations, Ling Yun, I'll tell you my address and contact details. You can find me anytime in the future. Dongfang Ting told Ling Yun his address and contact details in detail. Ling Yun's memory was incomparably strong. Dongfang Ting only had to say it once for him to remember everything. At the same time, he gave Dongfang Ting his phone number for easy communication. Dongfang Ting asked Ling Yun doubtfully, Ling Yun, I have a question that I've always wanted to know. I realized that I can't see through your realm at all. However, my intuition tells me that your realm isn't very high. After Ling Yun cultivated the strange energy center, even those who were in a much higher realm than him wouldn't be able to see through his realm. Ling Yun thought about it and smiled. My realm should be at Hotian realm level 7 or 8. I'm not very sure about the specifics. Ling Yun was vague. In fact, he only knew that he was indeed at physique tempering stage 4. However, he wasn't very clear about how terrifying his strength had become after he cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. He might not be able to defeat his mother, but Ling Yun felt that he should be able to escape even if he couldn't put up a fight against an expert at Xiantian realm level 1. Now that he was free from the shackles of spiritual energy, he could escape to wherever he wanted, as he pleased. Your strength is unfathomable, and your medical skills are unparalleled. You even have a beautiful two-tailed fox by your side. Furthermore, you're so handsome. I wonder if you have a girlfriend? If not, I can introduce my sister to you. Let me tell you, she's the pride of our family. Dongfang Ting said very seriously. Hearing Dongfang Ting's unreserved praise, Ling Yun felt a little embarrassed no matter how thick-skinned he was. Thus, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, Big brother Dongfang, please spare me. Please don't make such jokes again, girlfriend. This was a very, very headache for Ling Yun. Dongfang Ting laughed heartily and turned his head to look at Duguimo, who had been meditating with his legs crossed. His face revealed a slight trace of surprise as he said in astonishment, how did Duguimo's realm increase so much? He's trying to break through to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Ling Yun pretended to be surprised. Then, he said calmly, the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9? Did he drink too much dragon saliva? A trace of sincere envy flashed in Dongfang Ting's eyes as he muttered, there's no comparison between people. Duguimo is younger than me by 5 years, but his realm is the same as mine. We drank the dragon saliva together to cultivate, but I only reached the middle of Hotian realm level 9. However, he advanced 2 small realms in a row. He's indeed the most outstanding genius of the Dugu family. Ling Yun didn't reply. He was very clear that this was the effect of the immortal spiritual energy that he had injected into Dugumo's body. This immortal spiritual energy was enough for Duguimo to rush from the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 2. If he couldn't reach that level, then it would be too much of a failure. Big brother Dongfang, there's an endless supply of dragon saliva here. Do you want to continue cultivating or? Ling Yun smiled as he changed the topic. Dongfang Ting shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm not cultivating anymore. I feel a little uneasy being 500 meters underground. Moreover, I feel bad asking you to protect us all the time. Since I can't find the Earth Emperor's book, I'll wait for Dugu to wake up before bidding farewell to him. Ling Yun knew that Dongfang Ting was a little uneasy after going through the cycle of life and death, so he didn't stop him. He smiled and asked Dongfang Ting to bring back as much dragon saliva as possible. Then I won't stand on ceremony. This was exactly what Dongfang Ting wanted. He picked up 2 mineral water bottles from the ground and filled them with dragon saliva. Then, he tightened the lids and kept them carefully. Seeing that Duguimo still had no intention of stopping his cultivation, Ling Yun smiled and asked Dongfang Ting, Big brother Dongfang, since we have nothing to do, why don't you tell me about the ancient martial arts families and secret sects in Huaxia? Ling Yun desperately needed to understand this aspect. The more he knew, the better. Therefore, he took this opportunity to let Dongfang Ting give him a comprehensive explanation. Dongfang Ting naturally wouldn't hide anything from Ling Yun. No matter what Ling Yun asked, he would try his best to tell Ling Yun everything he knew. This allowed Ling Yun to have a very clear understanding of the distribution of power in Huaxia very quickly. After an hour, the two of them talked about the Xiantian realm. Ling Yun asked curiously, there are a total of 9 levels in the Xiantian realm. If one breaks through the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9, what level would that be? Dongfang Ting smiled and said, above the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9. I've asked the elders in my family about this, but even they haven't reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9. This is too difficult. However, my grandfather said that it's the shattering martial void. The shattering martial void? Ling Yan asked in shock. That's right, the shattering martial void. If one reaches the realm of the shattering martial void, which is the realm of training one's spirit to return to the void, he would be considered to have truly entered the path of cultivation through martial arts. He would then become one of those people. Ling Yan heard those people again. Weren't the ancient martial arts families and secret sects those people that Xianxia was talking about? Why did Dongfang Ting use the term those people? Those people? Who are they? Ling Yan asked hurriedly. The people of legend, the cultivators. Ling Yan was stunned. He was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. When I first heard this, I was even more shocked and excited than you are now. I was even determined to reach the realm of shattering wushang emptiness. Of course, Dongfang Ting didn't know that Ling Yun was excited because he heard that Ling Yun was a kindred spirit. He thought that it was the first time Ling Yun had heard of cultivators. Thus, he shook his head and smiled. His face revealed a dejected expression that said, the Shu Dao is difficult, it's even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Now that I think about it, it was really a childish thought of mine. Even I feel like I'm being ridiculous. It can't even be considered a dream. At most, it's just a fantasy. Ling Yan asked curiously, why? Is it so difficult to reach the realm of shattering wushang emptiness? Dongfang Ting smiled bitterly. It's not just difficult. We all know that the path of martial arts starts with strengthening the body. Then, it starts with cultivating inner energy according to the martial arts mantra. Cultivating essence into energy, cultivating qi into spirit, cultivating spirit into emptiness, cultivating emptiness into the path. This process of cultivation was the same everywhere. Ling Yan nodded seriously and gestured for Dongfang Ting to continue. But there are so many ancient martial arts families and secret sects in Huaxia. How many of them can break through to Hotian realm level 7? Even if they manage to break through to Hotian realm level 7, how many of them can break through to the Xiantian realm? Ling Yan quickly stopped Dongfang Ting. He interrupted and asked, is it difficult to break through to the Xiantian realm? He pointed at Dongfang Ting and Du Guimo, who were still immersed in cultivation, and continued, aren't the two of you about to reach the Xiantian realm? Ling Yan continued to point at the corpses of Shimen Gang and Shang Guanju in front of the stone door. He asked, aren't they all above Hotian realm level 8? Dongfang Ting smiled and nodded. Good question. Then, he smiled and explained, those who can't reach Hotian realm level 1 don't even have inner energy. Let's not talk about this. From Hotian realm level 1 to Hotian realm level 3, one just has inner energy. These people only know how to increase their inner energy and how to circulate it. Usually, as long as they can cultivate inner energy, they can easily reach Hotian realm level 3 in a short time. Hotian realm level 4 is a critical juncture. Once you break through Hotian realm level 4, you'll naturally know how to use your inner qi to strengthen your meridians and energy center. All cultivators start to differentiate from Hotian realm level 4, because everyone's physique is different, everyone's dantian and meridians are different. The development and expansion of everyone's dantian and meridians differ greatly in the same way. This is the problem of aptitude. What's more, cultivation also involves everyone's IQ, perception, character, willpower, and so on. All of these are actually a person's aptitude. At this point, Dongfang Ting stared at Ling Yun with an envious gaze and said excitedly, for example, Ling Yun, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe your aptitude as heaven-defying. Ling Yun chuckled. Big brother Dongfang, you flatter me. I can't accept it. Dong Fangting smiled noncommittally and continued, cultivation is about cultivating oneself. The quality of one's aptitude determines and limits the realm one can reach in the future. Aptitude is the deciding factor in cultivation, but it's not the only factor. Everyone's encounters are different as they cultivate. Aptitude can depend on various kinds of spirit herbs, elixirs, and treasures. At this point, Dong Fangting raised his hand and pointed to the dragon saliva in the nearby stone pond. He smiled and said, for example, the dragon saliva here. Also, it can be directly opened up with the help of others or directly swallowed pills that increase one's internal energy. Wait, aptitude can be changed through these things. Then, it's everyone's cultivation technique. The reason there are so many secret sects and ancient martial arts families is because everyone's cultivation technique is different. Even though it's said that all roads lead to the same destination, the process is difficult, easy, fast, and slow. With different cultivation techniques, the speed at which one's strength increases is naturally different as well. After reaching Hotian realm level 4, everyone starts to cultivate their energy center and meridians. At this time, due to the differences in aptitude, encounters, and cultivation techniques, the speed at which one's strength increases and the difference in strength between people of the same realm will all start to show. Some people may reach Hotian realm level 7 at the age of 40 or 50, or even in their entire lives. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he thought of Assassin Deepa, Priest Compassionless, and Taoist Priest Lu Deming. As for us, Dong Fangting glanced at Du Gumo and pointed at himself. We were all born in ancient martial arts families, so our aptitude is definitely stronger than that of ordinary people. Also, because of our living environment, it's not too far off to say that we started practicing martial arts in our mother's womb. In addition, our families have all kinds of elixirs that aid in cultivation. The elders in our families will personally guide our cultivation, and the cultivation techniques are also suitable for our family's bloodline. With all these factors added together, our cultivation speed is naturally much faster than that of ordinary people. As for the rest, it's just a competition of everyone's diligence. Therefore, as long as our aptitude isn't too bad, the direct descendants of ancient martial arts families like us can usually break through to Hotian realm level 7 before the age of 20. However, from Hotian realm level 7 to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 is the final stage of transforming energy into qi. That's when a larger disparity will appear. To be able to reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 before the age of 20 is already considered a genius among geniuses. At this time, aptitude becomes the most important factor. The better the aptitude, the faster the speed of reaching the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. The faster the speed, the more advantageous it is, because this will attract the attention and nurture of the family. Of course, as long as we can break through to Hotian realm level 7, it's just a matter of time before we can reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. The only difference is the strength of our abilities. Next, it's our initial problem. Breaking through from the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 to the Xianxia realm is the most difficult. This is because this is the transition from the stage of transforming energy into qi to the stage of transforming energy into spirit. What you need is comprehension. Aptitude can change, and the cultivation techniques can change, but comprehension is your own. This is something that no one can help with. We all know that cultivation is going against the heavens. Once you break through to the Xiantian realm, you can start to breathe internally, which is the embryonic state. Moreover, you will also have a certain level of divine sense. Isn't qi into spirit the beginning of cultivating divine sense? Countless practitioners have painstakingly cultivated to the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. However, they are blocked by an invisible door here, unable to break through to the Xiantian realm their entire lives. This ratio is pitifully low. Out of 10 practitioners at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9, at most 2 will be able to break through to the Xiantian realm. Like our ancient martial arts families, after thousands of years of development, there are at least 1,000 direct descendants in each big family. There are countless who have reached the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Of course, there are different ages. However, there are only a pitiful few dozen Xiantian realm experts. Some families only have a dozen. Dong Fangting laughed bitterly. Ling Yan thought to himself that the spiritual energy on earth was so thin and the cultivation environment was so cruel that it was already very powerful for an ancient martial arts family to have such strength. So that's how it is. Ling Yan understood now. After reaching the Xiantian realm, without the help of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was incomparably difficult to advance a small realm, let alone a big realm. Then how many of those who have reached the Xiantian realm have reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9? Dongfang Ting laughed bitterly and shook his head. The pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9? Every family having one who has broken through to Xiantian realm level 7 is already a treasure of the family. If any family has more than 2, they can practically do whatever they want. I haven't even heard of Xiantian realm level 9, let alone the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9. No one has even reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9, so there's no need to mention shattering the void. It's even harder than ascending to the heavens, so it's only a legend. Ling Yan couldn't help but be disappointed. Then, wouldn't cultivators still exist in legends? He had once reached Qi cultivation level 9. Wouldn't he be invincible then? Then, has there been anyone who has reached the realm of spirit cultivation and shattering the void? Ling Yan asked, unwilling to give up. Yes. Tai Chi Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng. The two of them were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice that Du Gumo had already finished his cultivation. However, he didn't stand up. Instead, he was still sitting cross-legged on the spot to consolidate his realm. Senior Zhang Sanfeng has reached the realm of shattering the void, or even higher. Dongfang Ting nodded his head as well. That's right, Zhang Sanfeng has indeed reached the realm of shattering the void. This is something that is publicly acknowledged by the ancient martial arts families and secret sections. Finally, there's one more. Ling Yan nodded his head in relief. Then, are cultivators really just legends? Du Gumo was much more talkative than Dongfang Ting. Once he opened his mouth, he wouldn't stop talking. Strictly speaking, cultivators are indeed just legends. However, there are some cultivators who have reached the Xiantian realm and above. They also know some seemingly mystical Taoist techniques, and they all call themselves cultivators. This is very difficult to define. This was indeed very difficult to define. There were also high and low realms of cultivators. For example, Ling Yan was still at physique tempering stage level 3. He was a real cultivator, but he was just a cultivator who had just started cultivating. Congratulations, Brother Du Gumo. I didn't expect you to reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 after drinking a bottle of dragon saliva. It's really, really shameful. Dongfang Ting carefully sized up Du Gumo and realized that he had already reached the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. He was very shocked. Du Gumo stood up, frowned, and touched the back of his head. He said strangely, "It's very strange. A few days ago, I was in a daze for no reason. When I woke up, I found myself in a strange place. That night, when I went back to meditate and cultivate, I realized that there was a very strong aura in my body. In an instant, I broke through from the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 to Hotian realm level 9. At that time, I realized that my cultivation was much faster. This time, the effect of that aura was even stronger than the dragon saliva. At that time, I clearly remembered that I was on Dragon Mountain's Tiger Cliff. How did I end up there? Oh, that's right, Ling Yan, I saw that beauty who was dancing with you that night. Recommending a friend's new book, The Wine Sword Fairy of Huadu, book number 272-0593. The Wine Sword Fairy appears here, welcome to watch. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan knew that Du Gumo was talking about Chao Shanshan. He wanted to tease Du Gumo, so he chuckled and said, "Oh, you're talking about Chao Shanshan. She told me about this before. She said that she saw you being thrown there by someone." Du Gumo jumped 3 feet high and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "What? Thrown there by someone? Could it be that I was plotted against without even realizing it? That can't be right, then why didn't he kill me and even helped me raise my cultivation level quickly?" Du Gumo was at a loss, but Ling Yan was secretly pleased. He said casually, "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Perhaps a Xiantian expert took a fancy to your aptitude and wanted to take you in as a disciple?" Du Gumo blinked and thought for a long time. He felt that Ling Yan's words made sense. He nodded his head seriously and said, "There's no doubt that I'm a genius with extremely high aptitude. However, why did that expert help me secretly and didn't show himself?" Dongfang Ting chuckled and said, "So Brother Dugu actually had such a fortuitous encounter. This makes my heart feel a little better. Otherwise, I'm 5 years older than you, yet you surpassed me in terms of cultivation. I'm truly ashamed." As he spoke, Dongfang Ting stood up and looked at Ling Yan and Dugu Mo. He smiled and said, "Even though I didn't have the luck to see the Earth Emperor's book on this trip, I obtained the dragon saliva and raised my cultivation level. I've also made friends with you two good brothers. I've gained quite a lot, so this trip wasn't in vain." Dugu Mo raised his head and said, "Why, are you going out now?" He raised his hand and pointed at the dragon saliva in the stone pond. "There's so much dragon saliva, don't you want it?" Dongfang Ting smiled and said, "Treasures of heaven and earth belong to the fated. This dragon saliva was discovered by Brother Ling Yun, so it should be handled by him. I've already drunk 2 bottles just now, and it's enough for me to use for a long time." Ling Yun listened and nodded his head. He thought to himself that Dongfang Ting was indeed an upright person. There was so much dragon saliva in front of him, yet he wasn't greedy at all. Ling Yun hurriedly said, "Brother Dongfang, this dragon saliva has spiritual energy. It's not good to keep it in mineral water bottles. When you go back, it's best to seal it with high-quality jade." Dongfang Ting smiled to express his gratitude. He also reminded Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, I can basically confirm that the black saber in your hand is the devil's blade. If you use it outside, I'm afraid the orthodox sects won't tolerate it. Moreover, if the people from the devil sect find out, they'll definitely snatch it from you at all costs. You must be more careful and use it prudently." Ling Yan smiled proudly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, big brother Dongfang. It doesn't matter. No matter if it's a righteous sect or an evil sect, if anyone dares to have any ideas about me, I guarantee that they will not be able to bear the consequences." At this moment, Dugu Mo and Dongfang Ting couldn't help but cheer for Ling Yun's arrogance and dominance. Dongfang Ting nodded and smiled. "Since Brother Ling Yun is so heroic, then I won't say anything more. I've been here for a long time, and now that I've obtained the dragon saliva, I'm in a hurry to rush back to my family to break through to the Xianxia realm. I'll take my leave first." Dongfang Ting knew that Ling Yun and Dugu Mo definitely wouldn't leave with him just like that. Therefore, he immediately said goodbye and didn't even say any superfluous words such as leaving together. They were all extremely intelligent people, so there was no need for superfluous words. Ling Yun and Dugu Mo cupped their fists at the same time. "Be careful, big brother Dongfang." After sending Dongfang Ting off, Ling Yun went straight to the front of the giant dragon. After observing it carefully, he nodded slightly and said, "It probably won't die. This jade box is not bad." "Hey, Ling Yun, where did you get this jade box from? Are you going to use it to store the dragon saliva? Isn't this a little too little?" Ling Yun took out the psychic jade box and let it absorb the spiritual energy of the dragon saliva on its own. It had been a few hours, and the psychic jade box had long since absorbed the spiritual energy. However, Ling Yun didn't keep it back and left it there to use as a light source. Dugu Mo and Dongfang Ting were both people who had seen the world. They knew that this piece of jade was priceless, but they didn't pay much attention to it. Since they couldn't find the Earth Emperor's book, Dugu Mo didn't want to stay here any longer. However, there was so much dragon saliva here, and he didn't have enough utensils to take it away. He couldn't bear to part with it, so he was extremely anxious. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "Use it to store the dragon saliva? I can't believe you thought of that. Don't we have mineral water bottles?" Dugu Mo was so anxious that he jumped up and down. "That won't do. How little can we store? Are we really going to wait here until we finish using it before leaving? I think we'll have to drink for a month with so much dragon saliva." Ling Yan laughed and said, "Drink dragon saliva for a month? Be careful that your body can't take it. Your meridians will break and you will explode." Of course, Dugu Mo understood this logic. He became even more anxious when he heard this. He scratched his ears and cheeks as he said, "Then what do you think we should do? In any case, we definitely can't leave such a good treasure here." Ling Yan laughed and said, "We'll try our best to think of a way to bring more away. You have to learn from big brother Dongfang. Look at him, he only takes enough for his own use and doesn't even look at the rest. Dugumo's forehead was filled with black lines when he heard this. He was so anxious that he couldn't say anything. Alright, don't think about the dragon's saliva for now. Hurry up and follow me to see if there are any other traps here. Linley said. The 3 stone doors were much more attractive to Ling Yun than the dragon's saliva. He really didn't want to leave just like that. Hence, he dragged Dugumo along to continue the search. This time, the 2 of them split up and went round after round. They conducted a carpet search of the entire cave. They didn't even let go of a single spot. They were just short of digging 3 feet into the ground. After 2 hours, Dugumo sat on the ground and said dejectedly, "I'm not looking anymore. There's nothing at all. Maybe the legend is fake." Even the Emperor brush didn't appear, let alone the Earth Emperor's book. After such a thorough search, there was still nothing. It was inevitable that Ling Yun was completely discouraged. He came in front of Dugumo and lowered his head as he asked, "What are the Emperor brush and the Earth Emperor's book? What do they look like? What's their use? Tell me about it." Dugumo was stunned by Ling Yun's question. He replied, "The Emperor brush and the Earth Emperor's book are said to be a brush and a book. They are the legendary artifacts used by the human emperor and the Earth Emperor. It is said that one can become the successor of the human emperor and the Earth Emperor after obtaining their recognition. As for the rest, I don't know. I've never seen it before." After pausing for a while, Dugumo added, "However, I heard from my grandfather that the Emperor brush is a stone brush. If an ordinary person were to hold it, it would be no different from an ordinary brush. However, once it recognizes its owner, it would possess the sharpest edge in the world. Of course, this is only its most basic ability." Ling Yun furrowed his brows. "Other than the legends, there are only hearsay. Where can we find it? What about the Earth Emperor's book?" Dugumo scratched his head. "I don't know about the Earth Emperor's book. Anyway, if we see a book here, it should be the Earth Emperor's book, right?" "Huh." Gurgle. Dugumo's stomach growled. "Ling Yun, do you have anything to eat at your place? I haven't eaten for a long time. My stomach is going to flatten." Dugumo clutched his stomach and looked at Ling Yun expectantly. "You're going to flatten? You can go and drink dragon saliva. There's a big pool there." Ling Yun joked. "Go to hell. That thing is more nutritious than the perfect supplement pill. Do you think I can drink it just because I want to? Do you think I'm stupid?" Dugumo rolled his eyes at Ling Yun. It had been 8 to 9 hours since Ling Yun last ate. After hearing Dugumo's words, he also felt a little hungry. He laughed and said, "Alright, let's eat first. We'll leave once we're full." Hearing that Ling Yun really had food, Dugumo's eyes lit up. He jumped up from the ground and rushed to Ling Yun's side. "Then what are you waiting for? Take it out." Ling Yun raised his right hand and extended his index and middle fingers. He waved them at Dugumo and smiled. "1 meal for 2 months. What 2 months?" Dugumo was extremely hungry and asked anxiously. Ling Yun laughed and displayed his fine tradition of not paying with his life. "Eat 1 meal of mine and be my bodyguard for 2 months. How about it? It's a good deal, isn't it?" "Ah? You. I say, aren't you a little too black-hearted? Just 1 meal and you want me to be your bodyguard for 2 months? No way, no way. I'm an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. My value is too low." Ling Yun turned his head and left. In a flash, he appeared in front of Little White and sat on the ground. He affectionately patted Little White's head and took out food from his spatial ring. Ling Yun first took out a few large plastic bags and spread them on the ground. Then, he took out steamed buns, rolls, ham sausages, braised beef, chicken wings, peanuts, mineral water, cola, and a few pairs of chopsticks. No way? Why did you move the supermarket here?" Dugumo was so shocked that his mouth formed an O shape. He was in disbelief. Ling Yun didn't say anything. He started to tear open the packaging of the food and fed it to Little White first. The aroma filled the air, and Dugumo was drooling. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ling Yun and raised his hand to grab the chicken wings. Ling Yan slapped Du Gumo's hand away and chuckled. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Do you agree? All right, I agree. Isn't it just 2 months? At most, I'll just have to go back a few days later. Du Gumo didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly agreed. At the same time, he grabbed 2 chicken wings in one hand and a few pieces of braised beef in the other. He quickly stuffed them into his mouth. Actually, both of them were just fooling around. Ling Yan had given Du Gumo a strand of immortal spiritual energy and even saved Du Gumo's life just now. Even without this meal, it wouldn't be a big deal for Du Gumo to be his bodyguard for 2 months. Since they were going to leave the crater after the meal, Ling Yan didn't hold anything back. He took out all the food that he had prepared for himself, and the two of them devoured it like a tornado sweeping through the clouds. Du Gumo ate and drank. He ate more than Ling Yun and Little White combined. In the end, he was so full that he held his stomach and burped. He felt that this was the most wonderful meal he had ever had in his life. Burp. This meal is so satisfying. Burp. Ling Yun, you're really talented to bring these things to a place like this. Sigh, there's still one thing missing. It would be perfect if there was wine. Ling Yan sighed as he looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yan heard him and said with disdain, dream on. You only cared about eating. You're already choking like that. You don't even know how to drink water or wine. The two of them teased for a while. Du Gumo's expression turned serious. Ling Yun, do you have any treasures on you? Where did you get all these things from? Isn't this too godly? Ling Yun smiled and nodded. He purposely lowered his voice and said mysteriously, this is the treasure of our immortal physician sect. I stole it from my master. Please don't tell anyone, Du Gumo said excitedly, then can you use your treasures to store this dragon saliva? There's so much dragon saliva. It would be such a pity if we can't take it all away. Ling Yan shook his head. I can't. Aren't there 7 or 8 mineral water bottles here? We'll fill them up and bring them back. Of course, the spatial ring could store the dragon saliva. However, the dragon saliva was liquid. Ling Yan couldn't store it at all. Du Gumo sighed helplessly. He suddenly picked up the plastic bag on the ground and said, these bags can store quite a lot too. Ling Yan raised his hand and took out the gourd from the spatial ring. He chuckled. I still have a big gourd here. It can store quite a lot too. This was the gourd that Ling Yan had obtained from the monk. Even though it was missing a stopper and there was a hole at the mouth of the gourd, it was large enough to store at least 3 liters of dragon saliva. Ling Yan could use his thoughts to control the items in the spatial ring. Even if the gourd didn't have a stopper, it wouldn't topple over. The dragon saliva wouldn't spill out of the gourd either. Seeing that Ling Yan still had this, Du Gumo was instantly energized. He said excitedly, that's great. Go and store it in the gourd first. I'll bring these bottles over. Ling Yan smiled lightly. His figure flashed and arrived at the stone pool. He took out 5 or 6 luminous pearls and placed them in his shirt pocket for illumination. Then, he put away the psychic jade box. The brilliance of one luminous pearl surpassed the brilliance of the psychic jade box. With 5 or 6 luminous pearls, they lit up a 20-meter radius around the stone pool. It was even brighter than a candle. Only then did Ling Yan grab the gourd and press it directly into the dragon saliva in the stone pool. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The dragon saliva in the stone pool quickly decreased by a large amount. Ling Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. This was because he realized that the volume of dragon saliva in the stone pool had already decreased by more than 10 liters. However, the gourd wasn't filled at all. Was there a need to ask? The space inside the gourd was definitely larger than its original volume. This was a magical treasure. Ling Yan was overjoyed. His arm pressed lower and lower until the gourd reached the bottom of the stone pool. Only then did he pick it up. There are so many bottles and bags. It should be able to store quite a lot. Du Gumo walked over at this time. Ling Yan chuckled. There's no need for bottles and bags. I've stored them all in my gourd. As he said that, he shook the gourd in front of Du Gumo. The dragon saliva inside was bubbling. Ah? This was too magical. Dugumo was completely dumbfounded. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Clang clang clang. Dugumo threw all the mineral water bottles on the ground and snatched the gourd from Ling Yan's hands. Ling Yan didn't dodge. He smiled and let Dugumo snatch it away, waiting to see Dugumo make a fool of himself. Ouch. Once the gourd was in his hands, Dugumo felt as heavy as a 1,000-pound cauldron. His arms sank, and his body leaned forward at the same time. He almost fell flat on his face. Dugumo hurriedly circulated the chi in his energy center. His right hand gripped the gourd tightly, and his left hand immediately supported the bottom of the gourd. At the same time, he stretched his right leg forward to prevent himself from falling. His expression changed as he said in shock, "It's so heavy." This gourd that contained all the dragon's saliva weighed at least 1,000 pounds, Ling Yun was amused. He laughed until he couldn't catch his breath. He pointed at the round pool of dragon saliva that had a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of more than half a meter. Panting, he said, "Greedy man, think about it. This pool is so big. Even if it's filled with water, it would weigh 1,000 pounds. Furthermore, it's filled with dragon saliva. The weight of dragon saliva was at least double that of water. With such a large pool of dragon saliva in the gourd, how could it not be heavy?" Dugumo clenched his teeth and held on for a while. His handsome face turned red. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore. He bent down and placed the gourd on the ground. Panting heavily, he said, "I don't believe it. How can you hold such a heavy thing in your hands like it's a toy? Isn't your strength a little too scary?" Before reaching physique tempering stage 4, the strength of one arm had already exceeded 500 kilograms. Now that he had broken through to physique tempering stage 4, his yin-yang harmony balance had reached the great success stage. With the yin-yang qi in his body, his strength had increased tremendously. Ling Yan smiled and raised his hand to hold the gourd. With a thought, he stored the gourd in his spatial ring. Ling Yan knew that this gourd was an incredible treasure. It was just that he didn't know how to use it yet. If he could figure out how to use this gourd and store so much dragon saliva, this wouldn't have happened. What he could use now was only the natural space inside the gourd. It was not at the level of magic power. For example, Ling Yan's spatial ring. He couldn't feel any weight after putting the gourd full of dragon saliva into the spatial ring. This was one of the magical effects of the spatial ring. No matter how many things he put in, he couldn't feel any weight at all. Because the space ring was an independent dimensional space, it was not in the same space as the Earth, so the things in the space ring were not affected by the Earth's gravity. Of course, the spatial ring was still under the influence of Earth's gravity, so the ring on Ling Yan's hand still had the weight it should have. This was really mysterious and magical. Dugumo took a long time to catch his breath. He circled around Ling Yan a few times and observed him carefully for a long time. It was as if a peony had grown out of Ling Yan's body. "I say, how could that gourd of yours contain so much dragon saliva? Could it be that it is also a treasure of your immortal physician sect?" Ling Yan had given Dugumo too many shocks. It was as if he could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. One after another, he couldn't process all of them. Ling Yan ignored him. He was looking at the empty round stone pool with a serious expression. His eyes flashed, revealing some kind of enlightenment. "What's wrong? You've already filled up the dragon's saliva. Why aren't you leaving? Why are you staring at the empty pool?" Dugumo was very puzzled. He followed Ling Yan's gaze and looked at the round stone pool. Using the gourd to store the dragon's saliva, the stone pool naturally couldn't be completely empty. There was actually a thin layer of dragon saliva at the bottom of the pool. However, this layer of dragon saliva could no longer block Ling Yun and Dugumo's sharp eyes. The bottom of the stone pool seems to be. Dugumo's eyes also lit up. His mouth opened wide in shock once again. He raised his hand and pointed at the stone pool. His lips trembled as he said, Why does this look like a Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram?" Ling Yan stood up and immediately went to the side of the pool. This time, he took out 2 fire talismans and placed them on the side of the pool. He shouted, "Come." 2 balls of flames the size of basketballs instantly burned fiercely, illuminating the stone pool. Just now, he was extremely excited that the gourd could store all the dragon's saliva. He didn't even notice the bottom of the pool. Now that he had discovered something strange, he naturally had to investigate it. Gah! What kind of treasure is this? I say, what exactly is the immortal physician sect doing? The pitiful Duguimo was stunned when he saw Ling Yan's trick. Shock, you'll get used to it after a few more times. The bottom of the pool was circular. It was carved using a whole piece of rock from the cave. There weren't any words at the bottom of the pool. Only simple horizontal lines were used to mark the 8 symbols that represented Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Can, Li, Zhen, Dui. Inside was a Tai Chi diagram formed by the yin and yang fishes. In the middle was a dragon-shaped curve. The yin and yang eyes were 2 bowl-sized circular protrusions that were symmetrically located on the 2 sides of the dragon-shaped curve. It was unadorned, simple, and crude. However, it carried an indescribable charm. This was a perfect Tai Chi diagram. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth twitched violently. The shock and joy in his heart far exceeded the expression in his eyes and face. If it wasn't for this magical gourd, he would have tried his best to store as much dragon saliva as possible before leaving with Little White and Duguimo. In that case, with the dragon saliva that was more than half a meter deep blocking his view, he wouldn't have been able to see the bottom of the pool no matter what. If it wasn't for the fact that he had thought of the heavily injured giant dragon before he left and wanted to pour out some dragon saliva for it to use, he wouldn't have gone to look at the stone pool again. After the fire disappeared, Ling Yan took out a few fire talismans and used them. He stared at the Tai Chi diagram for a while before raising his head to look at the 3 stone doors. He had almost missed the 3 stone doors by a hair's breadth. Just a little bit more, this Tai Chi diagram had something to do with the 3 stone doors. This was only Ling Yan's conjecture. He still needed to study it in detail. Hey, genius from the immortal physician sect, have you figured anything out yet? My Earth Emperor's book must be here. Duguimo was so excited that his legs were trembling. He was just short of waving his arms and shouting. Don't disturb me. Ling Yan rolled his eyes at him and continued to look at the bottom of the pool. Ling Yan identified the direction and pointed at the yin eye of the yin-yang fish. He thought that this was the yang spell array eye of the yin-yang dragon lock spell. He then pointed at the yang eye of the yin-yang fish and understood that this was the yin spell array eye of the yin-yang dragon lock spell. The dragon-shaped curve in the middle of the yin-yang fish was naturally the path that he had walked to after leaving the yang spell array eye. But, why is it the opposite? Ling Yan frowned. Ling Yan didn't even turn his head as he said to Duguimo, check everything and protect Little White. With that, he jumped into the stone pool. Ling Yan squatted down and used his hand to carefully touch the huge 8 trigram symbols. However, nothing happened. Then it can only be here. Ling Yan looked at the 2 round protrusions of the yin eye and yang eye. They were like 2 stone buttons. Are you afraid of death? Ling Yan turned around and asked Duguimo, who was holding a sword. Duguimo knew that Ling Yan had definitely figured out the crux. He was abnormally excited and couldn't care less about his life at this moment. He said emotionally, if I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have come here a long time ago. What's wrong? Ling Yan smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, these 2 stone buttons of the yin eye and yang eye should be the mechanism to break this yin-yang dragon lock spell. Of course, it could also be the mechanism to activate the ultimate killing spell. If it's the former, we might really be able to obtain the greatest treasure here. However, if it's the latter, all of us will die here. No one will be able to escape. Duguimo muttered and asked, how confident are you? He said that he wasn't afraid of death, but how could he really not be? At this crucial moment, he couldn't help but ask Ling Yan. Ling Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The direction of the yin-yang fish and the yin-yang dragon lock spell are completely opposite. Therefore, it's hard to predict whether we'll be lucky or not. Moreover, we might even activate a new spell. That's not something that you and I can control, Duguimo chuckled. What do you think? Ling Yan said proudly, since I've seen it, if I don't try, I definitely won't be able to sleep in the future. Therefore, I must try. If you don't want to gamble, you can leave now. You should be very familiar with the way out. I'll give you 6 hours. After 6 hours, I'll activate this mechanism. Duguimo laughed heartily. Ling Yun, you're underestimating me. If you dare to try, would I still be considered a genius of the Dugu family if I abandoned you and ran away? Moreover, if it wasn't for you just now, I would already be dead. What's there for me to be afraid of? Besides, even if I really die, I can die with no regrets if I can die together with you. Let's go to the King of Hell together and compete. Ling Yin smiled and looked at Little White again. However, he saw that Little White was looking at him with a determined gaze and had no intention of leaving. Therefore, he nodded at Little White. I'm going to start. Duguimo and Little White's eyes were glued to the 8 trigrams Tai Chi diagram on the stone pool. They didn't even blink. They were so nervous that they almost stopped breathing. Ling Yin squatted down and used his left and right hands to hold on to the Yin Eye and Yang Eye buttons at the same time. Then, he gently turned it. It didn't turn. Ling Yin gradually increased his strength, but it still didn't turn. This shouldn't be. Why isn't it turning? Ling Yin released his hands and stared at the Tai Chi diagram in confusion. He thought to himself, could it be that the powerful person who set up the spell carved this Tai Chi diagram here for fun? Maybe the direction is wrong. Let's try turning around. Ling Yin turned around and used his left hand to hold on to the Yang Eye and right hand to hold on to the Yin Eye. He exerted strength with both hands again, but it still didn't work. Ling Yin was slightly depressed. His stubbornness had returned. I don't believe it. Ling Yan's eyes flashed with an incomparably determined look. Both his hands once again held on to the yin and yang circular protrusions as he circulated his yin-yang harmony balance with all his might. At this moment, Ling Yan suddenly felt his energy center rotating crazily. The yin and yang qi in his body surged. The yin qi flowed into his yin meridian, while the yang qi flowed into his governing meridian. Almost instantly, they arrived at his arms. Then, they surged towards the 2 yin and yang stone buttons. At the same time, Duguimo and Little White were shocked to see Ling Yan's body, which was squatting in the center of the yin-yang fish, start to spin faster and faster. At the same time, a deep and desolate aura of the great Tao gushed out from the 3 stone doors in the distance. It permeated the entire spell core, and a Tao sound rang out like a huge bell. It was as if it had traveled through countless time and space and was sent into everyone's mind. The 8 trigrams Tai Chi diagram at the bottom of the pond started to shine brilliantly. The rough stone slabs became crystal clear, and the 8 trigram symbols engraved on it started to shine brightly. The entire bottom of the pond emitted a gentle glow. Ling Yan's body spun faster and faster until he became a blur in the blazing glow. Even Dugumo's eyesight couldn't see clearly. Kacha, kacha, the stone slabs at the bottom of the pond suddenly cracked, and rays of light rushed out. The 8 trigram symbols engraved on it seemed to have a life of their own as they all rushed out and floated in the air. At the top of the cave, thousands of ancient words suddenly rushed out from the stone walls. Every ancient word was shining brightly in the air, as if they were completely cast from molten iron. They had a metallic luster and texture. In the next moment, the cauldron that looked like an upside-down cauldron suddenly disappeared and turned into a vast and deep universe. The sun, moon, and countless stars appeared above everyone's heads at the same time, and the entire cauldron shone brightly. It was different from the white fog and the killing spell. This was real light. The white was dazzling, so white that people couldn't help but feel dizzy. Then, Duguimo and Little White really fainted on the ground, under the illumination of the sun, moon, and countless stars. Ling Yan's rapidly spinning body also shone brightly in an instant. Stellar condensation technique. Thousands of ancient words shone brightly under the illumination of the white light. In the air, it could also be said that they were dancing in the vast and deep universe. Then, they began to rush into Ling Yan's sea of consciousness one by one. When the last ancient word rushed into Ling Yan's forehead, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 stone doors opened at the same time, and endless immortal light shone. In the heart of the spell, there were thousands of immortal rays and thousands of auspicious lights. At this moment, Ling Yan's hands had already left the yin and yang stone buttons, and he couldn't help but stand up. The clothes on his body were all torn and had long turned into ashes. He just floated naked in the original stone pond, as if he was an eternal demon god in this vast universe. Swoosh! The emperor brush flew out of Ling Yan's spatial ring, and the immortal spiritual energy increased tremendously. First, it grew rapidly, and the ancient symbols on the stone brush shaft glowed brightly. It was so bright that it shook the heavens and the earth. The emperor brush grew to the size of the sun and moon, and it stood erect between the heavens and the earth. Then, the emperor brush shrunk into a small dot and entered Ling Yan's sea of consciousness, disappearing without a trace. Almost at the same time, a huge ancient book shot out from the middle stone door. It wasn't made of gold, jade, copper, or stone, but it had a majestic, seven-colored immortal spiritual energy. It revolved rapidly around Ling Yun for a long time, and finally disappeared in a flash, entering Ling Yun's energy center. Earth Emperor's book. Ling Yun clearly saw, or rather felt, all of this, but he didn't care about it. He was focused on listening to the resonant voice of the Tao. The Tao of heaven takes from surpluses and makes up for deficiencies. Tao begets one, one begets two begets three begets all things. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. At the heart of the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell, immortal qi filled the air. Clouds and rosy clouds illuminated the area. It was a dreamlike scene, like a fairyland. The voice of the great Tao was like a golden bell, penetrating through gold and stone. Every word was transmitted into Ling Yun's heart. Ling Yun memorized it without missing a single word. Gradually, the voice of the great Tao began to weaken until it could no longer be heard. The majestic immortal qi also began to disappear. Suddenly, in the vast and deep universe, the sun and moon disappeared at the same time. The entire void of the universe was pitch black. Only the twinkling stars were left, mysterious and distant. 8 huge 8 trigram symbols rotated in the air, quickly forming a huge 8 trigrams diagram. Then, a Tai Chi diagram appeared in the middle of the 8 trigrams diagram. 2 yin and yang fishes were hugging each other. Around the huge Tai Chi diagram, the space was distorted, and the light was misty. The corresponding 8 trigram symbols, Qian, Kuan, Sun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Ken, flickered in order. It was like a set of mysterious and ancient codes were flashing. The 2 yin and yang fishes in the Tai Chi diagram were like 2 strange doors. They trembled continuously, slowly opening a gap that seemed to be connected to the distant and unknown universe. Light flickered continuously, and the 8 symbols of the 8 trigrams flickered. Finally, they all lit up at the same time, emitting a dazzling light. Boom! With a dull vibration, the 2 yin and yang fishes in the center of the Tai Chi diagram slowly opened. During this process, starlight shone from time to time, and even an ancient path in the universe could be seen. Whoosh! The emperor brush shot out from between Ling Yan's eyebrows and went straight into the door opened by the yin and yang fishes. With the tip of the brush in front, it pointed at an azure blue planet. Then, the emperor brush started jumping between the stars rapidly from this azure blue planet. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Following the emperor brush's leaps, he could see a clear path moving rapidly between the stars. Very quickly, it connected to a long star path. What is that? Could it be? In the pitch-black night sky of the universe, the emperor brush moved rapidly between the stars within the strange door opened by the yin-yang fish. It connected the stars one by one, drawing out a long and distant path of endless loneliness and desolation. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He really wanted to rush into the door, but the Earth Emperor's book that had flown into his energy center was also emitting a dazzling radiance. It firmly locked Ling Yan's body in place, and he couldn't even move a finger. Ling Yan could only rely on his eyesight and heart to memorize the star path taken by the emperor brush. However, there were simply too many stars connected to the star path. Even with his godly memory, he couldn't remember them all. After an unknown period of time, the emperor brush finally touched a gigantic star and stopped its long leap. It didn't advance any further. That huge star was hazy, and Ling Yan couldn't see it clearly. However, he could clearly see that there were 2 glowing celestial bodies and 5 tiny satellites of different colors near it. Ling Yan was completely stunned. His body trembled violently as 2 streams of tears slid down his handsome face silently. Ling Yan's eyes widened as he tried his best to memorize the flickering star path drawn by the emperor brush. Swoosh! The emperor brush suddenly returned as if it had traveled through billions of years of time. In a flash, it rushed out of the door opened by the yin-yang fish and entered the space between Ling Yan's eyebrows. The strange door opened by the yin-yang fish slowly closed in front of Ling Yan's eyes. Soon, the mysterious star path was blocked by the yin-yang fish behind the door. Rumble, the Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak shook violently. The commotion was huge, and it was several times bigger than the one that appeared in the crater. At the bottom of the crater, insects hissed and frogs croaked. Countless pythons and monsters panicked, and all kinds of birds flew around in a panic. The surging tide of the underground river flooded the entire river in an instant, and the water level in the crater rose by nearly 100 meters. The crater that was more than 400 meters deep suddenly became only 300 meters deep, and below it was a pool that was 100 meters deep. After the loud noise, the heart of the yin-yang dragon lock spell, the cave that Ling Yun and the rest were in, disappeared 100 meters deep into the underground river. Ling Yun wasn't affected at all in the heart of the spell. He didn't even feel the slightest tremor. It was just that everything in front of him had disappeared. The strange yin-yang fish disappeared, the mysterious glowing 8 trigrams disappeared, and the vast and deep universe disappeared. Everything around Ling Yun seemed to have returned to its original state. Returning to the original darkness, Ling Yun closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. He quickly adapted to the darkness in front of him and could see everything clearly again. The 6 caves have all disappeared. Ling Yun couldn't help but be shocked when he saw that the 6 small caves that led to the heart of the spell were all gone. He looked at the 3 stone doors. Among them, the stone door in the middle and the stone door on the right had already returned to their tightly shut appearance. However, the stone door on the left was still open, and he didn't know where the dark hole led to. Ling Yun lowered his head and looked at Dugumo and Little White, who were still unconscious. He knew that they were just unconscious and would be fine. Just now, the dense immortal spiritual energy, the endless immortal radiance, and the loud sound of the great Tao had all benefited them greatly. In the future, their cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at the giant dragon at the side. However, he realized that the body of the giant dragon, which had been turned into a pile of mud by countless stone swords, had already returned to its original state. The black scales that were the size of a palm were shining with a dark light, and they were filled with a heavy feeling of black iron. Its eyes, which were the size of a duck's egg, were like 2 light bulbs, faintly emitting light as if it was staring at Ling Yun. It has become so much smaller? Ling Yun realized that the body of this giant dragon was many times smaller than before. Its body's diameter was only slightly more than half a meter, and its body length was more than 10 meters. It was not even 1/5 of its original size. Ling Yun quickly noticed the top of the giant dragon's head. There were already 2 yellowish-white horns, which were very tender and cute. Fortune and misfortune really come hand in hand. It actually succeeded in transforming into a dragon! Ling Yan said to himself happily and nodded his head. This was a real dragon. Even though it still couldn't ride on the clouds, it could already traverse the rivers and stir up waves. The miniature giant dragon, to be exact, it should now be called the little dragon, looked at Ling Yun with eyes full of gratitude. Seeing that Ling Yun nodded his head at it, a look of joy flashed across its eyes, and it immediately crawled towards Ling Yun at an extremely fast speed. Before the little dragon became a dragon, it already had a lot of spirituality. Now that it had successfully transformed, its spirituality had already developed. It knew that Ling Yun had saved its life. Looking at this black fellow crawling towards him, Ling Yun wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He only smiled and looked at it. The little dragon came in front of Ling Yun and quickly circled his body twice. Finally, it stood up, but it didn't dare to raise its head higher than Ling Yun. It actually obediently bowed its head towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun knew that it was thanking him for saving its life. Finding it amusing, he laughed heartily and raised his hand to touch the newly grown horns of the little dragon. Even though the horns of the little dragon looked young and tender, they were actually incomparably hard. The horn of the dragon was a symbol of its identity. It was almost equivalent to a dragon's reverse scale. In other words, if Ling Yun dared to touch it here, the little dragon would definitely not rest until he was dead. The little dragon obediently lowered its head, allowing Ling Yun's hand to touch it here and there. Suddenly, it curled its tail and wrapped it around Ling Yun's body. With a light shake, it sent Ling Yun onto its back. Ling Yun laughed happily. He didn't stand on ceremony and directly grabbed the two horns of the little dragon. Gently, he said to it, "Since you're so black, I'll call you Little Black from now on." The little dragon nodded obediently, indicating that it could understand Ling Yun's words. With a shake of its head, it happily sped through the dark cave. Its body didn't seem to touch the ground, and its speed was even faster than Ling Yun's 1,000 miles godly steps. After more than 10 rounds, Ling Yun let Little Black stop at the original stone pool. The bottom of the 8 trigrams diagram had also disappeared. After he came down, he looked at Dugumo, who was still clutching his sword tightly on the ground. He smiled and kept his sword in his spatial ring. Then, he picked him up and carried Little White, who was curled up on the ground, with his right hand. "Little Black, let's go take a look at that stone door." Ling Yun rode on Little Black's back and let Little Black enter the stone door on the left. Little Black's body stopped immediately. It was because someone had touched the stone door in the middle that it suffered the pain of being pierced by thousands of swords. Of course it was afraid. Ling Yun chuckled and comforted it. "Little Black, this was originally a spell formation. Now that this spell formation has been broken by me, we can only leave through this stone door. It won't hurt you anymore." With that, Ling Yun patted Little Black's head lightly and urged it to enter the stone door. Even though Ling Yun didn't feel the earth shaking and didn't know what had happened to this spell formation, the 6 caves had mysteriously disappeared, leaving only this stone door open. He could only think of a way to leave this place. Little Black hesitated for a moment before finally rushing into the dark stone door. Unlike humans, darkness didn't affect it at all, so its speed was very fast. Behind this stone door wasn't a stone room, but a very long cave. It was winding and steep. Not only was there no danger along the way, but there were no forks in the road. Very soon, Ling Yun felt the wind. A fresh and cool mountain breeze blew against his face, and it was mixed with dense spiritual energy. The light in the cave gradually brightened. Even though it was still pitch black, it was no longer the kind of absolute darkness. Instead, it was the normal kind of darkness in the night. In this kind of darkness, there was no difference from daytime to Ling Yun. Ling Yun took a deep breath and only felt refreshed. He knew that he was about to rush out of the valley. He thought to himself, Ling Yu, Ning Er, and Zhuang Meifeng must be worried sick since he had been down here for so long, right? Little Black seemed to know that it was finally going to escape from the confinement. It was unusually excited, and its speed increased. Following the light at the cave entrance, it rushed out like a swimming dragon. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. After staying underground for so long, Ling Yun was so excited that he almost wanted to ride on Little Black's back and roar into the sky. It was the darkness before dawn. The night sky was dark, and the moon hung high in the sky. Ling Yun continued to circulate his stellar condensation technique. The moonlight was like water, and it enveloped Ling Yun's body. It was as if his body was glowing. Ling Yun felt a boom as his stellar condensation technique advanced by 3 minor realms. It only stopped when it reached the 11th minor realm. Gah! How can it be so fast? Ling Yun was elated and shocked. If he were to advance another 3 minor realms, he would be able to reach the 3rd major realm of the stellar condensation technique. This was the result of the yin-yang harmony balance, the absorption of the spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva, and the illumination of the sun, moon, and countless stars at the same time. However, that was obviously the effect of the spell formation. Ling Yun only completed the advancement after he saw the real moon and stars. The moonlight shrouding Ling Yun's body grew brighter, and the stars in the sky seemed to rain down their power on Ling Yun. However, the starlight was still very weak compared to the moonlight, and it was still invisible to the naked eye. This was indeed a beautiful and quiet valley. A mountain spring a few meters wide flowed on the rocks, and the sound of the water was pleasing to the ears. The cool mountain breeze blew gently on his face. All kinds of rare flowers and trees grew luxuriantly. The slightly fragrant aura of nature drilled into Ling Yun's body, opening up all his pores at the same time. It was very beneficial. The sky was clear and cloudy. Coupled with the exotic flowers and grasses, Ling Yun felt like he was in a fairyland. Or rather, he had returned to the cultivation world. The spiritual energy here was so dense that it was even denser than in mansion number 1. However, this wasn't the effect of the spirit gathering formation, but the surrounding flowers and plants. Ling Yan quickly recognized a few types of spiritual medicine. What is this place? Ling Yan was a little dumbfounded. This wasn't the valley between Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. There were indeed many steep peaks around the valley. They were majestic and beautiful, and the peaks were covered with lush green trees. These peaks were much taller than Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak. The trees on the peaks were also much more lush, and there were no signs of human intervention. It was obvious that no one had set foot here all year round. That's a powerful spatial formation. Who knows, I might be thousands of miles away from Qingshui City. Ling Yan wasn't shocked for long as he made an accurate judgment in an instant. The Earth Emperor's book was in his energy center, and the aura that the Earth Emperor's book exuded wasn't inferior to the Emperor brush at all. He knew that the Almighty who had set up the array was exceptionally powerful. Of course, Ling Yan also had many miraculous encounters in the cultivation world. However, he was very clear that after he activated the 8 trigrams Tai Chi diagram at the bottom of the stone pond, he experienced many more miraculous scenes than what he had experienced in the cultivation world. There was no doubt that the ancient mighty being who set up the formation was more powerful than an earth immortal at the Deshang stage of the cultivation world. Ling Yan leaped down from Little Black's back and gently placed the unconscious Dugu Mo and Little White on the ground. Then, he activated the stellar condensation technique and took out the dragon vein sword from his spatial ring before walking towards an extremely simple stone house in the distance. Now that the Emperor brush had burrowed into the space between Ling Yan's eyebrows and the Earth Emperor's book had occupied Ling Yan's energy center, he couldn't use any of these. He could only use the Devil's Blade and the Dragon Vein Sword. However, Ling Yan didn't dare to take out the Devil's Blade, which had a strong demonic nature, because he could feel the strong aura of the Great Tao. If he took out the Devil's Blade and the aura of the Great Tao didn't tolerate it, Ling Yan might be killed instantly. He didn't dare to take such a risk. The simple stone house wasn't very far away, and there were only 2 of them. Ling Yan arrived very quickly and looked into the stone house. The strange flowers and plants that were more than a meter tall had been growing for God knows how long. There was no path for an ordinary person to walk through these dense flowers and plants, even if they wore thick clothes. However, Ling Yan had the protection of the stellar condensation technique, which was at the 11th minor realm, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of panic as he walked naked. What a strong aura! Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he secretly exclaimed. The aura here was even more powerful than the Buddhist energy in the temple of the enlightened monk. It was strong, but it had a natural gentleness that made Ling Yan feel very comfortable. Too many years had passed, and the stone house was already filled with all kinds of strange flowers and plants that were more than a meter tall. Everything else was gone. Obviously, they couldn't withstand the erosion of time and had all turned to dust, nothing. Ling Yan didn't feel any danger. He kept the dragon vein sword and walked into the stone house like an ordinary person. He walked around but didn't find anything. Ling Yan furrowed his brows. He wondered how thick the mud had become after the long years of withering and rotting. Could it be that they were buried under the mud? He didn't give up and walked around the flowers and plants a few more times to see if he could find anything new. Clang! Ling Yan felt a pain in his right foot. He didn't know what he had kicked. His heart shook as he quickly pushed the flowers and plants aside to look at his foot. What is this? It's rusty beyond recognition. Ling Yan saw a horseshoe-shaped piece of metal sticking out of the mud. This was what he had kicked just now. Ling Yan reached out to grab it, but he realized that he couldn't pull it out of the mud. Hence, he increased his strength and pulled again. The soft mud loosened a little, and Ling Yan realized that he was actually holding a horseshoe-shaped ring. Ling Yan silently used his strength and crushed the mottled rust on the metal. He realized that it was made of bronze. This is a part of some kind of bronze utensil. There's more below it. Ling Yan was excited. He didn't pull it out by force anymore. Instead, he used his hands to dig the surrounding mud. Ling Yan's fingers were like golden iron. It was very easy for him to dig the mud. In a short while, he had dug a big hole, and half of the bronze utensil was exposed. This looks like a cauldron. Ling Yin could basically confirm that it was a bronze cauldron with one look. Ling Yin was excited. If he had such an item, it would be much more convenient for him to refine pills in the future. At least, it was easier than using a small iron pot. Ling Yin had long had enough of using those small iron pots to brew medicine. He increased the speed of his hands and used both hands to quickly dig out the entire cauldron. Even though the bronze cauldron was rusty and looked very old and rough, its design was grand and natural. It was simple and beautiful, and it had an indescribable charm to it. A round cauldron with 2 ears and 3 legs. It was a perfect example of Taoism. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. There were patterns carved on the cauldron, but most of them were covered by the black mud and rust. Ling Yin couldn't see them clearly at all. It's so heavy. It was indeed very heavy. It was heavier than that gourd of dragon saliva. Ling Yin used strength to lift the cauldron that was filled with black mud and placed it vertically on the ground. The bronze cauldron wasn't considered small. The round cauldron was about 70 to 80 centimeters wide. Including the 3 legs and the ears, it was about 80 centimeters tall. From the front, it looked square. Using this to refine pills is really awesome. The more Ling Yin looked at it, the more he liked it. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. That's not right. I'm still missing a lid. Ling Yin suddenly remembered that this cauldron didn't have a lid. He quickly jumped into the pit and dug around it. He dug half a meter in all directions. In the end, he felt that it was too troublesome. He took out the dragon vein sword and started to stab into the black mud. However, he still couldn't find the lid. If there was a lid, it definitely wouldn't be too far from the bronze cauldron. Ling Yin felt a little regretful that he couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Maybe there isn't a lid, or maybe the lid isn't here. Ling Yin walked around a few more times and checked every corner of the stone house. He didn't find anything else, but he couldn't contain his joy. Let's wash off the black mud first. Ling Yin squatted down and grabbed one of the legs of the cauldron. He lifted it up with one hand. Ling Yin carried the bronze cauldron out of the stone house and quickly returned to Duguamo and Little White. Realizing that they were still unconscious, Ling Yin smiled and thought that they could really sleep. He immediately walked to the mountain spring and said to Little Black, who was happily playing in the spring, "Give me some water." He pointed at the bronze cauldron. Little Black happily flipped around for a while before lowering its head and sucking in the water. Then, it lightly sprayed a clear arrow of water at Ling Yin's body, drenching him completely. Seeing how mischievous Little Black was, Ling Yin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pointed at the bronze cauldron in his hand again and said, "Not for me, but for it." Only then did Little Black start to suck in water and spray it at the bronze cauldron in Ling Yin's hand. Ling Yin followed suit and quickly cleaned the bronze cauldron. The rust couldn't be washed off in a short time. It covered the engravings on the bronze cauldron, and there weren't any words on it. Ling Yin studied the bronze cauldron for a long time but couldn't figure out anything. He could only give up for now. It's enough to refine pills and medicine, as long as it can be used. Ling Yin smiled proudly and made the largest space in the spatial ring to store the bronze cauldron. This bronze cauldron took up 80% of the spatial ring's space, and Ling Yin had no choice but to store all the small items in the cauldron. So many spiritual herbs. This is simply a treasure trove of herbs. It's a pity that I can't take it away. Ling Yin thought about these spiritual herbs again. He thought to himself that when he was successful in his cultivation and needed to refine pills in the future, he could come to this place. It had been a long time since he had a good bath. Ling Yin played with Little Black in the cool spring water and washed himself thoroughly. Then, he got up and went to Dugumo's side. With a flick of his wrist, he took out Dugumo's long sword and placed it beside Dugumo. Even though Dugumo didn't obtain the Earth Emperor's book, he had gained a lot this time. Not only did he obtain the dragon's saliva, but he also received the nourishment of so much immortal spiritual energy. He even heard the sound of the great Tao, which was enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. At this moment, Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Little White. Little White slowly opened its eyes. It had woken up before Dugumo swoosh. Little White woke up, and a third snow-white tail appeared in Ling Yan's field of vision. It was no different from the other two tales, dancing in the night sky. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. End of chapter 331. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.